What is up, everybody? What is up? TGIF on the TFTG. What is up, people? Everybody, before we get started, we always gotta do a little housekeeping, baby. And what better way to kick the housekeeping than with excuse me for a second, I'm getting the hang of this thing.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Yeah, man. As a matter of fact, I did a bet yet last year with a Patriots fan that Miami would beat New England. And of course, the bet was the loser has to wear the other team's jersey. And I bought my shirt from Fanatics, and I used the code the Fins Tailgate link as well, so they could get the credit. And I appreciate them. Let me see. We have other gear. We have merchandise. They have flip flops. Don't forget the flag, beanies, shirts, sweaters, hoodies, all that good stuff. The link is in below. Become a member. Also, I am urging you to become a member like I am, like my homeboy Lewis, the Rabbit Dolphin is. You get to use the cool anti-Buffalo emojis. Those are the best ones. Hold on, I'll put it in chat for you. These are my favorite emojis. Boom. There you go in chat. If you're a member, you could do those all day long. So I am going to be dropping the link momentarily. It is drive time, and tomorrow is Friday, and we all look forward to the weekend. Unfortunately, there's no football, so it is what it is, man. We are looking forward to the draft. We had a free agency come up, and we did the Jalen Waddle, and we traded for why am I drawing a blank now? But there you go. I see a lot of the anti-Dolphins in the building. Anti-Bills. Let me see. Jalen Ramsey. That's it. We traded for Jalen Ramsey. We picked up a couple of linebackers, a safety, and picked up some depth pieces. I think they were pretty well. So far, we picked up what we needed. Oh, there you go. Mark, Jalen. What's up, Mark? Bills Mafia. Good to see you in the building. Let me do some shout outs real quick before we continue. We got Mark in the building. We got Liz. What's up, Liz? Cat for Life, my brother. What is up? Money Mitch, my brother Louis Amador. We have Amicus. We have John. We have California. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Smoke the like button. That's what's up. Yeah, for sure. You see? Tyler Bruto, what's up, brother? How you doing? Raphael Cartwright, what's going on? Good to see you, man. But hey, it's gonna be an interesting offseason, man. We still don't know where Derrick Henry's going, Dalvin Cook, OBJ, and there are other keynote free agencies out there. Hey, let's talk. Let me talk to the chat for a little bit before we drop the link. Let me ask you guys, what free agent out there, in your opinion, is your favorite? Which one do you want to see to the Miami Dolphins? Or the Bills fan, what free agent do you want to see to the Bills? Well, Emeka says you guys are getting Hopkins. All right. So if you guys get D-Hop and let's say you have Stephon Diggs, who will be the number one and who will be the number two, in your opinion? Stephon Hopkins or Diggs? Amicus. Or Mark, you can answer that too. Who will be the number one and who will be the number two? Diggs or Hopkins? Hey, what's up, Lance McDonald? What's going on? Trucker, what's going on? Yeah, Todd, I definitely want Henry here. So, at any rate, I was listening to the Stephen D show this morning, and Lewis was having a nice Rabbit Dolphin was having a nice debate about egos and if McDaniels doesn't have an ego or whatnot. And let me say something about that. One thing about egos. Yeah, I don't think he has an ego. He's egotistical, but in my opinion, one of the things I wish he would do, at least until he learns how to become a head coach, is give up the offensive play calling. It's real easy to give up the defensive play calling to someone like Vic Fangio because defense isn't your thing. So giving up the defense is not being, I think what he should do is you got Frank Bevel in the building, who is an experienced offensive play caller, a proven quarterbacks coach. Why not give him the play calling duties until you get comfortable, with the offense? So let me see. So you think? I understand about but I'm talking about offensive play calling. Why do if you're let's say you're an offensive coordinator for a team and you're doing really well, and you become a head coach somewhere, why is it that you have to call the plays? If why not you hired the offensive coordinator, why not make him the play caller? Why not make the coordinators the people that you trust to do the job, you know, call plays? I don't know. Look, there you go, Lewis. Brian Flores, he gave up his defensive play calling to Josh Boyer. He may have taken it back because he was doing the job well. But at the same time, he did let him, call plays. And by the way, I like this. Why is there a Gator sign in the back? Well, because I'm a Gator fan. Straight up. Go Gators. That's why. So anyway, yeah, Mike McDaniel. It's just like that's what happened with Adam Gase. I'm not saying he's gonna be Adam Gase, but at the same time, you became a head coach to look after the whole team. I think if you're an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, that wants to call plays, you should have stayed a coordinator. It's like you become a chief of police. You don't stay on the beat. You don't become, you have to take care of the police force. You don't, you can't be a beat cop anymore. That makes sense. But a lot more and more coaches are starting to do it. Call plays. Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid, so forth and so forth. So it's the new norm, I guess. And I guess I'm being old fashioned, Let's see. Mike showed his ego when he said he's going to coach all the greatness out of Tua. Yeah, that's a good idea. Take turns to see which one are better. But no, the thing about it is, Liz, is I'm not saying not to call plays, but while you're still learning how to be a head coach, give the play calling duties to Bevel while you're getting comfortable in your role. As soon as you're comfortable, then I think, okay, let me get I'll start getting I'll start getting the play calls again, because at the end of the day, being a head coach isn't, you have to scout your rookies, you have to scout your free agents, you have to put a game plan together. There's a whole bunch of things that goes into being a head coach, not just I remember Dan Mullen, who was a Gators coach at one time. He said in a press conference that when he first became a head coach and he sat in his chair, he said to himself, "What the fuck am I doing?" He didn't know what to do. There's no, being a head coach is a totally different animal. And at the end of the day, that's why when we went 9-8 with a 12-13 win roster, I'm not saying it's an excuse, but the reason was he was a rookie head coach. That's what the reason was. But there's no denying we had a 13-14 win team. You can't tell me we didn't have a fucking 14 win team last year. I know we had injuries and whatnot, but still, we still had great players in good spots. And it wasn't like the games were all out of hand. We had, the tide could have changed from here and there. That's just my opinion. That we had a 14 win team. But ya tú sabes. At the same time, yesterday I toasted the 1972 Dolphins on my show on Larry K's channel, In the Blender with Shake Money. And I was talking about the 72 Dolphins. And the one thing that stood out to me is that last year, in week 5 against the Chargers, the quarterback goes down, and the 38-year-old quarterback, who was a backup, went in, and they didn't lose a beat. They were still blowing out teams. It wasn't. They squeaked out some wins here and there, but they still played complementary football. So at the end of the day, if you have a good foundation team, the Eagles is a perfect example of a good foundation team where the backup comes in and they do well. The 49ers, another example, last year at least. The Saints, for a while, when Drew Brees was hurt, he got 5. Coach Sean Payton got 5 wins out of Teddy Bridgewater. How many did we get out of him? Put it in the chat. Somebody, did we get 5 wins out of Teddy Bridgewater last year with a all-star offense? Still waiting. What's up, Amicus? How you doing, brother? Damn, 24 turnovers. Holy shit. That's a lot of turnovers. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate somebody's paying attention. That's how many wins we had. With Teddy Bridgewater, with Waddle and Hill. And let me tell you something. As far as I'm concerned, I do believe in Tua. I do believe that he's a good quarterback. I know a lot of people are going to kill me in the chat for saying this. I'm not a Tua-neer, by the way. But hopefully, I think that concussion was a fluke, and he'll be back next year, ready to play. I just hope that they don't try to force the ball to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, that they spread the love, that they make this an offense and not just 2 players called Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I hope they do that, because at the end of the day, they made Gesicki, a Pro Bowl tight end, look like a scrub. They made the guy we got from the Cowboys, who did well with he was the 3rd receiver there, and he did a hell of a good job. What was the guy's name? Somebody tell me who was the wide receiver we overpaid for last year? He made him look like a scrub. Because they wanted to give the wide receivers throw the ball to 2 wide receivers. As a matter of fact, Jalen Waddle by himself, outside of Tyreek Hill, has more receiving yards than all the other receivers combined. So, put in the chat. I want to hear this. I want a consensus. Put yes or no. Do you guys think McDaniels has an ego? Yes or no? Please tell me in the chat. Does McDaniels have an ego? I want to know. And while we wait for some answers, let's give a shout out to Doobie Energy Drinks, a proud sponsor of the TFG. Doobie Energy Drink. All right, we got some. We have yes. Money Mitch, no. Fred Dunlap, yes. Yes. Garcia's love, no. Yes. So far, we got 2 no's and the rest yeses. So I'm going to be dropping the link pretty soon so we could talk about this ego thing. By the way, hey, we got a super chat. If we had an ego, he wouldn't bring Vic Fangio. That's true. But Brian Flores brought in the old guy from retirement. But I'm sure he wouldn't. But I'm saying, though, I agree. Hold on. Let me highlight this chat. If he had an ego, he wouldn't bring in Vic Fangio. You know what, Adam? You got me there. You're right. But at the same time, why is he still calling plays? It's easy to give the defensive coordinator, hire a guy that you could forget the defense. Forget about the defense. Why is he still calling offensive plays? Why didn't he give his offensive play calling to somebody who's more experienced and Frank Devil, Darren Bevel? He did pretty well as an offensive coordinator, don't you think? He's the one who took Seattle to the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, he did that stupid ass fucking play where he ran the ball instead of he passed the ball instead of running it. But Frank Smith is the offensive coordinator by title. But according to him, according to Mike McDaniel, the reason they fired the Applebaum was because he needed Frank Smith to help him with the play calling. So maybe that could be a sign of not having an ego. That he's like, you know what? This offense is getting too hectic for me. I need more help. Maybe he did have an ego, and maybe he's trying to tone it down a little bit. King Mill, what's going on, man? I've known this dude. I'm in chats since TD back in the day, man. But California, what's going on? I don't know. I'm hoping that he learned. You see the capping going on, huh? My dog, Rabbit Dolphin, see some capping going on. But no, I hope he learned from last year, and he realized that being a head coach is a lot harder than it seems. Because, of course, Kyle Shanahan, his dad was a head coach, so he had a good sounding board to lean on. So not to mention Kyle Shanahan. Think about this: whenever his backup quarterbacks, when he first started becoming the head coach, his backup quarterbacks got hurt. He didn't win jack shit either till last year. Last year was the first time he actually won with his backup quarterbacks. But when Jimmy Garoppolo stayed healthy, they made it deep into the playoffs. When he got injured, they had top 10 picks. And this is another thing, I hope. Hope he learns better clock management. Like I said, being a head coach, I think that this year is going to determine if he's a good head coach or not. All right, let me ask y'all this before I drop the link. Real talk. Hold on. Man. I love you across the pond. Go Gators. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, put in the chat what will be a successful what will be a successful season for Mike McDaniel as a head coach. Yes, he does suck. Tebow does, especially as a pro. But hey, he's got a playoff win, so whatever. 11 wins. That's what's up. Oh man. Hey, I ain't mad at you, man. I ain't mad at y'all. You're from Miami. I understand. I'm from Miami too, but I tell you what, if I had to root for a team in Miami, a college in Miami, I would root for the U, the FIU. FIU. That's the real U. FIU. Shout out to you, FIU. Anyway. Cat for Life. Egotistical is saying he's going to unlock talent on a plane without even playing one game with the quarterback he has now. If that's not egotistical, my friend, I don't know what is. Oh, man. Damn, Cat for Life. You know what? I'm gonna drop the link here, man. It's time for me to drop the link. Let y'all mofos get up here, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. Can you drop the link for me, Color? Because I'm having a hard time dropping this stupid link. Please, thank you. Color's gonna drop the link for me, and we'll talk more about this ego thing.
Yes, sir, Shake. I was just stepped away for just a second, but here it comes. Let's see. I gotta hit that lever, push that button, turn that dial, and once I grab this knob here, there it is. There it goes. Let me know if you need it.
What am I saying in front of a camera? Tell me, Adam.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I heard a lot. Cap will probably be the first one to come up. I gotta go turn my other volume down on my monitor station. I'll be right back.
Oh man. Hey, what's up, Fred? How you doing?
What's up, Shake? How you doing, bro? How you?
You know how it is. What's up, Cat for Life?
Hey, what's going on, my brother, man? How you doing, man?
You know, living the dream.
What's going on, Fred?
Hey, what's happening now? How you doing?
Man, living the dream, man. It's Friday, man. Hope everybody's blessed out there, man. I hope nobody's egos get them in trouble throughout the weekend, man. Just like our coach's egotistical ways in the cold got us pretty much eliminated from the playoffs. I digress.
Hey, by the way, Liz, I don't have Cash App, but I do appreciate the offer. Thank you. If you are, I don't know if you, thank you though. Real talk. But go ahead.
I'm gonna try to give him a break with it, with the egotistical thing, by it being his first year. Same with first year players. They don't pan out with just 1 year under their belt.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna give him that. An experience as a head coach and as in some instances of the game, and in the heat of the moment. I mean, as far as third down and 1 time running out, I'm pretty sure he didn't come up in that situation too many times before, So I give him that. His play calling is a little suspect with me a little bit, but I'm gonna give him a break on that too. So
Let me ask you this, Fred. As far as from the aspect of when McDaniel first started, from the press conference on the jet plane saying he's going to unlock talent without even getting the quarterback in the training camp, And with him printing out these shirts talking about he wishes it was cold enough in Buffalo when they catch him on camera acting like he's smoking on a vape pen. I mean, are these not egotistical things that happen when you're not even with 1 year of experience on your belt as a head coach?
You know what, man? When I heard that, man, when he says, "I'm gonna get greatness out of you," I tell you the truth, Shake. I just shook my head, Shake. I shook my head, Shake. You know what I mean? And I said to myself, well, good luck with that, man. Good luck with that. Yeah. But I mean, maybe who knows, man? Maybe like whatever coach came here, I feel like they were going to have to go with Tua anyway, and maybe he thought he really thought he could do something with Tua, and maybe he still thinks he can.
Yeah, but you know what? I kind of agree with this comment right here. Personally, feel that a bit of ego is a part of the job. But the reason I brought that up,
it's part of the wide receiving core as well. When you got to be egotistical on the field, I get that. You got to have swag, I get that. But I mean, if you're not experienced enough, as far as when you're applied to a position of a head coach, isn't it safe to people get mad when we open our mouth. Isn't it safe to say you should keep your mouth shut the first year after you put something on tape for people to get, some type of fear towards the team? I mean, we're supposed to be fearful. Teams are supposed to be fearful of us, but at the same time, they're laughing at us. So how is, McGenius all of a sudden, being handed the reins of greatness when he hasn't even finished a full season yet? And I mean, that's why I said the egotistical part comes into play, like we were talking about this morning. I mean, Lewis brought up a great point, bro. Like, if you say that one person is to blame for certain things, and that's the reflection of the coach. Both the coach and the quarterback were feeling themselves throughout the season. If that's not egotistical, I don't know what is.
You make a good point there. I like that. And to tell you the truth, I'm not sure like a great offensive coordinator would want a job of calling plays with a quarterback that he's only got half the playbook or a quarter of the playbook. You know what I mean? If he's a great offensive coordinator, I mean he's risking it. He's risking his his reputation. You know what I mean? And so what great offensive coordinator would even want this job, if you ask me?
I'll tell you one thing though, all that stuff about trying to print out shirts and all this stuff about unlocking greatness and all that crap, I guarantee you Fangio ain't gonna put up with that bullshit. He's gonna be like, look, you did you, now let me do me since you guys paid me the big money. Which I might add, I think is more than the head coach's annual salary.
Exactly. And and like what you said, Shake, about Brian Flores bringing in the old guy Gailey. Hey man, who's to say that Flores didn't swallow his pride a little bit and look, let me get a little bit of experience in here. Maybe he can offer me some kind of, advice on some things. You know what I mean, Shake? Mm-hmm. That's what you go get the old guy for, to help you out, if you ask me. Put that ego aside, and maybe, man, like in the locker room or whatever, be like, what you think, Chad? What do you think they're doing, and what we should do? Ain't nothing wrong with that, Shake. You know what I mean?
Damn, boy, Liz, she vicious. Hey, man, let's everybody's favorite Mark from Bills Mafia. Welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, Shake. Hey, Fred. How goes it, Cap? I had a concept feel like, as a Bills fan, we went through a long drought, very much like
Wait a
Miami
second.
has.
Hold on a second, Mark. I'm sorry to interrupt you. But what I heard from Fred just now was some guys, everybody's got an ego, but some guys, their nuts come in the room before they do. And some guys, their mouth comes in before their nuts do. You know what I mean? That's all. I just wanted to say that. Yeah. Continue, Mark.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Color. No, as a Bills fan, we went through a
Oh,
long
man.
drought, very much like the Miami fans have gone through, until we started putting players together and putting the team together
damn.
the way it needed to be done. I consider that where the Dolphins are right now is the same place as where the 2020 Bills were at. A team that made the playoffs the previous year, got some experience in a loss, and then is ready to explode in the following season. And that's where I see Miami at in 2023. A team that's going to just, make that explosion going from like 9 wins, probably up to 12, maybe even 13. In a competitive division, I think the Patriots are a little bit down. The Jets will be better, obviously, with Rodgers. But this is where I see them at, and this is where I see the Dolphin progression. They're at the point where they're going to, make the playoffs, possibly challenge for the division, and possibly, and win a playoff game, and maybe, take it all the way up to the AFC Championship game or
Mark,
a divisional playoff game. Yeah.
let me ask you this question. How would you feel if the Jets got OBJ and the Patriots got Lamar Jackson?
I'd cry.
Not too much difference, to be honest with you, because I don't think because if you add Lamar Jackson to the Patriots, it's going to be the same Lamar Jackson question that you had in Baltimore. Where are the weapons? He would have a running game in New England with substandard weapons and tight ends. How is that one iota different than what he's got in Baltimore? It's the same thing.
Correct.
And
they just acquired a tight end who can't run block. So yeah.
Hey, man,
I don't see it as being any different. I see the Patriots being an 7 to 9 win team. And if the Jets get OBJ, again, I don't see that really moving the needle because you look at the receivers that they already have, and I think they're fine at wide receiver. They're just everybody's trying to cater, in New York to Aaron Rodgers and his whims, and I think that only hurts the football team in the long term. I think if you build it the right way, and like I said, I'm talking from a team that came from nothing. I mean, the Bills were actually lower than the Dolphins. They were lower than dirt. And they're both teams, even though the Bills built through the draft, but they did a lot of free agency pickups. The Dolphins have done a lot of free agency pickups because Buffalo, like Miami, screwed up a lot of drafts and made some mistakes. And yeah, we were fortunate. We got a little bit ahead because we ended up getting Josh Allen. But we didn't really build the rest of the football team to go along with it. I mean, the offensive line's been historically weak. The running game has been at best. And you take Allen out, and there's no running game at all. And
what does this have to do with egotistical talk? Not that I'm trying to be rude, but
I
was hoping for a little different swing. I heard all the egotistical talk this morning. I thought I'd throw a little slant to it.
Yeah, for sure. But we have a question for Mark.
Sure.
Do you think this is from DDG? Are they really going after DeAndre Hopkins?
Part of me says it's not logical for them to do because of Hopkins' contract and the compensation. But then on the other hand, Brandon Cooks went for a 5th and a 6th, and the Texans picked up $6 million for the contract. I just can't see them in a scenario, for example, where they give up an Ed Oliver. Although I'll be honest with you, I would have killed to have Christian Wilkins versus Ed Oliver. It is what it is. But if the price is Ed Oliver to open up another hole on defense, now you have no middle linebacker, then you have no defensive tackle, and the rest of your defensive tackles are free agents at the end of the year. I don't think you can afford to do that. But they say physicals have been passed, or paperwork has been passed, and maybe that happens. And then the other thing that I see as a danger here is if you get DeAndre Hopkins. That tells me you're going to lose Gabe Davis, and I would much rather have Gabe Davis in the long term for what I'm going to get in the short term of DeAndre Hopkins. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Hey, before we get to my brother here, hey, check this out. Anybody have questions to anybody in the panel, not just me, please put them in the chat section. I will make sure they come up in the big screen right here. And so the panelists can ask the question, or if you want to ask a general question for the whole everybody, please feel free to do so. I will make sure to put it up so we could all talk about it. Pero mi hermano cubano, Luis, ahí está. Habla, hermano.
Appreciate it, Shake, and congratulations on the episode. I think it's been a success so far, and
Thank you.
hopefully many more to come, man, in the future. But yeah, for me with the whole ego, going back to the ego thing, I kind of brought it up with Stephen D, because again, Flores is not here, and we don't have to go on Flores, but this narrative that see this again when I see the hypocrisy in the fan base. So it's okay for McDaniel, and again, these ain't my words. These are words that people have used with me today since this conversation this morning. Well, McDaniel has an ego, but it's okay because he's a nice guy. You know, he's not an asshole, so it's okay for him to be an ego. And I think, Shake, you made a great point earlier when you brought up the fact that asking about Frank Smith and Darrell Bevell. They're two guys that are capable to call the offense, but McDaniel's not giving up play calling. McDaniel's supposed to be the head coach, right? The overseer of everybody. And supposedly, everybody told me McDaniel was going to come in here, and what was he going to do? He was going to put a staff together and put all this trust. And he's not showing Frank no trust in Frank Smith by not letting him call plays.
And let me put it this way to you, Louis. Do you think Bill Belichick is one of the greatest coaches of all time?
Absolutely.
Defensive mind. And
Absolutely.
think about this. If he wanted to, he could call the plays, but he gave the play calling duties to Brian Flores, to his son.
Absolutely.
He's the defensive coordinator, but at the end of the day, he wants to be on the sideline looking at the whole picture and instead of just the defense.
Absolutely, Shake. And the reason, and again, you're hitting on a great point. Then the reason Coach McDaniel doesn't want to give up the offensive play calling, why is that? Because he knows he has Jalen Waddle. He knows he has Tyreek Hill. He knows he has the weapons that this offense is going to be great. And who's going to get the credit for that? Coach Mike McDaniel. So again, I'm not hating that he has an ego, Shake. That's where I think it's getting. I like people to have an ego. My problem is we killed Brian Flores. The same people that are loving McDaniel having an ego are the same people that killed Brian Flores. And what's the difference? Yeah. That's my only question. What is the difference?
By the way, Money Mitch, you're right. Head coaches do call plays, but not too many have been successful at it. I mean, it's very few in between. Andy Reid has been doing it for a long time, but other than that, there's few head coaches that know how to do both. At the end of the day, like I said, I don't see nothing wrong with McDaniel's calling plays, but can you at least settle into the job of head coach? Can you at least get comfortable with your newer job, and then after you're comfortable and get to a place where everything is running smooth, then maybe you can start calling plays. But head coaching is a lot more than just calling plays.
Look at this question, Shake. Look at this question by Jimmy. Thanks for the question. Is Frank Smith a good play caller? I would say no. I don't know if he's ever called plays. Maybe he has. I could be wrong. But Shake Money gave you one that was a Super Bowl play caller in Darrell Bevell. He was the offensive coordinator and play caller for the Seattle Seahawks when they went to the Super Bowl, correct?
Correct.
So even if it's not Frank Smith, Shake Money gave you one. But why is it that Mike McDaniel's still calling the plays? Could it be ego? I would say yes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe he picked up some habits from Shanahan. Who knows, man? You know what I mean? I look at Belichick's assistants, man, where they went to and became head coaches, man. Things didn't pan out for them. So maybe it's a habit he don't picked up from Shanahan.
And Fred, listen.
Go ahead.
And for me, Fred, listen, again, I don't want it to come off like I'm hating on Coach McDaniel. I like that actually he's calling the plays. It doesn't bother me. Again, it's just the hypocrisy, Fred, because I don't know how long you've been listening to these coming around YouTube or on Twitter. I know Cap for Life has been here a long time. I know Shake has been here a long time.
I'll be checking you guys out all the time, man.
They know what we went through for the past 2 years with Brian Flores. And again, this narrative that people painted about Brian Flores, he was negative, he was this, he was bad, he was ego.
I was right there for everything, Lou.
So
I heard it all,
so
man.
you know So why is it so bad when Brian Flores does it, right? Why was it so bad? And again, listen, I'm trying to be positive, but if we're going to start a real conversation, and again, I'm happy that Shake Money is doing this so we can
Yeah.
continue with this from this morning. But in my opinion, right, and this is where it's probably going to start the fire. The only reason that and this is me, I'm not speaking for nobody on this panel, just for me. The reason Brian Flores caught a bad rap is because we all know the relationship he had with our quarterback. And if that's why people hate him so much, because Mike McDaniel is showing the same amount of ego in his first year and he didn't win nothing. Bro, Brian Flores came into his third year with an ego after having 2 back-to-back winning seasons, something that a head coach of this organization hadn't done in the past 20 years. And people killed him for it. But Mike McDaniel
Lewis,
has
can
an
I
ego
can I
after
try
a
to give you another answer that maybe others hadn't thought of, but might be a little contrary to what you're thinking?
Absolutely, Color. This is what this is for. Right.
And by no means am I trying to defend Stephen Ross. Everybody knows how I feel about Stephen Ross. But you know, when it comes down to it, we can't say just yet whether McDaniel would be treated the way Flores was, given that the ego you're talking about has not had there hasn't been a situation arise yet where that ego has been turned on to the owner. And I think that's the difference, and that's what got Brian Flores kicked out of the building.
Actually,
I've maintained that from the beginning, that I think that this has nothing to do with Brian Flores' coaching performance. None of that. It had to do with a direct personal issue between Stephen Ross, who owns the team, and his driver.
Hey, by the way, that's what got
Brian
Adam
Flores.
Gase fired. That's what got Adam Gase fired too, by the way.
Right.
Who knows?
Hey,
I mean, I firmly believe it was, and this has always been my own imagination, obviously, as far as how things transpired. But I've always been able to imagine a situation where Brian Flores went into the room, right to Stephen Ross and said, "Look, you're not going to win nothing without me having full control." Ross says, "You know what? You're right, but it ain't going to be you." And fires him.
By the way, delusional Patriots fan, let me ask you this question: do you want Lamar Jackson on your team as the New England Patriot? What's up, Bone? How you doing, sir?
I want him on my shake. I don't know if that was a rhetorical. Nah, never mind. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Now, the root of that problem being the relationship between the quarterback and the coach. So I don't necessarily disagree with you, Lewis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And from that respect,
Here's our answer.
Flores wanted the ability to eject Tua out the building. And Ross had to make a choice.
So, Color, in your opinion, then, if that's all, if we all know, or if we all believe that's the case, when did the divide happen then? Because if it's my understanding, Chris Greer and Ross were both on board about getting Tua out of the building as well. It wasn't only a Brian Flores thing.
Again, I'm not going to speak for Brian Flores because I don't know what's in the man's mind, but it has to do with how I feel about Tua as well. I mean, maybe I'm making an appeal to authority, but the fact of it is, Brian Flores was likely off of Tua from day one.
Yeah.
No different than any other coaches off of any other player of any other position day one, if they are off of them. I mean, it don't matter why or what, but we could argue with each other about whether that's fair or not. But that argument has to go towards the guy who didn't believe in him. And I just don't believe that Brian Flores ever did.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
No different than the Arizona Cardinals were off of Josh Rosen day one.
Exactly.
But when we bring that up, we just get accused of comparing Tua to Josh Rosen or whatever, or thinking Josh Rosen is good or whatever. And they're not hearing the actual point of bringing up Josh Rosen. We had to imagine that it was sacrilege for an NFL team to get off of a first-round draft pick in year one when the Arizona Cardinals literally just did it to somebody. And nobody was crying for Josh Rosen.
And I can remember them years and 3 years ago, man. Like, Austin Jackson was a rookie with Miami. It wasn't no issues with him then. You know what I'm saying? He was Ryan Fitzpatrick left tackle. No issues with Austin Jackson then. None. Even Jesse Davis was mediocre, but he wasn't as bad as when we got another quarterback.
The year you're talking about, Fred, we put up 25 points a game.
Exactly, Color, man. Exactly, man. That offense seemed to be going. I mean, I remember we started like 1-3 or something like that. Then we beat up the Rams. Then went up to San Francisco, slapped them, and they set Fitzpatrick down. I was upset. I was upset from then.
So McDaniel, with all the stuff we brought in, the Tyreeks of the world, okay, McDaniel was able to accomplish getting us back to 24 points a game.
Oh yeah.
And we're not supposed to believe that we're supposed to believe that's a progression just because a whole bunch of yardage got blown up in between.
Yeah. But Color, I'm not going to kill McDaniel yet.
Me neither.
Because, like I said, man, he's first year head coach.
I told everybody I wanted him to have a 10-year contract because I'm tired of the revolving door.
Yeah. He's got a
I don't care if they hire Donald Duck, give him a 10-year contract.
Well, see, I don't agree with this comment right here. Flores wasn't. Was this it? No, this ain't it. It was this one. Flores couldn't coach up to or any other young player. Well, I'll ask you, was Durham Smythe young? Because Durham Smythe was a young, developing, good tight end, which Color has illustrated in the past. Because I know we talked about Durham Smythe last year, Color. Was Nick Needham a young and up-and-coming player?
Yeah, Lewis. Look at the secondary, bro. The secondary alone, he put his footprint on that, bro.
Nick Needham was a young and upcoming player. See, these are the kind of comment. Well,
Needham
was this year. Well, I'm saying
Trill,
Needham, Durham, Smythe, Trill, Williams. These are the comments right here, Cap, like that bothered me. Because people always say,
don't let it bother you, bro. You already know damn well where they're going with it.
Well, but they always say you're an apologist of Brian Flores because it's comments like that are just not true. They're just not true. The people tell people like me and Color and Cap for Life, well, get out of y'all's feelings. Well, why don't y'all do the same then?
Yeah, man. Look, you're going to tell me get out of my feelings over a situation that's 3 years older than Flores' situation. Let's be real.
Cap,
so check this out.
There you go, Color. Do it to him.
Check this out. Okay, this is Durham Smythe's season history right here, okay? And I want to point out this category right here. Catch percentage.
Which one?
Catch percentage. Okay? Now, obviously, the targets go up when Flores takes over, okay? And the catch percentage, maybe this is unfair because these are pretty low sample sizes, but these sample sizes are large enough, okay, to show, to be accurate where the percentages are accurate, especially when the yards per game goes up, or yards per game and yards per reception goes up. Okay, so
Color, not even that. Gesicki's numbers were minimum with Flores.
Right. Well, here's the thing. But here's the thing, Cap. Look, so 2018, Adam Gase, right? Adam Gase's last year, 2018.
Yeah,
correct?
Give or take.
Okay. 2019, tank year. And he was catching at a rate of 50 to 54%. Right?
Yeah.
2020, the year we were scoring 25 points a game, and he gets 29 targets, 26 receptions, 8 yards per reception, 2 touchdowns, 13 first downs, a long of 19, and 89.7 percent catch rate. Second year under or 2021, his third year under Flores, but second year where we're not tanking. 41 targets, 34 receptions, 357 yards, 10.5 yards per reception, 15 first downs, a long of 25, and an 82.9% catch rate.
What was that? His
So
second
you're
year?
basically saying for that 2-year span, you're basically saying that on 3rd and 10, Durham Smythe is 83% to get a first down.
Money.
Smythe,
He's money.
Smythe is a pocket knife, man. He's a rock. Smythe
Now,
is a
last
rock,
year,
man.
his targets went down to 20, 15
Everybody's
receptions,
good.
8.6 yards per reception, which all of this was done under our backup quarterbacks, by the way. You can look at it. Okay. And 75% catch rate. But nowhere does he come back to this 50% catch rate. My point, everybody's point here in bringing this up is career 76.5% catch rate, which is 10 points higher than Mike Gesicki's career catch rate. Sample size be damned.
Valid argument.
You know what I mean? Now, the argument to come back with Gesicki is that obviously Durham Smythe is not sort of your perfect route runner and doesn't have the whole tree like Gesicki could, you know, kind of like he's not that. I get it. You know what I mean? But when we're talking about we have no tight ends, come on, man. You know what I mean? Come on.
We had 6 tight ends on the roster
the
last
point of
year.
bringing all this up was to drive Lewis's point home to say Flores couldn't coach nobody up on offense.
Yeah.
That's just a false narrative.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of false narratives.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this 25-yard long for Durham Smythe in 2021, that was in the last game of the season against New England when Tua finally threaded a ball but over the linebacker's head and before the safety to Durham Smythe. With room to run.
I just want to point out, too, that Devontae Parker and Gesicki had their best statistical years under Brian Flores. Just saying.
Yep. But you
Yes,
can't
they did.
mention that, man.
They did.
You can't mention that. People will say you have an agenda if you mention that.
I'm just, you know, people can say whether that all those stats matter or not to their argument. I'm just pointing out that I think it's a little extreme for somebody to say that Lewis's take that Flores could coach up offensive players is not ridiculous. It's not.
Well, it's not ridiculous.
We're in another universe to think that.
Well, it's not. It's not ridiculous because what happens, Color, if Belichick brings the best and unlocks Parker and Gesicki in the same year, God forbid.
Right.
Then what the hell are we going to say?
Point, though, but to people's point, no, the stats don't prove anything. The stats are an illustration that the point was at least fair. Whether you agree with the point or not. Lewis gets hammered for the fairness of his points, not whether they actually agree or disagree. And that's what the stats are meant to back up. The fairness of what Lewis was saying. Not trying to prove anything. You know? That's all stats can do is illustrate. But to say that they serve no purpose is just being disingenuous. You know what I mean?
No. For the most part, man, I mean, people
like drawing
can't
a
argue.
picture. The stats is like showing a picture. You know, like,
Yeah,
hey, does the
you
picture
can break
look
down
like
stats.
maybe it colors the picture? I don't know.
No, I mean, you're coloring a great picture right there, man, when it comes to statistical categories with this team. But like if I were to bring up interceptions the past year, Is that me looking for an agenda, or is that just me being factual about the past interceptions we had last season were unacceptable? The number, I think it's 12 or 13. Is that an agenda? No, it's not an agenda. It's a fact. Egotistical is saying, yeah, I think we need to shut people up about the long ball. I think we solidified that, right? Going into a press conference, making it seem like you're throwing the long ball, and then you're losing everything else that got you in the NFL because you're trying to prove a point. I think that's egotistical as well.
This is ridiculous right here. And again, I'm sorry for just hopping back in here. But listen to this. I'm sorry, but Flores had every opportunity to bring in players like Tyreek, Chubb, and Jalen. First of all, no, he didn't, because Tyreek Hill wasn't available when Brian Flores was coaching. Neither was Bradley Chubb, and neither was Jalen Ramsey.
Well, hold on, Lewis. Here's the thing.
How would that be?
Right. Here's the thing, Lewis. If we were to bring in Derrick Henry right now, hold on. If we were going to be bringing Derrick Henry right now, let's say we did. What he just did there would basically be the same as blaming McDaniel for not getting Derrick Henry last year.
Hey, good point, caller.
Like, why couldn't we get him last year? Because
Exactly.
a lot of reasons.
Right.
That don't include whether the coach wanted to get him or not.
Exactly.
But hey, fellas, I just want to remind you one thing. Coming this season, as soon as the season starts,
Daddy loves you guys.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I had to press one. Go ahead.
Time it right.
Oh man.
Hey, y'all know, y'all do know that our schedule is brutal this year, right?
I don't want to hear that excuse, man. We say that every year. We say that every
Our
year.
schedule is brutal. The schedule is brutal next year. It is.
I get it, man, but I'm tired of hearing that, man. Just get the job done. If not, we're going to hear another year of a window year and another year of a window year. It's going to be 5 years before we hear that.
I'm sorry. With all the talent we added and the defensive coaching that we have, that's not an excuse, bro. Strength of schedule, in my opinion, only counts in college, bro.
You need to grab the goalpost, Jake. Grab the goalpost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're moving the goalpost, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in the strength of schedule anyway, neither, because at the end of the season, every season is different. We don't know. We could see playoff teams like the Giants were in the divisional round of the playoffs this year. Who knows if the Giants will even be good next year? You see what I'm saying? It's like they go by based on what the team has done previously in the last year, but every team changes just like we changed this year. I don't believe in strength of schedule. I'm kind of with Shake Money. You look at the
right, bitches.
from Byron Jones last year. You insert Jalen Ramsey. I mean, I don't want to hear. I know what you're trying to say, Fred, and I get it. But nah, man, with this roster, I just think this is the time. There's no excuses. I can't hear schedule.
Check. Okay, Lou. Let me run this by you, bro. Like coming down last year to the end of the season, it's like teams were picking up the offense and how to stop it and what they had to all they needed to focus on was like jamming the wide receivers and staying out of zone, because teams know that that's to a strength when teams play zone offense. Okay, man, what if these teams pick that up from the very beginning of the season, bro? You think he's upgraded from learning that than from last year, bro? I don't think so. I think he's going to be the same.
We better hope so. We better hope and pray he learned.
It's not.
Well, I think he'll be better, Fred. And I also think if you remember.
Hey Lou, hold on, Lou. What we need, man, is we're going to need a lot of off-script quarterbacking, bro. A lot of it. Ain't none of that. Just sit back there. Oh, okay, he ain't open. All right, I'll just throw it in there anyway, or throw it away. Man, we're gonna need some off-script play to get by,
But
man, next
you
year.
heard what Trent
For any
Sherfield said,
year,
Fred?
for any year, for that
You heard
matter.
what Trent Sherfield said, Fred? He said that this system is pretty
Who's that?
much you got to be at the right place at the right time. There ain't no scripted plays. If you're not there and the ball isn't there, then that's the system that we got. That's the scheme we're running. So we have no off script, plan B in case something goes wrong.
But the quarterback has to make that off script. Get out of there,
I
man,
agree. I agree.
and go find somebody. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, but it can't be like that because if you look at the West Coast system, you look at George Seifert and the 49ers. Joe Montana wasn't a mobile quarterback, though. He had this system. That was a rhythm-based
He was
timing offense.
Montana.
That's what they want, rhythm.
Montana wasn't a mobile quarterback, but Montana had a great offensive line, bro. Montana had a very good running game.
I get it, Fred, but that has nothing to do with you're saying off script from plays from the quarterback. Joe Montana wasn't giving you those off script. And I'm just saying, if you look at the scheme and what we do, this is a timing rhythm-based offense. I agree with you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think Coach McDaniel would be better. You look, bro, look what Jalen Hurts did in the Super Bowl, right? And again, I know Jalen Hurts is mobile, but I would just say that Tua is a better pocket passing quarterback than Jalen Hurts, right? Vic Fangio, when they brought him in for the Eagles, when they brought him in for the Super Bowl, he was teaching Jalen Hurts not so much about, he was helping him. What would you do against this defense? And I think listen, the second year under this offense with McDaniel, I think Tua will be better. And I do believe, for real, that Vic Fangio coming in will be able to help Tua. We'll be able to get in meeting rooms with Tua and say, hey, Tua, if you see this specific defense here, what would you need to do? And if Tua gives them a right answer, you keep moving forward. If Tua gives you an answer that maybe Vic Fangio doesn't like, then Vic Fangio could say, hey, Tua, no. Instead of doing that, if you see this defense or you see this defense aligned this way, this is how you should attack it. I do think Tua is going to keep progressing.
Hey, real quick. Hey, shout out to the University of Miami women's basketball team, man, for making it to the Elite Eight for the first time in program history. And good luck for the guys tonight, man, because that's the only thing right now making the city go wild right now is the U, man.
Good shit. Congratulations to them. Good shit.
That and we beat the Knicks.
Oh yeah.
I hope you're right, Lou, man. But like I said, man, like shit breaks down. Every offense breaks down a little, man, and you just got to show that you got a pair, man, and go outside of that and make something happen. It ain't even got to be a big thing, but just don't put the team and don't hurt the team when something is obvious. Like, look, get out of there, go do this, go slide, and get down. Common sense stuff. Common sense.
Yeah, man. I don't want to say it, but at the end of the day, be a game manager, bro. Don't F this up.
Exactly,
you got enough arsenal to not F this up. Just be a game manager. Let the defense do the job and bail your ass out like they always do.
Well, no. See, that's where we're wrong, Cap. We can't.
I'm being sarcastic, man. I want the offense to score 28, 35.
Yeah.
But until I see it, I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah. Listen, I think Tua, what he needs to do. And again, bro, he's never going to be Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. But I do think, and again, if he plays 17 games, I said it going into last year. If you only average, let's say 20, 25 yards a game, right, for Tua in the running game aspect, bro, that's like 400 plus yards of rushing totals that Tua can have. And again, think about it.
I'm good with that.
With the weapons like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle that are supposed to be stretching the field, right? Let's say Tua escapes the pocket, he sees green grass in front of him, and he picks up 11 yards. There's 11 there. You do it another time, you pick up another 7, there's 18. You're basically at 20 right there, right?
That's all I'm asking for.
If Tua, and again, that's what I'm saying, Fred, like, I agree with you. We've seen a little bit of that. He was able to do it in college. We've seen glimpses of him doing that. And I think this year out of any other year, I think he was healthy enough last year from the hip. But he's not Jalen Hurts.
pretty much is what you're
Well,
saying.
no. He's not Jalen Hurts. Listen, he's not going to – Tua's never going to run for 70, 80
No,
yards a game.
no, he's not.
But if
He's
Tua
not going to do right. He's
can be
not going to do
efficient,
that.
if Tua can be efficient, guys, and give us 265 yards a game, 270, right? 2 touchdowns
No picks.
and
No picks.
no 2 touchdowns, no picks, right? And give us 5 carries for 27 yards, right?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Off those 27 yards, it's converting 2 third and
A
4s or
touchdown.
third and 5s.
If you give me 27 yards converting into a run touchdown, I'll take it. Plus 295, I'll take it.
You don't even need a running touchdown, Cap.
Oh, I need it. I need it. This red zone offense sucks. I need to see more red zone production, bro.
Just keep the drive going. That's all I'm asking for.
If you keep the drive going, if 2 of those runs get you convert on 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5s, and that drive that he continued get you a touchdown, it doesn't matter if it comes from rushing or passing.
Let me ask you this, Lou.
On that.
Let me ask you this: out of all the issues we've had when it comes to like the team, we have no complaints when we score. I mean, when we drive 80 yards down the field. But let me ask you this: when we get in the red zone, what the hell is our problem that we can't score?
Well, I just think we don't have, especially this year, if you look at the roster as a
the play calling, if you ask me. The play calling.
Early construction, we just need a big body, I would say, receiver. That's where I think Coach McDaniel had more fault in the offensive play calling last year. Because again, inline blocking, okay, I get it, but you can't teach Mike Gesicki at 6'6", 250. You can't teach that height and jumping ability and his hands wise. And I just think we just didn't use him in the red zone, Cap. And again, unless it's like a trick play or a bubble screen here where the blocking's great, or if it's a jet sweep or something like that, Waddle and Tyreek, in my opinion, again, that's how you have to do this fan base because they get in their feelings. In my opinion, I'm not speaking for Cap, Fred, or Shake Money, but in my opinion, Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill are not really red zone threats, in my opinion.
I think Durham Smythe is our tallest receiver. If I'm not even joking around, is he?
Do something like that. They can do something like that.
No, but I'm saying as far as all the receivers and tight ends, is he the tallest guy?
Look,
I like that.
Eazy-E. I think Eazy-E is what, like 6'3"?
I'm not too sure. That's what I'm asking because I feel like all these guys we have are like 6'1", 6'2" at max.
Yeah, I think Shelby's like 6'2". Eazy-E's like 6'2", something like that. Yeah. Again, listen,
great crash about 6'3".
Yeah, I think this team again. I think this team is going to be better. People have been saying, Cap. They've been telling me that I'm flip flopping, and now I'm all this positive. Bro, what else do we have?
Hey, I'm positive too. What you talking about? If you flip, I'm flop.
No, I get it, Cap, and that's a Cap, and that's what we need to be, right? Because when we tore this thing down in 2019, we're not going to get better than what we are now. This is our window. Yep. This is our 2 to 3 year window to go get that championship. So why the fuck am I going to keep being negative, right? This is where this is the team. I wasn't going to get behind a team building in 2020 and 2021, right? But in 2023, when I look up and down the roster and I see Terron Armstead, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Ramsey, Bradley Chubb, when I now look at this team, now I'm all in.
Yeah, bro. But you know what, Lou? I refuse, and I hope all of you do the same. But I refuse to have force-fed narratives of me being told that it's a 2-year window. Nah. If you guys feel like we're the best of the best, we should win at the least, the AFC East with the amount of talent we have on this team that everybody feels is Super Bowl worthy.
Oh well, Cap. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you right now, Cap. Fuck the division. I think the division is already ours. If this team right here, and again, for the people that are saying, "Oh, Lewis is positive," trust me, you're gonna get the old rabid Dolphin back. I can promise you that. Because this team right now, fuck the running back, fuck the O-line if we don't make no other moves, which I still think we are. But currently, as of today,
we're gonna make more moves.
This team. Cap for life, this team should be in the AFC Championship game. No fucking excuses.
That's what I'm saying.
No
So I don't
excuses.
understand why we're hearing about, oh, if we don't do it this year, we have next year. No, we said the same exact thing 2 years ago.
I agree. I agree, Cap. I agree with you 100%. Listen, I'm going to be positive until the season starts. Week 1, if this team gives me any reason to be negative. If this team gives me any reason to be negative going into week 1 or after week 1, I'll be the first one being the Rabid Dolphin again. But, let's not make no mistakes about it, fellas. This team should be – fuck the division. I think the division – Buffalo's not better than us. I don't give a fuck what the Jets are doing. They're not better than us. And New England is not better than us. We are now the class of the AFC East. We will win this division. But for me, that's still not enough. I don't give a damn if we win the division, but we lose in the wild card weekend. For me, that would be a failure.
That's why I say minimum.
Yeah.
AFC
This team should be playing Bro, I've said it. Let me ask you guys a question, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Kansas City, the last 5 years, have been to 5 straight AFC championship games and 3 Super Bowl appearances, right? They are the number 1. They are where we want to be. They are the number 1 in the AFC. Name me who's the second team that's better than us. Show me a team in the AFC
with a similar streak, like a similar winning streak.
No. I'm saying, Cap, when you look at roster-wise, name me a better roster in the AFC better than mine.
It was Tennessee at one point, but they've gone to shit. I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. Right now, I'm talking about today, Cap.
The Bengals. Right now, I think the Bengals. The Bengals.
Okay. There's one. All right, Bengals. Who else?
I can't think of another team with a better roster, man. I can't. I honestly can't.
That's okay. So right there, Fred, let's go to Cap for Life, right? So Cap for Life has the Bengals. I'm not going to argue with Cap. Let's say they are. That still puts us the top 3 team in the AFC.
Yeah.
That puts us as the top 3. There's no reason that this team should be a 9-8 football team or a 10-6 football team. Listen, we got us 3 up here plus Shake Money. I know he didn't answer, but this is what I'm saying. If we can sit here as of today and we can say we have a top 3 team in the AFC, you think we're going to be okay with a wild card appearance? You think we're going to be okay with a 10-6 football team? No. This needs to be a 12-5, 13-4 football team with the AFC championship games in our mind. Anything else is a fucking failure.
Yeah. I'm expecting championship from this team, tell you the truth, man. I'm not settling for anything less, man. I'm not settling for no limp into the playoffs, no first round exit in the playoffs. None of that, man. I'm looking for at least a championship. I could take a championship loss. I could take that. But I can't take anything less than getting to that. Not with this roster, man. No.
Let me ask you this.
Shout out to the homie Concrete. If we are 9-8 this coming season, we better clean house and try again. Shout out to you, Concrete. I know I haven't talked to you in a while. I gotta be reaching out to Concrete. That's the homie. And I agree, Concrete. 9-8 for this football team would be unacceptable. I agree. But sorry, Cap for Life. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry I cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's straight. I was just like, I'm interested to see what Shake has to say, man, because it's like, I know he's observing at the same time, but I got to know where he stands on this.
I think Shake might be a little bit.
Okay, he probably stepped out. He probably stepped out. No, but yeah, man, I agree with you, man, because if you start thinking about it, Lou, if you start mentioning these type of elite teams, which we don't want to, because if we start getting to the point where we're talking top 5, it's going to be a toss-up between us and I hate to say it because these guys are always going to be linked, but it's going to be between us and the Chargers, always. Because right now, whether we like it or not, Buffalo got our number, so they would be ranked 4, and then that top 5 spot, that's up for grabs at this point. Unless you put Baltimore, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't think Baltimore scares us anymore. And see, this is Shout out to California. California has it 12 to 13 wins, just where I'm at. I don't know if this is El Capitan or Color or somebody that uses the TFTG label, but I'll just assume it's Cap. Cap says 12 wins should get us the AFC, and that's where I started at. There's no reason why this team should not be a 12-5 football team, a 13-4 football team. We've made all the right moves. Bro, when we tore this thing down, this is where we all envisioned ourselves being. We envisioned ourselves having Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb and Terran Armstead and the left-hand arm of God throwing passes. This is where we all wanted to be. So now, that's why when the people come at me and Cap, right? Oh, you guys are trying to be trolls. No. We're buying into all the bullshit you guys have been feeding us.
Yeah.
Because now we can fucking see what the fuck y'all been trying to preach. In 2021, we weren't built like this. In 2020, we were not built like this when everybody had all this hope and belief and faith. But now, going into 2023, now the Rabid Dolphin is a believer. So go, goddammit it, go and prove it and earn it and show me.
Yeah.
And I don't see why this team can't, man. I'm sorry, fellas. Maybe I'm just too positive, but again, I think this team has everything that it needs to win a Super Bowl, or at least be competitive and playing. There's no more of these. 9-8, we're squeaking into the playoffs. No.
Look,
Get me 13
let me tell you
wins
like this.
and go
Everything
win
you're
the
saying right now, what you're saying is dead on. What you're saying is correct. At the end of the day, we all need to put into account too that it has worked for Chris Greer so far with establishing a defensive front, with establishing a wide receiving core, with establishing a quarterback, a secondary that's coming into play. Like, you cannot say, okay, Chris Greer has not done his job. Yeah, fine, you're doing your job, but you need to complete the job. You know you're weak at running back. You know you're weak at line when it comes to your career with this team and this tenure with this team. You've had issues getting running backs and getting linemen. Kill that narrative. Once you kill that narrative, this team, I believe, will be at full force. But right now, I mean, we should be good enough, like Lou says, to compete.
I know I may ruffle some feathers with this man, and people be like, who the fuck is Fred? Who the fuck is Fred? But if you ask me, man, this team is not complete. It's not complete, man. Not to me. Not to me, man.
Well, Fred, Fred, let me stop you right there, Fred, and I'm going to give you the floor. But if you say that this team right now is incomplete, and in your opinion, because this is all it is, Fred, it's just people's opinion. So in your opinion, what is this team missing, Fred, for you to be sitting at your home and saying, God damn it, my team is complete? What do you need to see?
To complete this team to me, man, is a real good quarterback. I'm sorry. Because that's what seems that's been holding this team back the last at least 2 years. I'm sorry. It is what it is, man.
Okay, but let's say though hypothetically, like what you're saying, okay, it sounds like, yeah, okay, we could with another quarterback, but with the hand you dealt with right now, let's say the quarterback is not in play, Fred.
Okay,
let's say the quarterback is not in play. Besides the quarterback, what else would you want?
Hold on. With a good quarterback, you don't need to go get no real special offensive line. You ain't got to pay a whole bunch of money for an all-star offensive line. You know what I'm saying? A good quarterback can make a good offensive line work. That's what it is. That's what it is with me.
Amicus, don't be trying to call me out, bro. Don't be letting out the secrets, man. That goddamn Buffalo Bill fans in here letting out secrets.
And you know what bothers me?
Is there any way you could drop the link, Lewis? I'm trying to figure out how to drop the link here.
I would shake, but I'm not even at my computer. As you can see, bro, I'm still at my road. I'm actually at a True Leaf now.
Hey,
I
Lou.
don't know if
Hey,
Color's
Lou.
in the back. I'll send out a text to see if we can get the link dropped.
Hey, Lou.
What color at? Color's not there?
Because it's not letting me do it over the phone shake for some reason. But
Hey, Lou,
I'll
you
get
know,
with somebody. We'll drop the link, fellas. We'll get the link out there. But go ahead, Fred. Sorry.
you know what bothers me, Lou? It's like I got a couple dudes I know, some friends, they Patriots and Jets fans and Bills fans. You know what I'm saying? What
Fred,
kills
answer
me,
the question, Fred.
what kills me and bothers me is when they say, man, y'all should keep
You're a
to
fool,
it.
Scott.
Y'all should
You're
keep
a
to
fool,
it.
man.
That bothers me.
Fred,
Bothers me
answer the
when they say,
question. Besides the
what?
quarterback, what else would you want besides the quarterback? What else would you want as a position of need?
Man, I'm gonna tell you the truth. That's my main concern. I'm good with all the other additions. I'm real good with them. But if you want to solidify this team, go get a real quarterback. I'm good with bringing the running backs back. I'm good with Waddle and Tyreek, although I don't think you should force feed them as much. The tight end position, I think ain't as bad as people make it out to be right now. The defense, I mean, with your quarterback putting up points, putting long drives together, keeps them fresh. And you know what I'm saying? And it just turns off the defense. It just turns over to what the defense can do better when you putting up points and getting good quarterback play. I think a lot of things gel off of the quarterback playing, man. And I think a lot of guys look bad when your quarterback is bad. That's my point. That's my point on the whole team.
Look okay, Fred, and I get it. And listen, if I'm going to be honest, those are legitimate concerns. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I would just ask you this, Fred: is there anything that Tua can do? Because when I was bringing up if Tua kind of
there's something he can do, Lou. What he can do for me, man, is like when it ain't there. I know it's your time and route. I know that. But this linebacker's going to drop back on you. Okay, man. Pick that up quicker. Read that quicker. All right, get out of there, man. Go get me 4 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards. Come on, man. Come on. Don't take that sack. We don't need that right now. We can't take that right now. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Get out of there, man. Show me that you got a little bit of mobility, man. Go get us 4 yards. Like you said, Lou, 25 yards a game. I'm real good with that. As a matter of fact, pick up them 4 yards. Keep the drive going. You know what I'm saying, Lou? Don't just stall the drive, man, because you couldn't get 2 yards to it. Because you knew that pass wasn't going to be there, but you threw it anyway. All I needed was 2 yards, bro. Come on, man. Don't kill the drive like that. Not at this point in the game. That's all I'm asking. And you don't even have to be a superstar quarterback to do that little thing. Nah.
I mean, I listen. I hear you. I just think that second year in this offense, I strongly believe that Tua. Listen, if we're gonna be honest, and I think Fred, you would agree with this as well. Maybe Tua might not be our cup of tea. It might not be the quarterback that we all might not want. But facts of the matter is, if I'm going to be 100% honest, I didn't think Tua could do what Tua did last year. I was one of the ones that you can ask everybody in this community, Fred, and you said you were here, so you probably heard a lot of my rants. I didn't think he could do what he did last year. And from going to what we seen his first 2 years in the league, bro, there's no denying that when we were 8-3 going into San Francisco, he was an MVP candidate.
Yeah, he was, man.
He did that. He put good enough film on the field.
Right? Hey Lou, he had me sold, bro. Those 3 weeks, I was like, oh, Tua doing his thing. Oh yeah, he the dude.
Well, but that's what I'm
He what
saying.
we need.
So that's what I'm saying. Don't you think that he can build on that and barring any injury, right? Because that's the only thing that really concerns me now with Tua is the injury aspect. But again, listen, we know San Francisco game was bad, Fred. We know that the Charger game was bad. We know there were certain bad games like Green Bay second half. That was a bad game for Tua. But if
You know,
Tua
not only
plays
that, it was some bad games from Tua in Pittsburgh. Some bad games from
Pittsburgh. There's another.
in Houston.
Fred, but let me ask you this. Fred, let me ask you this. If Tua plays 17 games, right? Let's say he plays a full season, 17. And let's say he gives you 13 elite games, right? Elite games where he's playing elite. Can't you live with 3 or 4 bad games?
Oh, yeah, I could then, yeah.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So that's what we're talking about. Look, I just mentioned 49er game, bad. Chargers, bad. Green Bay second half, horrible. Pittsburgh, I agree with you. Bad game. There's 4. But if Tua plays 17, and I think that's what we're all banking on, if he plays a full 17 games and he only gives you 4 crappers out of those 17, I think everybody in this fan base can live with that.
I can live with
that.
You
see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
I can live with
that. And I think that's what we just got to build on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think, and again, for concrete, the link's been dropped. And for anybody else that wants to get into this great conversation, the link is in here. So we got Anthony Mazzano. I just see.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's good, Anthony?
What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Lewis. I never got your guys' answer to the question I posted in the chat. Well, do you guys? For me, I think it's a sunk cost with that tooling on with Tua specifically because they don't want to admit the kid is not as great as they think he is. Like you're saying, the left arm of God. They don't want to admit that they're wrong in the evaluation, and it's a sunk cost. So,
but maybe they think he's not. But Anthony, I'm just saying, maybe they really do think. And again, I'm not saying that they're right if they do think this. This is not what I'm saying.
It's
but
delusional.
Maybe it's a delusional to us as fans. But maybe the organization really does believe in them. Maybe they do.
No, I'm talking about the fan base. I'm not talking about the organization. I'm not talking about.
But Anthony, see right there, I'm not worried about what the fan base, because at the end of the day, bro, if the fan base got what they wanted, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? The fan base, at the end of the day, we can come up here and we can cry and we can scream and we can do whatever, right? But at the end of the day, the facts are me, you, KP, that just came in the building. Shout out to the homie KP. I see you in here. None of us can make no changes in the organization. And I'm just saying, maybe to your point, I think the fan base, there's going to be 2 haters, there's going to be 2 lovers. But I'm just talking about Chris Greer, Stephen Ross, Mike McDaniel. I think this year more than any other year, I do believe they do believe in Tua. Whether we like it or not, they are going to move forward with this kid. They are building around him, and they are going to see if what everybody said was right. If you build an Alabama atmosphere, if you get a track star team around him, if you get him, everything that he needs or he wants, they strongly believe that he could be successful. So again, bro, that's all I can do. But I want to welcome KP because I know KP just got in here. What's good, KP?
Yo, Lewis. Yeah, man. Well, if that's what the team believes after the trend of 0-4 in his last 4 starts, ending in a concussion, then throw out everybody. Throw out everybody if it doesn't work, because that would be an inexcusable mistake for Greer and everybody in this front office.
Right,
because 0-4 is a fact. That is the reality that ended in a concussion, right? He was solved. He was figured out. Now, I know I haven't been on these shows for weeks now. I've been on a little bit of a Dolphins detox, but partially it's because I'm pissed. I'm pissed that this team continues to put crap in front of us and tell us it's chow mein. You see what I mean? When it comes to this Dolphin team, man. Listen, Tua, in order for us to be successful, Tua's going to have to
Preach, my
stop
brother. Preach.
being the kid. He's going to have to stop being the kid. He's going to have to grow up and be the man. He's going to have to grow up, make audibles, make adjustments. Like you were saying earlier, Fred, convert those tough third downs, make those passes when we need it, like he did in the Baltimore game. You know, like he did in the second half of that Baltimore game. We need that Tua. We need a Tua that's going to mature and grow up. And yes, it is all about the quarterback at this point, because what more can a team do?
Exactly.
Than what we've done to support.
Well,
I mean,
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you, KP. I'm not saying that I disagree with you, and I'm glad to see you back in the Dolphin community. I hope everything was well. And
oh yeah, everything's been lovely, man. I'm taking the kids on college tours. I just been on a Dolphins detox, man. You know,
I hear you. Well, let me ask you this, KP. I'll ask you the same question I asked Fred then, because Fred said that his only doubt in this football team is a quarterback. Obviously, you have your concerns as well. In your estimation, KP, what does Tua have to prove to you this season? What does he have to show you for you to be a believer in not only him but this football team, KP?
Well, there are a bunch of different areas, man. Number one, health, and I know that's probably not in his control as much, but he's got to show a certain level of toughness to play through things, to be the man that we can rely on in tough situations. He's got to, a lot of times in football, when you see your teammate take a hit and get back in the game, that instills confidence in the whole team, right? We can't be a team constantly worried about this man's fragility, number one. Number two, he has to show the kind of moxie, right? Where in a tough situation, he says, fuck the coach's call, man. Be running this, and it'd be successful. And it'd be successful. You see what I'm saying? He's got to own the team. We need not a guy who's cool with everybody on the team. We need the man. The quarterback of every team is the man. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. And what makes the situation so glaring is that over the last 2-3 seasons, we have passed up on opportunities to get that guy. And those guys have been, the latest is Aaron Rodgers wanting to be on the team. Before that, Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson, naming it. These are official quarterbacks that nobody can doubt, right? And this team has gone all in behind Tua. So if it doesn't work out, fuck Greer, fuck the team, organization. I've had it up to here. I'm 47 years old, man. I don't got no more time to waste on another 7-year experimental run with somebody's fragile ego and bones. F all y'all touring on who don't freaking understand that kind of a pain. If I sound like I'm salty, I'm in pain, it's because I'm salty and in pain, goddammit. I want my Dolphins team to win. F you in your 7-year plan.
I feel you, KP.
I'm back.
Bang, bang.
No. And
Bang,
Lewis,
bang.
I said this in the chat.
That's
KP,
inspiration
Fred,
right there.
Lewis, I said this in the chat. To me, in order for the Dolphins to win the AFC, they need to win 13, 14 games. 12 is not going to do it to win the AFC, to be honest. Maybe to get the 3rd or 4th seed with home field advantage, but not the first seed in the draft.
Who do you think? But Anthony, Anthony, who do you think? Anthony, who do you think in the AFC is going to have more than 12 wins, though?
The Chiefs and the Bengals.
Okay, I could see Chiefs and Bengals, but that would put Miami.
Maybe the Chargers.
No. Again, listen.
I could see the Bills.
I think that division. I think that division with Kansas City, the Chargers, Denver. Listen, Sean Payton, I think is going to work wonders for Denver. I don't think Denver's going to be the shit show they were last year. I think they bounce back. I think that division is going to be a lot tougher. What we thought that division was going to be last year, I think that's what it will turn out to be. I do think Kansas City still wins that division, but I think Kansas City might be an 11-win, 12-win team. Right? Let's say Cincinnati gets 11 or 12 wins. Man, if Miami gets 11 or 12 wins, depending on, if you're winning more AFC games than NFC games and stuff. Again, I do think 12 wins puts you right there to your point, Anthony. I think 12 wins does get you at least a top seed in the AFC. And
but again, not the number 1 seed for me. I think.
Again, Anthony, but let's say you're the number 3 seed. It doesn't matter. That probably means you're winning the division. That means you're at least hosting the wild card weekend at home. More than likely, you might be playing depending where your seating is or whatever, you're probably playing the second round of the playoffs in Miami. You see what I'm saying? So if that's the case, and you're telling me there's no injuries and we have 2 out of the 3 playoff games at home, there's no reason Miami shouldn't be in the AFC Championship game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, yeah, I see what you're saying, but to me, what worries me, what Fred said earlier, Tua's track record, the last 2 seasons, late in the season with the trying to get into the playoffs hasn't worked out. He's froze up in those games, and I don't think that's gonna. For me, I fear that's not gonna improve with him.
You're
That's
right,
gonna be
Anthony.
one of the limitations of him. He's
No.
gonna
What
do
this
well
organization
the
has
first half of the
done, though.
season.
Go
Hey,
ahead, Anthony. I'm sorry to cut you off, bro.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what?
but what I fear is that's the one thing that's not going to be fixed with Tua. I think he's just a first half of the season quarterback, but once he gets into the later season trying to compete for a playoff spot, he's not going to do well and stuff like that.
Well, see,
Like
that is the sad thing about what the organization has done as it stands right now. We are poised for Tua to take that step. If he can, then everything the Dolphins have done will fall in place. I have strong doubts, though, that he can make that kind of a step. I don't think he has it in him. That's just one man's opinion, right? But
Hey, I'll be
as
right
it
back.
stands, Anthony, the team is poised for Tua to be that guy and to take that jump. We saw, and to his credit, we saw it at times last season. We saw it at the end of the Baltimore game. I saw a certain kind of grittiness even in that second Buffalo game when in the cold, right? So I don't want to totally bash the kid, right? But the problem is that he's a 5th-round draft pick. A lot of this should have come with with the pedigree that he was supposed to have brought in. And we're still waiting to see him move into those shoes. If he can, then we should be in good shape going forward.
And KP, you said the Aaron Rodgers. You bring up the guys in free agency that we've missed on. Don't forget the quarterbacks we've missed on in the draft: Herbert,
Correct.
Burrow,
Correct.
Andrew Luck, Matt Ryan,
Correct.
stuff like that.
Yes.
Over this, Chris Greer has been in the franchise for 20 years. How is it that he was a head scout for the franchise and he can't be a great scout as a GM?
Hey, you forgot Drew Brees too, man.
Yeah, Drew Brees.
There's a lot riding on Tua. Listen, if Tua doesn't work out, then a lot of Greer's decisions will be deemed unforgivable at that point. And I don't say this with any joy because I want to see the brother be successful, right?
Me too.
And go down as a great GM. And I can see how it can be that way. That can be the narrative if Tua steps up and becomes the guy that we drafted in terms of pedigree and expectation. Well, I just have some doubts about whether he can fulfill that role.
No,
well, Anthony, let me say something real quick. Anthony, hold on. Anthony, hold on. One thing you got to realize too is I understand what you're saying about Chris Greer when he's a head scout. The thing about it is the difference between a head scout and the GM is when you're a head scout, that's all you do is scout players.
No, he was the head of the personnel department.
No, he was the head of. You said the head scout when he was the head scout, right? That's all you did was scout players. When now that he's a GM, he has to also worry about free agents and other things like that. So he can't. He has to depend on the guys that he hires as scouts to do the job because he can't really have time to evaluate like he used to when he was a head scout. That's the difference between him now, him being a GM and him being a head scout. He can still scout, but he doesn't have the time to scout like he used to.
But Shake, I have a question for you. I thought the point of an elite GM though is he's able to do everything. Though.
I mean,
yeah, but every GM has his strengths. Some are going to be, according to Greer's background, he should have scouting as one of his strengths that he brings to the table, right? Mm-hmm. Other guys might be better on the player management, contracts, etc. And a GM is supposed to have all of those skills, right? But I think I'm with you there, Anthony. I think that there's been a hole in our scouting department in terms of talent evaluation when it comes to the quarterback position, and it's been there for a long time. I don't know if that's fair to pin totally on Greer for the last 20 years, but he has been at the scene of the crime. That is for sure.
No,
And
and this is why
KP,
and this is why I said to me, what scares me about this is some of the fan base has too much faith in Greer scouting and stuff like that, and
that's only because they love Tua. That's it's their love of Tua that gives them the faith in Greer. If it's any other player, they would have they wouldn't have so many people as confident with Greer.
Guys, how long would this have lasted if we drafted a guy like Justin Herbert?
Right. Yeah, that's another glaring mistake, in my opinion.
By the way, California, Anthony, you're his news besties. By the way.
Yeah, thank you, California. Yeah, no. And with the older guys on the panel, you guys have seen the success with the Dolphins.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I'm in my 30s. I haven't seen the lack of success. I have seen lack of success and lack of consistency with this franchise. At least with you guys, you've seen a modicum of playoff success with Marino in the 80s and 90s and stuff like that. I haven't in the 2000s.
More than success, we saw excellence.
Yeah,
we saw excellence. We saw Hall of Fame level quarterback play in Dan Marino. And listen, I was a kid when that started. I was 10 years old when that started, right? But seeing that allows me to look at what we've had since Marino, and informs me that we have failed drastically at putting the right person in position. More than 20 years now. We're going on 30 years now since Marino's left, and that's tragic for Dolphins fans, because it starts with a guy at the quarterback position that you can build a team around. Now this team is pretending that Tua is that guy. They're pretending that he's that guy and ignoring obvious red alerts, obvious, danger, danger, danger. He can't stay healthy. Danger, danger. When you need him to make a winning play, he doesn't do it. We're ignoring these signs. We're showing faith we're showing blind faith in this guy at this point. And
I said this. It's a sunk cost with his fan base. They don't want to admit that they're wrong in his scouting and evaluation, so that they're so invested in him that they don't want to admit they're wrong, and that's a scary part of.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
That's the scary part of. That's KP. That's the scary part of about our fan base.
Yeah. It's an aggravating part about a fan base. But look, it is true that it takes some players longer to develop. That is true within a system, right? And I think to a large part, that's what Greer is counting on. That second year, like Lewis was explaining, in McDaniel's system, we're going to see that kind of growth, that kind of maturity in the young man. But again, it's a gamble. I mean, any objective observer at this point would have to, have to at least admit that it is a gamble at this point. More than a certainty.
What's sad?
It's a gamble.
Dude, yeah. I've been called a Dolphins hater for saying that criticizing Tua. I'm not a Dolphins fan.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's painful.
But you know what? You know what bothers me even more, man? Like I have friends that are Patriots, Jets, and Bills fans. It really bothers me, man, when these guys say, man, y'all should keep to it. Y'all should keep to it. Because I know they clowning me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Jets fans are the last people.
I know they clowning me.
It's my quarterback.
Fred, the Jets fans are the last people to be bragging about the quarterback position. They've been waiting longer than us since Namath, so they should be the last ones talking.
Hey, man. Hey, that just eats me.
Stupid or something? Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
No, and I'm in enemy territory here on the West Coast and stuff like where I live in the West Coast. I live around Jets, Patriots, and Giants fans,
And
and
I'm on the East Coast. I'm on the East Coast,
Listen,
man.
I just sat down with some Washington Commanders fans over this past weekend when I was in DC, and I think what happens with Tua is that he was the man, right? Nobody could argue that he wasn't the man at one of his most high-profile college teams and had a storied college career. And because these guys don't see the Dolphins day in and day out like we do, that reputation has carried, right? So there's an element among the national NFL fan base that gives Tua more credit than us, who have seen him at a much more close level over time, you know? And they're trying to tell me that, you know, you need to give him time. He's the guy. And I'm like, man, you guys might as well join Tua. Or I was like, man, why don't you trade for him then? You know what I'm saying? Come take him. Shit.
I didn't follow his career at Alabama, man. Like, I didn't even watch college football too much, man. Like, over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
But did Tua start 4 years in Alabama?
No. I think he was there for 3 years. Yeah.
3 years.
But he took out Jalen Hurts. They benched Jalen Hurts, put Tua in, and then Clemson beat him in that first year. And, he was kind of figured out in that Clemson national championship. And then I think he won the national championship that next year. Or was that the year he was hurt, Shake? I don't know. Maybe you.
Yeah. He played Clemson, lost that game. And then his junior year, he was hurt. And then, because remember, he was contemplating if he was going to play his senior year.
Yeah. Oh, wow. But there was so much hype. He had one of the most hyped college careers at the quarterback position. There was so much hype about his performance at the college level that gave him a reputation that in this social media age that, I think it's just seduced a lot of these Tua Dolphin fans to the point where they believe in the hype. They believe in the legend of Tua and they're incapable of making an objective analysis of Tua in the NFL. They don't understand that it's a totally different universe, a totally different ball game. NFL success is not guaranteed to anybody based on pedigree. You have to come in here and deal, and
So his college career wasn't all that, other than his fans and
he had big games, big throws.
So they pass up, and he was hurt. I know that. Okay, the hip got knocked out. So this goes back to the organization. Okay,
right?
You pass on Herbert. For this guy,
bigger, more talented guy who had more NFL tools.
Who didn't play 4 years and was hurt for 2 years in Alabama, you might as well say. And you pass up Herbert for a hurt quarterback.
Right.
Who's really just had one good game at the championship game. Is that what else that put him on the map?
Yeah. If this all fails, man, our organization must answer some hard questions, Fred. You're 100% right, dude. This shines a glaring light on our organization and the types of decisions they make at the most important position in the league. You're framing it exactly the right way, Fred.
Wow.
Wow. But hey, I would love to be proven wrong, man.
Yeah, I'm always waiting for him.
Yeah, I agree.
To prove me wrong and be like, Fred, you ain't know what the fuck you was talking about. I told you I was a quarterback. I won't even do that.
KP, what are two things that you got to see from Tua to prove you wrong?
Man, I need to see that late. First of all, availability. I need to see 17 games. Or give me 15 at least, right? But nothing, no drama with concussion. The next concussion will probably be the young man's last, and that's sad, Also, aside from availability, though, I need to see that late season success. I need to see a guy in the late season who is capable of showing the type of moxie it's going to take. Like when you talk about Joe Burrow, right? There's no
Yeah.
question that the man brings NFL moxie to the position,
Yeah.
right? And that's what makes him
Exactly, man.
great. That's what makes him
Hardy?
great.
Long time no here, man. You're just up
Hey,
here cooking,
hey,
bro.
good to hear you too, Color, man. Hey,
And you know what? AKP, man. Them Bengals, them cats go to war for that dude, man. You feel
yeah,
what I'm saying?
because they know if
Shake.
they give
War
him
for that
half
dude.
Fred, they know if they give him half a second more, Burrow gonna make that play. He's gonna
Exactly,
hit
man.
that
Shake, that
receiver,
time I
and they're
was
gonna
telling
win.
you about pre-show has come for me, so I'm gonna jump out for just a second and go take care of what I got to.
And before you leave, just drop the link one more time, please.
Sure. And everybody, make sure you're on your best behavior. Don't make it hard for Shake, and make sure you're liking and sharing and subscribing. Hit your notification bell.
Always
There's
have
a
fun with
link,
Shake's panel, man. It's
and I will
always
return
always
shortly,
fun.
Shake.
It's always fun with Shake's
So
panel.
yeah, Shake. Number one would be availability, bro, and then number two would be, winning plays when it counts. Those are the two areas I want to see from Tua. I don't give a damn about stat accumulation. You should accumulate stats with the kind of talent we put around him, like he did last season, right? And I would argue that our backups accumulated good stats too in most games as well. So the stat accumulation is a mirage. I think too many of the Tua supporters, use stats to buoy their confidence in him. There's been, and I don't buy all that. It's like Jeff George. Jeff George had great stats too, right?
What's funny is Color was reading something about concussions, and the article he read was saying that first concussion that Tua had, you have a certain amount of window to let it heal, and if you don't let it heal, the concussions will come a lot easier.
Right.
So being that he is months removed from this concussion, maybe he just needed time. One thing about concussions people don't realize, it's not like rehabbing. You can't rehab a concussion.
It's a time thing.
And Shake, I heard somewhere, man, that concussions aren't always, a bang, you know what I'm saying? Like, boom, you get hit or something like that, fall, hit your head, something like that. But I hear like the brain rattles inside the skull from when you run, Shake.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Let's say, for instance, you had a tear in your knee, right?
Yeah.
You have a certain amount of time to let it heal. But if you walk on it funny, the same, normally you wouldn't tear a muscle walking a certain way, but if you walk on it while you're trying to heal, the more likely it's going to rip again. And that's what the concussion was. He didn't allow the concussion to heal properly. So now anything set off that concussion.
Well, I think that's why the team enforced. That's why the team enforced the action that we saw at the end of the season, where they didn't allow him to play in the Pro Bowl and all that kind of stuff. Right? They wanted to fit that window of time, but still, regardless of the health consequences that another concussion would mean, I think just from a PR standpoint, I don't know if the Dolphins could afford to put him back out on the field if he suffered another concussion. I don't think the NFL would even allow that, because the kind of criticism that NFL has gotten and continues to get over its treatment of the players, I don't think that's a storm that they can win again with Tua. We're facing another concussion at a high-profile position. And again, I hope it does not happen to him.
Why would they still mess with him in the first place then? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. It'd be hard to put him back out on the field and put him at risk for a fifth concussion or a fourth concussion at that point. And
if you look at Jalen Phillips, he had 4 in 1 year. He literally took a year off, and he doesn't have concussions anymore. And they bang up front, so
it's possible that the concussion thing was just.
And Jalen Phillips is also 6'5", 270, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but height doesn't have nothing to do with concussion, bro.
Yeah, size.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, like, he's a bigger body dude, man. And
I'm just saying, though, his brain, he took a year off and his brain healed. Like for instance,
Okay.
in and fighting, you can only fight twice a year, and that's for a reason, bro. You can
Well,
only fight two times a year.
Shay, I don't think nothing heals 100% once it's hurt or broken.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what it is.
So why is Jalen Phillips not getting any more concussions like he was getting? As a matter of fact, he retired from football for a while.
Yeah, he
Okay,
did.
well, for one,
then he realized he wasn't getting the type of ass that he was getting not playing football, so he ain't playing football.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
You know, money.
Yeah, sure. I'll play.
And then he's not taking as you would say, like I didn't know that hit was coming. Hit, you know what I'm saying, Shay? Because that's what really concusses you, from a hit from out of nowhere. You didn't even expect.
Well, Fred, hopefully the jiu-jitsu will work. Hopefully all that jiu-jitsu training.
Come on, man. Come on, KP. Come on, KP. Jiu-jitsu. I can't. You know what? I'm gonna tell you like this now. Years ago, I used to think that the Lions had a running back. You probably know about this. Okay. Billy Sims.
Oh yeah, Billy Sims.
And every time,
back-to-back Heisman winner. Yeah.
And when the DBs would come up to tackle him, KP, he'd jump in the air and give a karate kick. Yeah. So maybe Tua can pick up something from that, bro.
That's a different generation. That's a different generation of football players back in them days, man.
Yeah.
Earl Campbell, John Riggins, those guys, man. They couldn't spell concussion. You know what I'm saying? What was a concussion?
Here we go with the karate thing, man. Oh my
Craig
God.
Ironhead Hayward. Remember him, Craig Ironhead Hayward?
Yeah, man. Yeah, when I've heard about this judo thing, man, you know what? I was like, that's it with me with this dude, man. Nothing against him, but I've never heard of that.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to give a shout out to Adam Sadowski. He gifted Anthony Manzano a free membership. Shout out to Adam Sadowski for gifting the membership. Yeah, he gifted. It's a new thing they're doing. They're gifting memberships. So shout out to Adam Sadowski, man. You gifted Anthony Manzano a membership.
Yeah, big up Adam Sadowski. Let me tell you, man, Anthony is a good guy, man. Anthony cares about the Dolphins. I don't care what you want to say about Anthony. It's obvious that guy cares about the success of the team. And that's what I love about the kid, man. So big up to you, Anthony.
Yeah, for sure.
Welcome to the club, bro. Welcome to the club, FTG.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, at the end of the day, man, we all see things through different lenses. And
sure.
We live in a society where there are certain things that not everybody lives by the same definition. What you think is good, I might think is bad. What you think is right, I might think is wrong. So at the end of the day, what you think is good for the Dolphins, you might think it's bad for the Dolphins. But at the end of the day, we could just agree to disagree, and we need to be civil towards one another, man.
Absolutely.
Haven't we been civil, Shay?
No, I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking to nobody up in here. By the way, man, Sal is a big fan of yours. He's saying you spit knowledge. I have a question though, Fred. Is that your burner account? Be honest.
Is what?
No. Is Sal your burner account? No,
burner account.
Are you Sal?
Yeah, he's giving you all these compliments. So no.
That'd be smart, man, to have an alter ego that's a different ethnic group. Yeah, man. Hey.
Hey,
I'm gonna come back as Boris.
Like, look, man, don't get me wrong about Tua. You know, I love him as a person, man. I love everybody, man. You know, I don't got nothing. I don't have anything against Tua personally, man.
I don't got nothing. I got zero against Tua the person. His family, everything is positive.
I just want to see the Dolphins win, Shay.
Yeah.
I've been a Dolphins fan since I was, since I was 13, man. I'm 58 now, you know.
Mm-hmm.
My first electric football field came with the Dolphins with the little plastic mitt.
Hey,
Listen, that's what
That's
a
what,
lot of younger fans don't understand about us, man.
yeah,
We have
that's when
seen
I started
Marino.
liking him, Jay.
After seeing Marino, you cannot look at Tua, despite his successes last season, and put them in the same category. In many ways, it's like mirrors the LeBron MJ debate in a sense. A lot of guys want to say LBJ is the greatest basketball player. When you say that, you just tell me you never saw Michael Jordan play live. You know what I'm saying? That's all
Yeah.
you're telling me at that point. And the same thing here with Tua. Tua is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. That just tells me you didn't see how good Marino was, and the fact that Marino didn't win one should tell you about how tough it is in this league to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
by the way, and you can make the case when somebody says Michael Jordan is the greatest. People are like, "Well, you didn't see Dr. J play."
Yeah, or Bill Russell. I just saw Kareem make
Good
that
point.
quote
Good point, Jay. Good point.
yesterday. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar just said the same thing you just said. He said that just tells me you didn't see Bill Russell. People don't understand how great Bill Russell was, and I didn't see him play. But I respect Kareem.
So like I can understand like the younger generation, man, and their thing with
But
Tua.
see-
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. But
Right, but
I've
see, that's
watched
the
a lot
thing.
of.
You saw what I
I've
just said,
watched
though. I
a lot.
said I didn't see it, right? But I gotta respect Kareem. I gotta respect that argument. What Tua doesn't do is say, I respect you and your opinion of Tua. They call you Wolfpack. They call you hater. They call you not a Dolphins fan. You see, that's not the same thing.
By the way,
you know
S.
what?
Harris, what do you got? S. Harris says y'all always want a quarterback who doesn't win on teams that's better than ours. Can you be a little more specific on the team, the quarterback?
Yeah,
situation,
hey,
please?
S. Harris, it ain't that complicated, buddy. We want a winner at quarterback. Okay?
Yeah.
Period. Go speak your physics and algorithms somewhere else. Don't talk to reason about that crap. You know what I'm saying? Don't make
You know what?
excuses with them other guys who want to get hired by the Dolphins organization.
I
Who want to get a contract. I love you, Steve Harris, but cut the bullshit. It ain't that complicated. We want a winner.
I'm gonna tell you, I think it was what's his name? Somebody 83 was CP 83, whatever.
Yeah, CB.
I was born. Yeah. He told me. He said, Fred, we gotta do something about you and the Wolfpack or something. I thought he was telling me something good. I didn't know what the Wolfpack.
Hey, Fred. Last Friday, I was on Howard University campus taking a tour with some incredibly intelligent, wonderful young students who were showing the school off to my daughter. We were doing a college tour. And you know what went through my mind as we were walking around the campus, going down in the valley, we were on the yard, seeing all the buildings. I was like, how the hell did CB graduate from this junk with the nonsense he spews on a weekly basis around this community? I'm like, is it possible that this man went to this school?
Hey, Howard University is a prestigious university too. So.
Oh, it's the Harvard of the HBCUs. And hey, CB, if you're out there listening, I'm just partial. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just trying to rile you up. You know, I got respect for you, bro.
Hey, I'm the ambassador of the Wolfpack, so.
Jay, you said you the ambassador?
Yeah.
Supposedly, I'm the president of the Wolfpack.
Yeah, Lewis is the president. How Teen Wolf, baby.
Yeah, you know what?
A Michael J. Fox of the Wolfpack.
But that just makes me laugh.
There you go,
man,
KP. There you go.
I don't even get mad at him, yo. I laugh with him.
Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. If the team wins, man, if the team makes a deep run in the playoffs, man, if the team can get to a Super Bowl, all this stuff will be, all this fan battles will be.
But KP,
water under the bridge.
You know what's really funny? You know.
We got to root for Tua, man. I'm rooting for Tua. Believe me, believe it or not.
Absolutely. Everybody roots for Tua.
I'm like, Tua, come on, man. Go out there and do these damn teams like I know you can. That's what I say
know
every
what
week.
you
That's
you
what I
you
say every week. Every
you
week I
know
say
what
it.
you know what the problem. You want to know what the real problem
Are you
is, though, Fred?
surprised at my
And I
tears,
heard
sir?
Oh, fucking A.
Strong men also cry. Strong men also cry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
nah. Hey, you know what the real problem is, though, and I heard KP was saying something about it earlier. Is that, let's say Tua comes out and Tua balls, right, and Tua leads us to a Super Bowl. I know for a fact the homie KP will come back up on this panel and he'll be like, hey, you know what? I was wrong about Tua. Tua proved me wrong, this and that, right? I know that's a fact from KP. A lot of the people, though, in the chat and in this community that are Tua guys, if he fails for whatever reason, and let's say for the sake of argument, Miami gets rid of him, you'll never see those guys again.
Hey,
They'll
if he
never
fails,
come back. They'll
Yeah,
never
go ahead.
come back, and they'll never. I'm sorry, Shake. They'll never come back though, and they'll say, "Hey, KP, you were right," and that's what's sad about it. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? That's what's real
Yeah.
sad about it.
I tell you what,
Yeah.
if he does fail and you say he played bad, all they'll say is,
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
that's it.
Oh, Shake is getting good at the memes, huh?
Yeah, you rolling
Oh, I
tonight.
see
You
it.
rolling tonight.
I just wonder if that happens, right? If Tua fails, the last thing they're going to do is blame Tua. They're going to, because we've already seen this happen, right? They're gonna, just like how they turned on Flores. I'm wondering though if they'll have the same sort of anger towards a McDaniel or even blame Chris Greer for drafting him. Because that's essentially what they did to Flores. They said he's the one who. This is what got me. The biggest Tua excuse was, well, he shouldn't even played his first year.
Yeah.
Essentially, they're blaming Flores for putting the guy on the field, for letting him play. We shouldn't have let him play, and you count that as a Martins, the head coach? What kind of bull? How is letting a guy play a sign that a head? I don't understand that one, man. That one you.
Where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Hey, KP, let me ask you a question. I don't know how long you were in here earlier, but when Shay kind of started the stream, well, where it first started, I was up there this morning with Stephen D, and we were talking about ego. We were talking about egos and stuff. And remember, because KP is another one that he was here all last year fighting this good fight with us.
Yeah.
And the narrative was, oh, Brian Flores had an ego. He let his ego get in the way. And I brought up that, in my opinion, KP, McDaniel showed an ego this year. Remember, before the season, you heard Tyreek Hill, and these ain't my words, Tyreek Hill said it. The first conversation he ever had with Coach McDaniel said, Tyreek, we're getting 2,000 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look at McDaniel.
What did you say?
Was an MVP candidate. You look at McDaniel when Tua was an MVP candidate, right? And I'm just saying it. We heard about situations. Oh, on 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, we should have just ran the ball. And in my opinion, I think McDaniel was kind of trying to throw the ball because, again, if Tua, let's say, wins the MVP, right, that goes on McDaniel's resume.
That makes McDaniel there.
McDaniel's going to get the credit for making Tua, turning him into what we've seen the first 2 years into an
Immediately regret this decision.
So I'm just thinking, and KP, I would like to hear your opinion on it. I think McDaniel also had an ego. So with the question I have for you, KP, why is it we killed Brian Flores for having an ego after that man had 2 back-to-back winning seasons now? The first time a Dolphin head coach did that in 20 plus years. But Mike McDaniel can come in here with an ego, hasn't won anything, and the fan base ain't killing him for it. Why is that? In your opinion, KP?
Well, I have an honest answer that I'm not going to say, but it is an obvious.
You got to answer that honestly, bro.
It's an obvious double standard in certain people's perception of who is the man at the head coach position and the decisions they make. When, like you just pointed out, Lewis, it could easily be framed that McDaniel's ego cost the team potential success during the season. That's just a fact, right? But you know,
KP, real quick. I am sorry, Amicus. I didn't see it on the chat. Shout out to Amicus for 1 month of the membership of being a member of the Fins Tailgate, and hopefully you guys want to be like Amicus, not a Buffalo Bills fan. You don't want that, but be a member of this channel, man. I appreciate you, Amicus, and I apologize for not addressing it earlier, man. Continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead, KP.
No. I mean, listen, it is what it is, man. It's 2023. It's where our society's set up in certain ways, man. You know, certain people get beat up, you know, unfairly, and other people get a lot more credit than they deserve, man. And I think at least some of that
Hey,
affected the way we, you know.
We're getting the PC, KP.
Yeah, I ain't gonna go there. I ain't gonna go there, man. But you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And there's a lot of confused people out there too who don't understand that we're in 2023. They think we're in 2203. But I hopefully some of y'all understand where I'm going with that. I mean, I don't want to go too far down that list, but you know, it is what it was, man. You know, and I want McDaniel, I want Tua, I want everybody to be successful because ultimately I want to see our Dolphins team win, man. I want to see this community get a win. You know, like I said, I'm an immigrant. Let me hold on. Let me just say this. I'm an immigrant from the Caribbean, man. My first sport was cricket, right? You know what I'm saying? I moved here at the age of 10, 11 years old when the Dolphins were going to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Marino's second year, right? And the community, Miami was a much different place then, but you know, it was a growing, booming city. And the love, the excitement, the hoopla, man, that brought everybody together. That made a huge impression on my young life in 84, 85, man. And we've not approached that level since, man. And it's always been something I'd like to see happen in our community, man, because, you know, Miami's a special place, one of a kind city. And I just want to see what it'll be like, you know, how I think that'll help our community come together in ways that we can't even imagine. And our community does need that. So I want our Dolphins to win. That's where I'm at with it.
Hey, by the way, if you want to see a great biography on Miami, it goes only till 1994. But there's a biography I used to watch on PBS when I was growing up, which was Channel 2 if you lived in Miami.
The Magic City.
Yeah, the Magic City. Yeah, you just read my mind, bro. That is
over Miami.
Yeah, it was one of the best little biographies on Miami. The history, it is amazing, bro. So if you, I encourage anybody who wants to see the history of Miami. It's called Miami, the Magic City. It's about an hour long. So just
it'll let you know why the UM team is named the Hurricanes, right?
Exactly.
That big hurricane of 1926 or something like that. Tore down the school, but then they built it back up real fast, and so they took on the nickname Hurricane, something like that. I may have the year wrong, but yeah, man. Miami's a beautiful place, man, and we deserve a winner, man. We need a winner, and you know, we've seen 30 years of the same mistake over and over again. Them giving us an average quarterback, telling us that Jay Fiedler's the man, telling us that Green is the man, telling us that what's the big tall guy, Osweiler's the man, telling us Jay Cutler's the man, Pat White's the man, Chet Lemon's the man, and now you tell us this broken guy named Tua with a lot of hype is the man.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? After 30 years, can you understand at least why a guy like me is going to be like, huh? What? I actually saw Marino play. And you can't tell me Marino wasn't a Super Bowl quality level quarterback. He was the man in every definition of the word when it comes to quarterback play. It's unanimous that anybody who saw Marino play will rank him as one of the greatest to ever play this position. Period. Right? Yeah. And I don't think everyone understands the level of respect that Marino gets for what he put down on the field, just as an example. And that's one of the things that bothered me the most last season was how people were putting Tua in that category. We had commentators having shows about that topic. Has Tua reached the level of Marino? Man, hey, back in my day, there was, We used to fight over these things in the street. We used to fight over these things in school, man. We used to fight. I'm not talking about literal physical fights over these things back in the more uncivilized days. And
the easiest way to say it about Marino. Think about all the lists that Marino goes in. He's always top 3, top 5 in anything, and without a Super Bowl. Listen to how crazy that sounds. Look at the respect you had to earn, where everybody knew you were the man. When still to this day, if you mention the top 5 quarterbacks in NFL history, Marino is somewhere in that list, wherever you want to put him, from 1 to 5, and that man is probably the only one on that list that will be without a Super Bowl.
If Dan Marino had 1 Super Bowl, Tom Brady would still be behind him right now.
He would. I agree, KP. I agree.
No, here's the thing, though. People got to realize, just like you're never gonna get the Yankees are never gonna get another Babe Ruth. The Chicago Bulls are never gonna get another Michael Jordan.
Right.
The Lakers are never gonna get another Kobe Bryant. So at the end of the day, we got.
It's an unfair comparison. It's going to be unfair. You're right.
It is.
You're right, Shake.
That's a great
But at the
point,
same time, there's certain qualities that a bunch of lesser quarterbacks have shown over the years on other teams that we need, I don't think we've seen here yet. Like I'm saying, Joe Burrow has been to Super Bowl loss, been to the NFC Championship loss, right? But I can see in his level of moxie, I hope everybody understands what that word, that he has that it factor when it comes to quarterback play, where if given a chance to make the play, winning play, he'll do it 9 out of 10 times. He has that killer instinct, right? And there are other guys. Aaron Rodgers has shown that throughout his career. Tom Brady, of course, he obliterated us with that shit year after year. There's guys over the years that have shown that, that they could rise to that level. Jim Kelly, if I got Amicus out there, listen, he was that kind of guy, and he didn't win a championship either. But everybody who watched Jim Kelly play knows that Jim Kelly was a top level Hall of Fame quarterback. There was no question if Jim Kelly was going to make the Hall of Fame, because he put that example down week after week, year after year. Right. And so I don't know, man. And some of I don't want to be the guy who hates on Tua, right? Because I hope he becomes a guy who can be discussed in those terms. But it's a lot of people were crowning this guy way too early, crowning him because of he, like that Baltimore game. He deserved all the accolades he get. After that Baltimore game, I came on here and I pretended to be eating crow because I was very impressed with what he showed in that game, right? And then he backed that up with solid performances. What was that Detroit game where he had 3 touchdowns in the second half? So this man, against Cleveland, he that was his best game manager game, man. And whenever there was a pass to be made, he threw darts. Tua has had those moments, but then he's also had those moments where he fails in the clutch, where he fails at the end of the season.
And
by the way, fellas, Amicus says he's got room on the Buffalo Bill bandwagon.
Hell no.
Of course there's room. He's the only one on the wagon. Of course there's room.
I hope Amicus when Lewis Oliver returned that touchdown, 106 yards on his ass. Amicus. How much pain did you feel, bro?
Well, KP, let me ask you this. Getting off the quarterback, right? Take Tua aside. Looking at the moves, bringing in Jalen Ramsey, bringing in Fangio, you bring in Deshaun Elliott at safety, David Long Jr. at linebacker. You bring in Malik Reed from Pittsburgh, who played with Vic Fangio in 2020 in Denver. Besides the quarterback, do you like the moves? Or I know you said you've been away. Have you just? Do you know anything?
No. Listen, I've been watching all the shows. I just haven't been calling in. I've been sitting back and watching.
So then, besides the quarterback play, KP, in your opinion, what do you like? Some of the moves? Do you like where Miami is sitting? Besides the quarterback, or what are your thoughts on the aspect of the team? What are your thoughts?
I think a team couldn't do more to surround the quarterback with enough talent to win. I think any other quarterback, we're poised to be a favorite going into the next season, if the quarterback is who he's expected to be by the organization and especially by the to-and-on fans. If he is like 80% of what they say he is, we should be in very good shape. All of these moves allow Fangio to instill his defense, have some, on the field teachers for the players who aren't unfamiliar with his terminology, for his structure, right? We've done what we need to do to retool, refashion, reshape, and we should be highly competitive next season. And listen, year 4 of Tua, if he can step up, become more mature, escape the injury bug, honestly, he's not my cup of tea. I like a bigger, taller, stronger quarterback who's, tougher and with more moxie. But if he can be a Joe Montana, a Steve Young, a Drew Brees type, meticulous, quick strikes, accurate, but also make those clutch plays, then we should be in very good shape. I think we made some smart moves. A lot of people are talking about how we need to make a move on the offensive line, but when I look at an offensive line right now, I see a lot of draft capital already expended on this line. I think that, the Teron Armstead question is a big one. I'd like us to maybe bring in another solid guy on that line. I think we're one solid lineman away from really solidifying that line, whether he comes through, our first pick number 51 in the draft or from another free agent pickup. But I think I think we're in good shape to compete. But again, I think it was the same thing last season. It rests on our quarterback's ability to take us to the promised land. And I know you wanted to avoid the quarterback question, right?
Damn,
but
California said
yeah.
Montana had a brain. You can't teach that. Damn, California. You going for
Well, California knows what's up. California knows what's up. Listen, California knows what's up. Scott Jackson knows what's up. What's the other homie? There's a lot of people who stay in the chat who know the real. You know what I'm saying?
Daddy loves you guys.
We love you too, Tua.
Like I like the moves we made, man.
I
really
like
do.
him. Yeah,
I like him.
David Long. As soon as we signed David Long, I was in the chat talking about, is he the Black Zach? You know what I'm saying? To me, he matches the profile that Zach Thomas brought to the,
That's what I say,
minus,
man.
some health questions.
That's what I say this secondary. This is going to be a big physical secondary, man. If you ask me, it really is, man.
And one thing I did like about this free agency is they got some good depth pieces. And people don't realize, one thing I like to say is, people don't realize how important a flat tire is until they get a flat tire in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Then they realize how important that spare tire is.
Yeah.
Well, Shake, if you do realize too that today the Dolphins brought back Justin Bethel, so that's a good special teams piece. Also gives more depth to that secondary that Fred was talking about. So
yeah,
I'm with KP. I know I've been kind of flip flopping a little bit and being more positive, but just again from going from 2019 when this rebuild started to where we are now, and I look up and down this roster and the talent that has been accumulated throughout the years, I just think for me that's why I'm going to start being the positive guy. Because for me now, there are no more excuses. You see what I'm saying? Like, we gave all the I don't even want to call them Tua-neers no more. The Tua believers, right? We've given them everything they've asked for. They wanted Boyer out of here. You got Fangio. That's what you wanted. You wanted Flores gone. We got you McDaniel. You wanted weapons. You got Tyreek and Waddle. Like, for me, there's no more excuses, fellas.
Damn.
We are all.
It's my quarterback.
We are poised, Lewis. We're poised.
We are poised, KP. That's the word. You took it right out of my mouth. Like, from 2019 to now, we are poised to make a run. And, barring any injury, and for me, barring any injury, I think Tua, is he going to be perfect? No. And I'm kind of with KP. If it was me, yes, Tua's not my cup of tea. But at the same time, I think if he can stay healthy, and he can give us a level of productivity that he gave us last year, right? The numbers, 265, 275, somewhere around there, 2 touchdowns, or 3 touchdowns and an interception, or 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. I think this team, defensively, I think we're going to be better. And if Tua can do that and stay healthy, then yes, I think Tua can lead this team.
And I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him too, man. I'm rooting for him.
But see, that's what worries me. I hear you, Fred, but that's what worries me because I think what happened at the end of last season was that teams realized the zones that Tua wanted to attack, right? Which was that intermediate middle of the field, right? And we have not seen an answer to that challenge to Tua's game yet. If teams are going to have that remedy to the offense we saw that was successful in the beginning of the year, what is going to be McDaniel's answer to that? How is he going to create the space for Tua with the limitations that he brings? And every quarterback has their limitations, so I ain't trying to pick on Tua, right? How is he going to respond to not being able to own the middle of the field in intermediate zones? That is something we need to see, early on next season. But again, this is where it goes back to that question about your quarterback, right? Joe Burrow is the kind of guy who answers those questions on the field. You take this away from me, I hit you over here. You take that away from me, I hit you back over here. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of thing that I want to see from Tua. That ability to be a master of the field.
That's what it is, KP. Like I said, man,
Amicus, I thought we were better than this, Amicus. That's a damn shame. Look at that. I come out with the rabbit dolphin and they call me the conservative dolphin. That's messed up. That's messed up, Shake. Don't laugh, man.
A lot of this offense, how this offense is going to go, man, is like it's going to come down to a whole bunch of off-script play, man.
Yeah.
It really is. It's going to be how you're going to have to be able to improvise when these little wide receivers ain't getting off the line clean.
You said that earlier, Fred, and that is 100% true.
That's
all
what
the winning teams have a quarterback who can improvise and succeed on broken plays
every week.
Yeah, those are the winning plays. Those are winning plays.
Exactly, man. That's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah,
and it's sorry, you're not going to just sit there and Tyreek, they're always going to be open. No, it ain't going to be that. It ain't going to be that.
That's one of my legitimate worries about Tua, because I think we've seen some times where Tua does attempt to improvise, where he does attempt to make things happen, and he's learned a hard lesson that anytime he tries to improvise, he typically will fail. He has not been very successful. He's not been successful in those improvisatory moments. And again, that is one of the reasons why I worry about Tua's long-term success or his ability to be our quarterback. I've not seen him make those kinds of winning plays when we need him to make those kinds of improvisatory winning plays. That is one of my objective concerns with him.
All right, KP, let me ask you this, KP. All right, I was just thinking about this. All right, you got Tua comes in as a rookie. He comes into he comes and meets one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and his words of advice was pick a guy and let it fly. Then he learns of the Fitzpatrick, who pretty much used to throw the ball, used to just throw the ball, even if the guy was covered, he threw the ball. Then you got Tyreek Hill, the guy who hyped him up and believed in him and gave him his confidence. How you know he's not saying to Tua, hey, no matter what, just throw it to me. No matter what, just throw it to me. And it's like
that's legit. I think that's an accurate reading of the kind of psychological pressure that Tua has faced as the quarterback number one of the Dolphins. But this is where I would respond to that, Shake, and say, I want a quarterback who's going to come in and say, fuck you, Marino. I ain't seen you play. And fuck you too, Tyreek. I'm taller than you, and I'm going to beat your ass. So F you, shut up and catch the ball when I throw it to you. That's the guy I want at quarterback.
Yeah, okay. And I'll give you a good example. You know what happened to that quarterback? He went to Carolina, then he went to L.A., now he's in Tampa.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You just gotta motherfucking, like, come on, man. Just show your teammates. Look, man, I don't just do this shit with you. We can't win like that.
That's a great counterpoint, Shake. Baker Mayfield is that guy, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes you got to learn that. I'd rather have a guy who has that kind of confidence than a guy without You see what I'm saying? Baker Mayfield may end up, learning the hard way, but he'll be able to retire, go home to his kids and say, man, I gave it my all. Fuck them guys, man. You know what I'm saying? The NFL proves to be greater than Baker Mayfield, but he can hold his head high. He went out there balls to the wall and tried. You know what I'm saying? With our guy, I need him I need to see that from Tua this year. Because this is probably his last chance. And if he can pass that threshold, all sorts of greatness is in his future once he can, arise to that level. But the point is he has to rise to that level. And there's some people who are dishonest about that. They think he's already there. They think he's already the crown king of Jehovah's NFL football league. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't that. He ain't that right now. I'll be Satan for saying that. I'll be Satan for saying that. I'll be the wolf pack, whatever, werewolf. You can call me whatever you want, vampire, but he ain't that. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at. And that don't mean I'm hating on him personally.
They could call me the would you call the leader the
boogeyman.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'll be the leader of the wolf pack. Whatever.
I'll be the Judas. I'll be the 12th, the Judas. Everybody want to be Jesus. Nobody want to be Judas. Okay, whatever. Call me whatever you want.
I'll be the alpha male.
You'll be the Benedict.
Benedict Arnold. Yeah, man.
I'll be the alpha male of the wolf pack, yo.
Yeah.
But look, at the end of the day, the thing about it is with Tua is, I think a lot of that collapse. Like you said, he needed to audible a little bit more. I think he put a little too much confidence in McDaniel. I understand McDaniel gave him confidence and let him,
and that was necessary.
Yeah, that was necessary. But at the same time, he has to say, hey, listen. I remember in a press conference, he said that he ran plays knowing that they weren't going to work, and he ran them anyway.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
he needs, like you say, he needs to change that. He needs to say, "Hey, listen, I'm sorry, I love you, but I'm seeing something different. I need to change it."
Exactly.
Let me give you the perfect example, real quick. All right, one of the reasons why LA the quarterback, can't think of his name, Goff got ran out of LA was that in that Super Bowl. Sean McVay will call a play. The Patriots knew that once the microphone cut off, they would see one look. Sean McVay will call the play for that. And after the mics were cut off, they would shift. So he didn't know how to read the defense. Yeah, he didn't know how to audible. And the play will go to shit because he didn't know how to read the defenses. So that's why when you got Matthew Stafford, a guy who knew how to see every defenses, he knew how to audible.
He could solve those equations on the field. That's why we beat him up. Why Brian Flores' defense gave that same Jared Goff LA Rams team so many problems when we faced them too. They were coming in here on a high, and Flores' defense took him apart. And Shake, man, I got to give you your props, man. When you brought that Baker Mayfield example, that is an excellent analogy for the antithesis to Tua. So yeah.
KP, you better tread lightly, KP. We have EM in the building, KP. You better tread lightly.
EM's the homie, man. I don't got no beef with EM,
lightly.
Yeah.
So
I don't got hey, EM, if EM knows one thing about me, man, I am objective as it comes when it comes to Tua. And if you can hear what I've been saying here this afternoon, you cannot tell me I'm not objective on Tua unless you're a hater. Unless you're one of these hating ass Dolph fans who just want to denigrate people, keyword nigrate people. But I'm gonna leave that one alone. I ain't gonna go there with it. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? But I want our team. My bottom line is I want this team successful, man. After 30 years in the desert, period.
That's all I want, man. That's all I want.
My one philosophy in football is, and I'm gonna stick by this: an elite team can always beat an elite quarterback. Hey, I want to give the floor real quick to the one, the only EM Dolphin. What's going on, brother? Welcome to the
Props,
show.
Ian. Props to you, Ian.
Shade. Hey, salute to the panel. Lou,
Hey,
KP,
what's up,
always
Ian?
respect.
What's up, man?
Hey, salute, homie. Shake, I want to say congrats to you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, man, always respect to you, bro. You've been down. You've been one of the real ones in the community since day one. Always respect to you, man, and
Appreciate you.
proud of you, man. Keep doing your thing, man, and
Thank you.
Hey, I
bigger
tell you,
things are coming.
Shake's a better man than me, man. He don't let nothing rattle him, man. Never
No, you
gets too
don't.
high, never gets too low, mellow, keeping it right in the middle.
I would, 95% agree with you, but I don't know. Shake got a little heated with me one day in
I
the
must
Twitter
have missed
space.
that. Okay.
But other than that,
I'm
I
scared
would
of
agree with you
Twitter
100%.
Hey, I said I was sorry, okay, man?
I was shocked. But anyway,
so he's human. He's human. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Shake, he's the homie, bro.
Much love,
I got
brother.
nothing but
Much
love and
love.
respect for him.
Much
He already
love,
know
brother.
that. So yeah, what's good, fellas? What's good?
Chopping it up, man. I ended my Dolphins detox. I've been on Dolphins detox for the last 2 months. So I said, I promised my wife I ain't going to come on these shows. I ain't going to say nothing for a good 2 months.
Thank you, Scott Jackson, by the way.
Yeah, KP. I was just getting ready to say I hadn't seen you around in a minute, man. Always respect to you as well, homie. Don't let Lewis try to gas you up and instigate nothing. Lewis always out here starting fires, bro. Trying to. He ought to be ashamed of his goddamn self.
Let me tell you something about Lewis.
That's cap.
Lewis demands that you are a real one when you come in his domain, and I respect that about Lewis, man. Me and Lewis don't got no problem.
I don't know about that. I don't know about Lewis sometimes, but I'll take your word for it, KP.
KP, look, this is how I got to do EM. Because again, listen, I heard EM was a bully, so see, I invite EM to come up here, right? But then look who else I invite, Crypto. Because if EM says anything
Crypto's the
to me,
homie.
I got Crypto to get on his ass. Crypto's here for EM. Goddamn it.
Crypto, sorry, I ran out of time, Crypto. I actually hollered at Crypto when we were in DC, Maryland, but I didn't have time to hook up with the bro. So, props to you, Crypto.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. How y'all fellas doing, man? EM, man, are you on your behavior, EM?
Man, I'm always on my best behavior. You know what I'm saying? Always. You know that.
Hey, Crypto, all I know is if EM gets foolish, just jump on him real quick. Don't even hesitate. Just jump on him.
Oh, man.
I got him. I got it.
See, Crypto, you let that man take you down a path you're not accustomed to being on, goddamn it. Ignore Lou. Ignore his foolishness, goddamn it.
Hey, EM, real quickly. Hey, EM, real quickly. If you say you want a good red wine, this Josh Cabernet with steak is the shit right there.
Damn, Shake Money bringing out all the stops.
I know. I see. You said Josh Cabernet?
Yeah, Josh Cabernet. It's very mild. And it's something for like people that are beginner wine drinkers. It's very smooth, but it's very full body at the same time. Good mistake.
Yeah, you know me. I'm gonna need all the advice I can get when it comes to wine, bro. I'm more of a Corona and Grey Goose drinker. Other than that's my rotation. I go back and forth between them two, and I normally don't deviate from those two choices. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely take your word. I'm gonna take your word up on that, Shake.
By the way, the only time you drink Josh Allen is if you're constipated and you need to take a shit.
Damn. So what's good, Shake? What's on your mind, bro? How you feeling about the current status of the team, my friend? What's going on?
I'm feeling good. Like I was telling him that we got some depth on this team. I know it wasn't a lot of sexy free agents, but at the same time, we got good backups. And like I've always said, people don't think about the flat tire, spare tire until they're out in the middle of nowhere and get a flat tire, bro. That's when you think about the spare tire. So I'm glad that they're getting some good number twos and backups just in case injuries happen, and they do happen. It's not a case of
but
if they happen, it's when they happen.
These guys been brung in to start.
Hey, by the way, EM, one of the reasons I'm glad you're here is I wanted you to make that point before you got timed out on that show this morning. So please, the floor is yours. Please, I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Homie EM got timed out. What's going on?
After allow
Man, y'all see, man, I got haters on every platform now. I can't go nowhere in peace, dog. Nowhere. Man, it's frustrating. It's extremely frustrating, bro.
The good buddy reason got you.
Well, no. I can go, but it ain't reason. It's a lot of them. His subscriber base. I've been at war with a lot of them too-and-irs for since the beginning. So, but wherever I go on YouTube, Twitter been all right. They've been all right to me lately. But damn, on YouTube, man, I can't go nowhere, bro. It's all good though. It's all good.
Dude,
But yeah, I
have a question, man. I have a question. Like like other than quarterback, these free agents we picked up, they're being brung in to be starters. Am I right?
What's that? I'm sorry, bro. Can you repeat that?
I'm saying other than quarterback, these free agents we brung in, we brung them in to start, right?
Which one? Which free agents are you talking about?
Okay, like Ramsey.
Absolutely,
Long.
I would say. Who was that?
Long. What about Long?
Oh, absolutely.
Deshaun Elliott gonna compete with
Okay, Elliott will be competing.
You know what? I
think with the other safety, and he probably will win.
Yeah, I think Elliott might start. You might be on to something, KP. I think he might start, bro. Over Brandon Jones.
I was kind of leaning on Elliott starting.
Hey, and I like that move, man, because that's gonna motivate Jones to take his game to another level.
I would agree. I would agree.
By the way, I just found out in that press conference Elliott did that Elliott is kind of like the McKinley to Brandon Jones. They used to play together in Texas.
Right. Yep. But see now, I know at the beginning of free agency, everybody was all hyped up, myself included. With the possibility of acquiring Jordan Poyer, Chauncey Gardner-Johnsons of the world. But I like this approach that that they took. Now, don't get me wrong. If we had the money to the good, and I still would definitely go for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was my choice. But you bring in a player, right? A productive player, I might add. His name is always escaping me. The safety we just talked about from Detroit.
Elliott.
Deshaun Elliott. I don't know why I can't remember his name for the life of me, but now you add him to that room, right? Solid player. Now you add him to Brandon Jones. You got Verone McKinley who flashed last year. I wasn't the biggest Verone McKinley fan, but he impressed me. He shocked me, making then bringing him on a 53-man roster, and then he played well in stretches. Especially relative to his undrafted status, right? So you got another year development with him. You got Brandon Jones. I know he's coming off an injury, but another year development from him. And now you add, Deshaun Elliott in the mix, Holland. Right? And then, to combine that with Javon Holland as well. Yeah. I mean, I like that depth overall. It might not be the splash name, but I love the overall depth they got at that position. So again, and now you have Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard on the boundaries. And I mean, did you really need to really make that level of investment in a Jordan Poyer or a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with those two high-level players on the boundaries? I think they felt like they didn't need to do that. So, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've said this, and I would love to hear your opinion on it, because I've said this in the past couple of days, and people have killed me for it. But I believe, look at the guys we brought back. Nick Needham, you add Jalen Ramsey. You just talked about the secondary, but we add Justin Bethel a couple hours ago. We bring him back. You look at Kader Kohu. Is it safe to say, EM, is it safe to say that we, top to bottom, roster-wise, we have the best secondary in the league? Is that safe to say? As a collective.
Man, Lou, that's the defense.
The defense is fully stacked. Go ahead,
Lou. You know what, Lou? That is a very good point. And listen, I can't offer any pushback. When you look at it on paper now we have to see how they digest the new system. But on paper, man, it'd be hard pressed to find a better secondary. So I must agree with you. We got overwhelming depth as long as health permits, at the safety position as well as the cornerback position. And I'm loving every minute of it. I think, again, once everybody gets acclimated to the system, once everybody gets acclimated to each other, playing off of each other, communication wise, etc., again, we could be sitting here by week 5, 6, 7, or 8, and we might be sitting at the top of the league in terms of overall, number one overall defense, bro.
Hey,
This is gonna
by
be
the way, Em, I just want to get Em's opinion on this real quick. We were talking about the ego thing, right? And I want to bring it back to that. And I was saying that for all intents purposes, I don't mind that McDaniels calls plays. I just want him to first get acclimated and being a head coach and being knowing what his job entails. I think he should give the play calling to Duran Bevel, and then as soon as he becomes comfortable with his job and gets everything into routine, then he could take the play calling back. What do you think of that?
Pick his spots. You didn't have to do it full time.
Well, I think, for the most part, and, I've been critical of Mike McDaniel, when warranted, right? Last year, first year guy. However, with that being said, I still think he did for a first year guy. Sure, there's need for improvement.
Yes.
But I felt he handled himself, fairly well, considering, his status, in that position, right? Head coach, overseer of an entire team, and then calling plays on top of that. I thought even with his shortcomings, he handled himself well enough for him not to be put in the box in a position where he has to relinquish play calling duties to anybody. I'm willing to give him another year. Now, he has to learn from his mistakes last year, because I felt like the areas where he fell short, it kind of, limited the potential overall with the offense. And I felt like at times it costed us games, right? 2 in particular. So even with that being said, the criticism where I am in terms of criticizing him, I still felt like he did a well enough job, handled himself well enough to give him another year. Now, he don't learn if he's stubborn. He don't learn from his shortcomings in 22. If he don't learn from those in 23, well, then that's when I would be more inclined to entertain that type of conversation, Shake. But that's just me right now.
Well,
I think he's fine. So we'll see what 23 brings.
Well, let me ask you this, EM, because you were about to hop up this morning. You were obviously in the chat when I was going at the ego conversation with Stephen D and Jason Sarney. So we'll talk about it here. And I believe you touched on it a little bit in the Twitter Spaces, but for the new viewers out here, when I look at Mike McDaniel, and this is the hypocrisy that I call in the fan base, we already know the Tua haters versus the Tua believers is one thing. But going back, when I look at Brian Flores' situation, and I don't even like bringing him up, but it's just to call out. You have to bring him up in the aspect to call out the hypocrisy. Because after I see Brian Flores go 10-6 and 9-8 with Walmart workers and UPS drivers, in my opinion, right? a head coach that 2 back-to-back winning seasons that this organization hasn't had in the past 20 years, and we can kill this man for having an ego, right? But Mike McDaniel, in my opinion, and I agree with you, EM, I think that he did a lot of good things this year, and I'm excited for a second year under Mike McDaniel. In this offense and as the leader, as the head coach of this football team. But if we're going to be just from the ego standpoint, I do believe Mike McDaniel walked into a situation where to crypt those words, he walked into a team that was basically almost ready-made. He stepped in on third base. They gave him all the assets that he would need. And in my opinion, his ego got in the way. To your point, you said at least 2 games. In my opinion, it could have even been more than that. Again, I like Coach McDaniel. I'm not going to kill him yet, but just speak on the hypocrisy you see, EM, in the fan base, to where it's bad for Brian Flores to have an ego, but it's okay for McDaniel. Because again, in my opinion, and you heard it today, EM, I'm not making these words up. People were literally in the chat saying, well, Lewis, Brian Flores had an ego, plus he was an asshole. So is it right because Brian Flores was an asshole, he can't have an ego? Because Mike McDaniel's a nice guy, he's able to have an ego? I just don't believe in that. EM, can you speak on that for me a little bit?
Hey, Lou, 100%. Well, I'm 100% in agreement and we've been having this conversation going back even during the season, right? I just felt like, again, I agree with you. It is very hypocritical for people to, kind of blame Brian Flores. And again, I'm not sitting up here apologizing for anybody, any grown man, but I do everybody knows how I feel about Brian Flores, the man, right? And I'm not just talking about the football coach. I'm talking about off the field, right? I'm just really respectful of the man's journey. The hurdles that he had to leap to get to his position in the league in New England as well as Miami and now in Minnesota. I'm a big fan of him overcoming his struggles. But again, that don't make him perfect as a man, right? He was a young coach learning on the fly, just like any young developmental players. However, with that being said, I'm not up here. I don't want to sound like a Brian Flores apologist. But again, that's one thing I do not like in the fan base. The hypocritical activity that is like a virus, in this community. You would blame Brian Flores about having an ego, about him being stubborn in certain areas of the team with personnel, with scheme, etc. But I am in 100% agreement with you, Lou. I think Mike McDaniel, I could be totally off base. I could be totally wrong. This is just pure speculation on my part, observing how the season unfolded in 22, right? We go back to the beginning of the season when before they hired Mike McDaniel, after they hired McDaniel, all throughout that process, Mike McDaniel was on it seemed like a campaign to, kind of rebuild Tua, reassure him that he has, a level of confidence in him. And he just seemed like he was just trying to sell the fan base, the Dolphins, not just Mike McDaniel, but the Dolphins in general, to sell us on Tua has the potential to be a productive player in the league. And I don't have any issues with that. Then on top of that, with that being said, you go back when he, according to Tyreek Hill, his words, not mine, about the first time he met him, when he shook his hand, he said 2,000 yards to him. Okay, that's fine. At that point in the season when we hadn't played a down of football, I have no issues with that. But once the season started and we saw on a game-by-game basis how the play calling was, the focus of the offense, right, was centered around, in my opinion, Tua and Tyreek Hill. And again, I don't have an issue with that because Tyreek Hill is their most dynamic offensive player. However, I don't have a problem with that approach as long as it doesn't stagnate the offense, as long as it doesn't hinder, right, the overall production, being so Tyreek-centric, being so Tua-centric, as long as it doesn't hinder the overall production of the offense moving forward. And that's exactly what happened. I felt like as the season went on, teams figured out the approach, they adjusted to it, and I felt like Mike McDaniel, his focus, right, was misplaced on the Tua potential MVP campaign, as well as the Tyreek Hill Offensive Player of the Year campaign. And I felt like his focus was misplaced as opposed to creating a more diversified environment that the offense overall could thrive in, not just two players. Right. And I felt like it was misplaced. It cost us 2 games in particular. And again, I think you can attribute that to his youth, him not being in the position, a first-time head coach. And again, we all know the narrative was surrounding our organization in regards to Tua. We know that. So if you're Mike McDaniel, a young guy, a young head coach, first year in that position, what is the quickest way for you to establish and build cachet in this league? Well, a player that a lot of his own fan base had written off. A lot of people around the league didn't have a favorable opinion about Tua coming into 22, right? So the best way for me to cement myself as a, successful coach, or how I'm viewed as in this league in my first year, is to what? Turn that same player who everybody felt like, a lot of people felt like was not, he was damaged goods, and there was no way you can get a high level of production out of him, is to turn his career around. I think that was, he was consumed by that early on and through mid-season. Now he tried to alter his approach, but I think at that time we had lost too many games. But at the end of the day, we rebounded, and this is where I think he gets a pass over Brian Flores. To your point, Lou.
Hey, by the way, real quickly before we get started, before we finish here, thank you, Liz, for bringing this to my attention. I'd like to give a shout out to Michael K for being a 3-month member of the Fins Tailgate. Salute to you, brother. Like I said, if you want to be like Michael K, not be a shitty Bills fan, but a member of this team, I'm not saying he's a shitty Bills fan. I just think he's
Yeah.
he's a great fan. His
He
team is
can't
shitty.
help it. He
Just
can't
so,
help it, man.
just so you know that. You know what
You
I'm saying?
worship a shitty team, you the
But-
shit gonna roll off on
But
you.
anyway, fifth year bitches, man.
Right.
We appreciate you, man, and salute to you once again. And I apologize. Continue.
That's what's up. No problem, Shake. But yeah, to Lewis's point, why, the thing with, and again, I'm just being fair, and I understand Mike, Flores didn't have the team that Mike McDaniel currently has, but at the end of the day, this is a results-based business, no matter who is on the field. The reason why Mike McDaniel, I think, gets a more favorable opinion in that regard when you're talking about the ego comparison is because he rebounded enough in time enough to propel to get his team to the postseason, and Brian Flores didn't. But that's just where I stand on that.
But objectively,
see,
Flores
Hey,
did more with less.
Ian, what is your limit, bro? What is your limit for this team this year, bro? You know what I'm saying?
The sky's the limit. I
mean,
I might have my Homer hat on right now. I know it. I know.
What are you tolerating, bro? Like at least how far? You know what I'm saying?
My expectations for this team is 12 games. In my opinion, well, I would. You know what? I'm going to say 12 games is the baseline, and I think presently constructed, and they still might make additions in the coming weeks. But I'm talking about as the way the team looks on paper right now. 12 wins should be the baseline, and I'm expecting I'm gonna be honest with you, and I might, please feel free to ridicule me if you want to. I might have my Homer hat on right now, but AFC Championship game. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility, bro.
That's what I said.
Exactly what I said.
Presently constructed.
We should be at least expecting that as a baseline.
That's where it should
Absolutely.
be.
That's what we were talking about earlier, and we can keep talking about that. But one thing I wanted to touch on with Ian, with what he said, and I know, like backstage on private phone calls, me and Ian have talked about this, but now that it's public, and I would love to hear Crypto and KP and Fred and Shake and all of us have a conversation. See, when I hear the last comments, what Ian was saying about, oh well, Mike McDaniel did something Flores didn't. He got us into the playoffs and Flores didn't. Well, if you think about it, go back to Flores's, I think it was the 10-6 year, correct? Bro,
Yeah.
Flores beat the Patriots. All we needed was, I think it was Cleveland and Baltimore. And remember, it was a game where Lamar went into the bathroom or whatever, came back and threw the late touchdown. If Baltimore loses that game, Mike Flores gets into the playoffs. See, that's the same situation that McDaniel found them in. Now, give it credit, Mike McDaniel got his team. We beat the Jets in the final week of the season. But when New England was playing Buffalo up in Orchard Park, that guy, the Indianapolis, the returner, he had 2 kickoff return touchdowns.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, right? New England beats Buffalo, and guess what? We're not making the playoffs. So,
right, we're in the same situation.
That's fair.
Hold on. The way I like to phrase it is Brian Flores' last year and Mike McDaniel's first year. They both got standby tickets. The only difference is McDaniel had a layover. That was the only difference.
Exactly.
That's a good point, Shake.
And that's the whole point, Shake. When I hear it, right? When I think about it, bro, look, Flores went 9-8 with a roster that couldn't compete with the roster that we had last year. And I know there was injuries, and I know there might have been coaches we didn't like, and what players that didn't play that we might not like. But at the end of the day, that roster was still loaded and talented enough, in my opinion, to compete. And, bro, the fact of the matter is, and however you guys want to slice it, that's fine. We can debate it. But they both finished 9-8, bro. And, again, I'm not asking for Mike McDaniel to be fired or anything like that. I would just say let's pump the brakes, because I'm already starting to see a trend. We never gave the benefit of the doubt to Brian Flores. And it just seems to me, if I'm going to be completely honest, we're giving a lot of passes to McDaniel already.
And one thing
I just don't want that.
I want to bring this up. I want to bring this up. Sean McDermott's first year in the playoffs, he was 9-7. Bill Belichick went 11-5 and missed the playoffs. Who had the better year?
The
Right.
one that makes a play.
He talking about,
The
he talking about the time the Patriots went with Matt Castle, right?
right. But the objective is the postseason. That's the objective.
So is it the team or is it the circumstance?
It's both. I think it's both. I think it and again, Mike McDaniel, Brian Flores, well, I'll talk about last year. Like, let me ask you this. Let me pose this question to Lou specifically, but to the panel in general. Yeah, we went 9-8, and again, a lot of that, the reason why we didn't have, even more success, you can lay at the feet of Mike McDaniel, but let's not ignore the fact that we were just ravaged with injuries on both sides of the football all throughout the year. So you have to take that into account, in my opinion. And again, that's why I'm not putting McDaniel over Flores in any way, shape, or form. I am just willing to extend him a little more grace because you can't ignore that. And if my Brian Flores would be sitting here and he was the coach and the same thing happened to him in 22, I would be extending that same grace period to him. So that's where I'm at with Mike McDaniel. We can't ignore that. It's part of football, but it did happen.
Making the playoffs bought McDaniels a whole lot of political cachet that Flores never was able to achieve. That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? We would be having a totally different offseason if we missed the playoffs 3 years in a row. Flores, then
I think the offseason would be drastically different. Yeah,
we'd be in more of a panic mode.
A personnel shakeup.
Yeah, we'd be in a panic at this stage.
Or the Bills would have lost.
And guys like Tariq Hill and others would have had totally different attitudes on Twitter and so forth going forward, in my opinion.
Well, what about KP? Let me ask you a question. And again, not only for KP, but KP was the last speaker. So I would just let me ask you, do you agree with the narrative that floats around KP that, because again, even on Steven's channel, when I was up there this morning, there was people in the chat saying if Brian Flores was still the head coach of this football team, we wouldn't have players like Tyreek Hill and
that's that irrational garbage.
Well,
no,
that's cap. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that one bit.
See, I don't agree with that neither, but that's kind of to KP's point, what he's talking about. Like, they make it seem, listen, there was people today, it was said in Twitter, well, why didn't Brian Flores go get Bradley Chubb, Jalen Ramsey, and Tyreek Hill? Because when Brian Flores was here, it's real simple, because when he was here, those players weren't available. I'm sure
they did try to get Clowney. He did try to get Ingram. These are all, things that he tried to do that didn't happen.
Absolutely.
We got Fuller and Fuller,
and the biggest thing for me, KP, and this is what I brought up on Stephen D's channel earlier, because they made it seem they were like, oh, when we got into the ego conversation, right? They said, well, look what McDaniel did. He don't have an ego. He brought in Vic Fangio, right? Okay, that's fine, cool. But how quick our fan base forgets that Flores' third year, the year before he got fired, prior to the season being open, who did they try to go get as their offensive coordinator? Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel, you're right.
The 49ers blocked that. So was
Benjamin Franklin.
Was Brian Flores letting put in his ego aside to go get an offensive mind guru to let him control the offense?
To be fair to the fan base, Lewis.
Like, what are we talking about?
To the fan base, we saw 3 years of Flores, right? Benjamin Franklin has that famous saying, fish and guests stink after 3 days, right? But Daniels is only on his first year, right? He will stink a lot more if we don't see the improvements that EM and others talked about in his second year. A lot of it is recency bias. You know what I'm saying? After 3 years, it became easier to lay in on Flores and to call him all kind of names and to take a negative look. With McDaniel, he made the playoffs that won him political cachet, and now we need to see if he can build on his successes and eliminate some of his flaws. I think that's just a fair way to judge McDaniel.
Hold on, real quick.
Hey, Lewis, can I say this? Can I say this, Lewis?
Go ahead. After you say what you got to say, let's go to the floor to King DTA, man. Welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for coming by. Go ahead, Crypto.
Hey, what's up?
DTA, salute to you, bro.
What's up, DTA? I was gonna say to Lewis' point, I would say
What's going on?
I think Flores kind of set aside his ego early in his coaching career when he brought in a veteran like Chen Gailey. So technically, by definition, he was setting his pride aside to bring in a veteran like Chen Gailey from the start. And he tried to hire what's his name,
Jim
Caldwell, at the
Right.
very beginning. And if it wasn't for a COVID year and him leaving to illness, he was setting his pride aside there, bringing in a Super Bowl type coach to coach alongside him. So I say he started that sitting aside his own pride early in his process.
Listen, it's just the Brian Flores debate. It always fires me up because, again, I know the man's not coming. He's not here. He's not coming back. But I always say this when I talk about situations like this. I'm not a black man, but from the optics of how I view the world and how I see
Holy
the world,
shit,
right?
you're not.
Again, I
know, right?
I got
Yeah.
I got a little black in me, but again, listen, everybody knows I'm a Latin man, and when I sit back, this is real shit though, because when I sit on a panel, right, with a black man like EM, a black man like KP, and a black man like Crypto, I would much rather listen to them on these issues. But for me, I just look at it and I'm like, God damn, bro.
Well, Lewis,
Year
now
head
you
coach,
understand the black experience, dude. It ain't just about the skin color, bro. It's about the social conditioning. It's about the political conditioning. And this fits that narrative if you want to make it fit that narrative. You could definitely make the case.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, KP, because at the end of the day, bro, look, this is the last thing I'll say on it. I'll let you guys take over. But as a first-year head coach and as a black man, I just think that this organization, right, from top to bottom, Brian Flores got a raw deal, in my opinion, in Miami.
But Lewis, the paradox is though that when they hired him and Greer,
he was a
we were
scapegoat.
the number one organization.
Yeah, well, again, that's for people that want to believe that nonsense. I'm gonna leave it alone. But in my opinion,
and McDaniels is black too, supposedly.
Hey, give me a few minutes, Shake. I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead.
That man got a raw deal in Miami. He got scapegoated. He got railroaded up and down the organization. And then after we fired him, what rubbed me the wrong way was the smear campaign.
When have black men not had? When have black men not had raw deals?
Problem with that.
Bro,
That's what did it. There was a smear campaign out there expecting him not to retaliate.
It just felt for me. It just felt for me what they were trying to do was make that man never work a day again in the NFL. That's how it felt to me.
To the point they was making declarations that he'll never get a job anywhere at any level. They were making declarations like that.
He had the audacity to be Malcolm X and
Tua and on for damn sure was trying to get him out, to get him up out of the league.
Hey, listen.
That was a permanent ban, Em.
I don't have an issue with people saying he's a bad coach. The only thing I had was him. They try to dehumanize the man.
Dehumanize him. Right.
I will say this too. I will say this about that whole scenario. I agree with Lewis on a lot of his points. He made, he was spot on a lot of his, with his statement. But I will say this about Flo, to the narrative, to his initial point about why didn't Brian Flores, and I've seen that, I've heard people make that statement that, Flores wouldn't have even attempted to try to go out and get Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, etc. That's a damn lie, bro. That is ridiculous to even say that, because you look at from 2019 to going into 2020, who was the most aggressive team in free agency that year? That was the Miami Dolphins, right? That was they spent like almost $200 million gave out in free agency, right, that year. So for the narrative that Brian Flores wouldn't have been aggressive to go acquire these players, that's just nonsense to me. So I don't think that would have been the case. Now I will say this.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you go ahead. Okay.
I was gonna say it is a sneak attack on his ability, his capability as a head coach, in a sense, right? So it is that whole "is he good enough to be a head coach?" question, right? That that people get into when they get into these kinds of conversations. But at the same time, it doesn't have to go that direction either. It's okay if you feel he's a bad coach. I have no problem if you believe he's a bad coach.
What happened with Flores was simply, I mean, to sum it up, is exactly this. What people don't, or some, not all, but some fail to realize is, I think he addressed the defense. He made our defense a hell of a lot better. Okay, made that relevant, and he never had the opportunity to even address the offense. So for
Right.
people to go out with a notion that he wasn't doing enough or he wasn't going to ever do this, that's a false narrative. He never got the opportunity to. He got scapegoated, well, worse than scapegoated. He got blackballed and then fired. We all kind of know why. Okay. He got the raw end of the deal. No matter how you see what he did, no matter how you see the lawsuit or anything else, all that shit aside, he never had the opportunity to. I think if he would have stayed here, and I think he was deserving of being able to stay here, he did the same thing McDaniel did. I mean, same record. I mean, you know what I'm
But then you
saying?
piss people off
fire
with the
the guy?
lawsuit. The lawsuit is another reason why people continue to harangue Flores. You know what I'm saying? He had the
Right. If he
audacity
would have
to say the
got
truth.
the opportunity to stay here, hire, if he would have got the opportunity to bring on staff that he wanted to, address the offense, build around Tua, who knows what he would have and could have done? Who knows?
I think two areas, and this is where I think Flores he fell short. And again, this might be somewhat of an unpopular opinion. I get it. Feel free to rebut. But I think the 22 version of Tua that we saw physically, I'm not even addressing the production we got out of him in 22. I'm talking about physically. We can all agree that Tua was, that's the best physically we've ever seen of Tua. I think Flores, in one area where he fell short, he got a little too impatient in allowing Tua. Maybe they misdiagnosed the time frame that he needed to get back to as close to his pre-injury status as possible. Whatever the reason, I think Flores got a little too impatient because I think, again, no matter what side of the fence you're on in terms of Tua being the guy or not, we can all agree he was the best physical version of himself. And I think that had a lot to do with the success that he had in 22. Right? If Flores would have went ahead and made that trade, and this is relative to Lou's point about the team that we currently have. If things would have played out, that personal situation that happened with Deshaun Watson, and you know me, I was all on board for Deshaun right at that time. If you would have made that, went ahead and everything would have went through process, the trade went through and everything, he'd have been a Miami Dolphin. We wouldn't, based off his salary, we would not have the team that we have right now. So I think that in hindsight, now we know none of us could have forecasted that in 2021, right? Nobody could have known what was coming in 22. I'm sorry, we're sitting here in 23 now, the team that we have. Nobody could have forecasted this roster at that time. But in hindsight, and we all have the opportunity to look in the rear view, those are the two areas I think Flores stumbled. Not fell on his face, but stumbled. He got a little too impatient. And again, I think his pride, number one, because according to reports, he never was on board into, and I don't fault him for that. That's his opinion, right? I think he looked into that injury, the nature of that injury, right? And being so close to that injury, the draft was 5 months after the injury. Yeah. He didn't want to select Tua that high. He did not want to select Tua at all. And I get it. I understand it at the time. That might have been the move to make. However, as we're 3 years removed, as Tua going into his fourth year, and look at the production we got from him and look at the physical player that he has become now, I think, again, if Flores would have seen what we saw, just more flashes, more glimpses of what we saw in 2022, in 2020, going into 2021, Flores I truly believe this. I think Flores maybe would have sat back, looked himself in the mirror and look, you know what? I might have been just a little too impatient with this kid and not giving him enough of a chance. That is why I think the two areas where Flores kind of stumbled. But, it is what it is. It's where we're at right now, the status of the team. I think now this is the best position on all levels we have ever been in. I'm not saying now the head coach now between the two, you can make a case that obviously they're two different coaches. One is a defensive-minded coach, but the other one is an offensive-minded coach. But I think they were equally, in their own expertise, they were equally as good, right? I think Flores was just as good as an offensive mind that, Mike McDaniel is vice versa. But I think overall, looking in the rear view now, and I love me some Brian Flores. We know that. I think the best course of action that Chris Greer made, that he took, I think, as we're sitting here now with the team we have, look at the improvement we've seen from Tua in 2022. I think this is the best. I think this was the best course of action to take. I got to agree with Chris Greer on that one. But that's just me. If I'm going to be fair.
Before we continue, I'd just like to give a shout out to Craig Sebring. Thank you so much for the $5 super donation. I like Mike McDaniel, and I think he can take us to the promised land, and having Vic Fangio will be a deadly combination and will make Miami scary again. Thank you so much, Craig Sebring. What do you guys? How do you guys feel about this super chat? Do you think that Miami be scary again with the combination?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think barring any catastrophic injuries, I definitely believe that Miami should be and will be players in the AFC, barring any injury. So I mean I agree with that statement. But one thing I did want to go back to what EM. Oh, sorry, Crypto. Go ahead. My fault.
No, I will hope that the latter month of December, because I know this is a copycat league, and if our head coach can grow, because it's not all about a quarterback and team growing, if other teams are copying the schemes and they have the athletic profile of the Chargers to be able to play physical with our wide receivers and just totally take them out of a game with just a bunch of non-people, I will hope that he will grow and be able to make adjustments and be able to combat that, because other teams has got a full 17-game dossier out on you now. So I will hope that that's 100%. The case, that he can grow that from a coach.
100%.
Because if they do, those other teams are looking at that blueprint and they're going to copy it because they have the athletes to do it.
Speaking of that blueprint, Crypto, I would suggest that to Craig Sebring, that last year was the year when we were the scariest because there was all of the unknown, right? About what we would bring
didn't know us,
with
right?
Tyreek, right? And what the season showed us is that by the end of the season, nobody was scared of us anymore. Like you just said, Crypto, being physical with the receivers, denying the middle of the field intermediate was left as a problem that we have not yet solved, right? Mm-hmm. Even going into the playoffs with a backup quarterback. So in a sense, I don't think teams will be as scared of us this season until we can prove that we can do something different. And that Tua can elevate his game.
His money now.
Right. Tua is on Tua to elevate his game to become a better player at his position, to threaten defenses in more ways than when we showed last season. And
also KP, and also, I want to piggyback off on that. I agree with that 100%. But this is where Mike McDaniel, right? The spotlight is on him. He's going to have to learn from that. He's going to have to he's going to have to tear that system. And what I mean, not the system itself, but I'm talking about the system of imbalance that he put in place last year. He needs to he needs to forget and scrap his entire approach from last year. You need to have that conversation with Tyreek Hill, right? He needs to sit Tyreek Hill down and say, look, bro, you got your offensive player. You had your best season under us. You got your bag, right? Mm-hmm. My approach this year is this year I'm going to diversify the overall offensive approach, which in turn, makes us the best version of the offense that you could possibly be. We saw glimpses of it last year in the Cleveland game, right? That was the most productive that's the most productive probably we've seen in recent memory.
That Cleveland game was the most. That Cleveland game was the most spread out game.
Absolutely.
Even the second Buffalo game when we unleashed Mostert in the second Buffalo game. There were glimpses of that too. Yeah.
So I don't think that's by coincidence, bro. When you diversify,
that was his best coaching game too.
When you're more committed to the run, and you're diversifying the passing game, right? You're just not making it Tyreek and Waddle centric, bro. You're playing right in the hands of into the coordinator, the defensive coordinator. When you do that,
then we toast. That's what I was getting at, Ian. If we do that, then we will be toast. We need to be like
for the sake of being predictable. That's why that's why I said back when we played Cleveland. To me, it was
do in the game,
It was the most complete that we had looked as a team during that game, and everybody got touches, right? And you also don't want to be one-dimensional. You don't want to be like Ian was
Keep
saying,
them off guard.
you want to
Make
be
them earn their
diverse,
money.
because if you're out there and if you're just mainly using Tyreek and Waddle and those two guys, you become somewhat, in a sense, one-dimensional. The team knows what you're going to do. You know, that's why I
for
like
me,
it when it was spread.
Use
And
the
everybody
third and
got
fourth
touches,
receiver.
everybody got catches.
For a change.
Well, for me, I'm going to tell you, and I didn't believe it until I seen it and actually heard about what happened for the Super Bowl. Because if you don't remember, and again, going back to Brian Flores, look at all the trouble that Bill Belichick gave rookie quarterbacks, right, or younger quarterbacks. Under Brian Flores, Tua was undefeated against Bill Belichick. You want to know why? Because Brian Flores knew the ins and outs, right, of that defense, everything, how it worked, and that benefited Tua. If you look at Jalen Hurts' performance in the Super Bowl, right, the Eagles hired Vic Fangio not for the defense, to sit with Jalen Hurts and help Jalen Hurts execute and put a game plan together to, hey, if you see this defense or you see this defensive alignment, how would you attack it? And I think that's going to be the biggest benefit. When I hear all this, Mike McDaniel needs to do a better job. Well, I think, in my opinion, that I know defensively what I'm going to get from Vic Fangio, but I think Vic Fangio is going to have a big input in the out of what Tua can do. Because, again, I didn't believe it, but when people say it and I go back and I watch, a lot of the defenses last year specifically.
Louis, hold on one second. Hey, I'm gonna. I hate to address the chat like this, but Michael K and Liz, can you guys please leave each other alone? I see it escalating. I don't want to delete nobody's comments, but just leave each other alone. Make pretend they each other.
God damn!
Go ahead, Louis. Continue.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Man, what is going on?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
They need to go find a room and work it out.
I know, right? They need to go get a room or something, bro. Work that stress off.
Maybe so, but yo.
I got some Hilton points I can donate you guys if you need it.
Let's
just hit me up. I got some Hilton points.
Please, thank you.
I appreciate you, Shake, for saying that. But going back to what I was saying, I think that's where you're going to see Tua in the aspect of what we seen last year. Some of the defense he had trouble with, those were kind of like a Vic Fangio scheme and stuff. So I think the same way Brian Flores helped Tua versus the New England style defenses that maybe caused the other quarterbacks trouble, where Tua kind of succeeded in those aspects. I think Vic Fangio, that for me that's where his impact is probably going to hit most this season. Again, I know defense
110%.
But I think that what he's going to do for Tua is going to benefit all of us in the long run.
Well, Lewis, this is where we got to shine the spotlight on the Dolphins' decisions thus far in retooling the offense. They haven't really done much to bring in any look on this offense. So this is where, again, I don't have the answer here, but have we done enough to help Tua solve those problems that were presented to him last season? I mean, is Fangio alone the key that's going to help unlock him, as McDaniels claimed to be able to do last season?
Well, KP, I will throw this at you. I think they, I don't think they needed to make, in terms of personnel, bring in okay, well, if you want to make an argument that they need O-line help, okay, right. But at the end of the day, last year, combined,
the running backs produced
4.9 yards per carry.
Absolutely.
So the production was there. The commitment to it was not. You got to ask. So if you're Mike McDaniels, if you're Chris Greer and you're conducting an evaluation offensively, and you look at the disparity between the Russian, us
talent deficiency. Yes,
right, exactly. The personnel is in house. They showed you the production was there. So again, that is where the spotlight is on Mike McDaniel. I think Mike McDaniel, he adjusts and alters his in-game approach. Right, he gets more consistent. He gets more dedicated to the run game. He diversifies the overall approach. We will be offensively. We will be exactly where we need to be.
And one guy real quick that I am excited for, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe they don't even use him in this part of the game. But when I look at it, right, this is another guy that we just picked up in free agency, lower tier guy, but a lot of people are not mentioning. I think Braxton Berrios, if they use him in this offense, if you look at it,
100%.
coming out of the U, what was his prototype? Well, it was Wes Welker. He was the Wes
100%.
Welker mode, right? Well, look who the wide receiver coach is here in Miami. I think once Wes Welker can get Braxton Berrios in the building, he starts teaching him maybe inside the slot how to sit in zones, how to find the open areas.
That should be Tua's medicine.
That
Yeah.
should be
that Berrios should have
the safety blanket.
Because you look at the skill sets of Berrios compared to Waddle, Tyreek, very similar, right? Guys that can get open in space early and often, right? And sure, and Berrios, one of the more underrated aspects of his game is his long speed. He's a 4.4 wide receiver, you know, and I get the Wes Welker comparisons, but he is,
very shifty.
Right. The comparisons are fair, but he has long speed that Wes Welker never had.
And hey, shout out to the Berrios family. They from down in my area, down South Dade, the Berrios family, South Ridge area. So shout out to the Berrios family. I know they moved to North Carolina, where he kind of partially grew up, but that's a South Dade family all the way, Miami-Dade County. So shout out to them. Way to bring the boy back home.
Do you guys think, though? Do you guys think that Braxton Berrios makes an appearance on offense? Do you think he gets offensive snaps, or do you think he's just a special teams ace, punt returner, kickoff returner
mostly
type
special
guy?
teams, Lewis. I think mostly special teams. I think in situationally there he'll get some spots.
Yeah, those third down packages, he's gonna be on the field.
Yeah,
I think
spread, 5 wide spread, he'll be in there.
Yeah, I think initially he might, you can forecast him being more of a special teams guy, punt return, kickoff return. But I think as training camp goes, bro, I mean, he's got an intriguing skill set. I don't know why McDaniels wouldn't incorporate him more, into the overall approach. So, and we don't know what version of Cedric Wilson we're gonna get. We for damn sure don't know what's going on with Eric Izukama. So I hope I'm praying that all of them contribute, in their own ways at some point, for stretches, during the season. But Berrios, man, I'm telling you, you got those three guys, between him, Waddle, and Tyreek, bro, with long speed as well as, again, they're very, to quote KP, they're very shifty guys that can win, they can get open in space quick and often. I mean, he could be a very, a very good safety blanket for Tua, especially, as the season goes on, bro. When defenses, kind of key in on Waddle and Tyreek, he could be a very big chess piece moving forward. So again, we'll see how things shake out, but the skill set is there.
Hey, by the way, let me before you do, let me welcome Lakers all day. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hey, yo, what's up, man? Hey,
Salute.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Lakers crap all day since they lost Magic.
Lakers are garbage all day. Lakers are trash all day. Goddamn it! Spurs up, baby. Spurs up
all day. Nowhere. But hey, man, let me talk to y'all. Okay, so you're saying we got my brother Braxton Berrios from Miami, right? He's gonna be just like y'all said. He's gonna be like a Wes Welker type, and that's how they use them. Like saying the slants, the curl routes, everything that Tyreek was doing now and Jalen Waddle, he was doing that in Miami. So it's gonna be another weapon for us. But my problem is that, like saying that y'all don't know nothing about Bush Berry, but he's not a good O-line coach. The reason why I say this is because he was at Miami Hurricanes and they fired him, and he was the Miami Hurricanes O-line coach. So now he's the Miami Dolphins O-line coach. So people don't know that, but you know what I'm saying? How are you gonna get fired at a college and now you come to the NFL? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, that's why I went to Cliff Kingsbury and look at how that turned out. But no,
that's part of McDaniel's report card, man. McDaniel's hired that man. We gotta give him
you know what? I am getting mixed reviews. Alex Dono, who does Locked On Hurricanes, gives him good reviews. I hear some fans, Kane fans, that say that he's good. I hear Kane fans that he's bad. So, but Alex Dono, he likes the Canes more than he likes the Dolphins. So if he's giving him glowing reviews, I kind of trust him.
Yeah, but
here's the question I have for the panel then. Okay. With the coming draft, do you think the Dolphins focus on impact players on offense, defense?
I'm
Wait,
gonna say offense.
yeah,
I
I
have
think
everything on defense.
I think we
You know what
target
I'm
that
saying?
tight end position with somebody dynamic
absolutely.
at pick
And
51.
KP, I've
Yeah.
heard consistently for about a month now that is going to be, they're going to be very aggressive addressing that position with that
Yeah.
potentially. If certain players fall to them, they will be very aggressive in going up and get a player. If one of their guys falls,
They see an
start to
opportunity.
fall in the
Yeah.
draft. Absolutely. So yeah, I think that's safe to say that tight end might be the priority. A more multi-dimensional tight end like Darnell Washington. Like there's a lot of guys, Sam Laporta. There's a lot of guys that I'm hearing at the Dolphins that are high on their radar, and so yeah, I think I think that's a very, very good point. But at the end of the day, who knows? I think running back, if a coveted, and you heard Chris Greer that come out of his mouth. A month ago when him and McDaniel sat down at that press conference, he said, I might be even more willing to, invest a higher pick than what he's done previously in the past, addressing the running back position. I think they'll take a best player if they're going to, exactly. They'll take a best player approach.
Is that
to add on to this
is
offense.
that the
Greg-
homie
Greg-
Walt right there?
What's up, Walt Dog? Hey, correct me if
what's up,
I'm
y'all?
wrong. What's
What's
up? Hey,
up,
correct
buddy?
me if
Good to
I'm
see you
wrong.
again, man.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you, man.
DK.
Y'all too. What's
Go
up,
ahead,
y'all?
Shake.
No. Correct me if I'm wrong. The one thing that I know, I seen him at Penn State talking to a tight end, McDaniels and the other Frank Smith. The one thing I constantly hear about people talk about tight ends, and this isn't me. This is professionals. Is that it takes tight ends 2 years,
Right, to physically acclimate to the league.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I would
that's
agree.
The only thing I would say.
But-
That's the only thing that the concern I have with drafting a tight end.
I hear you, but you look at, this has been one of the more deeper classes. And we've had, this tight end class, you're seeing like 3 or 4 guys that maybe even more that tend to be more complete than what we've ever seen, in recent memory. Normally you see every year you get a guy that is a good blocker, but he might not be that good of an athlete or vice versa. But you're seeing, these tight end classes
check
go 4
multiple
or 5
boxes.
deep,
These guys,
bro.
these guys check multiple boxes. Like that
Absolutely.
guy Washington, blocking is all check marks, right? But then
And KP,
he's got
that
the
dude is ready
physical
for the
tools.
NFL, bro. That
Yeah,
dude
he's got-
is ready for the NFL, bro.
He's got the physical tools to dominate in the passing game too.
Absolutely.
He's no
Absolutely.
slouch athletically. So if you can get a guy like him at number 51, man, he can't. I don't see how he can't check the box, helping protect Tua. Right, he's basically another O lineman, but at the same time being an additional safety blanket, big target. You know what I'm saying? Who can fight for balls in the middle of the field. So, he makes a lot of sense. But like you said, there's 3 other guys there that are really talented as well. So, we'll see, man. What up?
AKP. Yeah. My problem is, right, I like Gesicki, right? You know what I'm saying? I thought he was a good weapon for Tua, but you know what I'm saying? Now, low key, like, you know what I'm saying, we have to go get a tight end, right? When low key, we already had a tight end in Gesicki that.
Nah, Gesicki was a receiver though. He didn't block.
But look at Kelsey. You know what I'm saying? Kelsey out here is receiving. You know what
Kelsey
I'm saying?
blocks enough though.
He blocks enough, but you know what I'm saying?
And the key is he's a willing participant. Mike Gesicki is not.
Yeah.
He's not willing to engage. That's the problem. I think they would have been more inclined to, to work with Gesicki if he was just a more willing. Bro, his tape as a blocker is some of the worst shit, pardon my language, Shake, that you will ever see. And I can imagine if I'm frustrated with him, you can imagine what Embry is, which is why you saw several times in his press conferences, he took definite, clear shots at Mike Gesicki. So they were frustrated with him, bro, and they was ready for him to get up out of there, in my opinion.
He was a pretty boy volleyball player playing tight end.
Hey, EM. So look, let's say the Chiefs, right? Let's say the Chiefs had Gesicki, right? How you think Gesicki would have did over there at the Chiefs? He would have did great, right? Because he can catch the ball, he can do everything Kelsey can do in the pass game, but he just can't block.
Yeah, but they don't have a run heavy scheme though.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's not a heightened need to protect the quarterback the same way that you got to protect Tua. Any tight end in this team is going to have to block, be an adequate blocker.
Yeah.
And you know who'd be good for us? Rob Gronkowski. He'd be nice too because he can block and catch. He'd be
Yeah, but
good.
he's 50 years old now.
I know. I'm saying he'll be a good weapon for us if he did come back and want to play football.
Gronk is in Vegas right now, laying between like 3 or 4 lawns.
Let me. I hate to do it to you, Shake, on your first show, but you know when the idiots come out, bro, when the dummies come out, they got to be addressed. When they in the comments,
Listen, EM, let me just start. Let me just say 2 things. Number 1, there ain't no fucking swear jar here, and number 2,
hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hey, I need all these brave people in the damn chat, man. Come on up here and take some
No
licks.
goddamn.
I know, right? Yeah.
Hey, hold on, and EM, you know, I've been a supporter of you since you were with TD, so you could have fucking free reign on any motherfucker in this motherfucker.
Man, always salute, homie.
God damn.
When the dummies come out, you know, in the chat, right? They scared to come up on a panel, bro. You know they ain't trying to get nothing popping outside that chat room, right? They want to stay in the chat. That's fine. And when you open your mouth, you know, you just make asses of yourself. This CCRR idiot, right? Hope EM's 2023 draft takes are better than his 2020 draft takes. Okay, well, let's go back and address 2020. What I said, the players that I wanted to target, right, in the 2020 draft. We all know A was Tua, right? And last time I checked, this year in 22, he was in the MVP conversation. No matter what people think, this is what transpired. He was in the MVP conversation, right? Another player, it was really only 2 players in that draft that I said that I absolutely had to have. It was Tua, and the other one was Raekwon Davis. So the Dolphins actually selected those 2 players, right? And Tua was productive for us, and Raekwon, I know, you know, I might be in the minority, but a lot of people might be down on Raekwon right now. But for you know, Flores to select him A and then B, the role that Flores put him in, which Josh Boyer had him in that same role, and then on top of that, I'm assuming Vic Fangio is gonna adopt a lot of that, you know, that similar approach from Brian Flores and Josh Boyer. Raekwon Davis he's been a productive player for us. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Damn, you got Michael K coming at you too now, Ian. You might want to address that shit.
Where's that at?
It's
I don't see his.
That's the one. Yeah, put it up.
Come on up to the panel, punks. Come on up to the panel, punks.
Ask EM if he has the video of Reason hitting the stem. I don't know what he's talking about, bro.
I don't know. Listen, at the end of the day, Reason isn't here to defend himself. So
right. They calling on another man that's not here to defend himself. Female tendencies, bro.
Listen,
100%.
I have a rule in life. I have a rule in life.
For context, what he's referring to is that whole drama back when I think it was Pete and Reason were going at it, and Pete accused Reason of smoking something on his channel. But that's
is that what that means? Oh,
yeah. Listen, at the end of the day, I have a rule. If I can't look you in your eye, I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. So
what I mean, what the fuck? I mean, he liked to smoke. Shit. What the fuck is wrong with that?
What do my eyes look like?
It's legal, bro.
I mean, damn. What the fuck?
Hold on, I can see your cartoon eyes. So yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my eyes are brown, bro. That means I'm full of shit.
Mm-hmm. No, real talk. Yeah, Reason isn't here, so there's no need to bring him up.
I see another dummy just surfaced, bro. This Snowball Gate EM a hoe. Y'all, your mama's a hoe, bro. Your mama's a hoe.
Okay. Hold on. We Michael K is in the building. Go ahead. Let's get ready to rumble.
First in the East.
What's going on, Michael K? Michael K, you there? The floor is yours, brother.
Somebody hijacked this account.
Damn, EM, you shook him right out of his boots. He can't even get his mic on.
That's probably somebody trolling, bro. It's probably somebody trolling.
Yeah. Nah, that's Michael K. The Bills fan, Michael K.
Oh, he
Basically,
claimed
gonna
he
have
has
to do
no. He
something.
claimed he ain't. He don't have a. Is that him? So y'all are call. So who is this 5th-year bitches guy? Are they the same guy?
That's
No,
Michael K.
that's
Yes,
Michael
same guy.
K. The other guy, the Snowball Gate, I think is JC or what's the other dude's name? It's either Tony or JC. It's another Bills fan.
Yeah, eventually we're gonna have to do something about these
Fucking
Bills
idiots.
fans. They coming in here to just cause mischief, man. They
Hey,
just
Yeah,
need trouble.
and bro, why are they coming on our platforms anyway? I mean, bro, I see this. What's that idiot? I forget his name. The one that that clown Mark. Is that his name? He's always
Yeah,
on Larry.
yeah, Mark.
He's always on Miami Sports Music. He's on this one. He's on Larry's. He frequents a lot of our Dolphin centric platform.
Yeah,
Why
Mark.
do these motherfuckers do that kind of shit, bro? What do we don't have nothing to talk to you about, those individuals about. Why the fuck are you on these platforms, bro? You can't, any fan of any team can't tell me a goddamn thing about our team, bro. So that's why I'm always saying, if and when the time comes when that EM Dolphin fan platform goes up, these motherfuckers will not be allowed, bro. There might be a situation where we might, if we're playing a team in a
Like
weekend.
crossover.
Right. But in terms of just popping in and out on StreamYard on a daily basis, fuck no, that ain't happening. Not on my watch.
Buffalo got no
Hey,
Super
man.
Bowl
There you
wins.
go, EM. Put him in check, EM.
Respect the Andre Reed, but you ain't got no home over here, bro.
Buffalo
Take
got
your
no
Darrow
Super Bowl wins.
Tally ass back up to Buffalo.
Yes,
They got
sir.
wins. No Super Bowl wins.
Roll some Eric Mold on your forehead.
Win a Super Bowl before you come in our chat.
Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the threshold.
The Dolphins will be number 1 in the East next season, and they'll be top 2 in the AFC. I promise you.
There you go.
I like the confidence, Walt. How we gonna do it though, Walt?
Look
is
at
coming
it.
down hard out here.
Look at this shit. Why is this any concern of his? Let's look at this shit. 5th-year bitches at EM. Do you donate any money to these channels? Why the fuck is that any of his business, bro? I mean, really. Come on, man. Really? Come on.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, actually, you know what? Here's the thing. One thing about EM, he donates his time, and time is money. So at the end of the day, that's how I look at it.
And at the end of the day, and bro, people, the real ones know what it is. I have contributed financially to a few of these channels, bro.
I understand that, but I'm just.
I just don't broadcast it, bro.
But no, the thing I'm trying to
Ian
convey
been
is
around
the
a long
fact
time,
that you help the content creator with content, and that's just
not just
as
that,
money.
Shake. EM's been around a long time, and he helps He helping his fans. He's helping this channel. EM does a lot to support all the Dolphins content creators.
That's what I'm saying.
I fuck with everybody, bro. I fuck with everybody, man. So these idiots out here, bro, this shit is fucking ridiculous. That's why I get so. And again, and believe me, I know I when I lose it sometimes, I know I can be irritating as fuck. I know that, right? My wife tells me that, right? And I'm working on that as a man. But I get so fucking frustrated with a lot of these goddamn idiots with dumbass shit like that, bro. Why would you even? What made you even pose that question to anybody? Not just me, but anybody. What business is that of yours? Of anybody's?
Right.
Shit is ridiculous, bro.
That's so he can toot his. I guess he's trying to toot his own horn and make himself look good. He's just a narcissist. That's what narcissists do, EM.
Hey, young man, if you got that extra money that you want to spend, Cash App, Carryp, KHARYP. You can spend all your extra discretionary funds with me. Cash at me, baby. Yeah.
On some real shit, though, it's really only one platform that I refuse to contribute. And I have contributed to that platform in the past, but I refuse to do it again. I think, it don't take rocket science to figure out which platform that is. I'm not now, I'm not gonna put a name on it right now, Lou, before you even get started.
Put a name on it. Put a name on it, damn it.
Like I said, if he's not here,
there you go, Shake. There you go. So
no, Shake,
it's only one that I absolutely refuse. I will not contribute
You ain't getting them
financially
no
too.
out. Hell no, Shake Money.
No. The thing about it is,
No, Shake, you right. You right. That's his
I don't.
policy. Respect his policy, crypto. Come on now.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't let nobody talk about reason. I'm not gonna let nobody talk about whoever he's talking about. So let's respect everybody's platform, bro. That's all.
Hey, listen. It's spread kindness and like it's spread kindness Friday. Shake Money.
Not this fucking show, it ain't. Not in this fucking show, it's not. God damn it.
Damn.
Look,
Damn.
Look, at the end of the day,
fucked
though,
up, crypto.
at the end of the day, I just want to say this real quick because again, I think everybody has a voice, right? And everybody that's in this community, whether it's nonsense, whether it's real, fake, troll, whatever, everybody has a voice, right? But when I look at it, there are certain guys and ladies, for that matter, that I would say are OGs of the community, right? And just for people that always come at EM, and I'm not just saying this because he's the homie. I've given props to other people besides EM. But EM is one of these guys that within the community, not only does he know his shit, but in my opinion, he's an OG. I remember when Dolphin YouTube wasn't as popular as it is now, and I remember seeing EM up there. So again, that's not me trying to suck up or kiss ass because I have a relationship with him. Because again, I've said this to other people, but now that he's here, bro, again, for the people that go at this man, I just don't understand why. Because if we're being real, he is an OG, and for me, and I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I pretty much believe that everybody in this panel would agree. I value my relationship I have with him, but from a content perspective and what he brings to this community, I just wanted to shout him out, man. He's an OG in my opinion, man. So shout out to EM.
Man, that's Lou. That's greatly appreciated, bro. That's heartfelt, bro. It really is. You already know how I feel about you. But listen, I might have been around a little longer, but shit, bro, it's a lot of, and I always try to give talent when give credit and when I identify talent, like, I always try to give credit and try to put, share that spotlight with them. Not to say that the spotlight is on me, but I'm just saying, status wise in the community, like Lou, like Shake Money, like, I hold KP football mind in the highest regard. I truly, I've said this to people privately, maybe not to you directly, KP, but I've said this privately. When we engage,
now where the hell am I love at?
No, I'm coming. Let me land, BTA.
I didn't hear Crypto's name in that neither, goddamn.
Well, you ain't gonna hear Crypto. You ain't gonna hear Crypto, goddamn it.
That's because he's sending me private. That's because he's sending me private letters and sending me. He's got statues outside of his house. That's why.
But KPs of the world, your DTAs of the world. I know me and DTA, we had our little issue and whatnot. I still feel bad to this day about that. But before that happened, I expressed publicly to DTA, bro. Before I actually had gotten to know him over the past year or so, whatever, however long it's been. He was one of the ones early on in Twitter Spaces and on YouTube that stuck out. And I told you that, DTA, and I know I was trolling you a little bit, but you already know what it is. So, but we all have a voice. It's a lot of talented individuals in this community, not just on YouTube, but in the Twitter Spaces as well. On that platform. So, bro, at the end of the day, whether you got a platform on platform or off platform, if you're knowledgeable, right, you're articulate, you can articulate yourself, and you're insightful, you're fact-based, film-based, analytic-based, statistical-based, right? Those individuals need to be, the spotlight needs to be more on them as opposed to a lot of these idiots in the community like Pete's of the world. We all know who the idiots are, and I know. Listen, that might, I'm trolling to some degree, but it's a lot of talented individuals in here, and we all, no matter whether you're on platform or not, nobody's voice is bigger than anybody. At least that's the way I see it. You know what I mean? That's why I try to engage with everybody. I don't give a fuck what size you can have. I've been on shows that have done 15,000 views, and I've been on shows that's done 10. So I don't give a fuck the size of the platform. If you know your shit, you good people. EM is gonna fuck with you no matter what size the platform or where you at, bro. So at least that's my approach to the goddamn community.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say too, bro, Man, I know I tell you all the time, don't feel bad. Hey, that's part of it, bro. And that honestly helped grow our friendship even more. So, like I said,
Absolutely.
I always got your back, Em. Always
And let me
gonna
just
have
say
it. I
that.
know
Let me
the
just
type
shout
of
out Ace of Spades 34. He's one of the real OGs in the chat, consistently, time and time again, with thoughtful chat posts and so forth. So big shout out to you, Ace of Spades, man. We see you,
yeah.
bro.
Absolutely. Salute to you, bro.
And the thing too, like I said, don't feel bad, brother. That helped grow a friendship. If anything, like I said, I'm always gonna have your back, Em. It's all love, all respect, bro. I've got a great, friendship with you, and both you and Lou I hold in super high regard, and you know that I think you're very, knowledgeable and wise, and I appreciate you, reaching out and everything that you bring to all these content creators, including myself, and coming on the show and giving insight and that's just I just want to show some love and appreciation too, man. Both you and Lou, man. Lou's my brother. But yeah, man, we all
I
down.
feel the same way, 100%, bro. 100%.
100%, man. In crypto, I'll even throw your ass in there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell no, hell no. Don't go that
There you
far,
go.
goddamn it. Hell no.
Listen,
Crypto.
don't
Yeah,
let
no,
him,
no.
don't let
No,
EM
no.
talk this foolishness.
Hey, at the end of the day, man, I got much love. Crypto know how I feel about him, bro. I got a lot of respect. Crypto, I've got to know privately, here over I would say the last year or so. And Crypto is good people, bro. We don't talk as often as
That's a lie. I've been on phone calls. He be bullying crypto. He be threatening crypto's life.
Oh man.
EM is a
Hey,
bully.
man.
He's out here capping and lying to y'all. God
That's
damn.
straight cap, goddamn
Hey,
it.
one thing about crypto, I have to respect. And one thing about crypto, he's the only one on here who accepted my invitation to my show. So I appreciate you, crypto. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Much love, Shake
Well,
Money.
shit,
Crypto is good people too,
I
bro.
haven't even got an invite
I
yet.
know. I'm just
But
messing with- I'm just
to be
messing
honest with
y'all,
you,
man.
Am I
Y'all,
not
I know it's love.
interesting enough to interview Shake?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Yo,
there you go.
check
Get him, DTA. Get him, DTA.
Come on, bro.
Check your
Put him in a
invitation.
chokehold, baby. Put that chokehold on him.
Check the
That is
invitation, baby.
discrimination at
Check
its
'em.
finest. Man, I got all
I got
types of
number love
gold
for
in
you.
my closet for you, bro. I got all types of good stories.
DTA,
And
you want to hear something
juicy
worse?
stuff.
You want to know what's worse, DTA? Me and this man are from the same island, and he hasn't even invited me to the show, man. That's a goddamn.
Hey, y'all, that's Cuban business right there. That's Cuban business.
Hey,
Every time I invite Lewis, he's talking about he got something to do.
That's a lie.
That's Cuban business right there.
And Shake from Havana. You from Oriente.
So we
LP
talking about
better than
Cuban
him.
on Cuban crime
Actually,
here?
no, real talk. No, real talk. Real talk. That's where my dad's from. Real talk. That's where my
And
dad's
just
from.
a side note too, because I know, like I
Oriente.
said, Lou,
My dad's from
my dogs,
Baracoa.
man, those are my boys. Crypto.
Damn.
Me and Crypto have been really close for a good while now.
Yeah.
Again, like everybody, who don't know, we talk outside of this, not even just about football. Text each other back and forth, call each other. Crypto's a good friend of mine, man. So I want to show some love to you, as well as Shake, Walt. He comes up, shows support on the shows all the time. Big supporter on my show. And KP, man, I've always gone along with KP. I think you're a cool ass dude. I love talking football with you.
KP is good people too.
You're another individual that is
Thank you,
very
DTA.
insightful, and I appreciate your takes, and I have really good discussions with you.
And I gotta, since we're on the platform, I mean, we gotta pay respect
love,
to
KP.
the grandfather of the platform. You know what I mean? The HNIC, and that would be Cap. El Capitan himself. You know what I mean? I've gotten to know Cap, over the past year or so. And Cap, I a lot of people might not know that, but we communicate on a consistent basis privately. Cap is very good people. I tell Lewis this all the time when we kind of, Cap might come up in a conversation. I've got an opportunity to know him personally. Cap is a very good dude too. He takes a lot of heat in the community. I get it, and I'm not trying to make apologies for that because it comes with the territory. At the end of the day, I'm nobody's immune to that. But I think a lot of people when they when they're extreme with the criticism of Cap and they try to make things personal, I think if a lot of people really knew him, who he is, he's a good dude, bro. He really, really is foundationally, he's a good dude. And him too, man, over the last year or so, I've gotten to know him and not just him as well, but a few other people too in the community that I've gotten to know privately, and they know who they are, and this YouTube shit has connected a lot of people, man, and I'm looking forward to see a lot of a lot of
That's
people that
true.
I've face to
Hey,
face. You know what I mean? Like
It,
real
it
soon. So
it's made
hey.
a
By the way,
bunch of great,
shout out to
great
Q.
friendships and
Shout out to Q.
relationships, and
absolutely.
also on
And,
the.
I just
Go
want to
ahead, go
quick
ahead, Shake. I'll talk after, bro. Go ahead.
shout out to Q real quick with a $10 donation, man. And I appreciate the birthday love, brother. Thank you, man.
Shake, when was your birthday, bro?
March 20th.
Damn, my bad,
Oh,
homie.
Hey,
damn,
no,
I
you
missed
good.
that.
You
Yeah, a
Hey,
good.
few
happy
days
I missed
birthday,
ago.
that.
Shake. Happy birthday, bro. Happy
I
belated.
appreciate you, man.
Salute,
Hey,
I
man.
appre-
So
absolutely.
real quick, all I was
And
gonna
Happy
say.
birthday once again, Shake Money.
Hey, by the way, me and Q were co-hosts one day at Once Upon a Time on the Not for Debate podcast, man. And I got nothing but love for him, bro. Thank you, Q.
Hey,
Wait.
real
Q,
quick,
Hey,
Q.
I got to
what
I'm
I
step,
was
sorry,
gonna
my
y'all.
say,
bad,
So
Q,
DTA.
in
Go
peace
ahead,
out,
bro.
regards
peace out,
to
panel. I got to
in
step. It's been a
regards.
pleasure talking to
All
all
right,
you gentlemen.
KP.
I'll holler at
Much
you
love.
guys later. All
All
right.
right,
All right,
salute,
Salute,
man.
KP. Be good, bro.
Salute, man. Real quick too, man. In regards to El Capitan, huge shout out to him as well, because without him, none of this would be possible. So, I just
Yeah,
wanted to
I agree.
reiterate the same thing that EM said. He's given all of us, me, Lou, Shake. He's given a lot of people a lot of great opportunities and given us the chance to run with it and do with what we will and grow, and giving us this platform, including all the viewers, even people that don't come up on the channel and stay in the live chat. We all have this wonderful platform to talk. Thank you to El Capitan. He works his ass off. The guy's got a family, full-time job as a construction manager. The dude's still making time to do shows all the time and giving us this wonderful platform. So big thank you to him.
Thanks,
I owe so much gratitude.
Absolutely, 100%. 100%.
thanks, Juan, and thanks, California. No, and I want to echo those sentiments, man. At the end of the day, I've been in this Dolphins community literally since day one, since TD, since Great One DeVore. I go back since the Great One DeVore days. Great One DeVore is the OG of OGs.
Yeah,
That's it.
man.
Yeah.
And hey,
Yep.
real quick, Shake. I used to talk to Great One. You as you well know, I still think I hold Great One in the highest regard, bro. We just lost communication here.
Yeah.
I would say over the last year or so, whatnot. Is he? Do you talk to him?
Yeah,
You still.
as a matter of fact, I'm waiting for a special occasion, but I do on Larry K's channel. I have a show. It's called In the Blender, and I do it on Thursdays where I interview Dolphin fans, content creators, anybody who's a Dolphin fan. I just interview them why they became a Dolphin fan and things like that. And I got the episode of I have Great One DeVore. I did a pre-recorded episode with Great One DeVore that I am going to eventually release. It's not a matter of when. It's going to be when I interview, and I tell you what, it was a good interview. And Great One DeVore is he's still does Dolphins, but at the same time, he wants to venture into other things like movies and stuff like that. So yeah, man, Great One DeVore.
Yeah, Great One, bro. Great One again. He's definitely an OG in the community as well. And back in the day, even before I was listening to TD, because TD was like the first one that as far as YouTube, Great One and what's the on the Fin side? Great One and on the Fin side, they were like one of the first ones that I would listen to at the this going back 10 years ago, bro.
Yeah.
So yeah, Great One definitely has a place. A big place in this community, bro, and that's good to see he's still around. I'll reach out to him. I'll communicate with him eventually, but
yeah.
Shake Money said you dropping that episode.
Yeah, I just want to also
the not so great one, by the way. The not so great one.
Hold on. I want to echo the sentiments to El Cap because you guys got to realize how smart and intelligent a guy like El Capitan is. I mean, he found me. You know what I mean? So.
God damn! Look at color.
Well, I've learned to not hold that against him, Color. By the way, I've overlooked that. That's one of his.
That. Hey, but let me finish what I was saying though. I've been in the community for a long time as a listener, and this is my beginning phases as an actual content creator, and I appreciate El Capitan for giving me the platform to start growing into my own, you know what I'm saying? And that's one thing I'll always be grateful for.
Well, God damn it, let me just say the same thing, DTA, because you got yours off. Shake just got his off. I'll say the same thing, and I'll keep mine short. But basically, what Shake Money said. I was a listener at first. It was people like Shake Money, EM. I've told Color this. I see Color in here. To come to the Fins tailgate, it wasn't El Capitan that got me here. It was Color that got me here as a listener and stuff. But shout out to Cap because, again, to echo EM settlements and everybody else, I think Cap, ever since I've met him, at first as just a speaker coming up on his platform, and now built a relationship with him to where I could call him a friend. Cap is a real good dude, man. So again, I just
you don't get more. You do not get more genuine than Chris El Capitan Adams. You don't get more genuine.
Yeah,
Cap is good people. Cap is good people.
While I got you up here,
for him to give me that opportunity though, just shout out to Cap, man, for real, man. I appreciate it.
While I got you up here, Kohler, I don't have my admin, so I couldn't even see who was in back. I didn't know you were here. But now that you're up here, on top of, to piggyback off what we were all saying, and on top of El Capitan, big shout out to you. A lot of people, you know, I know some assholes in the chat too get it twisted sometimes and think Kohler call us second fiddles and shit like that. This man built this empire with El Cap. This is very much, and this is out of the horse's mouth. This is very much just as much El Caps as it is Kohler. Shout out to you because again, he's another person that has a really large, following. People respect him. They love what he has to say. He's very intellectual. He's very knowledgeable in football. Knows facts that I wouldn't even know that he can just pull out of his ass on a whim. Kohler's a good dude, man, and he equally as well presented opportunities and recruits us and helps us. He's always
And I'll
willing
always
to
give
lend a hand.
deference to El Capitan, and I'll always give that deference to El Capitan because without him allowing me that opportunity to help him build this, then I wouldn't have been able to. So it still goes back to him, man.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And by the way, one thing I want to say, one thing I want to say real quickly.
I'm gonna end it right here. I'm gonna end it real quick. I'm gonna land real fast so you can talk.
Okay.
But on top of that, man, last thing I want to say, Kohler, I love you, bro. Much love and appreciation. You do a lot, even behind the scenes. There's a lot of times where people don't even see you, not even for a split second, because you've hung in back the entire show. And what people don't see is you're actually back there running it the entire time, helping us and taking care of the memes and watching chat and doing all this stuff. And that's on top of doing your shows, going and supporting Miss Fins, being on El Capitan shows, my shows. You do a lot, and I think you are well deserved of all the gratitude too.
Well, I appreciate that, but you're making me blush, man.
Absolutely.
Hey, Color, I was going to say this to Color. I don't know if I can approve that message, but go ahead. Say it.
I was going to say, Color, I was going to say I ain't tell you in person you was spot on about your episode on Lamar Jackson. But I watched it. It's over, man. It was epic, dude. So, it was spot on, man. It was epic.
Well, I just wanted to lay down the baseline, you know what I mean? Because
I watched it twice, man.
Look, I've never been one to go to that point, but it's just so everything is different with him, bro. Every bit of verbiage, language, vernacular, everything is different when people talk about him, bro. And it's so blatantly obvious, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It
was spot on, man.
It's race driven again. I brought this up in a Twitter space the other day, and I hate going back to race because again, I'm not a black man, but when I look at it, right, the narrative that goes around is, and again, this is more on the Twitter side, but since Lamar Jackson doesn't have an agent, it's kind of hurting him in the process and stuff. I call bullshit on that, and that's because we just seen a player in Laramie Tunsil that just bought the richest contract to be a tackle in this league, and he had no representation. He represented himself.
But see, that's the thing, Lewis. They're using very particular language to say he's at fault. So in other words, they're saying he can himself, but the teams are only allowed to speak to Lamar Jackson. So we're talking about like a technicality, because if you think about it, that non-licensed agent or whatever, or whoever representative, he's only speaking for the man. Like it's the thoughts are still coming out of Lamar Jackson's head. So what I'm saying is, if you were to be in a room with the two guys, right, and you're a team representative, okay, and you're chopping it up with them two, what would be the difference if you're speaking to Lamar Jackson and he just goes over to the other guy and the other guy tells him what to say and Lamar says it? What the hell would be the difference?
There is no difference, Color.
But that would not be against the rules.
None.
Yeah, of course not. Again, that's the politics of it. I'm just looking at it from from a race. When I look at the Lamar Jackson situation, and then I see what Laramie Tunsil did, right? And I this is the analogy that I use, and I could be wrong. This is just, again, how I see it. Laramie Tunsil is a black man, but Laramie Tunsil fits in the goody two-shoe white man country club. You can take Laramie Tunsil there. When I look at it,
they bring up the fact that position in contract is not as
That's a good point, Shake. Richard Sherman.
What about
right?
Richard Sherman. I think he was a Stanford grad. He is a well-spoken, and I'm not saying anything against Lamar. I don't want this to sound negative. Again, just looking from the optics. You can take a Richard Sherman type, a Laramie Tunsil type, into that exclusive group. We all know the group I'm talking about. It's harder to take Lamar Jackson into that group. And that's where he's getting lumped in my opinion. This is all the optics of how Lamar speaks, how Lamar dresses, how Lamar, go back to the NBA. Look at Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson was an outlier in a game when you looked at Michael Jordan. Well cut, clean, suited and booted. You see what I'm saying? Allen Iverson was headband, cornrows, white t-shirt, baggy pants. You see what I'm saying? It's just we all know what's going on, and again, in my opinion, that's what's going on in the Lamar Jackson situation.
And just in my world, right? To lose point again, and I'm not saying all older Caucasian gentlemen people are, they tend to be, a little anxious when they're around more cultured individuals. You know what I mean? I'm not saying them all, but that does exist in our culture, and I'm coming from the United States perspective, in particular in the South. Keep in mind, I grew up in Arkansas, right? I currently reside in the great state of Texas, and I've been in the South primarily. My folks are from Georgia, right? So I've been in the South for the most part all of my life, and I'm well aware to a lot of what. Even as a teenager, I can remember as a teenager, bro, growing up in Arkansas, in Little Rock, North Little Rock, just when, being racially profiled, going into, and keep in mind, my folks, bro, I'm not from that street life. I didn't grow up in that environment. Now, I've been exposed to it through friends and, friends of friends and family members of friends, right? But I didn't grow up in that world. I grew up when my folks, and I might be getting a little too personal here, so I apologize. But when my folks, when my dad, because my dad was in the military. So when my dad retired and they bought their first house, at that time in that neighborhood, we were the first black family to move there. And it was at the time, it was an upper middle class, neighborhood. It was a very nice neighborhood, away from everything. I mean, it was their dream home, right? And they sacrificed a lot to purchase that home. And when we moved there, I mean, the second night, we hadn't even gotten everything completely moved in yet. The second night we wake up the next morning to get up and go to school, we see signs, a sign out in our yard, right, saying that blacks don't, are not welcomed here, etc. The first night it was a sign. Then a week later, somebody threw a stuffed animal, a monkey stuffed animal with a noose around it in our yard. I can go back to when we would be let out when after school, when we would get off the bus, right? Because we lived up on a hill, so the bus would just drop all the kids off at the base of the hill, and we would walk up and walk up the hill and go home. When we would be myself, my youngest brother, and then at that time, one of my best friends to this day, Keelan, we used to call him Keyhole. Him and his brother, his family, they were the second black family to move there. When we would be walking home, right, walking home from school, we get 1, 2, 3, 4 carloads of white kids driving by, throwing batteries at us, bro. So my point is, I'm sorry to get a little too personal, but for people, I think as men, as responsible men, I think we can engage in healthy dialogue about, the issues that are currently going on in our, that went on 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50, 60 years ago, as well as 2023. We can engage and talk about those, because I feel like as long as if people take the position that they ignore that these issues do exist in our culture today and just want to sweep it under the rug and don't address it by conversation and by dialogue, I think that's not, that does nothing in terms of addressing the problem. So I think the point that he made about Lamar, I think to circle back to Lamar, I think a lot of that is presently, that he might be encountering a lot of that. Maybe.
Bro, why is it always it's going to take some big ordeal to get him up to speed on your offense or your language or whatever? It's always, this guy's going to be a 10-year project for him to understand your offense.
That's
so everything's
what I'm
a
saying,
problem.
Color.
Everything is like so hard.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
And again, Color.
Here's the thing, though. None of the deficiencies that they point out about the guy stopped him from having an MVP year and breaking all kinds of records, including passing records. And
also, I think a lot of that, again, that stereotype, I think it's rooted. The root cause comes from that perception, right? That's been it's been placed on that position, to black quarterbacks or whatnot. A lot of that, don't get me wrong, things have gotten tremendously better in my opinion, right? But I do think a lot of in regards to Lamar, right? Or a player that might be coming up, in the same situation as him. I think it's not the only reason, but I think it's one of the reasons why Lamar, I think it's a lot of things, right?
Again, EM, it points to that's kind of where in my monologue the other day, it was more, I was trying to point out the nuance of it being a certain type, also being Southern, because if you compound the racial aspect with the class aspect of it, then you're talking about something that some white folk down here can relate to. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I was up in Missouri, north of the line, for about 10, 11 years, and man, people knew I was from South Florida, and I got treated like garbage. You know what I mean? It was like,
Again, this particular issue we're talking about with Lamar specifically, that's just a issue that's in our, that's in our culture.
Right.
Not the only one. Not the only one.
With the fact that the class that he belongs to is seen as stereotyped as uneducated and simple and whatever else you want, label tropes you want to put on it. You know what I mean?
Now, I will say, I said this in a Twitter space the other day, Lou, right? Crypto, when we talked about this yesterday, I believe, or the day, whenever it was. Now, one thing I do have an issue with Lamar or any individual, right? Black, white, or green, purple, whatever. But we're talking about Lamar specifically, so we all know he's a black man. So I have a major issue if I'm an owner of a franchise, right? Again, and the narratives that, it's been reported allegedly that, his people that he surrounds himself with makes the upper management of the Baltimore Ravens a little uncomfortable. Well, Kodak Black, and no disrespect to Kodak Black, his talent as a rapper or whatnot, but a lot of those individuals that he associates with, I mean, man, allegedly Lamar, a couple summers ago where Kodak Black got shot, Lamar was allegedly in that crowd. I don't want the face of my franchise that I'm investing excess of $200 million in. I don't want to be as an owner, having to be worrying about, losing sleep over, worried at night about you potentially at the wrong place, the wrong time, and you out here having to dodge bullets, bro. I don't want that.
Yeah,
and I don't blame them if that is an issue. If that is, and that's for any player, not let alone a quarterback. So if that story is accurate, I don't blame that owner of Baltimore Ravens taking that approach. And again, they're privy to information that we're not. So, but I've heard that consistent.
That goes for all
And
players.
I get it. And real quick, DTA, before you go,
Yep.
just real quick, so I can address that though, because I get it, but we've seen throughout, and it doesn't matter what sport it is. If you're an elite athlete, and I get it, and again, to Lamar's credit, even with those are allegations. He's never been charged with nothing. He's never had any off the field issues. For that situation, EM, you've heard 10 other stories about all the good that he does for the community.
Oh, absolutely. I agree, Lou.
But again, to the point though, like
I'm gonna go when you're done,
Lamar. I just feel with Lamar again with that issue, right? It could be a concern, but there's also concerns. I'll bring up our quarterback with his health issue. Miami's taking a risk, right, with Tua moving forward, right? They don't have a problem extending him for the 5th year out.
But that's on the field though, Lou. You got enough to worry about with the player on the field, than having to worry about off the field problems as well.
But he has never been in trouble. He has never been in trouble. And all I'm saying is other teams take risks. No matter if it's off the field or on the field, it's the same. You're taking risks in a player.
But look, DT,
real quick. This goes to both you guys' points. When it comes to the quarterback,
hey, what on
or the players in general, I think all the I was going to say, man. Go ahead, man.
I just want to say something. I hate to interrupt, but we gotta take care of business. I just want to welcome Scrappy, officially Scrappy, to the family. He just joined. If anybody wants to be just like Scrappy and join the family, you are more than welcome. I just wanted to time everybody out. I apologize for interrupting, but I just needed to welcome Scrappy to the family. Thank you for joining. Now continue.
Hey,
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
And also, we have the runner up back. I don't have my things up, but we have the runner back there for it. Check out all the sponsors too while you guys are at it and taking a break. Check out Fanatics. Make sure you're checking out Backroom Collections, Doobie Energy. If you do go to Backroom Collections, use hashtag TFTG, get 10% off your purchase. And as well, make sure you're checking out all the new TFTG merch. We got a lot of new items for you guys. Some by request and some that are custom. I think you guys are going to like and appreciate those. And also, shout out to... I don't think so. Anyways, shout out to ZSM Sports. As well, proud sponsor of the Fins Tailgate Network. If you guys are interested in getting anything signed by Zach Seiler, or you guys are looking to send in your own items, he doesn't work with just Zach Seiler. This just happens to be the newest upcoming signing he's doing. He does private signings, works with the athletes. He does 8x10s, bigger photos, custom memorabilia, mini helmets, full-size helmets, anything under the sun. Plus, you can send your own items in to be signed. Per request, and then put in what athlete you want him to get it signed by. They're all Beckett or JSA Witness certified. Check it out. The spots are filling up quick. There's not many left. If you guys want in on that Zach Seiler signing, hit him up. As you saw on the screen there, Fanatics as well. If you guys want to get into your officially licensed gear for NHL, NFL, NBA, all that good stuff, check out Fanatics. Use our affiliate link. It's in the description. That lets them know you guys were sent from the Fins Tailgate Network, and it helps us a ton. And we've got flip-flops. We've got beanies, shirts, jackets, flags, a bunch of new hats, snapbacks, hoodies. It's in my DNA, new T-shirt. We've got a bunch of new stuff that's not even on there. Check out the hats, too. I know a lot of you guys probably wear hats just like I do. We got lots of different colors. We got stickers, a whole bunch of cool stuff for you guys. So check out the Fins Tailgate merch. Get you guys something cool. Rep the channel. Appreciate it. And be sure to check out all the other great content we have on the channel. We got the Fins Tailgate, TFTG. You guys can catch El Capitan every other day of the week. You've got the Rabid Dolphin Lou coming in hot all the time. He's here. He's there. He's everywhere. Of course, you got Kohler commentary. You can get yourself a cup of Kohler in the mornings, during the weekday as well with Ali. And you've got myself with the Dolphins debrief. I'm going to be doing the shorts, the funnies, bringing you guys the updated news. Going to be doing the afternoon show with my boy Shake Money and Lou. And, of course, Saturday night, guys, Late Night Exhale is postponed just for now until the season starts again. You will see Ali. He's going to be doing broken takes, going to be putting a lot of content out there and doing a show with Kohler. But in the time being, it's going to be, I think, Shake and I doing Saturday nights. So we'll see you guys there. And if you guys want to help support the channel any other way, we have Patreon, we have Cash App, we have Venmo, and, of course, the Super Chats. All the links are in the description. $, the Fins Tailgate, and the Fins Tailgate for Cash Out and Venmo. Thanks, guys.
I heard that. And
Sounds
one
like a
last thing.
party to me, goddammit.
And
Sounds
one
like a
last
party
thing.
to me.
And
And
one last thing I wanted to say.
before we get started, I just want one last thing.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Is that color? Yeah.
I haven't figured it out yet, man.
Damn.
Sounds a lot like the guy.
But before I forget, let me address this comment real quick, Lou. Hang on real quick. Okay. Where is it at? Hang on, give me a minute.
Who is it by? Let me know so I can highlight
That Sheba Army brat. On the field, wait, it wasn't that one. Man, like he said, man, please Lamar ain't been in trouble not one time. Yeah, nobody's speaking that on him. Nobody's saying he's been in trouble. And I want to keep it that way. But what I'm saying is, it's just like, bro, I have a son, right? You're a teenager. You got friends, right? You're not out there participating in activities that they are participating in. But if I look at them, and again, if I look at him and I look at the people that he's hanging around with, if they are out here not, they're not law-abiding citizens, they're out here engaging in illegal activity, and not suggesting that Kodak Black and his entourage, are doing that. I don't, again, but I'm just saying, if I look at my son and look at the people that he's hanging with, bro, I'm gonna give him some friendly advice. Look, I'm gonna express my displeasure in you hanging around these people that have again, let's call it what it is, that are questionable individuals, right? What the fuck, that whole shooting that happened with Kodak Black? Why would anybody be shooting at you? You out there with a lot of and again, I remember when it happened, bro. Come on, let's keep it 1,000. I don't want anybody, family members, anybody I'm close to, and especially if I'm an owner of a franchise that I'm about to invest in excess of $200 million in, bro, I don't want you hanging around people that are not, positive individuals, that are not contributing to your success as opposed to your downfall, because that situation could have went left real quick and reflected a lot more negatively on Lamar Jackson, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not going to tolerate that type of activity from my. If you're looking to get $200 million from me, I'm sorry.
And I agree with everything you just said, EM. And I think that's on the organization that is willing to talk to Lamar Jackson. I think those are conversations that need to be had. All I'm saying is, what's taking so long? And again, we talked about Brian Flores, and I said how I felt like he got railroaded. To me, it just seems that Lamar Jackson is being railroaded by the NFL. I've already told you the reasons. And again,
and I agree with you, Lou. I'm not pushing back on that, bro. I'm not pushing back on that.
This is the last point I have, EM, especially when you've seen multiple people with offenses that we know are verified, get multiple chances in the NFL. Lamar Jackson is a top 5 quarterback in this league. In the league, not in the AFC, not in his division. He's a top 5 player in the NFL. We've seen the exceptions, bro, or exceptions being made for lesser talent. And I just think that being an elite athlete, again, to your point, it's a concern, but has never been in trouble. I don't understand, to Color's point, I don't understand what's taking so long. And some of the things that are being painted about this man, I don't think are right. I don't believe that.
I embrace everything that Lamar Jackson has been, since he was drafted to the Baltimore Ravens, right? I embrace everything about him. There's nothing about Lamar Jackson that rubs me the wrong way, except that incident that happened with, those people that he was hanging around with. And that just don't apply to Lamar. That applies to any player, bro. And you don't have to be a professional athlete. It could be average, ordinary, everyday people like me, like Lou, like DTA, like Color, like Shake. Bro, if that's just life. That's just learning to live in this world, bro. Listen, again, not to get personal, but over the years, I've mentored several kids, right, that come from that environment here in Dallas-Fort Worth. A lot of people might not know that. But over the years, right? And they're born into that lifestyle. They're born into that world. They're already behind the 8 ball, and I've mentored and took a few kids under my wing over the years, and to try to get them away from that life, to try to get them, and they weren't necessarily out there committing crimes and running the streets and all of that, but their friends were. And I just don't, bro, that environment, there's nothing positive that comes from that environment. And I don't give a damn. It comes in many shapes and colors, bro. It's just not the black community. That applies to everybody. So again, especially if you're not out there, if you're wanting to do right, and if you want to be a law-abiding citizen, you want to contribute positivity to our world, listen, forget about the $200 million. This is just a learning to live in this world, bro. That's just a common human being thing, bro. You don't want to be around negative. I've been exposed to that. I've shared that story with you many times, Lou, bro. I've been exposed to that world and seen friends. I've been exactly in, and what I mean is not being of that world, but being around that world. I've seen the destruction that world causes, right? Friends of mine, close friends of mine, best friends of mine, laying up in caskets, going to funerals and seeing them laying in caskets, bro. I still have nightmares to this day from that experience. So again, take the business side out of it. This is just a learning to live in this world situation. And Lamar Jackson, the fact that he's high profile, look at the news, bro, of the rappers, the $1 million individuals that people are running down on highways on, like the local, one of my favorite artists, Mo3, just got killed in 2021. Ran down on this man. And he's $1 million dude. Ran down on this man in broad daylight, in broad daylight on the highway in front of the world. Shot him 9 times, bro. So again, I want everybody to distance themselves as much as they can away from that world, especially if you're gonna be the face of my goddamn franchise trying to secure a $200 million bag, bro.
Hey, by the way, one thing, look, I'm not about that life, but I did hang around people because I grew up in Carroll City, so I hung around people I grew up with that were about that life, and I think about it now. Those people I was hanging around, they piss somebody off. They see him, they want to gun him down. They don't give a fuck who's around him. They're gonna, if you get hit, oh well. But they're the guy they're after, and they don't care who they hit. They just want to get the guy they're after, and you could be in the crosshairs and don't even realize it, bro.
Absolutely. What if they missed that bullet, missed Kodak Black, and then hit Lamar? Kind of like the situation with Takeoff from the Migos that happened a month ago. Wasn't even looking, wasn't even expecting it, wasn't even arguing with nobody. Totally distracted, talking to some females, and he gets hit by a stray bullet. What if that would have happened? But guess what? I can guarantee you it definitely wouldn't have happened if he wouldn't have been in that environment. No, I'm sorry, bro. I don't know. That is unacceptable for my culture. That is unacceptable for anybody's culture, bro. No, you distance yourself from that world. If anybody with you, it could be family members, it could be your mama, it could be your grandmama. If anybody in life, if you're moving in the direction of positivity and the people that you associate with are not aligned with your vision on how you are living in this world, it is time to cut them loose. I don't care who it is. They taken away from that, get rid of them, bro.
I get it, and I get it from the street perspective. And again, no one has to put no business out, but I wasn't raised always in a good neighborhood or good house or whatever. However. Right, so I get it. I get the street code. I get all that. The people you hang up, but bro, like when I look at it, look at the world that we live in now. Random people are also getting murdered in Walmarts or in movie theaters or in malls or whatever. It can happen to anybody. So again, like I get it, right? But the world we live in now is just not a safe place. Now, to your point, I get all the aspects of. Yeah, maybe the people here hanging around with, you're more susceptible to being in one of those situations. But bro, it could just what I'm trying to say is in the world we live in today, and we've seen it, right? And it's only getting worse. Bro, these people will run up in schools, Walmarts, malls, bro, it doesn't matter where. So you can get touched anywhere.
Wait. Hang on, real quick, Lou. By the way, I agree with what you're saying, but my response to you real quick, and I want to address G's comment. I wish G would come up on the platform because he's another black man. G, hit that goddamn StreamYard.
Can I say something real quick too? It's all right. Yeah, you're right. You could get touched anywhere, but at the end of the day, by associating with certain people, you're just
I get
opening
it.
the risk more.
Absolutely. I get it.
Exactly. Anybody can, and I agree with you, Lou. But why would you want to put yourself in an environment when you know, right? That might, it's more likely that you got multiple individuals that are doing illegal activity, that are carrying firearms, bro. Why would you want to put yourself in that environment when you know you're at high risk?
Okay, but right here, look, and I know
Hold on. Is it still speculation at this point? Is it definite that he was in that crowd?
Hold
Well,
on, Crypto.
that is speculation, but Kodak Black getting shot, that has been confirmed.
But hold on. You see right here, and I know you had maybe some problems with him earlier in the day on the panel, EM, right? But look at this comment right here. Was Sean Taylor hanging out with any wrong people? Bro, that man was in his house. He was in his house. People ran up in there because they knew Sean Taylor lived there. They knew he was high profile. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was in his house. Those people ran up in there.
I agree, but I agree, and that happens every day. But guess what, though, Lou? Again, it's about minimizing the possibility of that happening. That happens a lot, but when you're compared to, like, in particular, issues within the inner city, those are daily occurrences. You're more likely in the inner city, right? Especially if you're out there engaging in illegal activity, you're at an extremely higher risk of getting shot or somebody inflicting bodily harm on you than you just when you're sitting in your house and not when you don't even see it coming, somebody kicking in your door in, bro. You got to play the statistics. No, there's no justification for that.
I mean, I get it. Listen, that's why I said from the street perspective, and again, I'm not pushing back on anything you're saying, right? Because I agree with you. I'm just saying, listen, I hate having this.
Wait, did this just happen? Did this just happen?
No, I'm just saying, bro. For me, Lamar Jackson.
Oh, this would be top news. This is my question.
I can only talk
No,
about
it didn't just. It happened. It happened like a year and a half ago. He got shot, but Lamar was allegedly in that crowd. I'm sorry, Lou. Go ahead.
Oh, they would have made a big stink over it then if it was really true.
Yeah, like to be honest.
Well, it was reported. No, it was out there. It was out there now.
Okay, but why are we doing it just because of all this stuff?
Yeah, it was heavily reported. It was heavily reported.
Yeah, it was heavily reported, but why didn't the NFL get involved if they felt like it was legitimate?
Well, again, there's you can't punish a man for being in a crowd and something pops off,
That's
bro.
BS because the NBA did it with John Morant just recently. You can punish anybody you want.
John Morant was showing a gun on camera.
Held a gun. John Morant.
But you treated it as if he did that.
Bro,
there's a difference between posting a picture with a gun in your hand and going to the strip club and being caught on camera with what you're doing versus just happened to be
but DTA to that point, that's why I brought that up. Let's not act like that was what he did.
Yeah, because that's how we're talking about it. Like for the most
part,
we're
talking about it. That's what he did.
Hang on, it was multiple instances with John Morant. He allegedly, right before all of that hit front page news, before people started went and digging into his past, he allegedly recently was playing a pickup game in the city, right? Got into it with with a teenager, got into a fist fight with him, and then threatened him with a gun, bro. Bro, come on.
Yeah. But acting like that.
John Morant was definitely guilty. But Lamar is not the same type of image. Like we're talking to Lamar, like while he was in the crowd, for the most part, the last 5 years of Lamar's whole image has been super clean. He's been one of the cleanest athletes in the league.
And nobody and I agree with that. Bro, I embrace everything about Lamar.
We have acknowledged that. Lewis has actually said it several times. He's been a part of the
I embrace everything about Lamar.
Yeah,
I am just saying
that should be more of an overarching factor, especially if the NFL ain't got involved and punished him for it.
He's not hanging out with Kodak Black. Yeah, but the way we're talking is if like he's over his house and he's with his entourage.
Right.
Like, he's just his celebrity friend. Like, come on, we got.
You can't confirm that unless you over his house and you know who's coming in and out of his house. You don't know that. I don't know that.
Okay, so my thing is like
if they was hanging out, it'd be on TMZ.
What I do know is Lamar was allegedly in a crowd, right, surrounded by Kodak Blacks and his entourage, and there was gunplay involved. That don't make you feel some type of way, bro?
Okay, so this
apparently the NFL didn't see like it was an issue.
I don't don't give a fuck if the NFL don't. Lamar didn't fire Lamar ain't out there popping caps. He ain't out there shooting at nobody.
Man, you
But
could
you're
be
in the wrong
anywhere
place.
and
You're
gunplay
in the
take
wrong
place.
place. You're in the wrong time, bro.
Hey,
That
but
is
you
my only point.
It go down anywhere, man. These boys is on
has he
site,
done
man.
it
Nah,
yet?
bro. I'm sorry. That's what we got to
But
fundamentally do.
you talking
Nah,
about
bro.
South Florida? It's a little bit different in Florida than it is in Texas. It's everywhere, man. Anywhere.
No. You can
Anywhere
make a
east of
case.
the
No. You
east
can
of the
make a case.
railroad tracks.
No. You listen. Everybody got their own best, but it's the Wild West, and that's even more reason why I take precautions, bro. It is the absolute Wild West in Texas,
Okay,
bro.
then, man. Okay, you think
Okay,
all
then
these
that
little,
means
So it
Lamar
all
has
has
these
been
an
a long
jits,
outcome.
man?
time.
They
He
all
can say his
out their
environment
life,
was the
man.
Wild West.
Yeah, but how do we
I
know
mean,
that he didn't?
all these youngsters is packing, man, and they ain't fighting no more. Nobody
And
want to throw hands. They're not fighting. They
exactly, but that's my point, G. All I'm saying is and again, I'm not even talking about Lamar, just not only Lamar.
But you
If
can't.
my son was out there running with people, right, that are engaging in illegal activity, I will tell him, you get away from them motherfuckers right now.
But
Period.
Kodak, that's an image for Kodak, man. He rapping about that. Kodak not doing no drive-bys, man. Kodak got security. You know what I'm
somebody
saying?
took it upon himself to shoot at him.
Oh yeah, because they.
But how do we know that his camp didn't talk to him already about that? How do we know that he hasn't corrected that? There still hasn't been any type of trouble.
Well,
since
that
then or before.
listen. Now that I don't, I'm sure they did have had a conversation with it. And again, all I'm saying is this, bro. I am saying that first off, if the story is accurate, Lamar was in that crowd that night, and the reports were out there that he was. But I've heard that consistently from about that organization, about their relationship with Lamar. The people that he is associated with, right? It makes them feel uncomfortable for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Yeah,
like I said, I want to know the details
we're
as to
talking about from
why.
the Ravens organization. So basically,
Yeah, absolutely.
saying anyone who looks like they're black and from Florida. I'm not going off that organization.
Hey, did y'all hear the Greg Cosell interview today about Lamar?
No, not Cosell.
I mean,
Yeah, so Greg Cosell was on the a Buffalo Bills podcast, and they asked him about Lamar, and he said, "I can't go into details. I can't make it public." You don't know Greg Cosell, right? Been in the league for 50 years, analyst.
Yeah.
NFL films. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he talked to a lot of different GMs at the combine, and he said he can't talk about it, but there's an underlying story that nobody knows about when it comes to Lamar and why the Ravens are doing what they're doing and why other teams have backed out. So, I mean, it may have something to do with, shit we don't know about.
It has to do with Deshaun Watson's contract.
Yeah.
No. It has nothing to do with that. Like, it's something else. It's something deeper. It's like either his attitude or the people, like you just mentioned, the people he's hanging around. It sounded like he was talking about something like that. That's going to stay underground. Nobody's going to know about it. But there are issues that people have.
And hang on.
Well, he needs to bring it up if they're going to take away from his potential.
Hang on. Let me get the floor. Hang on. Let me get the floor real quick. Hang on, Crypto. Let me get the floor real quick. Okay. Look, highlight this Sheba Army Brats comment, right? Like, this is exactly what potentially could have happened that night if that report is actually accurate. Somebody shot and killed Darren Williams. He was with his teammates. But he was not even the one that was engaging in the conflict with those people in the club, right? He was not even was the aggressor in the situation. In other words, he didn't even see it coming. He was caught in the crossfire. So again, listen, if he is not in that environment, that he's still here. He's still breathing today. If he would have chose to go somewhere, and again, that club life environment, I've been there, done that, right? And I'm not saying don't go have your fun or whatever, but you got to be very selective. Us as average, ordinary day people living in this country, living in this world, we need to take, additional precautions on how we move, let alone a multi-million-dollar athlete like Lamar Jackson, bro. That man was caught in a crossfire, bro, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I agree, but we also can't just single out Lamar Jackson. This is like 99% of the league. Like, they all hang around their certain.
That's why I said I prefaced everything. I said this applies to not only athletes but us as well, bro. Everybody.
And then you gotta also take into account Lamar done grown since whenever that incident was. You're not the same person. You're not the same person you was a month ago, man. People grow, bro.
I would agree, bro.
He
All
know
I'm
better. And this whole thing that's happening with the dude from the Memphis Grizzlies, you think he ain't learning from that? And here's another thing: anywhere and anything them NFL players do, you best believe them owners basically know about it. You got like a private investigator, especially when they putting that much money into you. They know your every move, man.
Yeah, they probably all got watchmen out there.
Hey, can I get the floor real quick for 1 second? All right, check this out. Let me tell you something. There's I listened to Mike Florio and Chris Sims, and one point that he brought up, that's one thing that scares teams is, let's say, for instance, your
Mike Florio.
Name a team. Let's say Indianapolis Colts, right? You do all this legwork to get a contract with Lamar, right? Right. Hey, we're gonna work a 5-year deal, 200 guaranteed money. Let's sign it on the dotted line. Now all Baltimore has to do is match it, and the Colts are fucked.
Yeah, but Lamar just say don't match it, so they're not.
I mean, they could match it, and
they're only gonna match it if Lamar says match it. If he says I don't want to come back, and he says don't match it, why would they match it?
Because they can. That's what I'm saying. They can match it,
but why
and
would
they
you
could get because they want more assets out of it. See, if a team signs them, they're only going to get 2 first-round draft picks. Now you match the contract, and now you could extract more from that team. So that's another reason why it's in the play. It doesn't matter if Lamar wants to or not. He signed that tender, so that means the Baltimore Ravens can and will sign that match that offer. He signed. He signed it already. So
he didn't sign it. He didn't sign a non-exclusive tag.
Either way,
that's what he's eligible for. He didn't sign it yet.
But I'm just saying though, he either that, if he doesn't sign it, then he has to sit out a year. But once he signs that contract to the Baltimore has every right to match it.
This is what's going on. Basically. Like to my opinion, this is what's going on. Lamar is getting all of the negative stuff that Deshaun Watson was supposed to get, whether if it's from the fans, the media. Everybody's coming down on Lamar when we should have had.
Man, it's from us.
We should have had.
It's from us. We talking more negative than the media.
We should have had the same energy.
That's
for
true.
Deshaun Watson.
G, I don't understand. Let me interrupt. Let me jump in real quick. What don't you understand about if you have a son, right? The point I made up about a son. I got a son. You got a son. He's a teenager. He's out here. He's a good kid. He's a model student, right? The best you can ever ask of your son at home. But yet he's got friends that's out here running the streets, doing things that he doesn't associate, that he don't agree with, and he don't associate, but he associates with them because they're his friends. You're not gonna tell if you're aware they out here moving like that. You're not gonna tell your son to not hang around with them, to hang around with that crowd.
Yeah, no, we are. But that happened a year and a half ago.
Talking about the past.
How you know he hasn't let go of those people?
There it is. And again, man, if it was something, TMZ would have already had it blown up.
No, bro, no, stop. Don't know. When
I think we're reaching, EM. We reaching, bro.
And listen, and I hope we are. All I'm saying, again, I'm just telling you what I heard and what we all do know. The report that was out there about, we know the shooting with Kodak Black, like Lamar, that was reported that Lamar was in that crowd. All I'm saying is, if this is an issue, a pressing issue that hadn't been corrected by Lamar, I understand the Baltimore Ravens, internally, their reluctance to make that level of investment in him, because that's a major concern.
Oh my God. No,
maybe they just don't want to sign him.
Hey,
maybe they don't want to sign him because he hasn't done anything since his MVP.
Hang on. How can y'all sit up here and take the position as black men, right? If that is true, Lamar, and I'm disappointed in all you niggas, to be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000 right now. God damn it. If you mean to tell me in our community, bro, you got somebody, a high profile athlete, and I'm saying, I want to preface everything with, if the reports are accurate, if the Baltimore Ravens
All right,
concerns
yeah,
are
that's
accurate,
all. That's
you mean to
all.
tell me
That's
that you
fine. That's if,
condone
but we
if he's
can't
out
make
there
it like
hanging
it's
with people that's
definite.
out here
But
breaking
we're
the law?
agreeing.
You condone that?
We're agreeing. We're
Nah,
No,
I
we're
agreeing.
don't
not.
condone that. But guess what?
No
Bro,
one
but
If
y'all
he
condones
have
that.
said,
to like, oh,
But
come
you're
on,
innocent
man.
until
When I'm
proven
talking, when I'm
guilty.
making a point that I'm making, y'all are taking
But
like a very nonchalant type attitude
no,
towards
what we're
that, bro.
saying,
right,
no,
right,
And
because
that's
Ian,
Em,
disappointing. That's
Because
very
Em,
nothing's been
disappointing as a
proven,
black
Em.
man.
there's nothing
I know,
disappointing.
I
What we're
know another.
saying, but what we're saying is that we understand what you're saying is that we're saying is how do we know that it hasn't changed? That's all we're saying. This
No,
happened
no,
a
no,
year
no.
and a half ago.
No. What I said was if that problem hasn't been correct, I prefaced everything, and your response was, "Come on, man. Come on, man."
No,
Are you
I
Right,
said I
right. You
serious?
know,
agree.
yeah,
No, I said I agree.
because
I said I
there's a
agree.
quarterback who he bought his wife a customized pink AR-15 and she left it in a rental car, right? But ain't nobody question his character and why does he need an elephant gun and why would he give his wife a pink AR-15? Ain't nobody question that. You know what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with anything? Is it
The-
illegal in the state that he bought it?
it's not the point, man. It ain't illegal
It's not the
it
point
ain't
he
illegal for
making.
Lamar. My point is, man, anything if you put attention on it and you blow it up and we keep speaking on it, we making it worse than what it is. Nobody gave legs to that story. Nobody carried that and kept pushing the issue about Ryan Tannehill. They just left it alone. It went right on by us.
Here's maybe the Ravens just don't think he's worth a big contract.
Dude, can
Maybe
we
they think he's
stop?
only worth
Well,
$35
then we
million
can
a
go
year.
without freaking
Well,
making up a story
again,
just to make it seem
Maybe
like
the
that's what they're
Ravens.
using against them.
Maybe the
again, I'm trying
Ravens
to
don't.
I
refrain
mean,
The
that's
Ravens
from.
are
negligent
cheap.
to leave a high-powered
Yo,
rifle in the back of a rental car.
maybe the Ravens are
Ain't that
cheap.
that's
Maybe the Ravens don't pay the
Yeah, that's
receivers.
negligence. That's bad parenting, is what it is
oh
called.
man, what
They
if
don't pay
a
any
kid would have
offensive
got a hold of
players.
that pink AR-15? They would have thought that thing
Absolutely,
was
that's
a
very
toy. It was a
that's very
customized AR-15, but it ain't getting no
It,
news
it,
press. Ain't nobody.
it may have been legal.
absolutely, that's
That
very
doesn't exclude you
irresponsible
from
to do
being a
that,
bad
bro.
parent.
That is very irresponsible to do that. But I'm just saying again, I've been exposed to a lot of destruction that world caused, and I'm saying only
Same here.
if and only if Lamar is not, if he has individuals that are questionable in his circle, all I'm saying is I understand why the Baltimore Ravens would be somewhat reluctant in making that investment in him. That's all I'm
And I
saying, bro.
agree.
And that's
And
a
I agree.
legitimate concern.
No,
He
you're
ain't
right.
no
I
more
agree.
street than Pac-Man. Pac-Man got a deal. He ain't no more street than Josh Gordon. How many chances he get?
Bro, you really go.
Lamar is a model
You,
citizen, bro.
hang
He
on.
ain't like that, bro.
So
He not like that, bro.
I know he
Lamar.
ain't like Pac-Man. I know he's not. And that's even more reason why Lamar needs to
So
really be.
for
If
us,
that isn't,
so for us to sit here and even classify him like he's like a Kodak Black man, they might have,
but
bro. You
who?
can
Gee,
pass
who's
through
doing that though? Who's doing that though?
you.
No, how am I classifying him? See, you're not listening to what I'm saying, bro. You're not fucking listening to what I'm saying.
Well, talk to me then.
I prefaced everything with if and only if these reports are accurate. That's what I said.
Hey,
I
by the
did
way,
not say. I said I embrace everything Lamar Jackson has been at this level, bro. Everything.
hey,
What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
I agree. I agree with what you're
hey,
saying.
by the
If the
way,
reports are accurate a year and a half ago, yes. But if
does
it has
anybody?
changed,
Hey, does anybody remember when Scottie Pippen was arrested for gun possession?
Yeah.
Nah, because ain't nobody talk about it.
There you go.
That's
but we
the story
gotta
that got
also
swept under the rug, Shake Money.
we also got to stop trying to shortchange Lamar as far as, and I'm EM. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I'm saying like I'm hearing stuff in there with other guys and saying like, oh well, what if the Ravens? No, the Ravens want him. They need him. They don't want to pay him the money that he wants, but they want to pay him that 3-year, 133, whatever it is. But the Ravens are cheap. They'll try to get you at a bargain before they
That's
pay the
true. I
actual
agree.
value price.
Yeah,
I
the
agree.
Ravens just
I
historically
agree.
a cheap
Man,
franchise. Don't like playing
I
Think
people.
about
agree.
this. Why would he
I
want to
know
go back? They
personally.
just signed. Wait. They just signed Nelson. Are you kidding me? As a
And
weapon
I'm
for
hearing that he don't
Lamar?
want to go. I'm hearing that he is not going to play on that tag, and
Oh
he is
no.
done with Baltimore, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Hey, EM, I know an NFL player. He retired, Hall of Famer, owns a strip club. Somebody got shot out in front of the strip club and died. They ain't talk about the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? That's his club, but ain't nobody blow because they know he a good man. You can't help circumstances sometimes, bro. It just
And
is what it is, bro.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with that, bro. But what I'm saying, bro, I think you're just not listening. You're not paying. It might be just going over your head just a little bit,
Might
bro.
be the weed, bro. My bad.
Hey, Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. We on the same page. That is even more reason why people that are not of that world, that are not out there, participating in illegal activities. That's even more reason why you need to distance yourself from that. It's even a bigger travesty for an individual that is not of that life, dying, getting killed, getting severely injured, right? When you're not even when you're not even of that world, bro.
But this is
Hey,
what
when
this
you
is
get
what
a chance, man, YouTube
I
Kodak
think
Black charity activity.
I don't disagree with what you're saying in principle, bro. You're not wrong, man. My only issue is exactly what we're talking about. Like, I've heard everything from what you're suggesting, you know what I mean, or at least what you're the hypothesis that you're entertaining, right? I've heard anything from that to the owners are upset that Deshaun Watson destroyed the market or upset with Cleveland for destroying the market, and they don't want Lamar Jackson to continue the bleeding. You know what I mean? To he can't throw the ball. He's only a runner. I've heard every single excuse in the book, man, to drive this man's value down. But the bottom line is Daniel Jones making $45 million.
Derek Carr makes more money.
And boy, the way they talked about Deshaun, who would have thought Deshaun was going to get a
He shouldn't
contract like
need an
that?
agent to know, that he should be making more than Daniel Jones.
Right. Well, just because he has an agent doesn't mean they're going to take him in with open arms. Maybe they just don't like the guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Deshaun Watson went in the furnace and came out with $250 million.
So they don't like Lamar. They don't like Lamar
of
with a clean image, but they like
things
Deshaun
that
Watson. Come on, man.
have been said as the reasons.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of reasons out there, but nobody knows. Everybody's speculating. But let me ask you this: if you had a season like Lawrence or Herbert or Burrow or Mahomes, you think he'd have a problem signing a contract?
Like Herbert finally just made playoffs.
Well, yeah, I guess Herbert Herbert breaking throwing records over the last.
He has a better QB record than Herbert.
If those guys, after they had a season like Lamar did, how many years went by before those teams gave them their bag?
They haven't had to yet. You think they're going to have an issue signing them?
Got his.
Let Herbert.
Yeah, Mahomes got his after. Yeah, they exercised a 5th-year option, which they did with Lamar too, and then they let him go on his way.
Yo,
right, but
if Herbert gets an
circumstances
MVP,
are completely different
he would
too.
be considered Jesus.
What we're talking about, what Lamar did in his second season, was with nothing but himself.
The longer it takes, the bigger
and
the
they
stake.
want to continue to. They want to continue to get that out of him without paying for it.
And the longer it drags on, if he sits out, his bag going to be bigger. It profits him the longer it takes, because eventually they're going to need it and they're going to pay him. Eventually, somebody's going to
I've
need
been on the record. I've been on the record saying Lamar needs to sign that franchise tag and show up in training camp and Byron Jones their ass. Will Fuller their ass. My knee is bothering me. My knee hurts.
Ravens are going
That's what I would do.
That actually might happen.
Ravens are going after Nelson Aguilar.
No,
what the hell is Nelson Aguilar going to do for Lamar?
No, wait, he shouldn't do that, Ian, because if he does do that, then we'll say, 3 years he's been injured.
Well, that's fair. That's a fair point. But I'm just saying, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Deshaun Watson should have taught us something, boy. They can talk about you like a dog, but if you got talent, eventually you're going to get that bag. Deshaun Watson proved that.
I agree.
That's true. And he had allegations going against him, and he still got $200-something million.
And also another thing, why are we acting like when Lamar's injury prone when we know damn well he's 95% of the offense? He has to do everything on the offensive side, so they're running him into the ground.
That's a very good point.
Which is the reason why he gets hurt.
That's a very good point.
Well, EM, look at it like this. Let's take it off of the quarterback. It's a very similar point that we were making earlier in that Twitter space about Derrick Henry. You don't need him to do what he was doing in Tennessee.
Absolutely. Very good point,
know what I mean?
Very good point.
But the fact that he has the ability to do it is going to keep defenses on their heels.
Absolutely.
For instance, you don't even have to look no further than the very play that Tua got injured on against Cincinnati. If that's Lamar Jackson with that amount of open field and that amount of time, that's a touchdown.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt in my mind that goes from an injury to a touchdown in paradigm shift, or in spectrum shift. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm for that, man. I embrace it. I'm not a big fan of any player that's not a Miami Dolphin. But with that being said, I am a fan of Lamar. I'm a fan of his impact on the league. I want that man to get his bag. Again, I just hope for
And for
me.
those that don't, well, one more thing, Ian. For those that don't think that want to throw out scheme fit and all this other stuff,
Yeah, that's a bad faith
you're
argument.
going to tell me that if we're on a counter trap or a wide zone, if we're moving the entire defensive line to one side of the field and there's nothing but open grass, that doesn't benefit Lamar Jackson? That doesn't fit his skill set?
Or they say, hey,
Everybody say just
Color. That's a bad faith argument that they're using.
Well, I mean, I don't know where that scheme fit narrative comes from.
chestnuts, man.
Again, Ian, add to the list of things they throw out there that I've heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's chess, there's checkers, and there's poker. Lamar playing poker. He playing poker, man.
We wouldn't want to go after him because, but McDaniel, hold on, G, real quick. We wouldn't want to, I've heard this. We wouldn't go after him because, and the reason we're going with Tua is because Mike McDaniel is building this offense that requires real precision timing, and Lamar's not a timing quarterback. Even though we as Dolphin fans to say that are ridiculous considering that he burned us on a timing route this very season.
Yeah. Right.
Yo, and why are people acting like
that is hilarious.
Lamar hasn't been winning?
That is fucking hilarious. That is hilarious.
Like, are we forgetting?
Right. They'll just say, Ian, well, you're pointing out one play. Well, all it did was one play.
That is fucking hilarious.
They went to the fucking house.
Listen, I think Lamar, if you look at, his skill set,
and it wasn't Tyreek Hill that took it to the house, too, either.
Yeah,
it was Bateman.
I can't co-sign that narrative that he couldn't fit in this offense, right?
Yeah, that's a bad argument.
I can't co-sign that. But, at the end of the day, man, I hope Lamar gets his bag. I hope everything works out for him personally, on the field, off the field, and he's able to secure his bag. And as long as he ain't playing the Dolphins, he goes on to great things. I wish nothing but the best for Lamar.
Wait, can we still trade? Can we, even though they put 2 in his 5th year, would it still be possible to trade him after the draft?
You can still trade him. You can still trade
anybody on 5th year.
How does that work? How does that work?
Jones still can get traded.
All that did was clarify what his value is to everybody involved.
So as long as another
he's
team
got a
picks up
set
that
value now for the next year and a half.
Wait, but how does that work though? Like, let's say
because basically we exercise a 5th year option, which means we owe him a certain amount for this year, and we'll owe him a certain amount for next year. Well, that makes it clear to teams what they have to pay him if they want him.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
Right. They have to pay that. Yeah.
So why are we acting like? So why is our fan base acting like that might not
because
be
they're so desperate to grasp on everything to make sure that there is no doubt whatsoever that Tua is going to be the guy going forward.
And don't we have like the 2nd hardest schedule in the league?
On paper, yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that whole preseason, forecast of
starting out.
Well,
yeah,
this schedule is going to be
based on last year's result.
And again, I just might have my homer hat on right now, but I just might be maybe a little overly confident in with the way the roster is constructed right now. I think we've got on paper one of the top 5 at the least best rosters in all of football presently constructed, and there's still room for to make additions. So I'm not concerned about any team on our schedule potentially at all.
I agree, but this is why I push back.
I'd like to believe that.
I don't think he's supposed
support
to.
For Tua is like, okay, we're gonna forget what anybody says. We're gonna do our thing. We're gonna try to do something on that front, but if not. There's still a large portion of the fan base that is okay with, hey, look what we've built. Even Donald Duck can get us wins. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but this is my thing.
I mean, remember, I predicted 13-4 last year, bro.
But this is my thing. Why are we?
I predicted north of 11 wins.
Why are we acting
Well, I couldn't.
like
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I think that's Benjamin trying to.
That's not that background noise is not me. But why are we acting like Tua can't just get a concussion week 1? Why are we acting like at any time of the season?
That's a real possibility.
Wait. In any moment he's sacked, our season could be over. Why are we okay with that? Like, I don't understand. Why are we just like, yeah?
Some of us aren't, bro.
That's not even playing
Wait.
the odds.
Hang on. Let me ask you this though. Okay. So what's the alternative? How would you approach that position? If you were the GM,
Lamar Jackson.
We all get on one board and support for the team to make a trade or something.
I look well. You know, we got a part.
He gets a concussion. If week 1 he gets a concussion, then what?
We get the concussion in week 1. We need to tank. We need to start paying Mike McDaniel $300,000 per loss so we can get a quarterback.
You can't name.
Damn.
You can't name.
Damn.
Listen, there's not too many teams out there. If their starting quarterback gets a freak injury, that their season ain't over and done with.
Every player is one hit away from it being over for him. Every player.
This isn't a freak injury,
including Lamar Jackson. What if Lamar Jackson and again, if we're gonna be fair, right? Lamar Jackson, stylistically, his style of play, he's at now, according to the numbers, right? We all know that. We don't even need the statistics in front of us. A player stylistically like him is he puts himself in harm's way more than what a player like, a more stationary player like Tua is.
Yes.
So you can apply that to any of them. You can apply that to any quarterback.
Yes, if you have to be 99% of your team's offense, then yeah, of course, right? But if you go to a team where you don't, you could be 70%. And why
I'm thinking on a team like ours, bro. His skill set.
Don't act like he's not gonna run. Don't act like he's not gonna run ever. Is he gonna stop running if we bring him in?
He will.
No, he's gonna run because he wants to, not because he have to.
Right, he will, but exactly.
But it don't matter whether you want to or you have to or not. When you take off outside of the pocket and you run, and it could be any quarterback, Lamar, Tua included, when you put yourself in that type of scenario, you are more at risk as opposed to you being a stationary target inside the pocket.
You're absolutely right. So we all have to decide for ourselves as fans in our own opinion whether we like a guy to ever take that chance or not, because the winning quarterbacks do.
He wasn't this hurt at Louisville. I'm sorry. Like, he wasn't 99% of their offense. Like, he had weapons.
No, he wasn't.
I would agree with that. But
not in Louisville.
My point is,
that's probably why Stephen Ross liked him.
The guy tied Ben Roethlisberger for the most perfect passer ratings in one season.
Yeah, Big Ben.
Are you expecting pushback, Color? I'm not going to push back on any narrative around Lamar.
What it signals is that he knows how to take care of the ball, and if you know how to take care of the ball, you probably know how to take care of your body.
Why are we saying Tua getting concussion is a freak accident? For Tua, this is not a freak accident anymore. This is a common theme.
Who said it was a freak accident? Nobody said. Who said it was that? Who said that?
I said for every ankle sprain that Lamar's gotten,
there was a couple.
He's broken like 4 linebackers' legs, dude.
The first time it was a freak accident, but after that, because of the first concussion, he was more susceptible to it.
Oh, the Milano one? If you count the Milano one, then yeah, it's a freak accident.
Exactly.
If you have one concussion, all right, cool. But when we're on number 3, nah, bro.
Cincinnati was.
Hey man, I'm not going to sit here.
Was number 2.
I'm not going to sit here and act and say durability is not a major concern with Tua. I agree with y'all 100%.
All right. Answer me this real quick. Out of last year, how many other concussions has Tua known to be getting outside of last year?
None to my knowledge,
because it was a new injury to a new part of his body. That's why
he couldn't be on the floor. He couldn't be on the field because he was injured. He wasn't on the field to get a concussion.
It's more like it migrates to different parts of his body.
Then when he finally was on the field to actually play, he gets a concussion.
So it won't be a concussion this year. It'll be a turf toe or something.
So let me ask y'all this. Let me pose this question to the panel. Right? Okay, let's kind of circle back to the Tua Lamar narrative. Right? I asked y'all the homie what would his alternative be, and his response was that, pony up and trade for Lamar. Okay. So if they go back to the season, if they trade for Lamar, and because it's going to cost you, obviously, draft picks, but it's going to cost you some players, because if you have to send that first round pick to Baltimore that you sent for Bradley Chubb is not on this roster, right? It's if Lamar is insistent upon getting $200 million, to the team that trades for him. If we trade for him, you got to pay him. So therefore, it's not going. You're not going to be as aggressive, right? You're not going to have Jalen Ramsey, right? You're not going to have more likely David Long, right? So it's going to cost you pieces of this team. The question I have to the panel: if that route, if the Dolphins chose to go that route, do you think that route gives us the better chance to win, or the current situation, the way the roster is presently constructed, which we were talking about lower, or does it give us a better chance to win than where we're at right now in 2023?
I'll answer it this way. Did the Baltimore Ravens need Jalen Ramsey for Lamar to win the MVP and for them to make the playoffs and win the playoff game?
Well, let me ask you this, Crypto. I'm telling you, listen. Okay, is the focus for Lamar to get the MVP, or is the focus to win a Super Bowl?
No, I said I added the suffix to that.
I don't give a fuck about. I don't give. I don't give.
He
I
won
don't
a
give a damn
playoff game
about
against Jalen
MVPs, bro.
Ramsey.
Hold on.
I don't care about
MVPs.
Okay,
I don't
fine.
care about MVPs.
He won a playoff game. He won it. He advanced in the playoffs.
I don't care about
Jalen Ramsey.
I don't care about playoff, but bro, and he also what happened the following week when they played against Buffalo.
Yeah, both options.
Okay, they lost that game.
So hang on, color, real quick.
And how many games did Tua play in the playoffs for us without Jalen Ramsey?
Hang on, Crypto.
I'm answering the question.
No, hang on. Let me address that. The question I posed to y'all, right? I think we can all agree. I just said, bro, we got a top 3 roster in the entire NFL. I didn't hear nobody attempt to rebut that. We can all agree.
I was just about to, bro.
I was going to because you could say 22, but 53, no.
You disagree with that?
Wow. Yes, as far as 53-man roster.
Shut up. Shut up. Gotta treat y'all like children, bro. I'm trying to answer the question. I'm not trying to rebut anything. You asked a question, and I'm trying to answer it with my opinion. Would you like to hear it?
The floor is yours, color.
All right. Both options are likely to buy you a couple more wins. Which option is going to help you compete in an AFC Championship game at 8 p.m. on ESPN? The whole world watching.
So you don't think there's an advantage either way? You think either way they would be equally successful?
Adding a couple wins to our record.
I'm not
likely do that.
No,
I'm not going to parse it that way.
We're not going 9-8 with Lamar Jackson. Stop it.
And we're not going 9-8 with the improvements we made on defense. I don't believe.
We're going 9-8 with Tua behind center.
Listen.
No, I disagree. I disagree. Tua going to be a lot more comfortable.
We are a more stacked team now. If you want to say that, and Baltimore won 13 games with a less stacked team.
Nah, bro, stop it. No, I'm sorry. Y'all acting like, listen, again, and I don't want this conversation, my response to be spun in a direction that it doesn't need to be, because you know how the internet works. I want to be clear. This is no shade at Lamar Jackson, but let's not act like Lamar was up there with absolutely nothing. He has always had top 10 defenses. He's always had top 5 O-lines. He's always, and again, a lot of that you can attribute to him, but he's had a top 5 tight end, right? And again, now, if you want to, we can debate on, the talent level on the boundary all day, but don't act like he had nothing. And when he got to the playoffs, right, he's got one playoff win in 5 years.
Have you seen some
of the passes? One more playoff win than our starting quarterback in his situation.
Have you seen some of the passes that he has slung to Mark Andrews over the years? You think that Mark Andrews hasn't benefited at all from his arm?
Absolutely. Again, Color, what did I say? You're trying to listen. You're interpreting my response as a negative on Lamar, and it's not.
You said don't act like he hasn't had a star tight end. Well, which is it? Because that star tight end isn't a star tight end unless he's got a quarterback that can put it.
I would agree with that. It goes hand in hand. It goes hand in hand. It goes both ways.
If Lamar's not playing, Mark Andrews is not Mark Andrews.
So let me ask you this.
When he's out, he's not getting those same yardage.
To make
Tyreek
that,
and Waddle is still doing their thing with the other quarterbacks.
so let me ask you this, right? You can make, if you look at the way Kansas City is constructed now without Tyreek Hill, he basically has one tight end in Travis Kelce. He's got a top 5 O-line, just like Lamar had, right? Right, and they wouldn't even top, in the upper 1 percentile in terms of rushing this year. Kansas City wasn't, but Patrick Mahomes made it work.
Yeah, they actually talked about your point. I'm glad.
And we don't even want to talk about the defensive side of the football, right?
No, I'm glad.
Patrick Mahomes made it work.
Patrick
Mahomes had to make.
So for me to make that level of investment in a player like Lamar, you would have had to have did exactly what Patrick Mahomes did with, and again, comparable roster construction, very comparable. You would have had to did exactly what Patrick Mahomes did, and Lamar has not done that. That's why I'm going to lean more toward. I'm going to more toward lean.
Now you comparing him with less and Tua with more. How is that a fair comparison?
What Andy Reid has put together compared to what they've ever put together in Baltimore with John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh is a goddamn Super Bowl winning goddamn coach.
Yeah,
Fuck out of here, Color.
And Andy Reid has done it with 2 different teams. And Andy Reid has done it with 2 different teams.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Andy Reid didn't win in Philly.
Andy Reid is the only coach to get the 2 NFC or 2 championship games, win 2 in 2 different teams.
Andy Reid has won championships with one team, and that's Kansas City.
He has won conference championships with 2 different teams. That is he is the first coach in history to do
but
that.
I thought you meant title. I'm not concerned with conference championships. I'm concerned about
neither am
Super Bowl
I.
wins.
Wait a minute, neither am I, except for the fact that he's the only coach in history to have ever done it.
So back to my point. For me to make at the expense of players, at the expense of draft capital, and the contract that you would have to give him now, Lamar Jackson would have had to did exactly what Patrick Mahomes did for me to make that level of investment in him.
Right, but they already said that. When Patrick Mahomes had Travis Kelce, he had better wide receivers than Lamar Jackson. Are you not forgetting he had other weapons? They're not the weapons on the
what weapon? Name the weapons now. Juju Smith-Schuster. Really? That's who you hang your hat on?
Check this out.
Rashad Bateman is a better receiver than Juju Smith-Schuster.
Okay, you're right.
Hollywood Brown, Andres Valdez-Scantling. I'm sorry. Hollywood Brown was 1,000-yard receiver. He's better than Valdez-Scantling. I'm sorry.
The second half of the season.
I got to correct people in the chat. Shula did not accomplish that feat because Baltimore was an AFL team, not an AFC conference team.
Right, it was in the same conference.
Championships.
Real quick.
Right, it was different conference.
Those were 2 separate leagues when
Shula did it. Right.
EM, did you know that Baltimore was trying to get Juju last season before he went to the Chiefs, and they were trying to make them their number 1? That's how trash his weapons are. Juju would have went to the Ravens and been the number 1.
Not over, bro. Stop. He wouldn't have been. Yes. He would not. He is not a better receiver. I guarantee if you poll 100% of the GMs in the league, and you're dangling. You got Juju Smith-Schuster and you got Rashad Bateman, right? As your option.
No, Bateman still be the one.
100% I'm going to take Rashad Bateman. Are you kidding me?
No, Bateman still be the one. But
you out of your mind. Stop that. Don't do that.
They were going to make Juju.
He just can't stay healthy. He just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, Juju had
to make Juju the number 1. Regardless of what you're saying, they're going to make Juju the number 1, Bateman the number 2. You got Demarcus Robinson, who was a 4th string on the Chiefs. Remember that guy?
Was Hollywood Brown a 1,000-yard receiver?
Yes, he was.
Okay, was Juju Smith a 1,000-yard receiver recently? Ever? Was Andres Valdez-Scantling a 1,000-yard receiver?
Okay, check this out.
But they quarterback damn that threw for 5,000 yards.
I'm going to continue to wait. I'm going to continue to wait.
The difference is Hollywood Brown's quarterback rushed for more real rushing yards than like half the team's running backs in the league.
And when Lamar had Hollywood, he wanted a playoff game.
Hang on real quick.
And what did the Ravens do?
Hey, hang on. Let me hop in here real quick. Hang on. Shake, I apologize. But as I said earlier, when dummies show up in the comments and they open their mouth, right, they make asses out of themselves. Look at this idiot Sheba Army Brad said, right? Juju Smith. Juju is the number one. He's been a number one player on every team he's been on. This motherfucker just said when he was in other words, when he was at Pittsburgh, he was the number one guy over goddamn Antonio Brown. Are you kidding?
No way.
Are you kidding?
Not even in Pittsburgh. No.
This shit, you can't make this shit up, bro.
As a matter of fact,
go to sleep, my friend. Go to sleep because you need a nap right now.
When Antonio Brown
boys?
left, hey, what's up? What's up, Mo? But when Antonio Brown left,
Mo, what's good, bro?
His numbers went down. What's up, Mo? How you doing? You got the floor. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, man, I'm just seeing what's goody, man. That's all. I saw y'all boys were up, man. I was like, oh, let me jump in and holler at them boys. I've been working so much, I haven't had a chance to get on the space as much. So,
did you get your phone fixed up?
Yeah, I got my shit. My shit's back, bro. I'm full back swing. What about you, Chris? You good?
Yeah. I actually got a whole new phone, man. I got another Samsung. I got to keep it in the family, man. Got to keep it in the family.
And I love Samsung.
Here he goes again. Like he said, who's the number one when Antonio Brown left? Juju Smith-Schuster had his lone 1,000-yard receiver when Antonio Brown was on the team, right? But what happened when Antonio Brown left and Juju all of a sudden, teams were putting their number one corner on him. He never eclipsed 1,000 yards after that. Never.
Guess what? And Hollywood had his number one lone receiving yard. And guess what? What did he do this year when he went to Arizona?
Hey, well, I ain't concerned about what he doing in Arizona. I know what he did in Baltimore. I know what the nigga did in Baltimore. That's all I'm concerned about.
Come on, man. You can't.
He was a ghost.
Come on. Juju is a you got Demarcus Robinson as a number one receiver when Bateman got hurt on the Ravens. That's how trash it is.
You forget what's the other guy's name? His name is Doomerville. I'm sorry. Is it Doomerville?
Doomerville. He's a special teams guy. He's a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, he is. But he's a weapon. He's a weapon now. He's a weapon. He's productive.
I guess for Lamar now punt returners are weapons now. We're
No. See, there you go. See, Duvernay. I'm sorry, Duvernay.
Duvernay, yeah, it's Duvernay.
So somebody look his numbers up this past year, real quick.
I know he got 101 kickoff return against I won't name the team, but yeah.
Everybody's numbers is trash. They got guys off the practice squad.
All right, well, okay. I'm not saying Lamar had an ideal situation. All I am saying is for him, the lack of talent on the boundary, and I'm not debating that with you at all. I'm just saying for me to make that level of investment, and again, the initial question I posed to the panel was, which situation do you think gives us the better chance to win overall to the Super Bowl AFC Championship games, right? Losing some of these players and signing Lamar and signing him to that large contract and giving up draft compensation, or the current situation that we're in. Me personally, for me to make that investment in Lamar, I want to reiterate, he would have had to do exactly what Patrick Mahomes did. Exactly.
I agree. Now,
that's all I'm saying.
Have to do what Mahomes did.
I agree.
I think we can get to the championship game without him doing as much as Mahomes.
I agree with you, but who's to say that Lamar? I think he's asking for that much money from the Ravens because he has to do so much.
And that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
He doesn't ask that from us.
That's fair.
I ain't about the what ifs, man. I know what is, and we got two promising quarterbacks that are coming back in their second year in the same offensive system, Mike McDaniels. And I got faith that if something, God forbid, happens to Tua, that Skylar will rise to the occasion if needed. Because it's his second year in the system. Anybody, if you play football before, your second year with a head coach. If you was lucky enough to get the third and the fourth,
that's a fair point.
Did you consult with Pete on that Skylar take? And that confidence in Skylar, did you consult with Pete on that?
No. I consulted with the.
I'm just checking
with the Jets. With the Jets, and they said, "Boy, they don't want no parts."
Hang on, real quick. If I might highlight just one more, I got to get this full. Listen. I want to know how this is relevant to the topic at hand. This guy Spawn out here said the Ravens use a fullback for motion. EM stop. What the fuck does that mean? Can y'all? I know I might be a little slow here, but can someone? Are y'all understanding that comment? The relevancy of that comment right now?
I don't understand
No,
that
but
at all,
I get
man.
what he's saying. So
I'm not
get what
paying
he's
What the
attention to
saying.
the
fuck is he trying
comments
to
right
say?
now.
Explain that to me, please. I know I'm a little slow, but explain that to me.
What he's saying is that he's just adding on to that they don't know what to do with their offense. So their fullback is Pat Ricard, and basically one of Lamar's weapons is a fullback, is a guy who blocks. So he's just adding on that it's so bad there that he doesn't even have real receivers. He has to use a fullback as a weapon. That's all. That's basically what
Oh,
he's saying.
well, I mean, he might be the best. He's a top 5 fullback in the league. I will say that though. We can agree on that though, right? Is he not? I'm just saying. I'm just. Is he not? Is he not? Is he not? Is he not?
All right.
I'm asking you a question. Is he not a top 5 fullback in the league? Okay, all right.
If it's only 5 fullbacks, EM in the league, I
Hey man,
suppose.
say what you want, bro.
If it's only 5 fullbacks,
he's one of the best
that's
players
like
at
saying
his
I'm
respective
that's like
position.
saying
That's
I'm
all
in the
saying.
top half of my high school class, and there's only 2 people in my high school class.
Hey, real quick, I know someone made
I'm
a
the
comment
tallest
about
midget.
Tua. Hey, I know someone made a comment about Tua. You know, they're confident of the 2 QBs, but are we not forgetting that the end of the season where what is it? The last 5 out of the 4 defenses figured this man out.
I'm sorry. Hey, my bad. Seriously, bro. I didn't hear what you were cutting out.
You were cutting out, bro.
No, I
What
was
was
saying I was saying, are we just going to forget that the last 5 out of the 4 defenses figured 2 out at the end of the season?
Did they? Well, that's a fair point. That's a fair point to
So
make.
we're just
But
going to act like he's just going to go start
hang
this
on.
new season.
Well, let me ask you this though.
Just-
Let me ask you this. Let me ask the floor for 1 second.
Okay.
That very well may be the case, and I think there's definitely some truth to that. Teams caught on not only the Tua but the offense overall. But don't you think that situation? What we saw that bad 4-game stretch, right? I say 3.5 game stretch. You don't think a lot of that could have been remedied if Mike McDaniel chose us to be more aggressive with the run game in terms of incorporating the run game in the overall game plan? If they weren't were not so one-dimensional, do you think a team can't scheme us that way?
No, I agree.
I think they still can scheme you that way. It's just
so when you hang on, Crypto, hang on. So when you sit here and I hear that all the time on multiple platforms, they figured Tua out, they figured him out, bro. And that is all true.
Same run game,
but a lot of the blame is not assigned to the play caller.
But we still have the same run game, Ian. Nothing has changed.
Yeah, the same run game that averaged 4.9 yards per carry. The same run game that averaged 4.9 yards per carry. Yeah, we do have one. We do have the same run game.
Okay. I'm just gonna let it play out because
I
already know what's about to happen.
Production in the ground game is not the issue. The problem is the commitment to it. That's the issue. To balance the approach out. That's the issue.
But don't you think that they know a little bit more than us on why they're not committing to it?
Well, I mean,
because they might be thinking that the run game is
that could be debatable.
They think our running game is only a product because they fear our passing game.
Well,
that's probably why McDaniel think that.
Well, to your point about them might knowing a little more than us, well, I think that's debatable. I think a lot of people in the community, not just myself, but a lot of people on platform and off platform, if as you frequent these YouTube platforms and Twitter, any platform, there's a lot of insightful people that are very knowledgeable about this game, bro, that have made statements about this team, made projections about this team, right? And they turn out to be accurate in their assessment of the team, and the team does something totally contradictory. So that's fucking debatable, to be honest with you.
So everything that you just said is so 100% right. It's not our run game. It's the commitment to the run game. And hey, guys, nice to see everybody. Hey.
Is that Pamela? Is that Pam?
Pamela, yes.
Where are you? Salute. How are you?
Hello.
I'm good. How are
Pam,
y'all doing? I'm good. I'm so happy to see y'all.
Happy to feelings mutual.
Absolutely.
I miss y'all.
Why do you think that?
You've been away too long, Pam.
I have. I know. Things have been crazy around my town. But yeah, crazy town.
Miss Pam.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. So yeah, that whole comment about our run game, it's not a run game, it's the commitment to the run game. That is the perfect way to say what our issue has been. 100% right.
But the Bills got the same problem though, don't they? Don't they complain about the same stuff? We're like, we need to run, we need to run.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, bro,
there has to be a reason why the coaches are not committing to it. I'm pretty sure they've thought of it too, right? Or they're just
Again, we've heard Mike McDaniel talk about and express publicly that, okay, he fought like after games, right? Well, I wish I would have done this more. I wish I would have done. We've heard him acknowledge the fact that, not verbatim, but in indirect ways that, again, he needs to diversify the approach, right?
Yeah.
When after the Cleveland game, what was he talking about with the Tua included, but the overall approach and the level of production we got out of that approach? He was talking about how the ball was distributed between 6 different receivers, right? There was balance on offense with the run and pass, right? He was saying all of that. He was acknowledging all of that. Me personally, if you ask me personally, it's just me, pure speculation on my part. I just think I've gone on record on multiple platforms as saying this. I just think he lost focus, right? I think he was preoccupied with, getting Tua to a certain level and getting Tyreek Hill, making him, getting his most productive season out of Tyreek Hill. That's what I think.
I think you're right. And then when I think about the fact that, especially in the beginning of the season, the thing that made us look so good is we spread that ball around really well, all over the field. And then, so if you wait too long, and you're crunched for time and you're behind, then you can't use the run game. You're committed to the pass game because there's no time left. And then everybody knows what you're doing and you don't have any more choices because you don't have any more time.
Holy shit. Holy Freya's Day. It's everybody's favorite football maiden, Grun Pamela. How's it going, Pam?
Hey, Color. Hey, nice to see you.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. So if we're not, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Pam. So I'm gonna say this. So if we're 9-8 or 8-9, who are we blaming? Is it Tua or is it the play caller?
Why not? Can't we take the approach of we're coming off I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me jump in here real quick because I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah.
Why we're coming off a playoff appearance, right? Why can't we just be a little more optimistic and say, well, damn, what if we're 13-4? Or what if we actually wind up being 14-3?
Just the way you just framed it, bro.
Why can't we take that approach? This is we're coming off the most successful season we've had in years. Why the fuck are people so goddamn pessimistic?
Because of how we got there. We didn't bowl our way to the dance. We was invited to the dance.
Hold on, Crypto. Do you realize, EM, that playoff appearance effectively makes our winning percentage for this season actually lower than last season?
Well, it does. You're right, because we had to get that many wins. We had to go into the off season.
9-9 is 500. 9-8 is above 500.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we did that last season without a playoff appearance. The problem was we should have been so much more than that. And
Pam. I wasn't trying to shit on your take, EM. I was more trying to illustrate why it falls so flat. We had a playoff appearance.
I get it, Color. But again, it was a lot of things that went wrong for us last year.
Playoff appearance in which our quarterback didn't gain any experience from.
I would agree, but he did. But let's not ignore the fact that he did take a significant leap. He did improve significantly last year. Let's not ignore that, right?
He did.
And again, we highlight the 9-8 record. If the defense is intact and we didn't have that rash of injuries that just decimated this fucking defense, are we sitting here and saying that? We're at 9-8?
But Ian,
so let's not act like those things did not transpire.
To the previous 2 years.
Probably
we had injuries that year too, Ian.
That's what I was saying earlier, EM, that both of the options, either better defense or a better quarterback, is likely to buy us a couple more wins.
Yes,
we probably do get a couple more wins if we didn't have the injuries we did on defense.
Okay.
Color, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm pretty sure last year when the Ravens' whole entire team was decimated with injuries, Lamar Jackson somehow figured out how to get that team #1 in the conference.
Oh, okay. All right.
Come on, man. This is crazy.
Come
on,
about that.
man.
So you're right. Definitely Tua improved. We saw better play
Yes,
from
he
Tua
did. I agree.
until we didn't. So when you look at the San Fran game and you look at the
The Chargers game.
Chargers, thank you.
In one
And
half
these
for Green Bay. In one half for Green Bay.
and Green Bay. When I look at those games, oh my gosh, he looks worse in a way, right?
Absolutely, I would agree.
The team picked him up. We were in it because the team picked him up. I mean, the defense kept us in that Green Bay game.
But listen though, but see, here's the only issue I have with that. Everything you said is 100% factual information, Pam. My only pushback on that is when they got off the bus on Detroit, they was down 14 points. Who kept us in that game? Who ultimately lifted up the team and elevated the team in that game? Y'all don't ever give that credit. Again, if you're going to be fair and keep it objective, if you're going to be fair, you cannot have it both ways.
Yeah, what game were you referring to?
I never hear anybody on this platform. Pam's narrative, I hear that one, right? But I never hear people say, well, damn, as soon as we got off the bus, we was down 14 points. And guess if the offense hiccups in that game, we lose that goddamn game.
But why am I giving credit? If Tua is such a great quarterback, why am I getting credit?
Who said he was great? Who said he was great? Who said he was great?
A good quarterback.
Who said he was good? Who said he was good?
Play elevated. If it's play elevated, then it needs to continue to.
And also,
he's not good.
Stay at that level, right?
I've called you on this.
I didn't say he was great.
Wait. I've called you on this before, and you keep putting out the platitude that nobody at this network has given Tua credit where it's been.
Did I say nobody? Did I say that?
You did, actually.
Okay, well, excuse me. Everybody with the exception of Color. Please forgive me, Color. Please forgive me. I'm a little animated right now. And I get a little discombobulated when I get animated. We all know that. Okay. Everybody with the exception of Color. I never hear people say they always bring that narrative up and ignore the other narratives. Right?
But even I have to say I've heard Color give him credit. I have to say that because I have heard him at times give him credit.
So is Lewis.
Yeah, did y'all realize Tua in the
Lewis, really? Lewis, really?
We all have. We have all given
in the opening game of the season last year against the Patriots.
Well, we can't overlook the Dolphins as a team.
Hold on. In the opening game of the season last season against the Patriots, Tua was pressured over 40% of the snaps that he dropped back. Yet we still won. I don't need to look anywhere but Bill Belichick as to why our offense didn't blow it up like everybody expected to and try to crap on Tua for it.
The clearest.
He held it, right?
Yeah, that was Belichick.
Right?
Yeah, that was Belichick.
I gave Tua credit for that win because of that.
Clearest case of ego I ever seen. Clearest case of ego I ever seen. Eason Gesicki out.
Oh, that is so. Oh, yes.
Well, and which game was this?
But again, then when I turn around and say in a game where he was only pressured 10% of the time and he did nothing, and I point that out, I'm being a hater and whatever else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just don't want to go 9-8 again with this.
I mean, people think that.
Well, we
I've
are
heard
going
this before
9-8 again.
That the Chargers,
devil's a lie.
That the Chargers was worse than the 49ers or the other way around. I can't remember. When in reality, he had a better game against the one that everybody thinks was the worst game.
He had the worst game, right. His worst game was actually the Charger game.
He had a better game against the 49ers when it comes to bad throw percentage, pressure percentage, and all this other stuff than he did against the 26th ranked defense in the Chargers.
Yeah, because the San Fran defense
did pretty good against the Niners compared to the Chargers.
Can I say something, please?
Go ahead, Jordan. I know you've been waiting.
Yeah, it must be the boring
We
Canadian.
always make you wait. I don't know why everybody always makes you wait.
Well, I'm the boring nerd from
It's
Canada.
double Dutch, man. You just got to get in there and catch your rhythm.
Damn.
And you don't know. And you know what? You're not.
He said double Dutch.
You're reserved, so you don't force yourself in either. You know what I mean? That's part of
Well,
it
I
too.
try to be nice to everyone,
Just
unless
do like I do and tell everybody to shut up. Yell at the top of your lungs, man.
Well, last time I was on the panel, it was a little bit contentious over on Batman's channel. Anyway, look, DJ Fluker, are you guys keen on getting him? You guys haven't talked about him. I don't want 9-8. I don't want 10-7. We better get a fucking left tackle, or he can play right tackle too, because Armstead will go down, and our offensive line is completely different with Armstead out. Is that not fair?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So I mean, Greer better get a tackle or a guard, help fortify this offensive line.
And that's actually a great point because nobody's talking about that. Because we need a good line to protect concussion boy.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, go ahead, Pam.
So don't you think that the offensive line in general has improved over the last 2 years?
Yeah, in large part, though, based on the free agent signing, or was it a trade to get Armstead? I think it was a free agent signing. Okay. And I mean, if he goes down, Pam, to be blunt, and well, we got Connor Williams too. That was lovely. But I mean, Armstead goes down, we're screwed. I'm all over Fluker because he can start a right tackle, and we can just shift him over to left tackle when Armstead goes down. And I can guarantee everyone he's going to miss at least 3 games, Armstead.
Easily.
Exactly, maybe even 5.
Yeah, at least 3, right?
It's pathetic. Okay, and Tua, I mean, this is just my theory. He gets freaked out that he's going to get injured, and I think that had some bearing, actually strong bearing on the performance in San Francisco. We overthrew people in LA. I almost said San Diego. I always want to call them the San Diego Chargers. They'll always be in a way to me. They should be in San Diego. That's the greed of the Spanos family, moving them to LA. Okay. And yeah, I think the most important thing before the season is getting an offensive lineman, whether it's a guard, tackle, I'd love. And hopefully Chris Greer can get a tight end. I mean, it's probably not going to be Darnell Washington unless he has the gall to move up. He may, but it's a tight end depth. The depth's quite big in this draft. There's a lot of good tight end prospects, and there's blue chips he can get available in the second round. And maybe we get a guy like Luke Musgrave from Oregon State. I don't know, but I'm keen on adding an offensive lineman.
That's
and
Mike
moreover,
Gesicki 2.0.
What was?
Go ahead.
Well, no, he can block better, they say, than Gesicki, from what I've read.
Well, that might be true, but that ain't saying much. I think he might be the least effective blocker out of all of the top considered tight ends in this draft. That's just my opinion. But go ahead.
No. I respect that. There's about 4 or 5 guys. Okay, we'll be able to get one of them. I don't want to go running back in the second round. I think it's too high for running back. That's just me, but. Yeah, so you guys all agree then that we need to add an offensive lineman.
Yeah, this is funny. So Hooked Up Joe thinks he's making a point that favors Tua. He says, come on, folks. This is like watching Facebook from a month ago. Pathetic. Yeah, that's our point. We're having to talk about the same needs and the same things as we did all last offseason. It's like Groundhog Day.
A year ago. That's right, Color. A year ago. We're worried about the same thing because we don't have answers.
Right.
Listen, there's always
Joe thinks that's our fault. You know what I mean? Like, what else? What are we supposed to talk about? Imaginary things that aren't happening?
There's always that guy. There's always that guy in the chat, and this guy today happens to be that guy.
That guy.
Hey, DTA Color Shake. If I may, I got cut off. I had to plug my charger back in, but I wanted to get a chance to respond to Well, the way that I want to Pam's point about how the defense,
Go ahead, man.
assisted to in a lot of games last year. But my only put that is true, Pam. But that goes both ways. And I named the Detroit game, but the Chicago game, Baltimore game as well.
Yep.
Baltimore, you got Chicago. I mean, did our defense stop Justin Fields?
Nope.
Last time I checked, they didn't. They gave up. What was the final score in that game? I think they put up 30. They hung 30 on that defense as well, right? If I'm not correct.
Yes.
So my only point and the issue when I hear that, I don't have an issue with your statement per se. The issue I only have is when the narrative, that is the only narrative that's highlighted. That goes both hands. We've seen stretches in games last year where Tua, if the offense take hiccups in any one of those games, we lose. So the same credit that you give to the defense,
but I'm not so sure
that needs,
to your point.
that same credit needs to be distributed evenly when appropriate.
And to your
That's
point,
all
though,
I'm saying.
I'm not so sure though that wouldn't be balanced out a little more with a little more production on offense early. Scoring.
Okay, that's fair, but I'm more concerned about the final score, right? It's about how you finish, not how you start.
Well, that's true.
In those games, they put up 30 in every one of those games.
What I'm saying is, are we struggling? Are we down? Are we having to come back? Is our defense getting bludgeoned by Detroit early in the game? If our offense is answering them?
Well, how about this? Don't give up. Don't put your offense in a situation where you're down 14, right out the gate. Try that.
It's not as if our offense didn't have the ball.
Absolutely. But again, this is the NFL, right? This is the NFL at the end of the day. And again, that's why you bring in a Vic Fangio. That's why you bring in. So obviously they felt like the defensive side of the football was the issue, right? You bring in Vic Fangio, you bring in Jalen Ramsey, you bring in David Long, you address heavily on that side of the football, right? So I think I think we can all agree based off the moves they made this offseason, they felt like the defensive side of the football was the more pressing issue.
Yeah, we're gonna blame the defense.
I think that was more
So that goes both ways.
We blame the
That's
defense
not
last
wrong.
year.
You're not wrong in what you're saying. The only thing that I'm thinking is to maybe steps forward. But sometimes,
I think
and I can
Boyer was
see
more like
one game.
a scapegoat.
Well, all I know is they haven't done anything on offense to address the offense. Nothing. They have gone status quo, pretty much. I do know. But on the defensive side of the football, they've made two big ticket purchases, right? Jalen Ramsey, David Long Jr.
And some addition by subtraction on offense, you could say.
Yeah, but Jalen Ramsey was getting cooked last year too.
Bro, he was the third-ranked cornerback in the NFL last year. Cooked? Really? Cooked. Okay. If that's your definition of cooked, if that's your definition of cooked, I will take that all day, bro.
Jermaine's right. The Detroit game, that was the game that Braylon Sanders fumbled the ball right after he caught it, driving down to score. That's right. Good point, Jermaine.
And then they scored a touchdown.
And what about that? What about that throw?
Wait. I just don't want Jermaine to have amnesia, okay, when it comes to Teddy Bridgewater in the Vikings game. Who fumbled that ball?
Oh, here we go. I know where this is going. I know where this is going.
Exactly.
I will not listen,
Jermaine
all due respect,
exactly.
I will not tolerate any Jalen Waddle slander in my presence.
No, it wasn't to slander Jalen
He
Waddle.
stepped in it.
No, it was
doing that. He set himself up.
People to stop slandering Teddy Bridgewater.
Hey, color the beauty in it though, man. Each and every one of them passes that went to either Hill or Waddle, there was a third option on that play. This year, Tua is going to be able to see that third option, where last year he was just looking at A or B. I think during the offseason, he's gonna see on film there's a C option, and a lot of times that C option is going to be open. And the fact that he's going to be able to just get his mind to get all of that together, man, and process that
but isn't that
quickly.
Isn't that the problem?
It's going to make a difference.
One other thing, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, G, but one other thing. You could argue Braylon Sanders, when he fumbled, it's because he got his clock cleaned. Jalen Waddle just fumbled his right out of
What
slippery
what about
nowhere.
what about that dime Tua threw to him in Buffalo? Right, that would have changed the complete outcome of that game. That dime he threw to Berlin Sanders, and he misjudged the football. Right, I don't know if he lost it in the lights or what, but the ball was where it needed to be.
Gesicki got hit in the
Braylon
face,
Sanders
man. So I
was
seen
just not
Tyreek
where
drop
he
something
needed
that
to
were
be.
right in his
Now,
hands.
Ian, it's the same with the 3 drops in the playoff games. For some reason, we think that Waddle catches one of those because Tua throws it.
I think that's why they're saying running back color, because they're looking and seeing all that meat that was left on the bone, and they're like, you know what? If we just capitalize on what we've already seen that we can do, again, the meat left on the bones this year, we're gonna clean the bones, and it's gonna be better, man. I just gotta believe that.
So this is
Well, the thing of it is, though, they crap on the stat line of Skylar Thompson for that game. But even one of those 3 completions, how many yards does that add to Skylar Thompson's stat line?
But overall, he still was graded out one of the worst. Not just that game. And again, color, and I just don't apply to you, but a lot of people that are on this platform that I had public and private conversations with, as well as other platforms, right? They never give that. They didn't start just dropping balls in that Buffalo game. They've been dropping them all year. But I never heard, right? They highlighted Skylar Thompson when they were dropping balls for Skylar Thompson. But with Tua, right? They've been dropping them all year.
Say? What did
I never hear them give Tua the benefit of the doubt. Again, I'm addressing the hypocritical activity that is presently that is just overtaking this goddamn community.
What did I just say, though, EM? I just said that I don't believe that Waddle catches one of those balls just because Tua throws it.
I will not tolerate any Jalen Waddle slander in my presence.
The same thing, though.
Hey, there was points in the season where this offense was moving so good, man. Like when they made a drop, everybody just brushed it off, and they were like, you know what, we about to go out and get it. Them 5 games when we were hot, man. You know, there were drops and stuff, but they just shrugged it off because they knew they were burning the defenders that on bad. There was going to be other opportunities just to go right back and get it, you know?
Yeah, it's not act like they didn't drop any balls in the Cleveland game.
By the way, EM, quick factoid, that bomb you were talking about that he laid into Jalen Waddle against Buffalo, I was sitting
collectively, it was like 9 and 57.
Hold on, Crypto. I was sitting in the front row of section 300, right along the sideline, and that play came right to me, bro.
Which play was that? Color. Which one?
The bomb to Waddle against Buffalo early.
Oh, at home. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
You were sick. Oh, okay. That's what's up.
Hey, what's up?
Were you celebrating? Did you celebrate? Did you celebrate?
Yeah. Yo, when it
sure?
happened,
you sure? Y'all, you sure?
Listen. When it happened, I was watching the play, and my eyes got taken off of what was going on around the line of scrimmage, and I was following Waddle, and I'm like, man, why is Waddle wide open down the field? And right as I thought that, the ball drops into his hands. I'm like, oh shit! Like Tua actually hit him.
Hey,
guys, listen.
Does anyone wear 83 on the team?
What's up, everybody?
Ron, the pride and joy of the
Color with the step on that guy, and next thing you know, the ball drops in.
Hey, Color, DTA, Shake, respect. I'm out. I'm gonna have to get. I've been on here way too long. Y'all be good, fellas. Salute to the panel, man. Till next time, man. Fins up, baby. Y'all already know what it is.
You're always welcome, brother. Thank you.
All right,
again, he's got a lot of energy.
Salute.
So again, if we go 9 and 8,
I need me a cup of coffee.
Ed Oregon is in here. Ron Levy, I can tell he smoked quite a bit over his years. If Ron Levy could have the floor for 1 minute, gentlemen, please.
Ron Levy, a.k.a. Chris Berman.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's everybody tonight?
All right, brother.
What up? Hey, you do sound like Chris.
Another day in paradise.
Hey, I just got on. I heard you guys all talking about the drops. And I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but the Chargers game started out with like 4 or 5 drops and then got worse after that. But the first drive, it was like 4 guys in a row, including Hill, Waddle. It was just like drop after drop. I mean, they were covered pretty tightly, but that first drive, I think that set the tone for the rest of the game, unfortunately. Anybody else notice that? All those drops in that first series on that game?
Yeah,
I
it
can't
took it to
remember
them, but
how
they were
many, but I
physical.
remember there was at least one.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Hill.
Yeah, they got
reason.
Josh Boyer
they got their
deserves a
hands
lot
on
of
the
the
ball.
blame. I knew we would lose that game when we conceded a touchdown before halftime. I knew we were going to lose.
Wasn't that the game when Tua had like 6 yards in the first half or something like
It's
that?
still a 6-point game in the fourth quarter.
I know, Crypto, but I'm just saying it just took the energy right out of the team.
3rd and 16.
All right, so again, I know everyone's coming to all these different things, but if we go 9-8 or 8-9, who are
Then
we blaming?
McDaniel will be fired.
That's the elephant in the
So
room.
will Chris Greer.
That's the elephant in the room.
Well, they're fired. They're finished. If this team
Yeah,
goes 9-8,
Stephen Ross is
they're
giving a
finished.
press conference at the end of the season.
This team needs stability.
Yeah, if we go 9-8, yeah, Stephen
Well, that's
Ross
why
will
I'm
be
saying
giving that last.
we better get a tackle or a guard.
I know everybody's panicking a little bit, but don't forget there's a lot of guys that are going to get cut after the draft, before training camp, before the final rosters are set. I'm sure that we're going to get somebody to compete. Hopefully, not just compete, but somebody that's going to increase the productivity of this line.
What about Jonah Williams going after him? I don't know what he's making, but I'm sure he'd be receptive to the idea of moving to right tackle.
One of the things with Jonah Williams that everybody's down on, he got 20 sacks in the last 2 years. But Joe Burrow is responsible for a lot of those for holding on to the ball.
Yeah, holding on to the ball.
I hear that narrative. I don't think he's responsible all the time.
Not
Tua
all.
holds on to the ball too long time sometimes.
That's true, but I think that you could probably get him a little cheaper because of that fact that he's giving up those 20 sacks. You use that as a negotiation.
Yeah.
Maybe he'd have to
I think they
restructure
go
the
after
contract, probably.
I think they go after Lionel Collins when he's released. When he's released, they'll go after Collins.
I'm sorry, Walt. Did they cut Jonah?
No, he's still on the team. He's still on the team right now.
Fluker's a free agent.
He's a guard. I will bring him in to be a camp.
Who's a guard?
No, Jonah's a tackle.
Fluker.
Jonah's a tackle, yeah. Fluker is a tackle.
I mean, I'd love to see them get
Fluker played guard the last time he was in Miami.
Fluker could play all
They can move him inside even better. So he's more flexible,
it doesn't
more
cost them.
versatile.
At this stage, he's a guard. He's a guard. He's not coming to play tackle.
Play for the league minimum.
Well, good then. Just sign him.
That's what I'm saying. You got nothing.
I would sign him.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Yeah, I don't want Lamar Lamar. We were talking about Lamar earlier. I would love Lamar Jackson, but we're not going to get him. I don't want Austin Jackson starting.
No, me neither. No, I mean that's like worst case scenario. That's the only way I would be okay with that is if they got a guard, so that's your only weakness on the line. If you have one weakness, you can cover it. But we have two glaring weaknesses. We need to get at least one of them fixed.
I agree.
And as far as the right tackle,
Forget about that.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Ron. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying as far as the right tackle, if the guard is fixed, you can put a tight end next to him. You put Ingold in the backfield, and you can help him out. But if you've got two different places where you have to worry about different sides of the line, that makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think Greer he'd have to be crazy not to address the offensive line with the veteran.
I'm sure he's going to in some way, shape, or form because you hear all the reporters, the beat reporters that actually cover the team, all say that he said he's going to bring in. He says competition, but we all know. I think he means someone that's a better performer than what we have. And like I said, you're going to see guys get cut after the draft. You're going to see guys, through training camp get released for cap prop. I mean, last year, what's his name? The guy from the Raiders, the center, got cut before training camp, and I was so pissed we didn't get him. And Arizona picked him up.
Rodney Hudson.
Rodney Hudson. He was a Pro Bowl center. We didn't even go after him. they cut him right before training camp, and Arizona scooped him right up. So, I mean, you're going to see that. So I wouldn't panic yet. I think he knows where the weakness is, and he doesn't want to be the one responsible for this team not achieving what we all think they can achieve.
Respectfully to the person in the chat that said that Jonah Williams doesn't want to play right tackle, I understand that. That's one of the reasons why he requested a trade. He's filled with indignation. I get it. However, if that's to his blind side, he may be able to say, okay, well, it's to his blind side, and it may be able to, he could take that because we got a southpaw. Is that not
they're ignorant? That's ignorant.
right?
That's the same.
And that's to his blind. He's going to be protecting.
Just like a left tackle, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not about Tua. It's about the player. The player wants to play on the left side.
Well, he may not have a choice because you know what? Cincinnati's saying
left side. Strong side.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to play right tackle because they think they're going to get less money.
Well, what happened in Cincinnati wrong? There's teams that do this. Say, you know what? Shut up and play. Exactly. And they may just do that. Zach Taylor may tell him, shut up and play.
I agree. But, listen, it's all about the
So he can come here. He can be the right tackle here and protect to his blind side, or he can stay in that shithole next to Kentucky, okay, freeze his ass off, and play for a team that disrespected him. Do you want Miami, South Beach, a nice organization, or do you want a team that just disrespected you?
State income tax.
There you go. That's even more. Thank you. So, yeah, we got to get someone.
I agree. It's a lot like the Orlando Brown thing, where because if they get put at right tackle, they're not recognized for the same dollar. But when you're protected to his blind side, it's the same thing as any place else.
Exactly.
You'll be able to sell him on that fact too. The only thing that I can think of with these guys also is maybe they're just not comfortable going to the right side.
Didn't Williams go to Alabama too, or am I wrong?
No, Williams protected too at Alabama.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's even more. Yeah, so he'd probably be keen on coming here.
And I think he was in Alabama.
Hey, you guys see that funny story, non-Dolphin related?
What?
About Jimmy Garoppolo going to the Las Vegas Raiders?
No.
3 of the girls at one of the brothels promised him sex for life for free for signing with the Raiders.
Well, he'd be crazy to have to take that on after the whole Deshaun Watson allegations. Oh my God!
Imagine if it was Zach Wilson, they'd all have to be.
That's nasty.
Zach Wilson, they'd all have to be over 40.
I was dying when Stephen A. was talking about it on air.
Oh yeah.
So, anybody hear about the Jets trying to get Jerry Jeudy?
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Nope, I didn't hear anything about that.
I hope not. I heard that on one of the broadcasts.
I hope Barrios wears 83.
I know they're going after OBJ. That's for sure.
The only thing I've heard about the Jets is that the talks have stalled out for Rodgers.
And the Titans are the favorites now with Vegas to land Rodgers.
I thought they were in rebuild mode, Tennessee.
I just looked at the odds. They showed the odds to get Lamar Jackson, and the Titans were favored.
You know what? I didn't think. Go ahead.
The Jets are always going to be a day late and a dollar short. Everybody thought it was their year this year. At least the Jets fans did. They're always going to be a day late and a dollar short.
I don't think Rodgers is going to want to deal with the New York media. I mean, he's
going to the Jets. He's
150 reporters in his face every day, and he's already not the best guy with the media and wants his privacy and everything. So I can't imagine going from Green Bay, where they got 5 reporters in the locker room, to New York, where they're going to have 150 every day after practice.
But he'll go on McCaffrey's show, and he's known for that. That's media, technically.
That's a comfortable spot for him because he's
That's fair. I understand that. Yeah, it's from his home.
You know, the type of individual he comes across as, I can't see him being comfortable dealing with the New York media on a daily basis.
Oh, he's an introvert,
I think
in
that's
my
a
opinion.
huge point. That is a huge point because he wants it both ways. That's what he wants. He wants his cake and eat it too, with the icing and the sprinkles and the cherry and everything.
I love the fact that he's a new Jets GM.
That's so funny.
Well, he's alienating Jets players, apparently, from what I've read, because they're like, Aaron, why the hell aren't you here? Why are you playing games with us? They're getting pissed off at him.
Yeah, and the players going, well, who are you to say go get this guy and that guy? You're taking my job away.
Because he's going to be the new starting quarterback.
Like everyone on the Jets wants Aaron Rodgers. The players, they know they're not going to win with Zach Wilson.
Yeah,
of course.
But I don't think they're going to win with Aaron Rodgers either.
Nor do I. But they'll win more games.
They'll be they'll be second in the East behind Miami.
I think if they
there you go. Yep.
You really think that, Walt?
I think if they lose a couple games,
but yes, Buffalo's done. Buffalo's done.
I don't say. You know what? I hate saying this. I don't like saying it any more than you guys like hearing it. But until I see someone stop Josh Allen, a divisional team, us, Jets, or the Pats, Buffalo's the number one. They're going to win the division again, I think.
No, they're not. I feel like we did stop them. We had so many things going against us at those 2 games at Buffalo. We stopped them. Those games.
Kept it close.
For goodness sakes.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Pamela, the Bills won 13 games in the regular season. In contrast to us, we won 9. So
we had a 3rd-string rookie quarterback.
Oh, I'm cognizant of that. I know, but that's the whole point. Josh Allen doesn't go down. He's hard. I mean, that guy's hard as fuck. I mean, he weighs 250. He's 6'4". He's hard to bring down. That guy.
But with Tua in, what happened? Like, I mean, we are a better team than Buffalo. We are a better team than them.
Daddy loves you guys.
Exactly.
We're a better team. I emphatically agree with you, but they have what's the most important position? It's the quarterback, and they have a quarterback that's top 3 in the league, in my opinion.
So the Dolphins don't have a quarterback? I thought Tua was the guy.
What's the most?
Daddy loves you guys.
Okay, Walt, where would you rank Tua in the league? Top 15, maybe between 10 and 15.
Jordan, I think it's hard to rank him just because of his injuries, right? Like I don't even know if I feel good saying he's top 10. Do I think he's top 10 talent? Yes. Go ahead. So
what's the most important ability, guys?
Staying healthy so you can help the team stay on the field.
Availability. If you're not,
yeah, like Bill Parcells said years ago, if you're not on the field, you can't help the team.
Exactly.
I will say one other thing though about Allen. He's top 3 in turnovers.
And that's the thing. Look what our defense did to him. We rattled him bad.
But he overcomes them, guys.
Yeah, he always finds a way because those legs, he just runs, man.
Yeah, I don't think he overcame our defense. I think our offense, allowed him a chance. Look at those games.
Yeah, but overall, you got to say that we have closed the gap with Buffalo. I mean, we definitely got we got their number, and we strike fear in them. They're not looking at the Dolphins as an easy win.
The Bills, they're going to make a big splash. They're going to get Hopkins, apparently. Can you imagine Diggs and Hopkins for Josh Allen to throw the rock to, in addition to Dawson Knox?
Guys, here's the deal. The second to last drive against us, that playoff game, not the last drive, the second last drive, when we were up, Allen took that team on his shoulders.
Buffalo lost their defensive coordinator.
He rushed for like 40 yards on that drive.
Yeah, because he was crap.
took a team on his
Our
back.
defense folded, but
He willed himself down the field.
For the second year in a row, the Buffalo defense folded in the playoffs. That's why Leslie Frazier will probably never be a defensive coordinator again in the league. He's an old dinosaur, too.
Yeah, he's old. It was about time for him to, step away a little bit. Go to college.
Somewhat. It just, if it's Allen, he just makes those plays when it's time. We've got to stop those big plays in big moments. Other than that, I think our defense has caught up to them and has been able to make stops when necessary. It's when he makes those big plays with his legs. I mean, that's what kills us every time we play them when we lose.
We got to hope that David Long Jr. can rap.
Big fan.
Last year
will take care of all.
And when you think about that, that is not wrong because we were just missing a few things on defense. It wasn't the players, it was the play calls, right? So sometimes it was brilliant and sometimes it was just crazy. Yes.
To add on to what you're saying, it's the fact he didn't beat us with his legs last year. We gave up 3rd and 19s in key situations at the end of the game because the way we're playing off their receivers and blitzing.
Exactly. And it wasn't, it literally was like bad play calls for the defense in those kinds of situations when we should never have been playing off the players. Like, why did we give them that cushion?
You gonna be mad. You gonna be mad this year, Pam, because Miss Pam, we're switching to a zone, and then we're praising Fangio, but we're forgetting about the fact this defense is going to be learning a whole new scheme. Aren't we changing to a 4-3 this year?
No, it's a 3-4.
It's going to be brand new to a lot of these players, man. So it's going to be a learning curve there, and we're praising Fangio, and I think eventually it's going to be a good pickup. But we're forgetting the fact that everybody's got to learn a whole new language from a whole new coach.
Hey, I heard y'all say something that we went status quo on offense and we added a bunch of defense, right? When EM was on earlier. There's a reason we did that. Our offense is coming back with the same system. Our defense is going to be brand new. Fangio needed to bring in what he needed.
But here's the thing: he's never had less than a top 10 defense. So I have all the years he's been a defensive coordinator.
Dude, he's a teacher. He's a teacher. He's a master teacher.
He's gonna have to be because he's gonna have to teach a defense that's been French the last couple of years. He's gonna have to teach them to speak Spanish.
And don't think Daniels won't have some new wrinkles this year too. He's a genius. Don't think that he's not going to come out, and don't think that he didn't learn from not running the ball. He's heard it. Believe me, he's heard it.
Well, and that is the whole reason. So the thing about we changed up the defense, but we're not changing up the offense. The thing that I think everybody has to understand is that, right, we're not changing up the offense, but that is a huge thing to bring in a whole new offensive. It wasn't a whole new defensive scheme last year. It was a whole new offensive scheme, and offensive line it especially has to have some continuity, and those guys did really well. We have seen them improve over the last 2 years. I expect to continue to see that.
Offensive line
I agree, Pam. You're right.
To play together and gel, and the consistency and playing together as a unit will definitely help them improve. The second year in the same offensive system, two has never played 2 years in the same system.
Exactly.
You guys do realize we only used about 65% of the playbook last year.
Exactly.
And we were number 6, and we were number 6 in the league in offense last year. So for all the negatives, we were number 6 from number 29. I mean, look at the improvement he made in year 1. Now let's see what happens year 2 when these guys know the playbook like the back of their hand. They've played with each other for 2 years now. Especially, listen, the interior of the line, you got Robert Hunt, you got Connor Williams, and whoever that left guard is going to be. That's the key, I think,
Hey, let me ask you something. Since we didn't bring in any big free agents on the offensive line, we brought in the one guy, I forget his name, the ex-Jet.
Dan Feeney.
All right,
Dan
Dan Feeney. If he can steal the left guard spot,
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to moving our other guard out to tackle and putting Robert Jones in at the right guard.
They're not going to move Robert Hunt. They think he's a Pro Bowl guard.
Yeah.
They're not going to move
Yeah,
him.
but if Austin Jackson is playing that bad, they're going to do something.
Listen, I like the way Robert Jones played most of the year. And again, another year in the system. And he's young. He was an undrafted free agent last year, guys. So, and now we got a new offensive line coach. Who knows? Supposedly he increased all the analytics in LA, even though they didn't like him. Hopefully, we can see a little tweak or two here. One guy comes in. Listen, we can't have Pro Bowl players on every position. We need serviceable guys that can do their job. And again, a good offensive line is when it plays together as a unit, knows what the other guy can rely on the other guy to help him out if there's a twist or a game, and they know how to pick it up. That's the key. So, I mean, I understand why the narrative that Greer wants to see what they have with Jackson and Eichenberg.
I don't want to see any more Eichenberg. I'm done with him.
I didn't say I agree with it. I said I understand the narrative, okay? Because this was last year was their second year, and they both got hurt. So it's hard to evaluate them with the injuries. And supposedly, I didn't see it, but supposedly they were both playing better until they got hurt. So I said, I'm not a coach. These guys have the experience. Who knows? Offensive linemen sometimes look, Billy, what's his last name?
Turner.
Billy Turner from Green Bay.
Billy Turner. Yeah, Billy Turner, Illuminor, and then who else do we let go? Fluker also, right?
Fluker.
Hey, I would not mind taking Fluker back. I would not. That's a buy low right there.
Yeah, but my point is, we let go of all three guys. Like,
gave up Billy Turner after like 2 years.
Where's the talent evaluation?
He became a Pro Bowler with Green Bay for 10 years. So sometimes these guys.
He ended up getting a big money contract.
That's what I'm saying. You got 4 picks left. Do we trust Greer to do the O-line thing, even though we know he needs to?
Billy, I hate to say it, Billy Turner was long before Greer.
I think you're going to see some guys that are being made available after the draft, before training camp or during training camp. Happens every year.
I won't say Billy Turner was hickey.
Happens every year.
I want to say.
I think so. It was way back in those days.
Yeah, Joe Philbin was a coach.
Actually,
it wasn't Randy Mueller. Randy Mueller did Ronnie Brown.
But by the way, Bill Turner was
no. Nick Saban picked Ronnie Brown over Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, who was his GM? Randy Mueller.
By the way, Billy Turner.
No.
Well, let's see what he's going to say. Again, Shake.
And Billy Turner was cut by Adam Gase, and that's when we went on that win streak.
Wow, yeah, that's true. They let go like 3 linemen. That's right.
Let's also look at the fact the last 4 years, how many consistent regimes have been on offense in 4 years?
None. This is
exactly.
The Bengals, the Chiefs, the Bills.
I mean for the Dolphins.
Hold
on. We haven't had one. Not one.
Hey,
every coach says.
Since Shula, what have we had consistently?
Nothing. That's my biggest argument with. If we don't have a good year, we got to.
We had one good year though with Adam Gase. We made the playoffs offensively.
2000, 2008, 2016. Yeah, every 8 to 6 years. That's it.
We have to understand that continuity and stability is what builds strong teams and organizations. You can't, even if you have a bad year, you can't keep. If you believe in the coaching, you can't keep changing off these guys every 3 years. No one is going to be successful.
What do you mean? Every 4 years is when you do the shift.
Why do you think
that's not even?
Has the Steelers done that? Have the Chiefs done that? Have the Ravens?
If you hit, you don't need to do the shift every.
Because they're winning and their stability and there's continuity with those organizations. So that's why they're successful.
No, because at the end result, every 4 years, an organization that does not hit it's forced to do the move. That's why these contracts are 4 years.
When was the last time Pittsburgh won a Super Bowl, but they've always been consistently to the playoffs?
Because they're over 500 every year.
When's the last time the Ravens won the Super Bowl, Cap?
Who?
When's the last time the Steelers won the Super Bowl? Have they?
They're over 500 every year.
Have they cleaned house though? No.
Because they're over 500 every year.
Yeah, but we're not satisfied with over 500.
We don't even get to 500, Pam. We need to be satisfied.
You're missing the point, though, Cap. Because we've been over 500, but everybody's talking about next year if we don't make the Super Bowl, clean house. You can't.
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about
playoffs.
You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Have faith sometimes in what you hired. You got to.
That's great, though. But name the times that Tomlin has been the coach with the Steelers. How many times have they made the playoffs compared to our organization throughout all the coaching changes?
That's the point, Cap. He's made the playoffs every year. He hasn't had a losing season.
Oh, okay. So we're not arguing that fact. Okay. All right. Sorry.
No, it's too late to argue, guys.
That's my point. The stability.
Man, you can't argue about nothing no more, man. That's
Everybody's allowed to have their own opinion. It's a discussion. Nothing wrong with that.
The thing is, though, about
like a forced debate.
The offense, like just look at when Flores was coach, there wasn't 3 years of the same offensive coordinators since, we've changed every year for the past 4 years in a row, at least. And the offensive line needs consistency. It's a different... It's totally different than the other parts of the field. It really is.
I want to read what Scott Jackson had to say. I agree with this. This actually should be highlighted. Scott Jackson, kudos. He says $39 million to replace 2 busts in the first round. Armstead replaced Jackson, and Ramsey's here because Iggy busted. Well said, brother.
Wow.
Hey, Cap.
Scott Jackson be having that.
Wow.
There's people who want to.
Can I ask you a favor? Can I ask you a favor, Cap?
People who want to grab.
Yeah, sure. As long as it's not money.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Hold on. Let me make a point.
Can you do me a favor? You know, me and Pete have never seen eye to eye. We're like complete opposites. Give him my best wishes.
What do you mean best wishes? What happened?
Yeah, he lost somebody close to him, supposedly.
Somebody, one of his family members passed away.
His niece's
What was this?
I'm not sure. I saw it a couple
days ago.
days ago. Yep, I saw it.
I heard it on another panel. Who it was?
Are you serious?
I thought you all talked and hung out. That's why I was saying give him my best wishes. Because
no, I haven't talked to him in a minute, man.
I'm like you. I've never agreed with him, but I would never. Yeah, it was Pete's. Yeah, it was Pete's. I think he said his niece's father. So maybe like a brother-in-law, maybe.
So his brother-in-law, yeah.
Brother-in-law, yeah, I would.
Well, he lost one brother not too long ago, man. Man, this sucks, man.
Yeah,
it's horrible, and of course, football talk and takes are all one thing, but someone's real life is totally different. Yeah, and
I'll let him know, Tom.
I just want. All right, thank you. I just want to say something to refute that.
Damn, I didn't know
that. $1 million for 2 busts. For as bad as Greer has picked offensive linemen, look at our roster after 2 years of drafting and free agency. Because it's only really been two. I mean, we gutted the roster year one, and we didn't really replace anybody. So it's been 2 years really that we filled out this roster, and we have, based on ESPN, we have the number 3 roster in the NFL. So quit with the missed first round here, there. The 5th rounds that he picks, the undrafted free agent nuggets that we find, the 3rd rounders, the 2nd rounders. I think Greer's done it. Other than the offensive line, he's done a great job evaluating talent and putting talent on the field.
Except, and I would like to say, yeah, like that sounds reasonable, but the 72's point that is up there on the screen there, the thing is, when you look at all these seasons where it's just been crap upon crap, what is the one thing we've all had in common? And it's Greer. Greer has been the one for years.
No, it's not years though, Pat. He's been the GM since Tannenbaum was got it.
Yeah, Tannenbaum put us. He put us in debt like you wouldn't believe.
Oh no, he put us behind the 8 ball, no doubt.
He was named GM, but he wasn't making the decisions when Tannenbaum was there. and he cleaned up the salary cap, and he built this roster in 2.5 years. We flipped this whole roster to where we have
Dude,
talent.
how many times do you see somebody get rid of an all-pro young safety like Minka Fitzpatrick left, and he fills it real quick with Javon Holland, who could be even better.
And the Minka Fitzpatrick thing wasn't him.
If Minka would just stop hitting on his teammates' girlfriends or wives, it would be a lot better.
How true that is.
That's good. That's funny. That's good.
But I think he couldn't get along with Flores either. Flores wanted him to do things.
No, that had nothing to do with it because he went and did the same thing at Pittsburgh. It was because he tried to hit on X's wife, and that caused a lot of problems in that secondary between people.
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know
letting the cat out the bag finally, Todd, on that.
And how about the fact that Greer has the balls?
I mean, it's been long enough. I mean,
how about the fact that Greer has the balls to go out and swing for the fences with Tyreek Hill and now Jalen Ramsey? How many other GMs would have done that? I mean,
I don't know. I hope you're right.
This is the problem.
You're right.
You guys fail to realize any GM that's pushed against the corner right now to win, they're gonna make a move like that. Of course they are.
Bottom line,
that's our MO, bro.
Hey, honestly, one of two things needs to happen by the time the season starts. Either we need to get a running back who doesn't need the best O-line in the world, or we damn well better fix the O-line a little bit better.
No, Todd, I disagree with you. The O-line's more important than the running back because Tua is gonna get injured.
No. I wasn't putting it in order of what's more important. I'm just saying one of two things needs to happen.
Listen, if we stuck with the running game, we would have been much higher ranked.
Oh gosh.
The problem is we stick with it. We averaged 4.9 yards a carry, guys.
Look, those 4.9 yards a carry didn't really get us in the end zone. If you look at the numbers,
stop running the ball.
But that's right. We stopped running the ball.
But when we get to the red zone, we act like we don't know. Like we've been there before. We do not take advantage of red zone
stop running the
threats. We do not take advantage of red zone opportunities. That's a fact.
Well, this is why I'm keen to get Darnell Washington because he's gonna drive defenses nuts.
Somebody's got to do it. I mean, if you guys don't want a number one running back, you got to want a number one QB.
Who just brought up Washington?
One-rated quarterback was in the red zone.
What was that?
Who was the number one rated quarterback?
Oh, you're the one who brought up Washington?
Oh, I fucking love that guy. Yeah.
Everybody brought him up.
Guess what, Jordan? You and me finally agree on something because guess what? That's who I want real bad.
Okay, so what? Would you give up the same amount of capital to get Derrick Henry for Darnell Washington?
Hey, guys, who is the number one rated quarterback?
No, I'd rather Darnell Washington because I see Antonio Gates 2.0.
So you're willing to give up all your capital to get him?
Well, they don't have much capital. That's the
what
thing.
I'm saying.
What do they
We have
got?
to do something else. They're just not going to take what we have.
But the
what are we going to give up?
Who was the number one rated quarterback in the red zone last year? That's the problem. We didn't run the ball because he kept sliding.
I'm going to tell you right now, the Titans have the number 11 pick. They can cock block us and take him if they wanted to. So my question to you is, are you willing to give up capital for Darnell Washington in case the Titans do end up having that pick and do threaten us? Or do you want to go after Derrick Henry?
Cap for life. They're not going to take Darnell Washington.
Okay, so my question to you is, in that position in the mock drafts, what team is taking Darnell Washington?
Cincinnati's a candidate
That's
to take
what I
him.
was gonna say. Cincinnati is the biggest.
Yeah,
they just lost their tight end.
Yeah, they need a tight end. The tight end room.
Are you shitting me?
The way the Dolphins are built right now is that we have about another 2-year window to make something happen before we gotta.
No, Pam. I'm sorry, Pam. I'm not falling for that. The year is now. We've been saying that for 3 years straight, Pam. Don't you realize that?
No, I do. But look at the money that is going to have to go out in 2 years.
Who cares about money in a Super Bowl window year?
Well, what I'm saying is we have to get what we need now. We need it now.
Yeah, my fault. Damn. I mean, everybody's on my side for once. I don't know how to act.
That's what I was saying. We got to do it now.
I'm usually like the defensive mode right now. This is refreshing.
Cap, there's no fighting tonight, and people are agreeing with each other that haven't agreed before.
Yeah, a long time. Right.
Wow.
No, Cap, I'm saying what you're saying. It's like we got this window and we better bring it now because it's a short window and we have these guys that are amazing and we won't have them in 2 years. We won't. So we better, do I think like Derrick Henry? I mean, Derrick Henry is
Something.
he's
I got a
amazing, right?
I got a question for everybody on the panel.
My name is.
And I know this has upset
It
other
is
people on other panels.
I want to address something after this.
What the hell is taking so long with Christian Wilkins signing? Unexpected.
That's what I'm saying. He might want to play hardball, bro.
What's the hurry?
I think they're trying to see what he brings on the market, which is the damn.
What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Two defensive tackles.
That is
What are you waiting for,
100%.
bro?
What are you waiting for?
Because
Exactly.
what's the hurry? What's the hurry, guys? I mean, if
But
they're-
you know what? I
they're
can tell you what the hurry is. The hurry.
What did you say?
Here's my point. Everybody's talking about 25. I don't know if anybody saw Cameron Wolf.
Hey, man, that's a great point, man. Why are we such in a rush?
Because
I don't know if anybody saw Cameron Wolf.
Everybody says have patience, right?
Yeah, hold on.
Listen,
I don't know
he
if-
saves money off the salary cap if he resigns.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I don't know if anybody saw Cameron Wolf did research on the cap in 25 and 26. I don't know where everybody's saying we only have a 2-year window. They're talking like we're going to have $100 million in 25.
Look at Cheetah.
And we're gonna have to sign
Look at-
Jalen Phillips.
look at-
How much money? Sorry, Pam. How much money do you think Jalen Phillips is gonna want? Because I'm gonna tell you, Jalen Phillips keeps
Ron,
playing
he
like this.
nowhere.
He's gonna want
gonna be
$25
retired.
million
You're
a year.
saying don't focus on 24, 25, Ron. That's what you're saying. Like it's false. That's a false agenda.
See, that's it. We do have a short window with a lot of these guys. A lot.
60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
I agree that we have to sign a lot
That's
of guys.
good.
It's not
So
like-
they're selling us 2 years when we really have one, right? That's what you're saying,
I'd
Ron?
say no. We have this year, this season, and next season is what I would say.
What I'm
Maybe.
saying is- what I'm saying-
Maybe 1 year after, but
The
that's going to
strongest
be
is.
about done.
Right.
What I'm saying is
So it's the Tannehill 7-year plan minus 1 year.
Of the
Can't
strongest.
answer, man. What I'm saying is 25. Yes, we're gonna have to sign a lot of guys looking for money, but we will have $100 million in cap space from what Cameron Wolf was saying. So maybe we can't sign them all, but it's not like we're gonna have cap issues to try and sign the guys we want to sign.
But do you understand what you're saying? You're going back to square one, dealing with $100 million with a new GM or the same GM.
Who said a new GM?
That's what I'm saying.
if he doesn't
Regardless of
come
the
up with
fact, we're going
something,
back to square one with a new cap.
another 2 years.
No, even longer, probably 4.
His
Guys,
I think his
Scott
clock is
Jackson doesn't want Darnell Washington. Scott, who do you want then? I want to know from Scott because Scott made a good point tonight, more than one. Scott, who do you want? The second round pick who wants to move
No,
up?
Scott has numbers, bro. Tony Scott has numbers, bro.
Scott Jackson. I want to. Who does he want us to take in the draft?
First of all, you're wrong about no money, Scott. But the point is, we have too much talent.
Yeah, Darnell's the number one target, man.
That's the problem. We have too much.
A lot of holes.
Yeah, Scott Jackson
don't think
doesn't
our
want
problem
Darnell
is
Washington. He doesn't
There's
want
no way the
Darnell.
Bengals are going to grab him. There's no way we can let the Bengals do that, bro.
I don't think our
Let
problem
me
is
ask you
talent.
why do you think our coaching staff was at Alabama big time?
Because they live there, because of Nick Saban.
Chris Spears is infatuated with Alabama.
No, I think Fluker, but I think if they think that running back might slip a little bit.
So
What
guys,
about
I
their
need
running
to
back?
run. I need to run. I just want to tell y'all good night.
Hey,
And-
Pamela, it was
Yeah.
wonderful seeing you again. Miss you up here.
Nice,
Yeah.
man. Come back.
Yeah, I will. I've been gone too long, and I missed you guys. And thanks for the good talk and everything.
Everybody needs a little time away.
Good night, Pam.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Oh, that's great singing. Thank you.
The reason
love need a holiday.
Alabama has talent up and down their roster, and every year.
Turn that some bitch sideways and stick it straight up. You're getting it.
I think they were there for anybody specific. They were there just to scout Alabama in general because their roster is always so strong.
And then they had to go to Penn State.
Well, that's for the tight end.
Which is kind of, what is he? I don't know anything about that man.
I don't either. I just read that he was a much better blocker, and he's just started to emerge as a receiver.
I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared of tight ends from Penn State.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
Yeah, right.
But you know,
I mean, who was a Farmer was pretty good, but besides that, it's like, ugh.
Oh, who?
Farmouth, right? Farmouth went to Pittsburgh, right?
No, we're talking about Penn State.
Yeah, he was from Penn State.
Yeah. But we had Gesicki.
That's what I'm saying. We got the short end of the stick.
Fermius has done well from Penn State.
Or did we? Or did Adam Gase just screw that one up? Because there's some people I remember reading in the draft mags that said Gesicki was more of a slot possession receiver.
I agree.
Am I right, bitches?
We should have got Dallas Goedert in that draft.
Yeah, of course. Hindsight's always 2020, Todd. But yeah,
I wanted Dallas Goedert over Gesicki anyways in that draft.
Okay.
Because I read what you read.
Yeah, I read that too. I mean, anyone can write anything. That doesn't make it right. So, full disclosure, I wanted Mike Gesicki.
Am I right, bitches?
Hey, I agree with Scott Jackson. It's always better to draft the best player available than have to draft for a main position because you're reaching sometimes, which is what we did with Austin Jackson.
But if this is a win now year, Ron, then we need to fill needs. It's imperative. We can't just draft best of.
But none of it's a reach, and you're trying to force it.
Yeah, I don't think we have holes like people think we do. We're not Swiss cheese. I think we keep it simple.
Yeah,
just get best player available.
But we still have.
Are you going to take a wide receiver? That's ridiculous.
I think we have three.
I mean, you got a point, man. If it push comes to shove, you do have a point. We're not going to get force fed a receiver. But you get my
three holes. I think we have 4 holes. I think we have 4. That's who has feedback.
We know the 2 on the offensive.
Not me. I fixed my phone for it's not me. I swear to God.
We know the 2 on the offensive line. Where's your other 2 holes?
Backup left tackle.
Tight end is a hole.
And tight end. Yeah. I think those are our 4 holes.
Well, first of all, I agree with the first 3. I'm not sure how important the tight end is in this offense after watching them last night. I think if we get the running game going, I don't think the tight end is such an important, vital piece to make this.
That's why we want blocking from them.
That's why we want Darnell, bro.
The whole tight end room is gone. How is tight end not a hole?
Well, Darren Smythe's coming back, but I want a 6'7" beast tight end. He reminds you of Antonio Gates.
Don't write off.
I was asking these guys earlier. Who's our tallest receiver right now?
Eric Green. Eric Green.
Eric Green is our tallest receiver?
Eric Green was awful. He had awful hands.
Yeah, but the size. I'm talking about the pure power.
Who's our tallest receiver right now on the roster as of today?
Probably Izukama or Cedric.
No,
Eric
Cedric. No, Cedric.
It's not Durham Smythe?
He's 6'3".
Smythe's a tight end. He's not a receiver.
Who is?
Sorry, Jordan. You were getting some feedback. That's the only reason I muted you. You can just unmute when you're ready to talk. It was feeding back on you.
No, Eazy-E's only like 6'1", and what's his name is Cedric 6'3".
Yeah. Okay.
According to the Dolphins,
Easy is 6'2". They have him listed at 6'2" on NFL.com.
Yeah, on the Dolphins app, Easy is 6'2" and Cedric Wilson is 6'2". This is on the Dolphins app.
Listen, guys, don't write off Tanner Connor. They put him on the roster as an undrafted free agent after dropping 2 passes.
Yeah, he's on the team.
I know, but I'm saying is, I think that they see something in this kid. He's been successful no matter.
This is the same thing about Ethan Carter.
Of course they do.
No.
We know that. He's going to be on the team.
Tanner Carter was a walk-on in college in Western Idaho.
He played fullback, tight end, all that stuff, and same thing with Alec Ingold. Alec Ingold is.
You're wrong. He was a receiver in college. He didn't play 4 different positions. And he ended up leading their conference receiving as a walk-on because he's had the desire.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just telling you from the production on our end. He didn't do anything. He was on the ER.
Hey, Jordan, you're getting bad feedback.
He was hurt. But what I'm saying is, I think the coaching staff has some plans for this kid. For them to put him on.
Yeah, he's on the team.
We're
not denying that. He's on the team.
He's a big guy who runs a 4.4.
He's not a
He's a big guy.
But they could have put him on the practice squad. They put him on the 53-man roster. It wasn't like he was well-known like Skyler, where somebody was going to scoop him up.
He runs like a 4.3, 4.4 at his size.
He could have got poached.
He's a freak athlete.
You never know. He could have got poached. He could have got poached, and they didn't want that to happen, so they kept him on the roster.
But he wasn't that. He didn't make a splash.
Ron, that's you, Ron.
You never know, Ron. You don't
No,
know.
it's Jordan.
It just takes
it's
one.
Jordan.
Front office to find him. It takes one office to find him. That's it.
Jason, come in and come out, bro. I can't take it, man.
He's just
See, there. He just muted, and that's gone.
He's another undrafted free agent gem that we got, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, Braylon Sanders.
I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Just lower your expectations.
Let me ask you something. Hey, let me ask you something. Why don't they turn Tanner Connor into a receiver, though? If he runs a 4.3, 4.4, he would be a tall receiver on the outside.
He's another Gesicki then. You want
That's
to
what I'm telling you. Just don't
as a tight end.
level your expectations.
He runs like a 4.3 or 4.4.
Tanner
He's
Connor.
tall and he's big.
But he blocks.
I guarantee you, he does not run a 4.3. He does not run a 4.3.
That's what he did. That's what he did in college. I'm dead serious.
Well, we know
He's
the
a
college
freak of
numbers
an athlete.
they always raise their numbers, though, right, Todd? They always manipulate those numbers by 0.2.
Look
that.
up Tanner Connor's 40.
But he also blocks, and he does anything the coaches ask him to do.
He's not a great blocker, though, because he doesn't have the
games
size
did he
to
play?
block.
How many games did he play?
I don't know, but he led the conference in receiving.
Well, find that out first before you hype him up. I'll tell you right now, he didn't play more than 5 games.
He's undersized, man. He's nothing compared to Darnell Washington.
You're actually right about that. They have him at a 4.37. They have him at a 4.37.
Yeah, I told you, he's fast.
McDaniel's
Still getting feedback, Jordan. Just got to gain down a little.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what it is.
That's crazy.
It's a snowstorm in the Great White North, probably.
Why don't you turn him into a wide receiver?
6'3", 230.
He was a wide receiver.
They might do that. They might do that. You keep asking.
He was a wide receiver out of college. They signed him as undrafted free agent, and they turned him into a tight end.
All I'm saying is we expected the same from Hunter Long, and we expected the same thing from who else? You get my drift?
No, I understand, but I'm the one thing that keeps going through
You
my
see, I'm
mind.
telling you, the Dolphins.
They could have put him on the practice squad. They didn't. They put him on the.
All I know is we slipped on Tyler Eifert the year that we drafted Deion Jordan. We slipped on Kyle Pitts, in my opinion.
I hope they're not
it's
over.
Not gonna happen again, man.
I hope they're not overthinking with Tanner Connor, because how many receivers are that size that can run a 4.3?
No, put him on the roster, man. Put him on the 53, but don't depend on him if you have Durham Smythe.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying depend on him at all. But I'm saying why do you try to turn him into a tight end when he could be a deadly receiver on the outside?
Who knows?
I think they want to use him for special teams more than anything.
Maybe they already saw Gesicki's deficiencies and we're already planning to use Connor.
They want that speed on more on special teams than anything.
But how tall was he? 6'3"?
I mean, look at Van
Yeah,
Ginkel.
6'3",
He's in the
230.
rotation. He's still doing special teams.
And he runs that fast.
I love it that they kept Van Ginkel. Love it.
I know.
Yeah, that was a good move, bro. I was worried about that.
He's got a great motor, man, and
he's smart. I know he's smart enough to pick up any type of scheme, and he's smart enough to give up the opposition our info and it's just you got to let him blossom, man. He doesn't have enough in that rotation.
Right.
He needs more playing time.
He doesn't get enough snaps. I agree, Cap. Whenever he's on the field, the kid makes plays.
We're bitching about middle linebacker. Experiment with him during the preseason. See what happens.
I think he can play. He can cover. I think he can cover running backs. He's fast, man.
Right. We never use him inside.
Guys,
we always use him off the
you
edge.
know who I think our middle linebacker is going to be?
We're
gonna, and who's going to be next? Who's going to be the other one?
Bobby Wagner, baby.
No, I hate to. I wish. No, I think they're going to be turning Van Ginkel because the coach specifically called him, and he came back for playing time.
That's exactly what I think, man. I think they're like, look, we can convert you if you want to stay.
Yeah, but Wagner hasn't signed yet, and we still got $13.4 million.
No, I think Wagner. The GM from the Seahawks said they're still in negotiations, so I think he's using us as leverage, like everybody else does.
I don't think he's using us. I think Jalen Ramsey.
That's what they said about Poyer. Look what happened.
Jalen Ramsey's, but that's because Buffalo opened up the floodgates.
Yeah, that's called using us as leverage.
No, they didn't give Poyer jack, man. We could have offered him $7 million a year.
But
that goes to tell you right there. Then, like, we're hyping up somebody that even the Bills don't think is that hype.
But he became a luxury after we got Ramsey, and Ramsey and Wagner.
Exactly.
And Ramsey's.
Nah, man. Everybody hyped him up because everybody was talking about he was friends with the quarterback. Now all of a sudden he's not even worthy. It's like
no, Cap. He was worthy. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. Remember what Ramsey said in his introduction, his press conference?
I didn't catch it. What did he say?
He said, "I'm not a cornerback. I'm a DB."
Right.
I think he's going to be playing a lot of safety with Kohu and Needham out on the field at the same time.
Oh no. Yeah, I believe it, bro. This guy's versatile, bro. That's why I've been harping on him getting picked up.
So why is Miami gonna offer Poyer a $7 million deal when you could put Ramsey back
that's
there?
what I was telling all of you guys when you were going 8 crap for him. I'm like, for what? You've got Brandon Jones. I mean, you got Brandon there, bro. Brandon is there trying to get experience. You're gonna just interfere in his growth.
Brandon Jones.
Yeah, but he can't.
Everybody says, "Oh, he can't play this because of the scheme. He has to play a different scheme." So what? He's got Vic Fangio there to teach him a new scheme.
He's not good in coverage. That's the problem.
So why hasn't he gotten cut yet?
Because he's great in the box. He's a great.
Okay,
Brandon.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, give him something, man.
Coverage safety. Brandon Jones is strictly down by the box. He's a pass rushing.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a pass rushing.
He's more of a linebacker hybrid than he is.
I get that. But if you're telling me that Ramsey's going to be a hybrid and play safety also, that's what I've been saying. Why get rid of Jones when you can get Ramsey to play a hybrid and Jones can still do what he does best?
Ramsey's going to play both. Ramsey will still be Cap. He's going to play both. He can still play down closer to the box as a safety, but he's also going to be utilized as a corner, probably in the boundaries as well.
That's what I'm saying, DTA. I've been saying that for the past 3 weeks, but I was getting so much pushback.
By the way, DTA, how are you doing?
Not from play to play where he's playing either.
I don't think.
I get that, but when I said the exact same thing DTA just said,
I hear you on that.
Sorry, Cap. Go ahead, bro.
I don't think Ramsey's going to be safe.
No, what happened, man? What happened? I keep hearing stuff about everybody's like, Pete's got like something going on. What's going on, man? I don't know what's going on anymore.
Pete lost, I believe it was his uncle, unexpectedly,
I think
or someone close to the family.
What's up with you, man?
Just same stuff, man. I got a lot going on in life. I got the shows.
I hear you, man. Everybody's got a full plate nowadays, bro.
Working, and then my dad, with my dad's trying to get into remission, so he's been, battling the cancer and stuff, which has been going pretty good, all things considered. And
hey, still always prayers out to you, my friend, and your dad.
He's super
definitely
fucked up right now. He's laid out. He can't even walk right now. He's for the last 4 days. Something's wrong. So,
well, all our prayers are with you, DTA. I know exactly.
Yes.
I lost my dad.
Yeah, bro.
Please be positive.
The only positive you can take out of it is that you've gone through it before, so it's quicker for you to respond to all the crap because you know what has to be done.
100%, man. I appreciate all you guys.
Before
seriously,
being clueless and lost, it sucks, man. But when you know, it's like,
yeah. I lost my dad last August to pancreatic cancer, so I feel for you, King. I know exactly.
Yeah, man. My condolences, man, for anybody, man. It's just that's why I get pissed, man. A lot of us are Dolphin fans, and we just see people come and go, man. It's just like you don't know when your time comes, man. Everybody's like, be patient.
Did you all see? Did you all see any of? Do you all have Paris Love on Facebook?
Whatever happened with him, Todd? You told me what happened, but
He's
is
out.
he okay now?
He's out. Yeah, he's back home.
Oh, that's good.
But here's the thing. He brought up a good point. We all got to stop the damn fighting and just get along.
Yeah, you can have a difference of
Pretty
opinion.
much, man. Pretty much.
Difference of opinion does not mean you have to fight.
We got
We all
another
want
5
the
minutes
same-
of this, man.
we-
Do we really
we all-
want to go after each other's throats every day, bro? Do
We all
really
want. We all want the same
sure.
thing.
Super Bowl.
The problem is,
We
man,
all want the Super Bowl trophy here.
We agree
all
with
want
you,
the same
Todd, but
damn
the
thing.
problem is
Lombardi.
some people think that we're not worthy to have that type of experience and joy. They feel like we have to be outcasted from the rest of the fans because we're not educated enough to be Dolphin fans. I don't think that's right.
Right, bitches?
First of all,
Dude, I've been a Dolphin fan probably longer than all of you.
No, you
And
haven't. No, you haven't, Todd.
okay, well,
Tell you the
close to all of
truth,
you.
God, we stopped caring about that shit around here.
But
I
no,
mean, to be
no,
honest
color,
with you,
no, but color.
when
What
I'm
I'm
sitting
saying,
when I'm sitting in my seat at the stadium, I don't think about none of that bullshit.
hey, color. What I'm saying is, I feel for the younger Dolphin fans who have never seen a Marino, never been through those experiences, and still are standing by the Dolphins.
Yeah,
I
no,
give them
I'm the
props.
opposite, man.
I
I'm
give
with
them
you, man.
props.
I'm with the senior citizens that have been struggling, just being patient and
I
not
give the
getting
younger
rewarded.
generation, yeah, but I give the younger generation this props because they haven't been given that reason, and they
Bro,
still
that younger
follow.
generation right now has been hand-fed everything. They don't know about struggle.
Is it harder to know them when they were winning and now have to live through 20 years of what we lived through?
You know what it is to sneak into a game
Or is it
for
harder
free,
to know?
as opposed to now?
You know what I mean? It's like you never know. You don't miss what you never knew. Like these new fans, they never knew. You know, when we pretty much ruled the AFC East, and it was us and the Raiders and the Steelers every year.
How long ago was that?
Is that what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, Cap. Is it worse for the guys who lived through that and are now living through 20 years of bullshit, or is it worse for the people who never knew that because they never, you don't miss what you never knew?
Color, you know what screws me up still to this day? The damn snowplow game.
New England?
That one pisses me off to this day.
And Ron,
That's the originator.
Where are you?
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Ron Myers was the coach that set him out.
And the other thing that pisses me off is we should have been in the Super Bowl against the Bears. The only
Exactly.
we were the only team that beat the Bears that year. We probably would have done it again, not got blown out like New England did.
And we were at home in the championship game, and a monsoon hit right before the game.
Yep.
And they rushed for 250 yards with John Stevens.
Yeah, nowadays.
So a bell cow helped them win, right?
Right. Nowadays we talk in terms of, we should have got 10 wins instead of 9.
They had a running back.
And how many times did we have heartbreak because
There's people out there that actually like, we never got anywhere with Marino either. Yeah, but now we're talking, like I said, now we're talking in terms of we should have got 10
Listen,
wins
hey,
instead of 9.
listen, Marino may not have won. I know.
With
Marino may not
we
have
were
won
talking,
the Super Bowl.
we should have beat Buffalo and went to the Super Bowl this time.
Exactly.
Buffalo
Exactly.
Buffalo was our kryptonite, man.
Stop the what if game. Focus on now. Damn it. You guys do this to me all the time, man. You get me back in memory lane. It's like, no, don't do now. What's now?
The only team
now is not good enough.
Beat the NFL was Buffalo, and we ended up
shut up, bitch.
Every goddamn year in the playoffs, and we played them tough. It was always a close game, and we ended up losing it in the fourth quarter, and it killed me every year, man. Thurman Thomas was our kryptonite.
And then he came and played for us.
And didn't play well for us at all.
No, but it was still nice taking him away from Buffalo.
Every year, man. It's like, okay, finally we got him at home one year, and I thought, okay, this is the year. Because every year we were going to them, they'd finish ahead of us. And in that one, was it 92, 93? We finished ahead of them, and we had the championship game at home. And, man, I think we opened the game with a fumble kickoff.
Ron, things have changed, man, because the point of being is that I remember Larry used to say all the time, you don't get running backs early in the draft, and you don't trade within the division. This free agency, what have you seen the most moves being done?
Yeah.
Oh my God. The AFC East, everybody's still in the same damn division, just switching teams.
Right? It's crazy, bro. Like all the rules are being broken right now.
No, Cap, they were free agent signings. They weren't trades.
It don't matter. We never do business with nobody in the division. You see all of us just like,
Free
hey,
agent.
I'll call you later. Okay, I'll pick up.
Free agent is not doing business with another team, though. That's just
Yeah, but we did trade Devontae Parker last year.
That's what I'm saying. I got so much pushback for that.
Hold up. Oops, that third round pick went to Jalen Ramsey, so I'm good with it.
Devontae for Jalen, yeah.
Of course.
But that's different when you're trading than signing a free agent.
I mean, tomato. Come on, man. Like, if you really want to pick somebody up,
hey, DTA, somebody needs to print up a shirt that says "third and long" with Ramsey's face on it.
So effectively, except for Jalen Waddle, Mac Jones has Tua's weapons from 2021.
He's got Parker. Yeah, that's right.
So we'll see what happens.
To be continued, right? They're not done yet.
Sal, that's right in the chat. You got it, man.
Well, hold up.
We'll find out. We'll find out which
they gotta
two
get
actually needs a Tyreek Hill and a Jalen Waddle, and which one can win with a Devontae Parker and a Mike Gesicki.
They need to get the free agent Matt Collins.
No, he signed.
Did he?
The West Coast team, didn't he?
I think it was in Atlanta.
Was it Atlanta? I thought it was a West Coast team for some reason.
Atlanta. Matt Collins.
Atlanta. Yeah.
He had a good year last year with the Raiders.
Yeah, I know.
He had a great year. What was it? Hunter Renfrow went down and he got his touches like
That's right.
Like the deep balls like he did down here. He was catching 50-yard bombs, 40-yard bombs.
He made the best of it. He absolutely did.
Matt Collins was solid. The only problem with him was staying healthy, and once he learned to do that, he was solid.
But he was still in great shape, bro. When Batman ran into him in Wynwood, he was in great shape, bro. The best shape he's been, and they should have compensated him a little bit more.
A great special teams player too.
And he was a deep threat. He was a big target.
Cap, he was injury prone before he came to us.
Yeah, but when he got here, bro, he was fit, bro. Like, to say anything about the medical staff and training staff, that's one thing, but Matt Collins did it on his own, bro. He was training with Tua in the offseason, I believe, too.
Yeah, he was. He was in all those.
Matt Collins had 57. Matt Collins had 57 catches last season, 690 yards, 4 touchdowns.
What?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, he signed for $2.5 million.
57
one year.
catches.
Wow.
40.6 yards per game.
The last year for the Dolphins, 2021, he had 14 catches, 223 yards, 15-yard average, 4 receiving touchdowns.
He didn't get a lot of targets.
So David Carr made it look good.
Hey, by the way, that's 16-yard average, 15.9. That's good enough to say 16 yards.
Who was it, Derek or David? Which one of the Carrs made him look good?
Derek.
What's that? Derek is the quarterback.
How many yards did Devontae Adams
forget? Oh, by the way, don't forget last year with the Raiders, 34 first downs.
Wow. I'll take that, man.
Yeah, I mean, and
hey, is Jarvis Landry still a free agent?
Yeah, he signed.
Who
did
he's
he
still
sign
a free
with?
agent.
He signed with I think Denver. I want to say Denver.
Jarvis Landry?
I might be wrong, but he did sign
He's
earlier.
a free agent, man.
He was with New Orleans, right?
Is DeAndre Hopkins still unsigned?
No, he's
He
being
was with
traded.
New Orleans last season. Yeah,
he's still under contract. No, Devon Hopkins.
Yeah, he's still under contract. Okay.
Yeah, he's still under contract. He's traded. He's going to be
They're
getting
talking about
traded.
the Cowboys or Cleveland. Or the Cowboys are trying to make a move.
Not the Cowboys anymore. It's just they got
go to a contender.
the Bills. I heard were trying to get him.
Damn, how many receivers do the Cowboys need?
Well, that's what I'm saying. After they got Brandon Cooks, I think they were out.
They got rid of the tight ends.
But I heard Buffalo was in play for Hopkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that too.
He's not going to Buffalo. He's not going to Buffalo.
It is what it is, man. Something tells me the Patriots are going to make a splash with 2 or 3 guys in one day and just shut everybody up.
Lamar Jackson.
I don't know, man, but they got enough money.
Watch Lamar go to New England. I will be like, okay, there goes our division's going to be stacked.
Yeah, they're saying right now that they're number one odds are.
Lamar think about it. What does New England have to lose? They don't have nothing to lose. They got decades of winning. They have nothing to lose.
The Titans.
Hey, who was Lamar's college wide receiver? Devontae Parker.
Oh yeah,
Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh, it was Bridgewater.
Right?
It was Bridgewater.
It was both of them, I think.
The Titans are the favorite to land Lamar right now.
But the same school.
If you look at the Vegas odds, Titans are number 1 to get him.
Yeah, the Titans are number 1 for everybody right now because they show their hand. But I mean,
and then
they have a lot of money. They have capital.
The Falcons are right behind them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Atlanta's not making a move for Lamar.
Yeah, the Jets aren't even in the top 3.
Because Atlanta, I think they believe in Desmond Ritter, man.
What do you think?
That's who I thought we should have got last year in the draft, and like if we were gonna go.
Yeah, that's who you and Pete were talking about, right? He's pretty good.
Let me ask you something. What happens if the Jets get left at the altar because it's not looking good now?
They got options.
And, hey, it's the same old Jets.
And we laugh our asses off at
They have to put in a play.
Move on to another day.
Oh, I will be trolling the Jets.
Do they have a first round pick?
They have 2 first.
Yeah, they have 2.
Again?
That's why they can trade for Rodgers, Cap.
Oh my God, man! Who's their GM? Douglas?
Joe Douglas. Yeah, he did a good job last couple of years.
Joe Douglas.
I hate to say it, but he did a good job drafting.
Dude, how many
they could get Lamar if they wanted
teams? How many teams do you see as the rookie of the year on defense and offense?
Yeah, he did a great job these last couple of years.
So you're telling me they have an option to get Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson if they really wanted to?
Yeah,
they could. Yeah, but here's the problem with Lamar Jackson.
That's a good GM job right there, bro.
Yes.
Tell us what the problem with Lamar Jackson is, please.
That's
Ron.
a great GM
move.
Right
we
there,
haven't
bro.
heard anything wrong with him.
I'm talking about for another.
It's the market trying to like lower him and lowball him right now, bro.
I will say this.
Wait, hold on. I want to see if Ron can come up with something different than the 50 other things we've heard that are wrong with Lamar Jackson. Go ahead, Ron.
I'm talking about him as a player. I'm talking about trying to
sign I mean, whatever, player, person, whatever.
I'm talking about trying to sign him. If you sign him to an offer sheet, you have to clear the cap space before you get him. The Ravens,
no kidding.
The Ravens can match that.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's why
that's called business.
No, I'm not
well,
arguing.
Caller, there was another thing put out about Lamar Jackson.
That's why
he actually didn't. He doesn't want to play in New York.
I'm just saying that's why it's so.
So, Ron, you're saying that they want the Ravens to match because the offer they're doing right now is going to be low anyway. That the Ravens can offer.
Seems
they
like
can counter offer whoever tries to offer.
I'm not hearing no feedback.
Whenever the team offers Jackson, Ravens have the opportunity to match.
Yes, they can counter offer.
But whoever makes
I'm
an
not
offer,
hearing you either. So
whoever makes an offer,
So they're waiting for the sucker, pretty much. That's what you're saying.
Whoever makes an offer has to have the cap space cleared already to bring him on.
That's what I'm saying. So they're waiting for the sucker so they can just jump on top of that low ball offer.
Bill Nye, the science guy, the complete fraud, says that casual hours strikes again. I wonder if he realizes that Bill Nye is a complete fraud.
No, I wonder if he knows that he paid admission to come inside.
The point is, Baltimore can, after you cleared all that cap space and made sure you had the capital to make
allegedly,
then they can match it, and you're screwed. That's the problem with trying.
So it's a trap, pretty much.
Correct.
Baltimore wants you to do their work for them, or their work for
it don't matter, man. It really don't matter, guys.
Well, I mean,
look at the market.
If you're the Houston Texans,
the whole market is weird, bro.
What's that, Jordan?
If you're the Houston Texans, you can throw a plethora of money at Lamar because they've got tons. And good luck for Baltimore. They won't match it.
Reason they didn't want Deshaun.
Well, you know what? It's a different general manager there, and I think Nick Cassary coming over from New England.
Not just that, their head coach is also a lot different.
Coordinator from
Jordan.
San
There's
Francisco.
actually you make a good point, but there's so many other teams. There's so many teams around the league that could literally come out of nowhere that are actually prime for
Detroit.
their quarterback.
Detroit's got tons of money. Detroit, the Fords want to make a
Detroit
statement.
doesn't bother me so much because then that makes Jared Goff available, and I'm perfectly
How
fine
does
with
Houston
that.
have money? They just signed Tunsil.
Yeah, but you also have to have the picks.
They got tons of money, Cap, even with a Tunsil signing. They got tons in Houston.
Look. Really? Stop talking about this money issue like any of the 32 teams give a damn. If they want Lamar, they're gonna get him. They're gonna do whatever
I'm gonna get some sleep. Y'all have a good night.
Can we stop with this complete nonsense that everybody thinks they know what they're talking about? The fact of it is, every single team in this league, any one of them that wanted Lamar Jackson would get him, no matter what it took.
So it's just politics right now.
I've never seen. We've been watching this over and over again. Cleveland Browns come out of nowhere. Did you guys realize that it's something you might have forgot? Deshaun Watson had to actually waive his own trade clause for the Browns to get him. That's how lucrative their offer was to him.
Well, guaranteed.
They said he don't even want to play here, but we're going to throw so much cheese at him that he's going to waive his no trade me to the Cleveland Browns clause
Yeah, but
to do the deal.
Keep in mind,
Yeah, because remember they said, talks are off.
Do you think anybody in Cleveland was like, hey, Watson's going to remove his no trade clause to come play for us?
His market was shrinking, and you guaranteed him $240 million. So I mean,
whatever. Who said anything about Cleveland Browns having the money to get Deshaun Watson when it happened?
Nobody did. You're right. They came out of nowhere. 100%. 100% right.
Everybody's got the money, and anybody could get Lamar.
You got to have 2 first-round picks, though.
The guy made $1 million in the salary cap, and they manipulated the
Jalen Waddle gets us 2. Look, Jalen Waddle gets us 2 first-round picks alone.
I'm just saying.
He does, but I'm not.
And if you think Jalen Waddle makes or breaks Lamar Jackson, you're fooling yourself.
I'm just saying.
I just don't think Baltimore is going to let him go. Whoever makes an offer, they're going to match it. That's just my opinion. For what it's worth. And you'll be stuck.
There you go. Then you're in a bidding war.
And you'll be stuck.
Exactly what Lamar Jackson wants.
What's that?
I said, there you go. Then you're in a bidding war. Exactly what Lamar Jackson wants.
Yeah, he needs an agent, though, Color.
So who's going to win in a bidding war? The guy who owns Kraft Cheese or the guy who owns Home Depot?
Freaking money. The guy with the most money.
Color,
Home Depot or Kraft Cheese?
He needs to get an agent, Color. I mean, really, he needs
Atlanta or New England. Which one?
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate as to what Lamar Jackson needs. It's whatever he needs for himself. If he thinks, if he ends up not playing football ever again because he's taking this stand or whatever, then that's his business.
I mean, look at it this way. Watson sat out for a whole year under speculation and criticism and got paid more for it.
Yeah, but Watson,
in the end run.
Watson had all those allegations too.
I get that, but my point is he got paid more in the long run for sitting out a year, regardless of the circumstance.
That's true. That's true. Financially, it worked out for him. He didn't look so good on the field, though.
I'm just saying.
I mean, there's a thought out there. As soon as the draft happens, the floodgates are going to open, and the teams that sat on their hands are going to start coming out of the closet for Lamar.
Yeah, that's the second wave, and we all know that. But the problem is, I don't know, man. I don't know. At this point, I
think he has till I want to say July till sign the tender.
So, no, you can sign it the day before the season starts, Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Lamar?
Yeah, he can sign it September.
He can sit out too.
Yeah, as soon as somebody doesn't get the quarterback that they want in the draft,
Look, okay, so in answer to your question, if no team is gonna look at his offer sheet because he doesn't have an agent and he wants to play next year and he doesn't want to play for the Ravens, then yeah, he needs an agent.
Not only that, but he's an agent that's talking to other teams besides.
But I don't think there's anything saying he won't come to that decision.
Right. I mean, I don't think he's out there talking to other teams himself right now. I don't, like an agent would be, trying to shake the tree, see who's got any interest, trying to, drum up some business for him. I think that's hurting him. Honestly.
How do we know he hasn't consulted a bunch of agents and they've all told him the things he don't want to hear? Like,
well, you heard the Joe Rose show this morning, Color? You heard the Joe Rose show this morning, Color? When he said I
didn't happen to catch it this morning.
You were bringing up a point earlier, and I didn't get on, but something about his business partner, his legal business partner, has some type of like exercise equipment he's trying to put out there on an infomercial. And I guess at the same time he was going out publicizing Lamar to other teams in the process of doing that, and I guess they were telling him that's a no. So he's trying to have other representations.
Yeah, the league put out a letter saying that this guy was potentially calling teams, and that anybody talking to him would get penalized $57,000, I believe, or something like that.
I'll pay $57,000 instead of a first round pick.
Well, they didn't. I was going to say the league didn't say a potential draft pick loss. I'm thinking, well, damn, $57,000 on top of 230 million. That's a drop in the bucket, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, do you think Ross could afford that?
Imagine if
I'll give him the 50.
Somebody give me the definition of tampering. I need to know the true definition of tampering.
We still had our first pick this year, guys. Come on.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, legal representation or not, I need to know who can talk for me, who can't.
If Goodell said 57,000 per word spoken, I'd be like, okay, now you're it's a little expensive.
Where did he come up with that?
No. So then it's $114,000 fine because the only words spoken would be sign here.
Where would you come up with 57,000? I mean, that's just a strange number.
Yeah, man. I mean, right now, I don't want to worry about a quarterback talk, discussion, debate, to be honest with you, for the next 4 months. And I know it's not going to happen. But what are we going to bitch about? The O-line and the running game?
I'm sorry, Cap. I was just thinking of something. I just had an epiphany. It's very likely the league put out that letter simply to tell teams literally how much it would cost to talk to Lamar right now without a certified agent.
Hey,
in case you wanted to know what the price of admission was, it's $57,000.
You cannot do that, but if you do it, the fine is such and such.
Wow, not that they were trying to ward him off, but they were just trying to make clear what the price was.
Yeah, don't worry, you're not going to lose a draft pick, guys. It's just money.
Right,
but this is what's going to happen if you do it. It's a genius move.
Gotta love the NFL sometimes.
It's a bunch of lawyers.
I looked it up. Lamar's what he studied in college at Louisville, communications. He's not an idiot when it comes to getting his word out and getting his whatever his narrative is.
No, but
man, you never know, man. Maybe he's finding a new approach to deal with NFL teams. You never know.
The thing is, he doesn't have the relationship with the other GMs across the league.
I mean, Laramie Tunsil didn't have. He negotiated his own deal.
We made that money for Tunsil because after that trade, they had to pay him whatever he wanted.
I get that, but the end result is him doing his own business moves and his third contract.
His mom did that.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean,
after they give up all that capital to us, they had to sign up for. He had them over a barrel. After giving up all those picks to us, there's no way that they weren't going to sign him.
Then again, I forget who it was. It was a female pundit for ESPN, I believe. I don't know which one. But she was like, she made a great point. She was like, No, it might have been on Brother from Another Mother or Brother from Another. You know that YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Michael Smith.
But she was like, yo, like seriously, like it's not a matter of you got to get an agent or this or that or the other, or somebody's forcing you to. It's like you don't do everything for yourself. Like you don't change your own oil. You know what I mean? You don't like this or that. And I'm like, well, good point there. You know, like it's trying to tell Lamar, like there's things in life you don't do for you could do for yourself, but you just generally don't. You know,
because there's people that can do it better too.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, you know, the changing of the oil was a good example, but you know,
I mean, but you got to think about it too, man.
Examples.
You say Lamar Jackson went to school and majored in communications. His mom,
I don't know if you call
also,
it.
I think, is in business major also.
Yeah, I don't know if they called it a major, but I guess that's what it meant because that's the only thing it said.
Yeah, these electives, man, they'll get you titled anything, man.
Then again, I mean, when you're talking about quarterback in a top college, I mean, really, Tua is also was in communications in Alabama.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a popular subject.
Probably because it's an easy bird course.
Yeah, and it probably covers when you're done being quarterback, you can always be a sideline reporter or something.
Well, hey, what was it that Channing Crowder said his major was I think it was what was it, line dancing or salsa dancing or something like that in Florida?
Sounds like something he'd say.
Who said that?
I swear to you, bro. Look it up, man. He said it one time on his show, man, that he majored in dance or something like that just to kill time.
Who said that, Cap?
Channing Crowder.
Oh, I love that guy.
You know, Lamar Jackson is.
Lamar
Jackson is 230 pounds.
It's a linebacker, man.
That's all neck, bro.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Marino was what, 240?
His career
could have fooled me.
Career passer rating 96.7.
What's his 46 and 15 as a starter?
Something like that. His TD to interception ratio 101 to 38.
So when someone tries to get a guaranteed contract in the NFL, I guess it's going to be a difficult task to do that without being, crucified in statistics.
Fully guaranteed.
When in the outcome, the statistics pretty much favor the player when it comes to money.
It's the fully guaranteed, Cap. It's not guaranteed.
I get that, but the numbers we're naming off the rip is warranted of a guaranteed contract like Deshaun Watson.
Right, but that was an outlier. Nobody wanted. Well, nobody else.
But it was done. It was done. The paperwork was right when it was done and approved, right? By the Players Association, right?
Cap, nobody's arguing that. What I'm saying is that Cleveland went off the deep end. Everybody in the NFL went nuts when they did
I'm just saying, it takes two to tango. Because of the Browns giving him life.
Deshaun Watson did defeat him head-to-head, Clemson versus Louisville, in, I believe, 2016. But on December 10th, 2016, Jackson was selected as the 2016 Heisman Trophy winner over fellow finalist Deshaun Watson. Dede Westbrook, Jabril Peppers, and Baker Mayfield.
Fun, yeah.
He became Louisville's first Heisman Trophy winner in school history and the youngest ever recipient of the award at age 19 years and 337 days.
So you're telling me head-to-head Heisman, who are the contestants? Him?
Deshaun Watson, Dede Westbrook, Jabril Peppers, and Baker Mayfield.
Wow, I did not. Man, that's completely flipped, like past my mind. Interesting.
The bottom line is Deshaun Watson ruined it for Lamar right now because nobody wants to pay. I mean, Lamar wants to get what he feels, and by every right, if you look at the stats and the history, he does deserve what Watson got or more. But because of Watson's contract and nobody else wants to do that, Watson kind of screwed Lamar.
Man, all I'm saying is anything's possible, man. When Detroit was push come to shove, they overpaid for Goff.
In
he just got off a Super Bowl appearance.
So 2019, unanimous in NFL MVP. In the season opener against the Miami Dolphins,
56.
Jackson went 17 of 20 for career highs of 324 yards and 5 touchdowns, making him the youngest quarterback to achieve a perfect passer rating in the 59-10 road victory.
That's too close to home, Color. That's too close to home.
Rub salt in the wounds, Color. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's.
And they haven't beat us since.
Youngest player in history to achieve a perfect passer rating.
And Baltimore
he can't pass the ball. I just can't understand where people get these tropes from, man.
When you have no receivers, you have a problem passing the ball. Let's just be real.
Since that game, they haven't beaten us. We played
Since that game, they haven't had receivers.
Oh, that's not true. Duvernay, Bateman.
It's a rookie. Come on, let's be real.
Most games with a perfect passer rating in the same season, tied with Ben Roethlisberger at 2.
Thanks, Liz, in the chat.
Who was the other guy? Rashad Bateman, coming off an injury, rookie also.
It's funny that it's only 2, but after all these years, all these greats, even the GOAT Tom Brady never had 2 perfect passer ratings in the same season. That's amazing.
For somebody who can't pass the ball, supposedly.
I don't think anybody's arguing with you his talent.
No, a lot of people are arguing that, as a matter of fact.
What are you talking about? I hear nothing but shit on the man all day long, every day. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't.
He can't pass the ball. Look, you don't have to look further than our freaking chat tonight, dude.
No, I mean, just look at the propaganda aspect of everything. Everybody's hyping up our quarterback, and everybody's downplaying Lamar Jackson after a season that we saw what happened with injuries and everything. It should be a level playing field. For us to have more of a benefit on that edge, I don't know, man. I don't understand after Color's breaking down all these numbers and all these accolades on one side from Baltimore, and we still don't have that.
I haven't even started with the rushing stats, Cap.
Yeah, I know. And you haven't mentioned our end because there's not that much to brag about.
The only thing that these detractors can say is that because he's missed so many games the last 2 seasons, that he's not, he hasn't played up to those same stats and those same seasons. But again, those are injuries. We don't know how much of that was real, how much was because
and our current quarterback has never played to that standard.
Okay.
But we got to stay positive, guys.
But the other thing is, in our system, I think Lamar would be great. I do. But my thing is, we're going to lose half the roster to pay him.
Ron, let's talk about the system.
Yeah.
What did you feel about Trent Sherfield saying that the system is pretty much timing system?
I think.
How do you feel about that when it comes to December and the cold when it's snowing and you can't have that timing down?
Well, first of all, you still can, number one. But number two, I think Trent Sherfield was a little butthurt that we didn't pay him more than the Bills were willing to pay him because he was McDaniel's boy.
Yeah, because I guess they wanted, Izukama over him, and he should not be butthurt at McDaniel because McDaniel looked out for him and got him paid.
Well, they signed Craycraft, too, and didn't.
Yeah, he looked out for Craycraft and Sherfield, in my opinion.
There you go, Ron. Lamar has not played the last 4 games in 2 seasons, less than Tua. He is a glass quarterback that can't throw.
Well, I didn't say that. All I said was.
I didn't say you did. You said that people weren't saying it.
Yeah, no, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I got you. Now I see what you're talking about. I got you.
Now you see it.
I see it. Listen, you can't dispute the guy's talent. If you just look at the eye test, I mean, that's just silly to do that. That is not the reason whether or not you want him to come over. I've told
and there again, Ron, and I've said, you know how I feel about this because you've been around with us a long time. You're a valued regular contributor here with us, so you know that when it comes down to it, pointing out that Lamar has been injured or has that flaw to say, oh well. When they're saying what to excuse Tua because Lamar gets injured too, only tells me that there's two guys that get injured.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
It doesn't tell me Tua is any better.
No, absolutely not. In fact, it detracts from him because he's not available.
Besides the fact, if you were to go deeper and say, okay, well then, if both of them are injured, what's the value of one over the other? Well, first of all, skill set. Second of all, when you're talking about the types of injuries, Lamar's never had surgery. He's had sprained ankles and, nonsense.
That's soft tissue shit, though.
And the ratio between the two guys in the last 3 or 4 seasons is like 12-5.
Well, let's be honest. Tua's had one season. He's got to do it again.
But nobody's putting context on the fact. You're just throwing out there. Lamar was injured the last blah, 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 too. And they're not putting context on anything.
No.
So you're with the crowd that thinks that this is the 1 year, that he hasn't been here for 3 years plus?
No, I said he's had 1 year that he's been successful.
Okay, so are you in the mindset that he still needs more time to grow in his 3rd year?
Here's my opinion, and Color can back me up. I've been saying this since I've been coming on here.
I'm being positive. I'm on the positivity train. I'm just asking.
First year, never should have played. It should have been a redshirt year. Second year, the back and forth with Flores, the Watson bullshit, the no offensive coordinator, 2 offensive coordinators means you don't have an offensive coordinator. I've been saying since he came on board, the 3rd year is the year you got to evaluate him. And when Daniels came in, gave him support, showed him the confidence, you saw what he could do. Now he's got to do it again, and he's got to stay healthy. I am a Dolphin fan. I'm not a Tua fan, but do I want him to succeed? Absolutely. He's our quarterback, and it's
you need to answer that question to the guy in the chat, the Facebook guy, because he says if Tua balls out, what are we going to say? But I'm asking you guys, and we're going to say
good for him. He put the wall up and is now cock blocking Lamar. So what?
But the opposite. What if he doesn't step up to the plate?
Good
if he doesn't step up to the plate, you know how far that's going to set us back?
And my point is, why is anybody projecting that I would be upset with that?
No, we have to play both sides of the coin, man. We have to.
No. I'm not really asking you, Cap, because I know you know the answer to that.
Okay, sorry.
You know what I mean?
No,
but why do these people project like that?
I'll
tell you why in a second, but let me get where I'm getting, okay? To say that if Tua proves me wrong, I'll be upset is saying that I would be upset that we're winning.
Not me, bro. If Tua wins, I'm going to be like Mr. Miyagi.
Right now, I'm claiming that's complete projection. And what projection actually is, okay, is that when these people project that I would be upset if Tua started doing good and proving me wrong, is because they know for themselves, if they were me, that's how they would feel, because they know what type of person they are for themselves. And they're projecting that onto me. They're predicting that I would feel that way. And their evidence is that that's how they would feel if they were me. That's what projection is. And that's what they're doing.
And I'll say one thing, as long as I've known and talked to Color.
I mean, look, first of all, appreciate you listening over on all the way over on Facebook, Weaver, Todd Weaver. I really do. Come over to YouTube, give us a subscribe if you could. Head back.
Yeah, Todd Weaver, come on down, bud.
but appreciate you listening over on Facebook and asking the question. You guys sound like you want Lamar here. What do you want us to get buried in a huge contract and have me type QB1? No thanks to is damn good when he's able to stay on his feet. Mike White is very capable backup QB2. The answer to the first question, yeah, I do want Lamar here. It sounds like we want, but at least I could say for myself, it sounds like I want Lamar here because that's precisely what I want here.
And I'll say this for Color.
Good, very astute observation.
Color is just of the mind that if you can upgrade a position, you upgrade it. That is what
It's not even. It's more than that, Ron. It's, the guy's a transcendent player. And that's literally the one thing we haven't done in 30 years that everybody keeps saying, what is it that we got to do differently so we're not fitting the definition of insanity? It's that.
Well, and
make a big splash on a big time star, elite, transcendent QB.
I hear what you're saying, Color, but all I keep thinking of is we had that guy in Marino and we didn't fill out the rest of the team to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you're
all right. So Ron, you have a transcendent quarterback ready to get drafted. What's the excuse now? Because Marino didn't have that luxury.
Now what you're doing, Ron, and you're actually doing the same thing, but like by third party projection, not directly, not you projecting your image onto Chris Greer, but you're actually doing it by proxy. You're projecting onto Chris Greer the attitudes and inclinations of the staff back then when Marino was here.
Well, it was a different game. Yeah, I mean,
he didn't have a running back.
It's not even so much that it was. Wait, it's not even so much that it's a different game. You're assuming Chris Greer wouldn't have given Dan Marino what he needed had he been the general manager back then. And that's not fair to do.
That's true.
I mean, if you think about it, Jimmy Johnson came in the cap year and didn't do what it took to help Marino either. So
and let's be honest. We thought we had him in Sammy Smith. A lot of people thought Sammy Smith was finally it for Dan Marino. We got him a running game.
How about remember David?
He was balling that year.
David Overstreet, they drafted. He died before the season started. They drafted him in the first round. You remember that?
Who?
David Overstreet. And he died in a car crash before the season started. Never got a chance to play. He was #1 draft pick.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Marino didn't have that luxury. If you have a situation right now where there's a running back that's #3 ranked,
that right there,
and you have the luxury to get him in a trade
since Marino, that is an absolute platitude. And even if it was true, that really ain't saying much.
What does platitude mean?
It's not saying much at all. I mean, the only other one you could compare is Chad.
What's platitude mean?
I mean, that just shows you how poorly we've been at quarterback.
No, at running back, bro.
No. He's saying that. No.
Well, I mean, look. Let's say you had a really awesome pizza, right? And then you had 5 pizzas in a row that were the worst thing you've ever put in your mouth, right?
And you go back to
then the 6th pizza is an average tasting pizza. That would be the best pizza you've had since the one that you had that was fantastic, would it not?
I'm not going to settle. I'm sorry. I know pizza.
No, but that's exactly my point.
It's not saying anything to say that he's the best quarterback we've had since Marino. Exactly. That's just saying something about the quarterbacks we've had since Marino.
And that's just showing you how hard it is to get a competent quarterback.
But it's, as many as been presented. That's why we're so frustrated, Ron.
So why not try to get a running back?
What you're saying is what we say every single time we're faced with one in the last 30 years where we have a chance, and there's been a few.
Yeah. Should have had Matt
I'm just saying, if we keep thinking about the quarterback forever, we're going to be here till we're 70. Why not try to compensate with the best running back available?
And you know what, dude? I'm sorry, but call me selfish. But even if we did lose every ball game, it'd be a lot more fun to watch with Lamar Jackson at the football in his hands. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, we were fun last year to watch too, though.
If that makes me a bad person, then I'm a bad person. What can I say?
No, it doesn't make you a bad person. That's your opinion. And my opinion is last year was the most fun watching our offense that we've had in years.
You think so? I think we were about to break a record for the most losses.
How many?
Bro, I would rather watch arena football.
Come on, man. All those,
Ron, we're about to break a record for the most consecutive losses.
All those passes to Tyreek and Waddle. Come on, that was fun.
Yeah,
weeks.
Okay, so they made the sandbox longer. So it's like watching arena football with a 75-yard field instead of a 50-yard field.
I'm just saying it was fun watching their offense last year, Color. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
to
each his own.
Well, it was fun watching the defense the year before.
That's correct.
I don't know about fun. Coming back, being down.
What are you talking
about? I don't want to crap on Ron's opinion. To each his own.
No.
Ron's a good guy. Ron's a good guy.
Me and Ron are on the same page.
I'm not going to try to say
that I'm not going to be hyped about half a season and make it seem like it was the best season ever.
No, but I'm not going to try to say what's fun to watch for Ron. That's his business.
I get that, but he's not going to tell me what's fun either because I don't think that's fun. Losing almost the most amount of games in NFL history.
I don't think he has. I don't
KP sounds like
I'm not clapping on what he's saying, but at the same time, don't hype it up.
Can I ask you a question? Were we out of any game we played last year? Every fourth quarter, we were in it down by one score, other than the Jets, and we were still in that game down by one score until the fumble and what's his name?
How many games did our starting quarterback miss?
4.5.
So you think we were competitive in those 4.5 games?
I also don't like being gaslit.
We were in every game until the fourth quarter, bro. We were one score.
They all expect us to forget this whole narrative. Oh, if he just stays on his feet, if he just stays healthy, that expects me to forget the last games he played.
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that at all.
Not you. I'm talking about everybody.
I'm just
saying.
The
last resort is if healthy. I get what Color's saying.
It was fun watching.
It's like, okay, get healthy, and then can we resume the discussion as to why he failed the last 3 games he played?
All I was saying,
we could be dominant if healthy.
All I was saying, it was fun watching them because they were in every game. It's the first time in a long time that they were in every game until the end. And you had
the last game of the season, Ron.
Was the defense game fun to watch? Was the Pittsburgh game fun to watch?
No, that wasn't.
Oh no,
he was rusty. No, it wasn't. But they won. Thank God. But no, you're right. That wasn't one of his better games. But the fact that I didn't think they were out of any game, and sometimes it was the defense, but a lot of it was the offense.
I love how it's like, oh, Lamar can't even beat Tua. That's actually that's double fallacy right there. First of all, like as everybody always says, the quarterbacks don't face each other. Okay.
That's right.
Secondly, Lamar had a perfect passer rating at halftime on the game they lost to Tua, where he came back in the freaking fourth quarter. Okay. Secondly, those people are so afraid to give our defense credit for the last couple years, that they're like Tua beat Lamar. Not our defense beat Lamar. Not Andrew Van Ginkel blowing up the RPO, which is why he just got signed again, and everybody's like surprised it happened, except for me.
I was happy as hell.
You're happy, but you were surprised, were you not?
I was afraid. I was afraid that they were not going to sign him because I love the kid. Every time he's on the
field, would you be afraid? He single-handedly shut down Lamar Jackson if you go watch the All-22.
So Tua's beaten Mac Jones head-to-head more than once, but Mac Jones has more playoff appearances.
Color, every time Van Ginkel was on the field, he made a
No, somebody correct me on that, please.
How many does he have? One, right? One appearance?
Mac Jones has what?
One appearance.
One
appearance?
One appearance. Hey, but here's the thing. He's in his second year.
Lamar Jackson was the one with the ball towards the end of that game that Tua came back in with a chance to win it. Okay.
No, they only had 18 seconds.
If I remember correctly, Lamar Jackson didn't have nothing to do with why he kept having to come back, why he had to do that in the first place.
No, it was their defense.
I don't recall Lamar Jackson being in the secondary getting owned by Tyreek Hill.
So Tua beat Mac once, but Mac made the playoffs once and had a better record than us last year.
All I remember is even though Tyreek and Tua and everybody did what they did to come back, Lamar Jackson still had a chance to take that game back at the end.
No, they only had 18 seconds left, Color, after Tua threw the winning go-ahead touchdown. He did it with 18 seconds left.
I'm talking about before the go-ahead touch, after the go-ahead touchdown. Lamar Jackson drove the ball down and had one pass on what was it? He threw a long one on 4th down or something.
That's right. Yeah, he overthrew it. And then
my point is, he still had a chance to come to take that back.
True. And
look, we were taught. I know that we own the Patriots. I get that, but when it comes to us advancing, they got a playoff appearance one year, and then the year after that, they got better than us head to head. As far as it's just too close for comfort right now with everybody on here. It's just like you cannot make it seem like we're just running away in this division. We're not.
No, and Patriots beat us last year without Tua, bro. So it's not like we own.
And wait a minute.
That's what I'm saying. We got to have at least a 2-game lead, bro.
Hold on, I'm going to double check before I speak out of turn because I heard this from somebody else, and I want to make sure I see it for myself.
The one thing is, Tua has not lost to the Patriots.
Let's see here. Hold on. Let me double check here. What are we talking?
But the loss that
semantics kick in when you talk about injury because he hasn't played when he's injured.
But what lost that Ravens game was Harbaugh going for it on 4th down.
2021.
And they could have pinned us deep. That's what.
Yeah, because the defense came through, got the fumble.
Exactly. And then we won.
Okay, so guys.
Yeah.
Let's say we feed into the idea that a quarterback beats another quarterback. Okay. When Tua came into the game against the Ravens, we were leading.
Which game? What are you talking about? That's the
in
Thursday
2021.
Night? Okay, the Thursday night game.
The first game that Tua beat Lamar.
When Brissett got hurt.
Yeah,
we were up 9.
We were leading when Tua came into the game.
That was the defense, bro.
So even if you concede that a quarterback beats another quarterback, it still wasn't Tua. It's
the same thing that got Obama. You come in the fourth quarter,
credit to Tua.
You take all the credit.
Quarterbacks get too much credit, too much blame for wins and losses.
Just like this 4-0 bullshit against Belichick. When we all know Xavier Howard ended that game against the Patriots.
Exactly. You don't force that fumble.
Preach, Color. The defense once again.
Howard doesn't force that fumble, we lose.
No, but listen to what he's saying.
Let me guess. Rusty old Tua beat Pittsburgh too, right? With Noah ending the freaking game with an interception.
That's what I'm saying. That's 3 examples.
I guess the rookie quarterback, the game never should have been that.
Don't matter. That's 3 examples where the defense came through.
Right.
What quarterback?
Should have been that close.
Yeah, against a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, we couldn't amass more than 16 points against a rookie quarterback. Remember? Quarterbacks face each other. Remember?
Ron, you say the quarterback. Ron, you say the quarterback.
You don't want to concede that point now that we're talking about Kenny Pickett.
No, you're right.
And, Ron, could any quarterback lead Kansas City to that Super Bowl victory a few months ago?
Say that again.
And just any quarterback? Could any quarterback lead Kansas City to a Super Bowl win?
Chad Henne.
Chad Henne would have won the Super Bowl for Kansas City against Philadelphia?
No.
I'm trolling.
Obviously, Mahomes played out of his mind in that game and deserved to win and deserved the MVP. So
transcendent talent at the quarterback position counts.
That's transcendent right there. That's the definition of transcendent, bro.
At crucial times, absolutely. But my point is, if your whole team is complete, you're not reliant as much on a transcendental quarterback.
We know this, bro.
I think, but that's what Greer has tried to do. Is
why?
So he's tried to do it that way for 30 years.
I can't.
That's like saying as long as you know your Chevette rolls down the road, there ain't no reason to what?
Okay, well, let me ask y'all this. Would you say that Aaron Rodgers is more transcendent than Jimmy G?
Of course.
So how did Jimmy G beat? How did that team beat Green Bay in the playoffs 2 years ago?
Defense.
So I mean, if you look at the head-to-head numbers,
see, I don't get this idea why we break it down. You know, because people are so reluctant to admit that Tua is not a guy that we start from this top level, and by the time we're at the end, it's always to the point of, well, we can win despite the quarterback. Well, that's not what you were saying 20 minutes ago.
I don't think that way. I think that we can win with this quarterback helping us win. I don't.
When is that going to happen?
I don't.
Let me ask you this. All right. You got Mahomes been to 5 championship games, like Lewis was saying earlier, which is a great stat. I think Aaron Rodgers has been almost to 4 or 5. He's only got 1 ring for it, but I think that's transcended.
Of course it is. Aaron Rodgers is a generation.
I really don't, man. A minute ago was, you know, we can't live without Tua. We're comparing Tua to Lamar Jackson on injuries and stuff like that. And then by the end of it, we're like, well, the Ravens won with Trent Dilfer.
That's how propaganda works, bro.
All you're doing is telling me I'm right that our quarterback sucks and we can still win with a sucky quarterback.
I don't agree with that, but that's okay.
You can say you don't agree with it, but that's literally what you just said.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was teams win Super Bowls that are complete teams. Yes, Mahomes,
we're not a complete team.
You think we're complete?
I think we're close to complete. We got
and what do you think we're missing?
Right tackle, left guard.
Okay, and I disagree.
So
and
we're
I think we're
complete.
missing a franchise quarterback.
You think we're 70% complete or 80% complete? That's what your numbers are?
I would say 80%, yeah.
You know, I think we're missing a franchise quarterback.
Sorry.
Somehow we don't include the franchise quarterback when we speak about a team.
Because I disagree.
We only talk about everybody else that ain't complete.
No, I have my own opinion. I disagree with you on that point, Color.
Well, fair enough.
I think that watching Tua when he's healthy, again, that's a big if, obviously.
When healthy.
That he's got to prove. I just said that. But he's
that's a red herring.
You can say that all you want, Ron.
That's a red herring.
There is
0-4 in December.
There is no evidence whatsoever to support your prediction that it's going to get any better. None whatsoever.
That man lost 4 games in December before being bowed out with an injury.
But again, it was him that lost those games, or was it the team that lost?
In San Francisco, sure looked like him. San Diego sure looked like him.
Well,
the end of that Green Bay game, damn sure looked like him.
This is where propaganda comes in. We all know it. We all know
Tennessee, the year before that Tennessee game looked like him.
Again.
Thank you. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it gets paid more.
Again,
how does that work?
Again, my opinion is those first 2 years we're not worthy of evaluation. Last year was.
I don't really believe that's necessarily an opinion, Ron.
Why
I think once you step foot in the NFL, your evaluation period starts right then and there, regardless of what the number of snaps you get or not. You are an NFL player.
Unless you're into making excuses for said player.
It's not excuses, it's context. There's a difference. The guy
I get the rookie aspect of it, but you can't say he's the rookie now after 3 years. You can't do that.
The guy came off a horrific hip injury. He was still rehabbing. He should not have played. He was not.
Ron, context applies to every single player in the NFL. Every single player in the NFL at every single position has underlying context on why they perform the way they do. The stats reflect that context. The winning percentage
if he's such a
reflects
project,
that
Ron,
content.
if he's such a project, then why didn't we sit on our money for another couple years?
I agree with that.
Instead of going out
Ron,
and getting weapons like
Ron,
we were,
you don't
like
want
we
to
were
count
ready to
2
win
winning
now.
seasons.
I didn't
In those 2 years, we were a winning football team. How is those non-contextual? How is 10 and 6 and 9 and 8 non-contextual? You want to give Tua credit for winning in those years, but then on the same hand, you want to discount those years. How does that make sense?
No, I don't. I never said I want to give him credit for the wins or discount him.
So this is not his first year, is his point.
What I was saying was, Color, you're right. I wouldn't have drafted a quarterback that year.
You just said Tua never lost to New England.
Did I finish?
Those wins against New England happened in those 2 seasons.
I give up, man. I can't even get my opinion.
Ron, go ahead. Ron, go.
What's going on, fellas?
Color,
What's going on?
Color, I agree with you. I would not have wanted them to draft a quarterback that year.
What's good,
I wanted them to fill in
man?
the roster and build the offensive line so when they did draft a quarterback, that he would be protected and not running for his life. I said this a million times.
No, you misunderstood me, Ron. What I'm asking is, if Tua still has to take judo lessons, then why did we go pay for Tyreek in everything we've done already? Why didn't we just wait to do that for a couple seasons?
Ron, I know you prefer to just talk to color, but guess what? In today's NFL, it is a requirement of QBs that they run for their life. Ask Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. If he doesn't run for his life in that one play, they don't win the Super Bowl.
Josh Allen, mobile. Jalen Hurts, mobile.
Is that my dog, KP?
How about the one that they lost to Tampa Bay?
It is.
Just did it again. Just did it
What's
again
up,
right
bro?
here. Jermaine, just did it again. Teams have won Super Bowls without a great QB. Ron, what's that tell you? What's that saying to me?
He's saying that we don't have a great QB.
Thank you.
But
Can I say something?
I don't
real
think
quick?
that even Jermaine understands that he's contradicting the point he's trying to make by saying shit
No,
like
it's
that.
perfect. It's perfect. It's
You
perfect.
sat here and argued for the last 30 minutes that Tua is a great quarterback, and this guy just says teams have won Super Bowls without a great QB.
He did it without even
Is that
knowing.
us?
Don't worry,
Is that how
Kohler.
we're
You
going to
know
win a Super
Jermaine.
Bowl?
You already know he's going to
Is
have
that how
something
we're going to
else
win
for
a
ya.
Super Bowl?
That's Cookie
you
Monster,
already know he's
bro.
gonna have
He
something
changes
else to say to
emoji.
you.
Don't think I don't know who you are, bro.
Hey,
We're gonna win a Super Bowl.
That's Cookie Monster.
Let me say something real quick.
Hold on.
Yes,
let
Jermaine,
Quinte have
you
the floor
have
real
said
quick.
Tua is a great QB. Yes, you have said that.
Hey, let Quinte get the floor real quick. Quinte, go ahead. Go ahead, my brother.
Hey, I'm gonna say this to you guys. I'm gonna end it real quick. We had a quarterback for 7 years, right? And we knew his limitations. We know this quarterback's limitations. And he has greater limitations than the last quarterback we had for 7 years. The reason why the last quarterback we had for 7 years, he never got hurt. He wasn't dumb. He knew the playbook, and he was big and strong.
Hurts year we went to the playoffs, bro.
No, I'm not talking about Hurts. I'm talking about Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
We have the same quarterback. We have the same kind of quarterback with limitations.
He got hurt 2 years in a row, bro. He didn't.
No. It took him 7 years to get hurt, bro. People forget that. It took him 7 years. It took him 7 years to get hurt.
Calais Campbell.
It took him 7 years to get hurt.
Who's a free agent, I might add.
I'm just being honest. It took him 7 years to get hurt.
Calais
And we got
Campbell
another
came out for
quarterback.
2
I'm talking
years.
about limitations. Tua has bigger limitations than Ryan Tannehill. He has a weak arm. He can't
Bigger.
read
You're saying bigger?
defenses. No, he has weak. He's Ryan Tannehill was bigger and stronger. That's why he got 7 years in here.
No, I'm saying you're saying that Tua has bigger limitations. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he has bigger limitations to me. He has bigger limit. He can't stay healthy.
I think
He
he's
can't
got
stay healthy.
more
He can't-
efficiency, better.
He can't stay
Yeah,
healthy.
tell that to Ron.
Can I finish? Can I finish, big homie? He can't stay healthy. He has limitations. He can't read the field all the way. It's proven. It's proven for the last 3 or 4 years. It's proven since college. It's been proven.
That's your opinion. It's not proven.
It is proven.
No, it's not.
Okay. You could be in living delusion.
Ron, let me ask you. Hold on. Ron, let me ask you. What is he saying? What is he saying that's wrong, Ron?
He's saying
No. Well, let me say it this way, DT. It's sort of what I was trying to tell Ron earlier. There is no evidence to support Ron's position. There is evidence to support Quinte's position.
I love it.
Nothing, either one is actually proven, technically.
It's proven. He has a lot of limitations.
Right. Well, Quinte, to be fair, let's just say at this point we can 100% say that there is evidence to support your position.
Yeah.
You get it, Ron? You sound like you're going to
support the idea
it's not true
that
that you're in
anything's
denial.
going to change.
I'm gonna put
But
it
I
like
just have one. I got one question.
Go ahead, DJ.
I got one question, and I'm trying to. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to let everybody talk. I'm trying to stay not with not butt in or anything. But
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
so let me ask you this, Ron. Do you as far as just your opinion, do you think the Tua has no limitations?
Of course not. He does have limitations.
What do you think that they are, in your opinion?
Obviously, his size, his arm strength, and his.
That's what I just said.
His knack of getting hurt. But I will
Holding
say
on to the ball. That's 3.
I will say this. Whether you guys are or not.
No, you got to name the limitations. Don't stop.
Let him finish, bro.
Well, I will say
Not
this.
trying to stop.
I am extremely optimistic going into his second year in this offensive system that he will be successful. That's my opinion.
How does 0-4 in your
that's
last
what I
4
was trying to
games
say.
make one
What
not answering
evidence
the
do you
question.
have to support that prediction?
Because I watched him play well through 8 straight games. Unfortunately, he got
What
hurt.
limitations does he have, Ron? You're not answering the question.
He was 0-4 before getting hurt.
Cap, I did answer the question. I said his arm strength and his size, physical limitations.
Right, but see,
So
what
he
you're
has
saying,
30
Ron,
to 40% of a negative.
The evidence you're using can only support the prediction that he'll win 8 games.
That's exactly right. And a lot of what you're saying also sounds exactly what Clint was saying, just maybe not the same verbiage.
Gentlemen.
EM's going to put it on me.
Gentlemen.
God damn it, EM's back.
Hey, man, I was just about to doze off, and I pulled
DTA, you might have to do. Hold on, EM. You might have to do a transition second show for late night, bro. We're hitting the 8-hour mark.
God damn, y'all pulling an all-nighter, bro.
Give it to you.
Hey, real quick, Ian, you were on here earlier, Ian. I didn't talk to you, bro.
To quote JR,
4.8 yards to carry. What's going on, my brother? Hope everything's right. Listen.
What's good?
Oh, I'm chilling, man. Just over here right now, just embracing all the positivity right now to the next 5 months because we have to do, bro.
Name 10 better.
My thing is, Ian.
How can you not name 10 better? Go ahead.
My thing, Ian, is that pretty much when you brought up earlier about the 4.8 yards per carry.
Right.
For me, that's great. I get the math. You get 3 shots at it, you get a first down like we were doing, just driving 80 yards down the field. But why is it that philosophy does not apply when we get to the red zone, regardless of the running back, the quarterback, or the tight end being utilized in these new schemes that are supposedly quarterback friendly? Why is it that the numbers compensate more for like total yardage as opposed to red zone touchdowns, which are more important?
Well, first of all, Tua was a number.
No, let EM answer that.
Hey, I think you can assign the majority of that blame to the play caller, bro.
Correct.
You know, again,
but I don't understand how it can be the play caller's fault when we were complaining about coaching being the problem. That's why we got rid of Flores.
Hey, Cap, you know, hey, listen, we talked to Color, myself, DTA, Lou, several other people earlier. We addressed that.
I couldn't get on there. That's why I wanted
I agree that there is some
but
culpability on the play calling. Everybody knows I'm not a fan of last year.
Yeah, but we were complaining about coaching was the biggest
personnel decisions when our backup quarterbacks are in.
That sounds to me like a cop-out answer. You're pretty much saying coaching cost us that game.
I think coaching on both sides. I mean, you can assign some blame to Boyer as well. You know, it's just not one-sided.
That defense had 7 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, an interception return fumble.
Well, I'm not talking about that game. I said some games, not the Buffalo game. I said some games this year.
I can't hear everybody, but Ian, sorry, go ahead.
No. You right in that game, in the Buffalo game. No, I think that was Boyer's best coaching, maybe his best coaching job we've seen since he's been he was our defensive coordinator for 2 years. But I think during over the course of the season, you can assign blame to Mike McDaniel as well as Josh Boyer, and I think their lack of consistent play calling cost us games this year. I just truly believe that. But again, to your point, you can assign the majority of that blame to Mike McDaniel, bro. And you know me, bro. I've been lighting his ass on fire, bro. I've been critical of Mike McDaniel when it's warranted. But I just don't think overall, when you evaluate him as a play caller overall, when you evaluate the complete season, I think, sure he had shortcomings, but I think he did a lot of positive things as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, for the most
but
part,
right along with hold up real quick, right along with every one of our problems, it's interesting because there's about 3 or 4 different sets of problems we have, up to and including the quarterback. But some of them include problems on our defense because of the injuries, play calling issues from Mike McDaniel, personnel decisions, in my opinion, in crucial situations by Mike McDaniel. And the point I'm trying to make is that each one of those deficiencies, if corrected, would have probably netted us about two extra wins last year.
Two or three.
That's why it's hard. That's why it's hard for everybody to argue about the quarterback and about this or that, because everybody is correct in the fact that whatever issue they argue for, if that was corrected, we would have got 2 more wins. You know what I mean? I can count at least 2 games where if Mike McDaniel makes a different personnel decision or a different play call, we probably
I'm just saying, man, when the tight end outranks touchdowns more than the running backs and the quarterback combined.
Let me land, Cap. I can think of 2 games probably where if our defense didn't have these injuries or didn't do these certain things, we would have won.
Yep.
I can also think of 2 or 3 games where if the quarterback does this or that, whether it's Tua or our backups.
I agree.
Maybe I go with offense in general because I can include the Waddle drops and the Waddle fumble, you know what I mean, at the wrong time. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't blame Tanner Connor for his drop because I already blamed McDaniel for the personnel decision there.
Yeah, but Cutler, you had 3 examples of 3 games that the defense won for us.
But that's true. What I'm just saying is all of those things are true, that any one of those things corrected and we gained 2 more games. But the question really is, going into this season, one of those things is going to be corrected. We already see the corrections being made on defense. We'd like to believe that Fangio is going to bring down our scoring or points per game against, Jalen Ramsey, David Long, these moves we've made.
On paper.
Barring any injuries. Right.
On paper.
Right.
Come back healthy.
The question then becomes, Ian, are we satisfied with that?
No, not at all.
Only 11 wins, man.
I would like him to answer the running back question first before anything, because we got 4 running backs that are not even accumulating the amount of touchdowns Durham Smythe had last season. Is that not an issue?
Because they don't give him the ball in the red zone.
Let EM answer, please.
Yeah, I would agree with Ron's point, but here's the thing. Here's me personally, right? Yeah, sure, you would like to incorporate the run game in the red zone in particular, but statistically, we're one of the better red zone teams in the league. If I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong, right? Last year,
no, we actually decreased to be honest, man.
Well, we were what now? I'm sorry.
I think we decreased that number.
In the red zone.
And I know Tua was one of the better red zone quarterbacks in the league statistically last year.
Our efficiency in the red zone was better under Flores.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Gesicki's best year, Durham Smythe's best year, the running back's best years, we're all under.
Well, in terms of Gesicki's statistics, yeah, absolutely. He was a better. We got more production under Flores.
He fit this team better under Flores.
So he was more he just was not prioritized.
He was more utilized, yes.
All these individual accolades that Tyreek got, that's great. But how many touchdowns did he get?
No, Amicus, I'm not. I'm a Dolphin fan.
You get what I'm saying? That's why I brought up Chase
I hear
Edmonds.
you,
I
I hear
kept
you.
saying, look, these scat backs are not going to get you touchdowns. They're going to get you first down.
I hear you, and again, Cap, you can assign blame to the coach. That's the play calling for the most part.
I can't do that, man.
Again, the
because
running
main
backs,
complaint was
based off their
coaching.
numbers last year, based off both, Jeff Will, our top two runners, Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, they demonstrated last year when given an opportunity, they can perform at a high level. It's just, again, the production was there, but the commitment was the commitment was not.
What makes him look a little bit suspect is because both of those guys came from San Fran also, and they got hurt at the exact same time in December.
But can I say this real
That's
quick?
under his watch.
It was more so they were trying to make somebody look good, instead of running the offense, instead of running the true offense. It wasn't there.
No, my problem is he has the running game down packed. He's a running game guru. If he needed to coach
he's
on his
an
first
alleged
year,
run game
he needs to
guru.
learn how to coach
He ain't
tight ends.
proven to be that. He ain't proven up to that
No,
level
I get you. His offense was stout. The line was Ron. Hold on. The line was stout. They were getting their numbers. They were breaking records, but at the same time, like, how is it that you can break all these records but not get any scoring?
I'm telling you, here's what happened, man. Earlier in the season, we had Chase Edmonds. When we had 3rd and 4th and short, he was not productive. And I think at that point is when McDaniels went away from the running game on those situations and put the ball into his hands because Tua had been more successful.
So you didn't trust Ahmed, you didn't trust Gaskins. That's why you got Edmonds.
No, he brought in Jeff Daniels and got rid of Chase Edmonds because Chase Edmonds was the one that wasn't successful.
Yeah, but he still had those two guys on the roster and never utilized them.
But can I say something?
Daniels and Mostert, for the most part, were productive, but he didn't stick with them. He went away from them in 3rd and short, 4th and short, and I think a lot of that came from the Chase Edmonds things.
Hey,
when
DEA,
he was not successful earlier in
can
the
you
season.
just put your
Hang on,
email in
Ron.
private chat so I can copy and paste it real quick, easy?
What's that?
Can you put your email in private chat so it's easier for me to just copy and paste it?
That's what I saw.
I'm gonna send Lewis's privs over to you for the time being, so in case I fall asleep, it's done. You know what I mean? And then I'll just give Lewis's back.
But
broke up.
I think I'm
Just
sorry.
Throw your email in private chat so I can copy and paste it. I'm gonna just send you over Lewis's privs, and I'll give his back tomorrow sometime. That way, if I fall asleep, I don't forget to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, my bad, Ian. I know it's a lot to dissect and digest, but I'm just curious.
I don't know who asked to speak real quick. I think it was either Quentin or Jay, one of them. But they're super quiet. They've been patient, waiting to say something. I just
no.
Not. I don't mean to interrupt you.
I won't.
No. Go ahead, Quinn. Go ahead.
I won't.
Go ahead, Quinn.
No, because
my bad. Go ahead.
Before I was just saying we had a quarterback with limitations for 7 years, and we got another quarterback with limitations. When are we going to learn our lessons? Getting the quarterback with limitations. Every quarterback has limitations, but the quarterbacks we pick, they have big limitations. It's like you need to have a perfect team almost for them to perform well. That's just my opinion.
Sherfield told you that.
I'm just saying.
No, Sherfield told you that pretty much.
And listen. If our current plan does not work, we will have convinced ourselves that a 6'6" guy with incredible college production, stature, everything he needed to play football in Herbert was not the guy. We'll have convinced ourselves that a quarterback liking having sex with women was not a good enough excuse to bring him on our team as a quarterback. And we will suggest that an NFL MVP who dominates when healthy is not the guy. All for
it's
this
not good enough.
Little Hawaiian guy with limitations. No disrespect to any Hawaiian people.
Crazy. That's
crazy how the media works, right?
We did it for him. I guess he is the promise guy after all.
I will say this though. Listen, in all fairness, and again, I was on board with Deshaun Watson. We all know that. But that version, but the 22 version of Deshaun Watson, listen, I'm looking in hindsight now. I'm looking back in my rear view, and I'm like, bro, there's no comparison between the 22 version of Tua and the 22 version of Deshaun Watson. If we're going to be fair now, are we going to be fair? Are we going to be fair?
I'll eat humble pie on that season. I will eat the humble pie on that season.
Okay.
All to be real, Ian, if you watch the last couple games, he played well. Not up to his standard. He was working his way back up to his standard. Am I right?
Right. Right. That's true. That's true.
To me, the Deshaun Watson thing, it wasn't for this year. It was for 10 years later. Yeah, for having a great quarterback for 10 years. Not having
but Quinn, to your point, again, if we're going to be fair now, and this is the reason why I hop back up on this goddamn stream, because I hear a lot of biased opinions up here now. I hear a lot of subjectivity up here surrounding this player. Now, again,
this must be discussed.
Hey, no disrespect. I got a lot of respect for several individuals on this panel right now, but goddamn it, where is the objectivity? I'm hearing a lot of feelings. I'm hearing a lot of feelings, right? I'm hearing a lot of feelings, and I'm hearing a lot of unfair criticism relative to 2022. That's what I'm hearing.
But Ian,
come on now, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop this now.
Ian, I ask you this:
the bottom line is 0-4 in December before injury. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, KP.
It's really fun listening to EM Hedge.
Hey man, listen. I forgot the point that I was trying to make. God damn it!
Here's the point. Ian. Everybody wants to focus on the
what the fuck was my point?
No, let me ask you this, bro. What's your thoughts on
I stunned you.
You did.
Call me a liar.
Hey, Ian, what do you think about Reason pretty much giving this grade so far in free agency a C-? And as opposed to saying that Watson might have his best year yet coming up this season.
Wait. Reason when did he give it a C? I mean,
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that. I mean, I talk to Reason every day, and shit, Reason is as far as
it was 2 days ago. I think it was like 2 episodes ago. He gave pretty much his first wave of grades. They gave it like a C-.
All right, DTA.
I don't know what show that was on, but I talk to Reason every day, and we address the team. I mean, we didn't talk about, what grade do you give, the team so far? But I mean, from what I can tell, from what he said to me, what he's relayed to me is that he was very, he was overjoyed with the moves that the Dolphins made. C-. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a question for him.
Let's be fair. There's 3 waves, but he did pretty much in the first wave of everything give us a. Not much of a good grade when it comes to free agency pickups.
Bro, how can you? Well, again,
I don't think he was including Ramsey and Fangio. I think he was just doing pretty much all around just players, except for like trades, just free agency pickups.
You gotta include that,
though. Like I said, I talk to Reason every day, and I mean,
Yeah, he was talking to Furones today. He said that he thinks Watson's going to have a better year pretty much than last year, which is a given. But just for him to say that, it's like, okay.
Wait. So I'm confused here. So he said Deshaun Watson is going to have a better year?
Yeah, but that's
reason hedging. That is reason hedging.
Oh, no, it was Furones. I think he was up here in the afternoon. He did an afternoon show, and I caught wind of it earlier. It was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm asking is, though, why did Deshaun Watson come up in the show? Why was he?
Reason was hedging.
I forgot what time slot it was, man. But you look it up. I think more or less they got into a situation and just talking about money aspect with Lamar Jackson.
Oh,
yeah. Well, but yeah, I was like, damn, C-. That's the grade that I would give.
No, I think, bro, me personally, a B+ to an A. Jalen Ramsey and David Long, bro, they are going to help this defense tremendously.
I would say
how can you give that anything less than a B+, in my opinion?
Let's just hypothetically, not hypothetically, but let's just play devil's advocate.
You know what? I take that back. Based on conversations I've had with Reason, he would like for them to address the O-line. Right, we need a right tackle. I think if you bring back Brandon Shell, I think the combination of him and Austin Jackson, again, when healthy, Brandon Shell specifically, he was more than serviceable in my opinion. So he thinks a bigger investment needs to be made on the O-line.
Robert Jones looks like Malak for more playing time, also.
But yeah, here's the point I'm trying to make here. See, I'm hearing a lot of feelings, gentlemen. I'm hearing a lot of that, right? about surrounding this player. And again, you know my position.
What feelings you talking about, Ian?
Bro,
you have a
I'm
reason-
hearing
problem with what I
okay,
said,
Ian,
or-
but
What are you
the
hearing?
way
I
y'all
need
are
to know.
talking, y'all, the way y'all talk, and a lot of, and I'm just talking about this conversation, what I'm hearing tonight, right? Y'all are acting like 2022 and the production we got from that position this year did not happen.
But
bro,
that's the way
not
y'all are
what we're
acting.
saying. That's
That's
not
how the
what we're
story
saying.
ended,
That's
Ian.
what y'all are
That's how
acting
the
like.
story
what
ended,
we're
It
Ian.
saying.
happened for 8 weeks.
Yeah,
How can y'all sit here and ignore
Because
that?
yardage
We're not
production
ignoring it,
means
but it
nothing,
disappeared.
bro.
Yeah,
Yardage
their focus
production
is
means
on the loss.
nothing towards your wins, bro, if you can't put it in the end zone.
Yeah, their focus is on the losses.
And other also, Ian, the
No,
reason
stop
we
it,
get in
Ron.
our
Come
feelings,
on,
bro, is
True.
because of statements just like this right here. Team let Tua down.
Ian, you cannot ignore 0-4 in
Like,
December,
bro,
Ian.
how are we supposed to
I'm
come
not.
back?
No, and I'm not ignoring. But you can't ignore God. I mean, okay. Well, let's
Yes,
address.
we can
Okay,
because
hang
and
on.
let me tell you why we can. We can because San Francisco, San Diego, and Green Bay in that second half showed how to nullify it. They showed how to cancel that out when it counted.
So
The
that's
Chargers did it more. They put us on blast.
but again, what was it? Again, are you assigning all the? Why are you assigning all the blame to Tua in them 4 games?
Well, the reason that
Why?
team let Tua down statement is so disingenuous is because how many of the last 3 games did Tua play?
Well, if you want to criticize the durability, him not being on the field, we'll have at it.
I'm
I'm
not
with you.
criticizing the durability. I'm criticizing
The
somebody saying
reliability.
the team let Tua down when he wasn't even on the field for them to let him down.
No, well, that's that.
Reliability,
Well, that's that man's comment. That ain't mine.
But that's a common occurrence, EM.
I
That's not a
agree.
one-off comment, bro.
I agree. It's a lot of. We
So
all know
why
it's a
we
lot of
brush that
buffoons in
off
our
without
community. We know
anything?
that.
But Ian,
But listen.
all I was
But
saying
hang
is-
Why
on.
do we
Let
brush
me
that
address.
off?
Let me just address KP real quick. Y'all, KP, you sit up here signing all of the blame on the quarterback, right? Them 4 games. Now I give you
A lion's share of that blame goes
Okay,
to
that's
Tua,
fine.
in
That's
my
fine.
opinion.
I give you San Francisco. I give you the Charger game, and I give you 1/2 of the Green Bay game. But that Buffalo game, no, you cannot assign blame on him because this is the lion's share. Hang on, let me finish. You cannot assign the lion's share of that game, that blame on Tua in that game, because if you look at statistically, him and Joe Burrow played that same Buffalo team, right, in the first round of the playoffs. Their numbers were identical. What was the fucking difference between the 2 teams?
Hold on. Let me answer.
Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me answer. Let me answer. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. The difference was our defense gave up 36 points. Theirs gave up 10. So you can't put the blame on them.
Okay. Well, EM, you might be right, but listen, if I pull out my magnifying glass and I look at Tua's performance in the 4th quarter of that Buffalo game, and I look at that 3 and out, right? I need a quarterback who could make that conversion on 3rd down.
Not blaming Tua. We're saying that he played the best he's played yet, and that best is still 3 points short of Buffalo.
No,
right.
But what about the goddamn defense giving up 36 points? Y'all are ignoring that. Stop it. Don't do that. That is what's so frustrating in his fan base, bro. Y'all are in y'all want to live in
the
your
defense
feelings.
gave up 36 points, but that
Did
does
he
not
give up
cancel
36
out or
points?
negate
Did
the
he give up
inability
36
to
points?
continue the offense in the
I
4th
would
quarter
expect
either.
I would expect nonetheless
Tua get brought on the
out of
go-round?
Buffalo in their home.
Listen, if Buffalo scored 36,
consistently
I expect my quarterback to score 37.
I would expect nonetheless,
right now. This is
I would expect nonetheless from Buffalo Bills at home in a primetime game with Josh Allen. I would expect nothing less than them to score a bunch of points on my defense.
I want to have the kind of quarterback and offense that I can have confidence. If they score 36, we score 37.
Gave us a chance to win the game.
Were they not at home?
Our defense kept us with a chance to score more points than their offense scored.
No.
Didn't do it.
The defense need to do exactly what the goddamn Cincinnati Bengals did. And they were playing in Buffalo in that same field, in the same conditions. Our defense gave up 36. Theirs gave up 10.
Hey, EM, what if I told you
that's ridiculous.
that our scoring went down 3 points?
Our defense gave us a chance to score more points than they scored. That's all you can expect from a defense. And our offense.
Nah, bro, that shit is ridiculous. Bro, y'all need to stop with these biased takes, bro. Y'all need to stop it.
How the hell did the Kansas City Chiefs win the Super Bowl giving up 23 points a game then?
Bro, again, you know what?
They compensated on the defensive front.
We gave up 24. They gave up 23.
Well,
What's the
again,
difference?
well, I want to reiterate, right? Obviously, internally, the consensus was that the majority of the lion's share of the blame resided on that side of the football based off the moves that they made, because they've been status quo as far as the offense is concerned. So fuck out of here with that nonsense, bro.
When you say that side,
I'm not trying to hear none of that.
On the defensive side.
Which
side do you refer to?
Hold on, Cap. Those moves you're talking about were not on the field, EM.
What are you talking about?
Those people you're talking about that we made moves on defense over the last couple of years were injured that night.
No. I'm talking about. I'm talking about this offseason.
He's
talking about this offseason.
Okay.
They have gone status quo offensively. They have done nothing to address the offense.
But Ian, can I say something to you, Ian? The reason why they went,
because they know we
That
can't
sounds like
score
you're
more
on
than
our side
24
when
a
it comes to
game.
that.
They know we can't score more than 24 a game. So if they go status quo, improve our defense to get it back down to its 21, which is its 3-year average over the last 3 years, then we'll win ball games.
Well, isn't that the objective? Is to assemble the best team possible?
Until
Isn't that the objective?
Until the playoffs come and Kansas City puts 35 on us, no matter how good our defense is.
Are you going to make more of a difference going from number 6 offense to number 1, or going from 29 defense to number 10?
Ask me that in December, Ron.
What's going to make more?
Because those number 6 on top of all the stats you got thrown out the window in December.
Is anybody sitting up here making excuse the fact that Joe Burrow has had a top 7 ranked defense for the last 2 years? Is anybody not bro? Are they making excuses for him?
I'm not.
Yeah,
Josh Allen. That Buffalo defense was ranked number 1 for a good portion of the season last year, right?
EM, and they're doing it with our ex-DB coach.
See what you're about to do, EM? You're about to diminish Joe Burrow, and all you're telling me is there's 2 quarterbacks that need a stout defense.
No. What I'm saying is you need to assemble the best team possible. That gives you the best chance to win.
We did.
And that's exactly what the Dolphins are doing.
The Bengals coaches are
exactly what the Dolphins are doing.
No shit, bro.
The Bengals defensive back coach is their coordinator. We assembled a team, and we gave it to the Bengals.
That's why the Dolphins addressed the
So,
defense.
Ian, you're being a little disingenuous, bro. You told me when you saw San Francisco and San Diego game, you blame the defense in San Francisco and San Diego?
Did I say when did one time that I blame that on the defense? Name me one time that I say that.
All we needed was one of them games to win, and we would have been in much better shape.
I would agree. Nobody's pushing back on that. Nobody's pushing back on that.
Ian, what Kahari's saying is if we win both those games, we didn't even need to beat Buffalo.
I would agree. I'm not offering pushback. Again, he said he's assigned the last 4 games, the Lions should have blamed on Tua. I addressed one game.
The last 4 games of the season, Boyer was breaking records with that defense.
One game against Buffalo. What are you talking about?
The last 4 games of December, Josh Boyer's defense was out producing everybody that was in contention for the last spot in the playoffs.
Thank you, Cap.
Oh, okay. And
I'm just saying, I mean, I get what EM is saying. When are we going to give Tua props for his props? But at the end of the day,
they never do.
We've had coordinators come in
and out. They never do. Like earlier when they brought up the point about
I'm trying to do a different
number 5 drafted quarterback that year. We chose him above Herbert.
I'm trying to have a turnaround to support the guy.
Well, I'm sorry. Hey, listen, this might be an unpopular opinion, but based off what my eyes tell me from what I saw last year from the sample size that was given, you can sit up here from the previous 2 years. It was a clear, right, choice when you're comparing the 2 players. Obviously, we should have went with Herbert, but he could, in my opinion, again, and I'm being completely objective.
Why do you say obvious?
He closed that goddamn gap to a lot of them gap between Herbert and Tua now.
Ian,
No,
can
you
I
cannot sit
say
up here and
something,
say
Ian, after
that
this?
gap is the side of the goddamn Grand Canyon right now. He
Ian,
closed
said
that
that.
gap significantly.
Mark that
Fuck
tape. He
out of
said
here
that.
with that.
Ian,
I'm
He
not
said
trying to
that.
hear none of that.
I disagree with you on that, Ian. I
Okay,
disagree
well
with
that's
you.
fine. But
disagree
That's
with
I
you.
got
objective.
film,
That's
I got
objective.
film, I got
No, I'm gonna say
analytics, and I got statistics to back up and substantiate everything that I'm saying right now.
His
You know why I
You got your
disagree with you,
feelings.
Ian?
You got
No,
your
it's not.
feelings.
It's not feelings, Ian.
His
It's not
production
feelings.
improved. His
It's
skill
not feelings.
set
Because
did not. My
Shake
opinion.
knows that I wanted Tua to be the next Tom
Facts
Brady.
are the Chargers beat us, bro. That's all the numbers you need.
The Dolphins organization realized that improvement in offense is not going to make this team that much better as an improvement in defense. That's why they spent all this offseason improving the defense to go from 29 to top 10 to match the offense. That's
So we're
why
gonna blame the O-line,
Which is what
to make it
every
defense.
Why did you fire
which is what
Flores
every
then?
staff
Based on your
should
logic,
do
you should not
every
have fired
season.
Flores.
make the entire
Why y'all acting like Tua's the only one that need support around him?
That's going to make the entire team better.
So it's Kari, and so our new young head coach and our new paradigm quarterback can invent their new NFL going forward while our defense tries to hold down the fort.
It's
Once
crazy.
again, exactly.
And
Ross,
but you
if
can't.
you listen to your last argument, then there was no justification for firing Flores.
Hang on.
You're
And you got
hoping
these
for a
fucking
quarterback
idiots.
to give you 2 games. We
And
gave you
you-
an example that the
and-
defense saved us 3
and you
times.
got these fucking idiots in the chat and in our community, bro. When all I am doing, I'm not speaking for no other grown man. All I'm doing is going off film analytics and statistics and to back up everything, the points that I make about Tua in 2022.
Let
Well,
me
yeah,
agree
you
with
got
Ian
dumb
here.
motherfuckers in the chat talking
Ian.
about, oh, that's Tua love. How the fuck is that Tua love?
No, Ian, let me agree with you, dog. If you look at the statistics from a statistics only analysis, then Ian is in solid ground, right? I can't argue against his statistics analysis.
Stop it,
My
KP.
judgment
Don't
is
do that.
is
Don't do
no,
that.
my
Don't
judgment
do
is
that.
mostly subjective. It is mostly subjective by taking the small sample size, those last 4 games that I'm talking about, right, and not being satisfied with Tua's
Who said that I was
play.
satisfied, KP? Who said that I was
I'm just
satisfied?
saying, but you buoy your position by doing an overall statistical analysis, and you show improvement over time. And I'm saying
On 8
that is
games.
fair.
That's a small
I
sample
can't
size.
argue against that. But subjectively, I don't see it that way. That's all I'm saying.
Taking a small sample size of the last
So,
games instead of the
I'm glad you highlighted subject. Hang on. See, this is why I got a lot of respect for KP, right? Because he just admitted, right? He said subjectively. So that tells you, right? He has a bias towards this player.
Yes, and I'm openly admitting that. Yes, sir.
And that the problem is a lot of these idiots in this fucking community on platform and off will not do that. Don't have the balls to admit that, especially publicly.
Exactly.
Salute to you.
And they don't
KP.
understand it either. I think half of them don't understand how to do it.
Well, that's the
Let
whole
me ask you
point.
this,
I mean,
Ian.
none
Let
of
me
us,
ask you this.
none of us. I
Well,
mean,
let me ask you this real quick, Ian.
yeah,
For
I've
those who
admitted
stand in their
completely. I
position,
don't want Tua in the building anymore.
for those who stand in their position and said to themselves they are detractors, and pretty much after the Green Bay game were vindicated, why should they be outcasted from the fan base?
Why were they vindicated because of 1 game?
No, because
it's
we're trying
not
to
one
tell
game.
you guys at the
It's
same
more than
time
1
that
game.
he should not be playing after a concussion. I told you guys about empathy and being passionate about a guy who's going through crap, and you said, no, he needs to play anyway.
But you guys keep telling us that we're taking a small sample size. You keep taking a small sample size of the 4 games. What about the entire season where he played?
Because the NFL is a game of inches, Ron, and
There
you need
wasn't an
to win
entire
in those
season
small
because the
sample
quarterback
size
didn't
areas.
play an entire season.
And
That's what determines a
again,
winner or
you're
loser. An inch.
You're also continuing to move back the goalposts by saying that those games are and those teams are anywhere completely the same. Even Buffalo and New England and Baltimore, you can't compare the point at the season at which we played those teams compared to when we needed to win and we couldn't. We never can.
And that's and again, this is where that other where Tua, in my estimation, when I'm evaluating him, I didn't ever say he checked off every box. I never anointed him in franchise quarterback, not once. He still has development that's needed. There's development that's needed in my eyes. One of those areas of his game is he needs to be, when he's when us as a team is in a situation where we need this win, right, to greatly enhance our chances or cement our chance. Or cement our chances in the playoff, whatever. When the brights are the lightest, Tua needs to learn, right? He needs to step up in those scenarios more consistently, right? So I agree with you, Color. I agree.
But see, you said more consistently. I say once.
Absolutely, I give it to you. Give me one. I agree.
And EM,
I agree with that.
Up to this point, I had been willing to give Tua that grace. I deferred to the fact that he needed to develop, right? I did. I convinced myself that he's a young guy who needs to be built up to that point, right? But after that, but see, what's happening now is different because I'm seeing that 0-4 in December as confirmation that my bias has been proven correct, like Cap just explained, right?
No, I disagree. Wait, hang on, real quick, KP. No, KP, don't you can't. No, hang on, Cap, hang on. No, I'm not letting you get away with that, KP, Cap, any of y'all, bro. No, y'all biased. What y'all were saying about Tua, right? 2020, 2021, he couldn't. He first off, y'all said there would not be a significant improvement in his overall play. Y'all never said that. A, B, you said again, whether you agree with it or not, y'all said it was completely out of the realm of possibility that this man would enter the MVP conversation. Check mark. He did that for a good portion of the season, right? You
recall even giving an opinion on whether he would enter that conversation.
Y'all never envisioned not one time, right? Hang on, let me finish, Color.
No.
Can I land?
Can I land? Making an opinion on whether he'd be talked in the MVP conversation or not.
What's that?
Go ahead.
I don't ever recall even making an opinion on whether he'd be.
No.
In the MVP
I'm addressing KP. I'm addressing KP right now. I didn't say nothing about color. I didn't say nothing about color. I'm addressing KP right now. I said nothing about color. So
what do you all mean?
So my point is, well, again, I was just let me let me dial that bit down just a little bit. I'm talking to KP. Bro. I'm talking to KP right now.
Man.
Y'all never envisioned we would see the level of production at a tour this year. Can we agree on that, KP?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay,
that's true.
See, that's why I fuck with you, KP.
I was never asked that question, but I would have said no. I didn't believe Tua could produce like that. That is true.
That's why I fucks with you, KP. I always will, because a lot of these fools in this community will not do that. Will not publicly say, you know something, I have a bias against this kid, and I do, and I think a lot of them, color included. A lot of y'all have biases towards him, and I keep telling y'all every chance that I get. Y'all allow your biases to cloud your judgment and your ability to properly evaluate him.
You ain't gonna do that to me, bro. You ain't gonna do that to me. Do I gotta make it any more clear? Tua is trash.
Okay.
Man,
can I make my bias any more clear than that?
Yeah.
I just want to say this.
All I said is you had bias, this color. All I said is you had bias, and you just admitted that. So what are you arguing about?
How about
you just said that I can't admit my bias.
And how about this?
Okay, well, I'm glad you just did. Salute to you. I'm glad you just did. You had
what did I just run into?
Point, but I'm glad you're admitting it,
bro.
I just got off work. Listen,
I've actually had to work.
I just got off work. What's going on?
Legitimately have been concerned for the thickness of my windows because of my take on Tua, and you're going to say I haven't made my bias clear until just now?
No, I've never. Well, again, bro, I'm not around you. I don't know. I don't watch you every night. So again, what I said was, to my knowledge, you had not admitted that publicly.
Wait, what is going on today? What is happening? What did I miss?
Litmus test. It's the Tua litmus test.
I am up here addressing the hypocrisy in our community. That's what's going on.
No, wait, you do it a lot. You cannot continue to fall back on. You don't hang around enough to know what I've said.
No, he's always been biased here.
Well, I mean, can I finish what I said?
You
Because
just
I think that
admitted
was
it. Color, why are you, bro?
I mean, I was
Why
trying to
you?
ask a
You
question.
just admitted you're biased towards him, right?
Because
Did you just say
claim
that?
that I have not been able to
But
admit
Ian, we
that,
got to clarify
and
this
that's been
word
the
bias.
entire premise of my
Hold on.
show for the last year.
Hold on. We have to clarify this word bias, okay? Because it's getting thrown around a lot, right? And I think people are inferring things that it means
And
that it doesn't really
objective,
mean.
KP.
Okay?
The word objective
Bias.
and bias.
Right. It's an objective bias, being that when we drafted this guy, I did not believe he had what it took. Please do not stretch that into I don't like the guy's family and personality,
I'm
and I
not
just
doing
root
that,
for him to
KP.
lose.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that,
I'm
KP.
sure.
I'm not doing
I'm
that.
sure that you are not doing that. I'm sure that you are not doing that. But I am not sure that people like Ron and others are not hearing something else. And that's why I'm clarifying right now. The type of bias that I'm talking that EM is talking about is not a personal bias. It's not believing that he was the guy. If that is the definition of bias, then I agree. I am biased.
I never said anything like that. What I said
No,
was,
I know, Ron. Ron, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, Ron. I'm just trying to clarify what EM means by bias in this sense, in this
Can I
conversation.
get on this, please? I've been waiting patiently, please.
It means you have a preconceived notion about his ability. That's what it means.
Right.
Somebody-
Okay. Fair enough, Ron. Fair enough, Ron.
But
Okay.
here's my.
What is going on? What is going on?
Just like EM said.
Wait,
just
let me
like
ask
EM
you
said.
something.
They gonna blame him like always, Crypto. They gonna blame it on EM.
Ron, I want to clarify that. Are you saying there was preconceived notions before we drafted him, or there's still preconceived notions about his ability now?
There's still preconceived notions.
With good fucking reason.
No, about his durability for the most part. No, that is not the number one issue with Tua in 2023 based off 22. It's durability.
I disagree
not
with you there,
ability.
Because that happened before he left the field.
EM, here's the point I was trying to make. You said to them, nobody foresaw the leap that Tua was going to take, the leap he took this year.
That's complete and utter bullshit, dude.
Are you saying he can't?
That's complete and utter bullshit.
Ron, you said he had 3 deficiencies, Ron.
What the fuck do you think was going to get Ron? Hold on, Ron. If I predicted that we were going to go 13-4, how the fuck did you think we were going to do that with zero improvement?
The defense.
Oh, really?
The defense.
It's not just defense, EM. You know that.
Talk about the defense.
EM. I just got through telling you that those problems fixed would have bought us 2 wins. That would be 11. Not 13.
When was that? You told
I
me
picked
that? You said
11
that to me?
wins last season on the basis that we had surrounded him with enough talent to hide his deficiencies. I never said those deficiencies would disappear.
Well,
Why?
let's say
because
this.
I was still, I'm not impressed with the skill set that he brings to the NFL at that position.
That's fine. That's fine, KP.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying don't step it up.
That's really the reason why.
In the middle of the table with you. And the reason I am is because what you're missing here, what I believe, in my opinion, is being misrepresented to you, is that, not from you, to you, is that we haven't said those things, because if we do, we're accused of saying what the real facts are, that Tyreek is the reason for the season.
Oh, damn, he said it.
So, okay, well, I'm glad you brought. I'm
didn't
glad you
improve.
brought that up. I've heard that narrative too. Tyreek is the reason why Tua was improved to the level that he did this year.
Like it had nothing to do with it.
Tyreek.
So is Tyreek throwing the ball to himself? Is Tyreek processing the defense?
Yes, he is.
Tyreek, is he processing the defense by himself, throwing the ball to himself and catching the ball? He's doing all of that? Really?
Well, technically,
Get out of here with that nonsense.
Well, you're the one asking the nonsense question.
No, that's basically what you're saying. When you make dumb statements like that.
See, that's the problem. You can't help but insult people's intelligence by asking questions like
when
that.
you make dumbass takes like that,
I make
fucking
dumbass
Tyreek
picks.
Hill, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, I'm gonna come at you like that.
Okay, buddy.
When you make dumbass fucking takes like that, you goddamn right. I'm gonna address you in the way that I am.
That's all you ever got.
Can I ask him a question, please?
Could I ask a question?
This shit is ridiculous
It
on how
don't
y'all
work
sit
on
up
me,
there
bro.
and allow
It
your
don't work on me.
biases, right?
It
All
don't
you
work
do,
on me,
your
dude.
self-admitted
Drop
biases,
the stick. It don't work
completely
on me.
consume y'all.
It don't work
This
on me,
shit is
bro.
ridiculous. It has got to
It don't
stop.
work on me.
And I am
Can I ask
telling
you
you
a
now,
question,
goddammit,
please?
I don't give a fuck what platform it's on.
What
When I
is
hear
going
that,
on?
It
that
don't
level
work
of
on me. I
fury,
don't give a
I'm
fuck
gonna
what your
hop on here
opinion
and
is,
address
bro.
all of y'all
You
idiots
know what?
every
hold
chance
on.
I
Hey,
get.
Nobody cares what platform you go on,
hold
bro.
on.
Honestly.
Hold on. Hold
Can I
on. Hold
please ask
on.
a question? I've been waiting for 25 minutes.
Tired of you throwing that in my
Hold
face,
on.
bro.
Nobody's
Hold
throwing
hold
nothing in
on.
your
Say
face.
whatever
I am
you want.
addressing
I
your
never
dumbass
Hey,
takes.
precluded
That's
Captain
you.
all I'm
Lives.
I
fucking
never
doing right
Ian,
now.
precluded
Hey,
you
can
I
you
would
address
take
my
this
question
opinion on
commercially,
Reese's
Damn.
Ian?
platform too,
Please?
except I always
I'm
get kicked off.
addressing dumbass fucking takes. That's what I'm doing.
I
But
have
that's
never
Ian, can I be
okay.
next?
precluded you from
You can't get
Please,
addressing
I've been waiting
anything. So
patiently.
stop it.
That is applied to you. That's applied to KP. That's applied to Quinn.
I am
That's
so
applied to
impressed.
Crypto.
I'm
That's
so
applied to any of you
impressed.
motherfuckers in the
Hey,
community. I
I
don't
Ian,
am
give a
so
fuck
Ian,
who it
impressed.
is.
I'm so impressed.
Y'all need to
relax.
stop
God
this nonsense,
damn.
bro.
I am so impressed.
Y'all are a goddamn diaper stain on this fucking fan base.
Hey,
So
man.
We can
Ian, can
move
I
it
impressed.
like
still ask
that.
you a question, though?
Boy, I'm so impressed.
That's
Damn.
why I
Bro,
don't
I've
like
been
coming up
waiting
here and
respectfully
talking
and
to
patiently.
people get too emotional over sports games, man. It just
Yeah.
it's not serious, man. You get too caught up on somebody else's
But can I
opinion.
ask a question,
It
please?
is serious for me, bro.
But it's an opinion,
Ian, can I
Ian.
ask you a
Ian,
question, please?
Ian.
Bro,
If
I have
if
an
somebody try to tell
obsession
you
with
why I
this
feel
team.
one way, anybody
I
try to
have an
feel another way.
obsession with this
I'm
team.
worried
It
about
is
the
that
So
people
serious
do
for
in
me.
my
we, bro. But
window.
It
please,
ain't
can
Just
I
let's
have an
serious.
call it
obsession
out.
with this
It
question I
ain't
want to
serious.
ask?
Let me ask one simple question, guys.
No, Ron, hell no. Ron, you hear me saying let me ask a question?
I've been saying
Go
it.
ahead, Cap.
Go ahead, Cap. Go ahead, man.
Okay, real quick. Okay. Ian, we're putting into account what you're saying as far as the productivity level that's been done the first 8 weeks. But can you acknowledge that the last 8 weeks, we almost broke a record for pretty much the most consecutive losses going into the end of the season
For
and pretty much
futility.
annihilating us?
When did one
futility.
time with anything that I
We were the
said that I did
definition
not
of
acknowledge that?
futility.
What?
Man, can I ask this guy a question without everybody? Please, I don't ask for much in life.
Cap, when did one time did I not, anything that I said tonight, I did not acknowledge that.
No, I know. What I'm asking is, you have said the same thing that pretty much I agree with. I cannot argue the fact of the productivity level, but when it comes to the last 8 weeks,
Yes,
what
thank
your
you,
thought
Cap.
process on
Ian
this?
wants to ignore that.
I didn't know. I'm not ignoring that. No. I am not
So then you're
ignoring that. I
satisfied with
acknowledge that. I acknowledge
the
everything.
first 8 weeks.
Now let me
To
ask
you, the
my
first 8
The
weeks
difference.
are enough.
Hey, hang
To
on.
Ron, the first 8 weeks are enough.
Hang
Now let
on.
me ask my question. Wait, I waited. Everybody, wait. Hold on. Everybody acknowledges that Tua made a big leap last year in productivity, correct? Why is it that nobody believes he can do it again a second season in the same system?
Because
he
they're
can't stay on the
biases,
field, Ron.
because of their subjectivity, they won't allow themselves. They will not allow themselves
See,
to
that is where
entertain
the
that
argument
idea under
begins.
any
I'm trying
circumstances.
to.
They will not do
Where
that.
to get a
When
disconnect.
we try to do that, we're called flip-floppers.
He's still only a third-year quarterback, guys.
I gave you the answer to that question, and you wouldn't answer my return question.
What was that, Color?
The answer to the question was because the evidence supports what we believe, and it doesn't support what you believe.
What evidence? What evidence?
0-4 in December.
You're going by the
Tennessee.
larger sample size.
So,
We're going by the large sample size,
in
the overall sample
2021,
size.
We're not going to go by he say, she
Tua
say.
didn't
We're
win
bringing
games in
evidence to the
December in
table.
He
2021.
made a major leap in
Where's
productivity.
the evidence? The team didn't win games in 2021 in December when Tua was the quarterback.
Now, we need numbers.
Yes, we did, EM, but we didn't do it
So this
recently.
bullshit that the narrative don't exist that he can win in December is bullshit. Because we've seen him do it.
It's what.
But the point is the evidence.
But recently, you want to talk about what's going on recently? That's what we're doing.
2021.
His record in December is 11-3.
2022
11-3
is
in
more
December.
recent.
And I'm
Last
not
time I
saying
checked, 2022 is more recent than 2021.
Listen, y'all know how I feel about wins and losses relative. You know, a lot of people want to make that a quarterback stat. I don't. I'm just going based off you all's logic.
Right,
right?
but it's reality.
Y'all
He's
are
11
saying
and
he
3 in
lost them
December.
games in December. Okay, well, that's
He
fine.
could be 10 and
But
4
guess what?
if
There
Fitzpatrick
is
didn't play that
evidence
game.
of him winning games. If you're going to use your logic and your reasoning, your understanding, there is evidence of him winning games as the starting quarterback in fucking December since he's been
We
a
need the
quarterback of the
right
Miami
numbers.
Dolphins.
We need the right numbers, bro.
So this nonsense that he cannot do it
said it
is
yourself,
fucking
bro.
ridiculous.
You said it
We can
yourself.
do
You're
it, but
using
30%
stats
Anything
of the
is to be
time,
gained or on the line or important, he doesn't.
You're using stats, objective stats,
You're now
to create a
selectively making it
mirage
okay.
that
No,
you cannot be better than
Games in
Tua.
December
Did he not
mean
win games?
anything or
Did he
not?
not? Based off you all's logic, did he not win games in December in
Yeah,
2021?
but elite for me.
Did he
Yes,
not
he
do that?
did.
For me
Yes,
would
yes,
have been
Em. Yes, he
winning those
did.
important games.
That's wins and losses.
Elite for me would have been him winning those types of games, and he has
The
yet to
Raiders
prove he
game,
can do it.
Fitzpatrick won. They gave it to him.
Second season in the same system. The first time.
Fitzpatrick wins the Raiders game, getting his neck ripped off, but Tua gets the win.
The first time he's gonna have 2 years in the same system.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There is
You're
no
right,
winning
Cap.
with y'all. There is no winning.
Right. Hold on. Cap just brought up a
no
good
winning
point.
with y'all, man.
Fitzpatrick didn't win that game,
Hey,
but Tua gets credit because he started.
No, I don't even want to bring up that part. I'm saying 11 and 3.
Next coach too.
Hey, listen, there is no winning with y'all. Y'all are gonna die on that sword, right?
You know you love
and
us.
that's
We
fine.
are not, man. The Dolphins are going to die because we're not going to win a Super Bowl. It is the team that loses year after year, EM. It has nothing to do with our fans' opinion. It's the team that ain't winning, EM. And you are gatekeeping tonight, EM.
Trained in
Wait.
You are gatekeeping tonight, dog. You talking about people are idiots because of their opinions. That's the definition of gatekeeping, man.
Because they're not factually based. There's nothing factual about anything anybody said up here. Nothing.
What is
It's all
how is
feelings.
0-4 in December?
It's all feelings and
How is
biases. That's
0-4 in
all it
December
is,
before the
KP.
concussion not a fact?
Ain't nobody.
That is a fact. That is a record.
No,
we saw that.
no. Y'all said he hasn't won games in December at all. That's what y'all said, right?
No.
Didn't you say that?
No. He won in December.
In this past
He's talking about the
December
past
of
season.
2022. That is a fact.
Okay. You're gonna change it now, right? You're gonna add that into it.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, all right.
I'm referring to 0-4 in December of 2022. You're the one who brought back up 2021.
I am very
No. And again, let's address the reason why. I heard somebody, I don't know who it was, that they made a statement. He does not win. He has not won games in December. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, he won in December. If you want to talk,
he lost 11.
I am very optimistic. His second season in this system, he will improve, and we're gonna win. Period.
I'm hoping.
KP, real talk, bro. Bro, I don't try to gatekeep nobody. If you got a different opinion, that's one thing. As long as it's factually based. If it's not bias driven, if it's not feelings driven, I have no issues with anybody having a different opinion than me.
Check my facts as far as wins and losses in December, please.
It's only 3 seasons.
So we can stop arguing.
But Cap, it's only 3 seasons on
I think
record.
it's very simple to do right now. Can you look up the wins and losses the
It's
past
4
3
games
seasons?
they see, so it's 12 games played on average, I guess. 12 games total played.
Maybe we're all wrong, but I need to know the right numbers, bro. Like EM says, I'm not going to come up here and not have the right numbers, bro.
To be honest, let's look at context too. 3 out of 4 of those games were on the road.
I get that. That's why I said give me the right
NFL.
Maybe I'm talking out of my ass.
And one last thing real quick. Why I'm so y'all heard me right in 2020 and 2021 go to war with Tuanon before it was popular to do that, right?
I was there with you.
I was on the front line.
That's true.
About,
Hey, we're just
again,
that's true.
You don't even
hang on.
That's true. Tuanon was vicious in 2020.
Let me finish. Why y'all heard me just as passionate as I am sitting on this panel here with y'all tonight addressing them idiots, them fucking Tuaneers, right? So y'all are no different than the fucking Tuaneers. When you allow your biases to completely consume you, y'all are no different than them fucking Tuaneers. Y'all just on the other side of the goddamn fence. Y'all are the same.
You get mad over someone.
He's talking with emotion. Again, as long as it's factually based, Q. Really, bro?
But I'm gonna say this to you. What I said was,
I never heard once y'all when I went to war with Tuanon last year, right? To y'all, because y'all are on the side of the fence of y'all are not Tua supporters. I never heard y'all once say, "Oh, EM, you're gatekeeping tonight."
But Ian,
You're gatekeeping tonight. No, because it aligned with your narrative, right? When I was more critical of Tua when it was warranted in 2021. Now, right? Tua has a more favorable evaluation. Now my response doesn't align with your narrative. Oh, well, now you gatekeeping, EM. Y'all need to stop this fucking bullshit.
EM, you're not concerned about the consistency?
There's nothing wrong with it. For 5 minutes, and we're talking about gatekeeping. What are we talking about?
Positivity.
Let me say
propaganda.
Wait a minute. No one's concerned about consistency for the last 10 games of the season. I've already waved the white flag on the injury.
KP set up here last year and tell me one time, EM, you gatekeeping? And I applied the same pressure to them goddamn through
Y'all can give up the notion that he's going to be healthy.
What are you going to do?
It should be only be about consistency.
Are you going to go around and tell everybody my content is trash? Really? Is that what you're threatening, bro? Because you've already threatened to me that once.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
You. I'm talking to you, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about, Color? What are you talking about?
This idea that you are telling us motherfuckers something. Like you're our father or something.
No, first off, again, I didn't say a goddamn thing to you, Color. So you need to stop jumping in the conversation. I'm addressing KP right now.
You're on my show right now.
I don't give a fuck if I'm on your goddamn show. I don't give a fuck. You should know that by now.
Well, that's why you get thrown out.
I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm doing you a fucking favor being on your goddamn show. Nobody ain't tuning in to listen to your dumb ass.
Let me come bow and kiss your feet, buddy.
Ain't nobody tuning in to listen to your dumb ass. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck about being thrown off. I'm doing you a goddamn favor.
Hold on.
Man,
hold on. I got a question.
None of that.
Before we jump off a ledge, I think we go back to the point of talking about the word bias,
bro.
Okay.
Hold on.
I like to respond to EM. No, he was always acting like a fucking child, Color. You want to go there? You want to go there with me tonight, goddammit? I'm going to put your bitch ass in your place right now. You always act like a fucking child.
Everybody how I kick people off panels. Go ahead and keep baiting me, you fucking asshole.
No, fuck you old ass. Fuck you ass.
Hey, before we jump off a ledge here, let's go back and talk about the word bias, guys.
I put him in back so you all know I didn't kick him from the stream.
Nah, 5 minutes cooldown. You know the routine.
I can actually handle him insulting me like that and not have to actually ban him from the server before he goes around telling everybody that I kicked him or banned him.
Nah,
he's just
you know how it is, bro. We just calm down.
Listen, we got, but here's where the discussion devolved.
As long as I'm on this fucking panel.
Listen, the discussion devolved around the word bias, right? And in that discussion, I was trying to describe.
Hold on, Kahari.
What the hell is going on?
70 people watching right now who are continuing to watch despite EM thinking that nobody wants to watch me. Thank you very much, 70 people still watching it. 2 in the morning on the East Coast. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Kahari.
Yeah. This word bias, right? I think it's being misused by EM here, right? Listen, you didn't, as a Dolphin fan, that doesn't mean that you must buy in on every single player that is drafted and love that player. And we root for every player, but we have our own opinions on those players, right? Me saying that I didn't believe Tua was the guy from day one, that is not bias. That's just my predisposition on the player based on whatever metric I decide to use as a Dolphin fan, right? Then hold on, let me finish this. Then I explained to EM that I was willing to give Tua grace, right? I listened to everybody's counter arguments and I watched them for myself. And that now, after reaching year 3 and seeing him fail in December of 2022, 0-4, that I don't believe he is our guy going forward. And I believe that this franchise has made a drastic mistake over time by overlooking guys like Herbert, Watson, and now looks like we're going to do the same thing with Lamar Jackson. That is my position. If that makes me biased, then yes. If someone will define that position as biased, then I guess I'm biased. I disagree. I don't say that
better for our team, right?
Exactly. If you want to call me biased for that position, Ron, or whoever else, then yes, I fit your definition of bias.
And you know what?
But that is not the definition
I really don't give
of
a
bias.
fuck if Tua took a leap or not. It wasn't fucking good enough.
And hey, what my last point, you can call me biased all you want. I don't care how many of you call me biased. That is not the definition of bias. That's where I'll end that statement. That's just
feel as
your
though
Let me ask you guys this
rose-colored
question.
version of the word.
Color, you noticed that the numbers were going down, right? What if the numbers go more down in offense coming up, but the defense gives up less points?
How convenient, okay, that
Well, Cap, that's a possibility.
from EM.
That's what I'm
but I
saying.
sure did expect it to come. This idea, okay, that gets ignored, that the numbers weren't trending down before he was pulled from the season.
That's what the propaganda keeps saying. You're right.
Right.
Convenient. Oh, look
Right.
at his statistical performance this year, which you want to ignore the possibility, the likely possibility that was going to continue to go down as it was going down.
Going down drastic, plummeting. It was plummeting.
That's factual. That's facts.
It was plummeting.
How
That's
convenient we can sit here and say, because he didn't play the last portion of the season, oh, look at his numbers.
We're not
This
assuming.
guy
It's a
sits
fact.
here and talks about how how people manipulate and use stats while he's doing the same damn thing.
No, I just want the fact aspect to be put in there. The facts are being brought to the table, but they're being ignored because of emotion.
Right. Exactly.
fact
0-4 in December is a
At
fact.
my life, the fact
That was my
is,
point.
Before San Francisco, his passer rating was 118.
And what happened after that?
After he got pulled in Green Bay, it was 105. Guess what? Still first in the league.
Yeah.
So what do? They turn around and shove that stat in my mom's face while they're trying to sell her season tickets.
Right. And that's where the injury becomes a
Yes, they
convenient
did
excuse.
do that.
That's where the whole charade about concussion is then useful, because they can then mask that plummet.
But
let's not have that discussion.
The point is, you guys are ignoring the fact that he was at 118. You want to focus on the fact.
No.
Yes.
No, up to that point, Ron. Up to that point, we gave him credit.
No one's
Up to that
masking
point,
it.
I was eating crow.
Yo, whoever
Up to
this
that point,
guy's
I was eating
deal
crow,
is,
Ron.
No,
I was
Color
eating
doesn't
crow,
go on
Ron.
someone else's show and be acting like that. I don't go on other people's show and tell the fucking show host to go fuck themselves and threaten them and shit like he has threatened me in the past.
Ron.
Okay, I'm
up
sick
to
of
that
keeping
point.
it private. I'm
Is
sick
he
of
still
keeping it
backstage?
private.
Put him
He
up,
wants
man.
to
Put
treat
him
me
up. Put
with
him
that
up.
kind of respect,
Ron.
and I'm gonna tell the fucking world the shit he's done to me.
Ron, that was
up to
at the
that
first.
point,
That was
Ron,
the first half
we
of the
were
Houston
eating
game.
crow.
Because I'm absolutely sick of it. This man
I wouldn't
walks
even
around
call it
everybody's
eating crow.
channel,
Yeah,
threatening
that's too
everybody
much. You're right.
like
You're
he
right,
can
Crypto.
say whatever the
Unexpected.
fuck he wants.
Right. We were
It
pleasantly
was just he did
surprised
something
up until that point, right?
It was more so, yeah. He was
We
just
were
surprised.
impressed. Up to that point, Ron, I was impressed with Tua. I thought he had made those gains, but then 0-4 in December happened, and y'all want to ignore that happened, and that happened.
I'm not ignoring it. I was very disappointed.
Tennessee.
But the point
Well,
is,
and then you deny somebody like me.
Don't worry.
But Ron, here's the thing.
Because
Then you deny somebody like me.
The next, hold on a second. The next move I'm going to make, Andres, after I tell the world, the next move I'm going to make is to my local sheriff's department, because EM's next move is to threaten me with some kind of people he knows at the U.S. Attorney's office.
You guys do it all the time. You guys put
I
each
know
other
he
back
does
to
it all
back.
the
Just put
time.
them up here already. Come on, man. You guys do
Run
this
your mouth,
constantly.
EM. Don't tell me, nah, fuck that. You want to run your mouth, big dog? I can run
Bring them
mine
up here,
too.
Color. You guys do this constantly, bro.
Man, just relax. It ain't. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
man.
y'all
Come
need
on.
to. Yeah.
People knows
I
I'm
need to
full
relax,
of shit.
man.
Now we're gonna throw that at me, right? Guess
No,
what?
we
My
gotta hear
own
him out now.
people
You
is
gotta
El
hear him out now.
Capitan and Ali. Okay, that's my own people. So
Ian,
anybody
come
else
up here,
running
bro.
their fucking mouth can come right to me and tell me what the fuck they've been saying. If you claim there's my own people know I'm full of shit. If my own people know that, then they'll never hear my shit again, and they can
That's
fucking
emotion,
keep building this
Color. You
shit
know that.
on
Come
their
on, bro.
goddamn
No,
own.
man, it's not.
That's
Y'all
emotion,
stop.
bro. You
Y'all
know
get
that's
just
not true.
walk
Come
back
on,
from
bro.
the ledge, both of y'all, man. Let's just
Yeah,
have this
Walking
yeah,
back
discussion.
from
man.
nothing this
Yeah.
time, Kari.
Talk it
I
out,
put
bro.
up
You
with
gotta
this
talk
shit
it out,
too
bro.
many fucking times.
you guys got to
It's
chill.
all about the logo, bro.
It's all about the Dolphins winning, guys. You guys got to chill.
Yeah. But
This man has
back to
threatened my
the
life,
discussion.
Kahari,
The Polaris.
and I am not keeping silent about it anymore.
I hear
Well,
you.
let him
I
know
hear
that.
I
Bring
hear
him
you.
up here.
Well, hey, man, this is why I took a detox from this stuff, man, because
Hey, I was
it
gonna
gets
do
a
the
little
same
too
thing.
crazy.
About the shit you hear
You did it at the same
This
time
man is
everybody started
threatening my
doing it,
life
man.
on a private phone conversation.
After the first wave of free agency, everybody started taking a hiatus. That's not a coincidence. That's frustration.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
free
gonna do the
agency is
same
pretty
thing, bro.
much
I said,
over,
nah,
Cap.
man, I'm
I
not
wasn't
moving
gonna
more,
hold
bro.
back if you ever.
But
fucking
free agency is over.
No, it's not.
You need to
Basically,
learn
for
who the
this
fuck
team,
you're
it is.
disrespecting.
This season's not over, man. Yeah, come on, man. Ian, get up here, man. Y'all talk, man.
This team,
Yeah, we're going too far
the
with this,
free
guys.
agency is an
EM will
refrigerator
never
and
be
a
welcome
jello is
around me
jiggling.
again. There ain't nothing to work out. I've got bigger plans for myself in life than ever worrying
Calm
about what
down,
that
man,
leech has
please.
to say.
Calm down.
Y'all gotta
I
talk,
think
bro.
we're waiting for the draft.
Crypto, after
And
the
if it
draft,
don't work out, it ain't be gonna be because of him. Bet that.
Ron, I'm just saying I believe it's over. Greer has calmed down. Greer has calmed down.
Fucking lying, right?
Once the draft is over, once guys get cut during training camp, you're gonna see more movement.
Second wave, third wave.
Yeah, but it's gonna be.
But let's just
But
make
it's
something
gonna be.
clear here, Ron.
But it's probably gonna be Walmart
clear.
movement. It's probably gonna be Walmart movement.
Ron, if you are right about Tua, right? If you are right about Tua, and we go to that place
I don't
by
think
next
Greer's
season,
gonna do any more moves.
I will have been proven wrong. That's a fact, Ron. I will have been proven wrong. You understand me, Ron?
If I'm lying, then I ain't
Yeah.
got to worry about you sending your boys, then do I?
Ian, get up here already, man. Y'all need to figure this out already, bro. Come on, man.
Guy, I'm ready to move off him. I'm not a fucking 2 in the year. I'm a Dolphin.
Yeah. Right.
I want him to succeed because I want them to fucking win.
Right. And Ron, I accept your position, but here's the thing, Ron, I accept you have every right to support Tua as your quarterback number one as a Dolphin fan. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm just trying to make this position clear. But you should also respect the fact that based on that 0-4 and the other things that I've cited, that I don't have to agree with that. I don't have to sit down and praise Tua. I can have doubts in Tua and still be a Dolphin fan.
He does good. You hype him up, he fails. It's too much of a roller coaster of emotion.
Nobody's right or wrong until proven differently.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, even though we're going through a roller
and we can
coaster, I'm still
shake
here,
hands.
bro.
We can shake hands as Dolphin fans at
Yeah,
that
bro,
point.
we're still
You
here,
on that
bro.
side of it, I'm on this side of it. We're all both Dolphin fans. That's where I want to
bro.
get. That's all.
People get mad because they're like, "Oh no, you're flip flopping. What do you want me to do,
Right.
bro?"
Snitching shit. I warned the man if he ever did that to me again that I was gonna go public. I ain't snitching shit.
I've never had a problem.
Just talk to him, color, bro. Come on,
Right.
man.
Calm down, man.
I just sometimes it just boggles my mind that there is no optimism when you're a Dolphin fan
or common sense
that your player, whether you believe in him or not, that your player could be, successful and productive. That's all. That's
Right.
all.
No. Listen, I hear you. I hear that there could be different viewpoints on a player, right?
Yeah.
Like what me and Ian were trying to get into until it went out of control was he wanted to look at that Buffalo game, right, and give Tua credit for that second Buffalo game in December. When I suggested if you take the microscope out and you really look at Tua in that fourth quarter, even though he was heroic, even though he had a tough guy game and the conditions and kept us in it with some key passes in the first half and even in the third quarter, when it came down to it in the fourth quarter, the job was not done. It wasn't good enough. And that is also got to be a valid perspective. I'm not saying I'm right? And I'm willing to fight you over me being right. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying you have to accept that is a continuation of a pattern that is being criticized in Tua. And the point is that the Tuanon or whoever, they want to fight over this issue. And listen, I'm KP from Paran. I put that past me 20, 30 years ago, but I ain't scared to fight you. If you bring it to me,
it's to the point where you get 3 years of getting proven wrong. Yeah, they're gonna get a little antsy because our side is being proven right, but it cannot be because of football politics.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
At the end of the day, the jury is still out on the man.
Context.
This is the year, crypto. This is it.
Well, that's what we said last year.
No, this is the year. I don't want to hear jack shit about another 2 years and three-year window. No, this is the year. Don't let nobody fool you.
Yeah, it's a 1 year.
You're right, Cap. And Cap, if I'm proven wrong in
What happened? We lost him.
Tune on God,
bro. Tune on God, bro.
Phone buzzer. Yeah, probably got a phone call.
Here's what I wanted to say.
Hell, that was tune on, bro.
Here's what I wanted to say. He made a leap last year. In my opinion, you guys don't have to agree with it. The first 2 years.
Tune on. Can you put some in my bank account?
The first 2 years.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm about to say.
Never mind.
Sorry, Ron. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just think that this was the first year he could be truly evaluated correctly and fairly. And I think there's more to come when it comes to improvements and advancements in his game, especially another year with the first time having the same system 2 years in a row. He's never had the same offensive system for 2 straight years. He's going to get better at it. Tom Brady got better because he played the same damn system.
But you got to remember, a lot of quarterbacks overcame having different coordinators and 2 different systems.
A lot of quarterbacks.
I'm just saying, though, man, if it's a habit that's happening through college and now, doesn't that tell you something?
Their first year, because they're put in a shit situation, like David Carr and Tim Couch and all these Achilles Smith, because they were drafted number 1 and expected to be the franchise savior. It's not all the quarterback.
So you're saying we're putting too much pressure?
Trying to protect you.
Baker Mayfield did pretty good in his first few years with different coordinators.
And Jalen Hurts.
Pat Mahomes lost the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay.
And Josh Burrow. Joe Burrow.
Because he had no offensive line, okay? He lost the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay because they were in his face all game. So it's not just the quarterback, guys. But, yes, is he the most important position on the field? Absolutely. Do I think he made a big leap? Do I think he can make another leap? Absolutely. He's a smart guy. He's won everywhere he's went. He's dedicated. And I think this coaching staff believing in him will be able to help him improve next year. He had a lot of flaws. No question about it. He made some mistakes. Does that mean he can't get better? Does that mean that's his ceiling? No. It's his 3rd year. And
so he broke records that are unbreakable to the point where during a regular season, those numbers can't be touched. You're telling me that he can do the same this upcoming season and more?
Why not? With a second year in the system, knowing it better.
So you're telling me Tyreek and Jalen are going to go through another season untouched and go through a whole 17 weeks without being injured?
I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it, and I have optimism, and I'm confident.
No tight end.
Dude, how much did the tight end produce last
No, I like Durham Smythe. Let me take that back. I keep shitting on the tight end, but Durham Smythe is.
How much did the tight end really? How much did the tight end really impact this offense last year?
No, I agree with you. We made it to the playoffs without tight end.
I think the running game is going to be.
Don't you think that makes us easier to defend if our tight ends is not impactful?
I think the running game is going to be better.
I'm just saying.
That's a good point. That's what I'm saying.
When you think that our offense is easier to defend if we don't diversify it within the passing game?
The running game is going to be better. The focus on the running game is going to be.
We're all entitled to a mental breakdown.
Taking the ball out of your best player's hands. Congrats. Good luck with that. Congratulations.
Last week is going to open up the offense again more next year because
our running game was already opened up because we had a threat at wide receiver.
Oh, but they didn't respect.
It just closed in the red zone for some reason.
They didn't respect the running game though.
But it was there because they respected the passing game.
Once we have an established running game they have to respect, it's going to open it up even more.
That's a dumb trope. I don't buy that. I never buy that nonsense.
It's not dumb. It is
That's
not
dumb.
If they have to,
the passing game was the most. First of all, you want to know how I came up with that formula 20-40? It's not because 60-40. It's not because of the passing game. Is the league is trending that way. It's because by definition, our passing game is 20 percentage points better than our running game. Hence 60-40. That is the separation, that our passing game is that much better than running.
Again, we had the fewest running attempts in the league.
I don't give a damn. So what? Then score touchdowns when you get it 4 out of 10 times.
It was a
Thank you. Yeah.
So fucking what?
When you get in the red zone, all those
touchdowns
numbers
when
guys
you
got,
run the ball.
those red zone. Well, once you get to the red zone, these numbers you guys are talking about and you love, they do not exist.
For Tua and for the receivers, it's a huge difference.
No, it's not. If you run the ball 4 out of 10 times, score a touchdown and make it worthy.
Our third down conversion.
You can't just run the ball just to run the ball.
They didn't stick with the
Hey, guys,
Again.
let's do final thoughts. Let's
Oh,
go ahead.
I'm never going to buy that argument ever in this day and era. The New Balance is 60-40. That's balance.
Hang on. I want to do final thoughts,
World
guys.
peace. Hope everything works out in China, Ukraine, Russia. That way we can have the luxury to talk about a 2-year window as opposed to being entitled to 2 years. Love you guys, man. Good night. Take care.
Okay, Cap. I'm closing it up. I wanted to do final thoughts. Is KP? Is he awake? Do you guys know? Is he?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
man.
I got kicked off somewhere. Yeah.
You guys be good, man. Love you guys.
Y'all have a wonderful night, man. Hope I ever fucking even dare even fucking think of opening my fucking mouth again for you fucking ungrateful motherfuckers.
Don't lump us all in the same category, Color. We appreciate your opinion.
I don't even know what's going on. Crypto, I'm gonna save you for last. KP, go ahead and close this out. Final thought, man.
Yeah, man.
I have no idea what's going on. I just walked into this, so.
Yeah. What happened was EM and Color got into it again, so that thing went left. I tried to get both of them walk it back because it's really not worth it, But it is what it is at this point, And again, I just want to be clear here that that word bias was tossed around, and EM described my position as being biased against Tua. And I wanted to clarify, I'm not biased against him in the traditional sense of, not liking him I just have an opinion that he was not the guy, right? And I was willing to give him grace and time, right? And he did a lot of good things. There were times where I ate crow, where it looked like he had passed that threshold. But my whole point is that you can't then look at that 0-4 before the concussion and not take that into his evaluation and accept that somebody like me, who was already, iffy on him to begin with, could not then, draw the conclusion that he's not the guy. I'm just trying to make it safe to not be a Tua worshiper and still be a Dolphin. That's the position that I'm trying to advocate for here tonight on this show. I think EM calling it bias is a little bit too strong of a language, although I kind of understand where he was coming from, but I wanted to have a debate with him that never got the time to manifest to clarify what was meant by that word bias. So that's all I got to say, man. Fins up, man. I hope we win next season. I'm hoping that we still have enough room and enough guts to pull off a Lamar Jackson move if it is in any way possible after the draft, if he's still unsigned by that point, which is very unlikely. But that's just one man's opinion.
Well,
that's just one man's opinion.
All teams have to wait in order to negotiate with him. That's the thing is for any team to negotiate with Lamar Jackson, they all have to wait till after the draft.
After the draft, right?
Once
they have to wait
Carolina's on the board, that's when you can start. Teams can actually talk to Lamar.
They can start talking now.
Directly.
They can actually start giving offers.
Right. And I know it's a shot in the dark and very unlikely, but that is my hope.
That's my hope. That's not right, though, DK. They tagged him. People can make offers now, but they have to clear the cap space and have 2 number 1s available.
Right, and the Dolphins don't qualify because they don't have
when
that.
When did they tag him today?
I mean, you can give a.
When did he get tagged?
He got tagged.
No, it's a non-exclusive tag.
Non-exclusive 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, non-exclusive was a couple of weeks ago.
I didn't see that. Last I checked, and this was just what was it? 2 days ago, Crypto. We were talking about this, and it was still the same scenario that everybody couldn't even talk.
No, they can make
nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Even if tagged, nobody can give him an offer sheet for the team to either match or beat until after the draft starts.
No, I'm sorry, but that's incorrect, GTA. They could do that now. Once they tagged him, anybody can sign him to an offer sheet. They have to have the cap space.
Baltimore have to match it.
They're just not willing to take the chance of Baltimore matching it because then it disrupts their entire team operation with whoever's quarterback on their team at this point.
You have to have already cleared the cap space and have the 2 number ones available. And many teams are not going to clear $50 million in cap space, not knowing they're going to get the player.
Right.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about that. Fuck Lamar Jackson too. I don't care. Anyway.
And last words. Last words.
That shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Anyway, KP, appreciate it, bro. I don't know why you were in the back. Like I said, I just walked in. I didn't know if you were dozing or.
No. My stream fell. I think my internet cut me out. My thing is this: if we're going to roll into season 4 with Tua as our quarterback 1, we have to be willing to face the reality of if it doesn't work out, we have turned down 3 or 4 franchise guys and missed a huge opportunity to change the destiny of this franchise. And we got to be objectively clear about that if it doesn't work out next season. And
look at how to improve. Not looking at hindsight. We got to look at future. And
that won't be hindsight because there was 3 straight opportunities.
But what do you can't change it though. So you got to move on and fix it. So if you get rid of Tua and move on to somebody else. But harping on who we missed out on doesn't do us any fucking good.
Of course it don't, but you still got to learn from your past mistakes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's not the guy, then we move on.
Easier said than done. Was it that easy to move on from Tannehill?
Not for them, but for you and I bet it was.
Okay.
Why'd everybody get so quiet? Hey, DTA, listen. KP, I regret that we didn't get a chance to engage about that issue, about your about how you felt about the word bias, right? We'll have other opportunities, maybe on a different platform or whatnot, or wherever we cross paths, we'll have an opportunity to do that. Or we can engage privately if you would like, bro. It's up to you.
No doubt. Reach out to me anytime, bro. It's all good, man.
Absolutely.
Listen, I don't lose no sweat over what anybody got to say about me. I know who I am. You know, he ain't rocking no boats over here. No, you or anybody else. I'm just here because we meet on the common ground of being Dolphin fans. We have different takes, different opinions. I respect yours. I respect every single person on this panel, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with you.
Absolutely. We can agree to disagree, right? We don't. Everybody no 2 people see the world exactly the same. GTA, salute to you, man. Respect to you for letting me come up here, bro. If I might have a moment, right? If I just might have a moment. Right, I'm gonna be cool, calm, and collective. Color, I wish Color was up here. I really would like Color. I don't know why he ran away. I really would like Color to be up here because the nonsense, right, straight up lying, right, the lies that he just put out, right, when I didn't have a chance to address him directly like a man, bro, he'll put me backstage, right, and just spew out straight up lies, bro, about, oh, absolutely, I threatened him. It was he made this information public, right? I got 2 people. I got 1 person that was on the goddamn phone with him when I addressed him, and I got another one. Matter of fact, it's goddamn. And I hate to put Lewis in a situation like this, but Lou calls it down the middle. Lewis can vouch and attest to everything I'm about to say right now. Color, I did threaten him. I did tell him, look, bro, you too old to be out here to me moving like this, right? But that was all provoked. Color is the one that initiated that type of tough talk. You know me. At the end of the day, y'all can say what y'all want about EM, but I don't go seeking issues with anybody. I'm always reactionary, right? And I know that's very difficult to believe. I understand that, but it's the truth. In regards to the situation that he put out here, I didn't make this information public. He chose to do that, right?
It was all reactionary. He was the one on the phone, and I got somebody that it was a 3-way call, right? Because I addressed him about how he was moving in a Twitter space. He took offense to that, and right, he let his mouth overload his behind, and he started talking that tough gangster type talk. Him at 60 years old, out here moving like that, and I told him straight up, bro. And again, I think y'all know me well enough. When I get confronted. When confrontation is staring me in the face, and I don't give a fuck who it is, it's on and popping. I don't give a damn. I made that very clear to a lot of motherfuckers in this goddamn community. So that was my response to him, was reactionary. He's the one that started that, right? And again, he made that conversation public, but he's out here trying to drum up support and act and try to make me out to be like I'm fucking bullying him or bullying anybody. I don't bully anybody in this goddamn community. It's always reactionary. And everybody, him, anybody, you need to think before you put yourself in a situation like that, especially when you out here talking reckless like that, talking gangster type shit. Because motherfucker, at the end of the day, a lot of people in this world don't put up and tolerate that type of disrespect. So yeah, I did threaten him. I did tell him, and he started crying like a goddamn bitch. Yeah, absolutely. He started crying on the fucking phone. Absolutely. So nah, but it wasn't me bullying him. It wasn't me being the aggressor. It was reactionary to him getting mad about me calling him out, about him being fucking two-faced in this goddamn community in regards to reason. That is what happened. So nah, I'm sorry for adding on to that, but he chose to make that issue public, not me. I don't even move like that. And as far as me going around talking about people banning me from a fucking platform, I don't give a fuck about YouTube, Twitter, or any platforms, bro. I am just like anybody else. I move. Y'all see me every week. Y'all know how I move. I don't care about that, bro. So at the end of the day, he chose to make that public. He chose to spew out the straight out lies. And Color, I know you're listening. Come up here and I'm gonna give you the opportunity to rebut anything that I'm saying right now. I'm giving you the opportunity. Don't run like a hoe, bro. Don't be a hoe your whole life. Come up here right now. Yeah, I know you won't, because you know I'm telling the goddamn truth. Fuck out of here with that. Again, DTA, no disrespect to you, homie. No disrespect to you at all, to the platform. But no, yeah, I lost my cool a little bit. But again, Color was being very disrespectful tonight as well. So again,
hey man,
I was just
it's all love. It's all love and respect. I trust me. I firsthand know. Anything with you has always been reactionary. It's never been you going out looking for it. I can attest to that and vouch firsthand. Unfortunately, but I know you've always been a stand-up guy. That's the guy I know. It's the EM. I know you've always been a stand-up dude. I don't even know what's going on. I was looking at cards and then shit went down, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna come close it down. I thought Shake was still up here, so I have no idea what even transpired.
It was just listen. Color, I felt like he was being very disrespectful. He kept and again, I wasn't even addressing Color for the most part of the night. I was trying to engage with KP. That's who I was trying to engage with. I kept telling him, Color, this is between me and him. Nobody's even mentioning your name, but he kept taking it upon himself to include him in the conversation that was not meant when he was not even, his name was not even mentioned, bro. Right? So again, at the end of the day, him making that shit, I don't even know why he would even do that. That's a straight hoe move any goddamn way. You making a private conversation and lying about it. And fucking lying about it. You too old to be moving like this, Color. You too fucking old, bro. Straight up lying. Nah, bro, I don't tolerate that nonsense. I don't give a fuck who you are, bro. You need to stop. You need to check yourself, bro. You really do. Before I really give you a reason to call the police about. You need to stop. That is ridiculous, man. But anyway, DTA, I'm sorry, bro. I apologize. Listen, no disrespect. Always respect to you, bro. To the platform, to everybody up here, man. But I just felt like, bro, when you sitting here, when you put me backstage, right? You don't let me back up, and then you're sitting here spewing lies about me and not giving me an opportunity to address you like a man, bro. That is a straight home move. I think we can all agree on that. No,
yeah, and then that's why I'll never do that, man. Like the thing is, you guys are both grown adults. I'll always let you up.
And DJ, even you, when we had our beef, bro, we had our minor situation. You gave me the opportunity to come up and address you. You kept giving. You extended that olive branch. But no, he moving like that because he know he's full of shit and he's fucking lying right now. And no, and
Yeah,
again,
man,
listen,
and I
color,
get it. Like I said, I was, that's two grown men. It's no need for me or anyone else to get in the middle of it, and I hear you 100%. Like I said, I walked in blind, so I still really don't know, other than what I've heard so far. I had no idea anything was even going on. I was looking up comps for sports cards I'm trying to flip. So
yeah, I hate to have listen. I know you know your affiliation with the platform with color. I get it. Yeah, hey, that is y'all. This is not a me issue against the platform. This is not a me issue. Having an issue with anybody else other than that fucking idiot. Nobody else. This is I'm on color's fucking neck right now. Right? I feel it's warranted. It has nothing to do with I'm not including anyone else but that idiot. So no, bro. All due respect to Cap. And again, to you, DTA, to all of y'all, bro. Nothing but respect. But no, color need to be called out on his goddamn bullshit. He needs to be called out on his goddamn bullshit, and I'm the one to do it. I'm the one to give him everything he's looking for, right? And then some.
Hey, I'm with him, man. I hear you, Em. Like I said, I think you're doing it the right way. That's between you two, and you're not including anybody else. And I appreciate that, man. And like I said, I know how you move. I know the type of dude you are. You've always been stand up, so I can attest to that. And, nothing's going to sway my opinion in that matter. Because, again, I know firsthand, if I've had, you and I have even got into it, and we've done the same thing. We were able to talk it out. And that's just, in my opinion, it's the best way is two grown men need to talk about it amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said. And I don't, even though I don't know what's going on, it's not my business at the end of the day. I was just trying to rectify the moment and when the way I see it, man, too, is I'm not, to me, it's not right or fair to throw anyone in back and not give them an opportunity to rebuttal. So, I personally won't do that stuff.
And especially if you're going to sit here 30 minutes after the fact, you put somebody backstage, you won't let them back up to address you. You're going to spew out lies, bro, about somebody. Straight up, straight capping, right? That's a whole move. Only females move like that. That's a straight up whole move. And you moving like a hoe, color. Yeah, I'm telling you, goddamn it, I would tell you to your fucking face, you are moving like a hoe right now. You are moving like a straight up hoe right now. But anyway, I'm out, fellas. You gentlemen have a good night. DTA, we gonna be, matter of fact, DTA, when you close the stream down, bro, if you want to, I'll be up for about an hour. If you want to chop it up or whatever, feel free to, hit me up and, or whatnot. But at the end of the day, I'm out, gentlemen. Always respect. It was a great show, in spite of. It was an outstanding show. Salute to Shake for his first show that he had tonight. It was an outstanding show. And till next time, gentlemen, y'all be safe.
I enjoyed it.
Hey, absolutely, Ian.
Yep.
Always appreciate it.
Ian.
And y'all
Well,
heard
Ian.
Ian, man. Hit the like button if you hadn't. Hit the like button for Shake. Show him some love. This was his first show.
Shake Money.
Great job, Shake. I know you're probably going to rewatch the end of this, man.
I'm gonna take a little small shot on the behalf of Shake of some Jameson. That's what I'll do.
Hell yeah!
To cap off the night.
Think Shake. I mean, Shake's already.
One little
For
small
those that don't
shot.
know, just a little quick background. But Shake Money, he has a show where he does interviews. It's in the blender with Shake, and he interviews people from the community. He does that over on Larry K's channel, and so that was kind of his first taste of doing a show. Today was his actual first show all on his own, doing everything solo. So again, I commend Shake Money, man. I know
I was one of his interviewees,
bro. Much love.
Yeah.
I think we can all say you did a great job, man. It was an awesome show. You killed it for shit. We're going on 9.5 hours. Super awesome, man. You did good. Had people interacting. I thought it was great. A lot of great topics discussed as always. So big applause for Shake. And if you guys have not hit the like button, it really does help. It shows you guys are liking the content. It helps the channel grow. I'm gonna do the rundown real quick, and then we're gonna continue. I'll get last thoughts from Jordan and Ron and Crypto. And give me 1 second here, guys. Anyways, if you guys want to, never miss any of the great content that we have to offer, we got Defense Tailgate, you got TFTG and El Capitan every other day of the week. You got the Rabid Dolphin. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. You got Lou anytime. He's also going to be doing the afternoon show with myself and Shake Money. You got Kohler Calm. Get yourself a cup of Kohler in the mornings with Ali. of course, myself, Dolphins Debrief. I'm going to be bringing you guys the shorts and funnies and all the updates on any team transactions, as well as the Dolphins Debrief Show and the Afternoon War Room. And of course, Late Night Exhale. So the time being, it is postponed until the season starts again, but you guys can still get plenty of Ollie on the morning show with Kohler, as well as his Broken Take series that he's been pumping out. Really good show. If you guys haven't had a chance, check it out. So be watching out for all this great content. If you guys want to support the channel, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/TFTG. Also, Cash App, Venmo. We have Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate. Venmo, just at the Fins Tailgate. All the descriptions are all the links are in the description for that. And of course, if you guys are watching from the other platforms, Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, make your way to YouTube. Hit the like button, helps us a lot. Not to forget any of our great sponsors. We got Doobie Energy. If you guys drink Red Bulls, that kind of stuff, Monster Energy like I do, this stuff is a lot more healthier for you. A lot of less sugar. It doesn't have all the sugars and the bad stuff in it, right? Check out Doobie Energy. They're a great sponsor of the show.
Is it B vitamins in there? My quick question.
Yeah,
B
there's
vitamins?
a bunch of vitamins. There's several different flavors. It comes in a canister. You scoop it into your drink. It's really good stuff. It's a lot healthier for you than the Red Bulls and the high sugar drinks that like I drink, right? Backrooms collection.
As long as it's got
It's a
B
husband wife
vitamins.
team. They do a lot of custom Miami Dolphins pieces and canvases. They do mini helmets, visors for the mini helmets, a bunch of cool stuff. Check them out. Use TFT or hashtag TFTG for 10% off your purchase. And of course, check out all the great officially licensed gear at Fanatics for any of the sports you guys are into. Use our affiliate link in the description. And of course, we got the It's in My DNA t-shirt. We got hoodies, beanies, hats, flags, flip-flops for all you flip-floppers out there. Check out the merch from the Fins Tailgate. Appreciate you guys. And also, big sponsor of the show, proud sponsor of TFTG Network, ZSM Sports. If you guys have not had a chance, contact Zach. His name is Zach Ever. He's on Twitter. He's on Facebook. He's on Instagram. Those are all his social handles. He works with a lot of the athletes personally with the Miami Dolphins. He does private signings, a lot of marketing and contract stuff. My dude will take care of all you guys like family. His next athlete up is Zach Seiler. So if you guys want to get involved with the Zach Seiler signing, last time I checked, this was about 4 days ago. There was like 30 spots left. I know that's gone down a little bit too. Hit Zach up or get in contact with me and I can get you guys in touch with him. He's got openings left to get jerseys or 8x10 photos or mini helmets. Bunch of cool stuff signed from Zach, or you have the option to send your own stuff in. He does signings all the time. Javon Holland, Miles Gaskin, Savon Ahmed, Christian Wilkins, a lot of guys. He's done Patrick Surtain, Sam Madison, a whole bunch of guys. So if you guys are looking for any of that kind of stuff or looking to get hard to get memorabilia or any Dolphin specific stuff, hit him up. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Jordan, are you still there? I think Jordan might be all right. Go ahead, Ron. Close this out with your final thoughts, man.
Yeah, my final thoughts are that I wish we could all just get along. I understand that everybody has their own opinion. At the end of the day, we're all Dolphin fans. We're all rooting for the same thing, for our team to win the Super Bowl. There's no reason for the animosity. I'm sorry. It's just a sport. In the big picture, it's not that important. We're all obsessive, especially those of us who've been watching for so long and just dying for them to win. But to get into feelings and to get so deep into arguing and to me it's just pointless. It disappoints me because we should be a united fan base. Again, you can be a united fan base but have different opinions on how you want them to achieve what we want them to achieve. But again, it's sad that it boils down to that. I love the Dolphins. I've been a Dolphin fan for 50 years. Nothing's going to change it. People got to remember that the name on the front of the jersey is more important than the name on the back of the jersey. If people can realize that, then maybe we wouldn't have so many heated debates about certain players. I mean, critiquing is one thing. Just trashing players, I don't agree with that either. They're all professionals. They're all giving it their all. They all want to succeed as well. If someone's not as good as another player, doesn't mean they should be trashed. And keep in mind, guys, some of these guys coming out are 21, 22 years old. They have time and room to improve, just like we all do in our professions. We all get better the more we do it, the more we experience it. So, again, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I just wish it wouldn't get to be so antagonistic. But I love you all. I think it's just a great community. I think down deep, again, we all want the same thing. And I'm myself.
Real quick, Ron. Real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you. Fins up 305. I know you won't be able to respond, and that's because I blocked your dumbass. I've been giving you multiple warnings every fucking time. I don't know why you can't show up here to our platform and come around these shows every single time, and you get warned repeatedly from myself and from Kohler, and already went through this. You already got unblocked after I was able to. I was asked about it, and I said I was fine with it. I allowed them to bring you back. You've been warned again. You continue to do it. You don't shut your hoe ass up, and you sit in the chat just running and bumping your gums. I don't even pay you any mind. I pay no attention to you. Fuck, I don't even know who you are. But you keep saying my name. So now you can enjoy being blocked again. So go talk to a wall or go talk to yourself and enjoy that. Go ahead, Ron. Finish this out.
No, again, I'm just optimistic. I think that from what I've seen in a second year in the same system for the first time with Mike McDaniel's innovative approach and the fact that these guys are all going to be running it back again together. They're going to know each other's tendencies. I think we're going to be better on offense. And to me, the defense is going to be light years better with Fangio, with what we've added, with our injured players coming back healthy. And I just think that, we're going to make a sufficient run into the playoffs and hopefully, AFC championship. So fins up again. I'm just always a Dolphin fan. Doesn't matter whose name's on the back of the jersey. It's the front of the jersey.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, Ron. I know me and you, for the past year, you and I have had great conversations over the past year and for about a year now, talking about the Miami Dolphins and hell, we've even bantered back and forth, and there's a lot of times we disagree, but at the end of the day, we do agree on that. We've disagreed on things, but we've also agreed on a lot of things, and we're both passionate.
I respect your opinion too. I mean, there's nothing wrong. Like I said, people can have their own opinions, and there's different ways. There's different ways to achieve success, and hopefully, whatever way.
I think you nailed it on the head, though. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, right? Like all of us as fans, I just can't imagine a place where, like, if the Miami Dolphins, let's say they take this shit to the AFC Championship, or they're taking it to the Super Bowl, or they're really, we are actual top 3 contention team in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of like, I have high expectations. I think we all do. And I think we all equally have a right now, the way that this team has maximized this roster, which, by the way, a lot of people were saying that Malik Reed, the linebacker from
Pittsburgh,
he was from the Steelers. Well, a lot of people were saying that was a bad pickup. But what people don't understand, guess who picked that guy? Fangio. Because what people don't understand is Malik Reed was at Denver when Fangio was there.
2 years,
so there's obviously something about these guys that Fangio knows and sees. And again, I think that they're utilizing these assets the best they can. I think that they are maximizing this roster the best they can. I may not agree with every single move that they have made, right? but I think that there's like David Long, incredible. I love it. I think it's an under the radar, great move. I think Jalen Ramsey, hopefully he doesn't bring any like toxic locker room stuff, but I think he's a great player, obviously a very elite player. All in all, I think that they're stacking this roster.
I love building depth after what happened last year. I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at it like this, Ron. At the end of the day, outside of Tua, because again we've seen Tua play elite, right? But his issues, in my opinion, is just the availability and it's the consistency. But outside of that, my number one thing was, I think that the biggest thing to bite us in the ass, I guess, paired with the injuries, was the fact that we had zero depth at several positions deep into the season when we were facing a playoff game, right?
I agree.
And I don't want to be faced with that. They've got to address it. You got to have depth. You got to have comparable guys that can play. I think they're going to I don't think free agency is done for us. They've obviously will have the Byron Jones money at some point, maybe some restructures or some extensions. I hope to see. Yeah. Well, and I think that they're going to make moves in the draft as well. So
you and I disagree on that Bobby Wagner thing. I know.
No, I like him, man. I like Bobby Wagner a lot. I just don't like him for our team. It's nothing to do with a scheme fit, nothing like that. I know he was like the highest rated linebacker last year. I get that in terms of a middle linebacker, but it's just I'm looking for that real hungry youth. I don't have to worry about, bro. Just by proxy, their bodies are going to be in better shape. Usually, they can take more of a beating and get out, have more of a motor. I don't know. I wouldn't be mad. Let's just put it that way. I wouldn't be upset if we got Bobby Wagner. I'm just not going to go out of my way to get him, if that makes sense.
And I understand your take. And my opinion is, if we have a 2-year window, this is a guy that can help complete that defense on the field.
Well said, John D. Well said, man.
Be a general and a coach on the field. And I just, put people in the right spots. I just think that he would raise the level of professionalism on this defense and in the locker room 1,000%. I mean, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and even if he does fall off a little bit due to age, which he hasn't shown, I think what he can teach the younger guys is insurmountable.
I would agree with that assessment. I would have to say, what he offers just in sheer experience, I think you can't buy that, right? I mean, obviously you could if you buy his contract, of course, but you know what I'm saying. It's invaluable, right?
And I'm not saying over. I want it for the right price too. I mean, but
absolutely,
I just think he would be invaluable to the young guy. Because keep in mind, for the most part, we have a very young defense. Only X and Ramsey are even close to 30. I mean, everybody else on his defense is Phillips.
Hey, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate it, brother.
He needs to go. He's overstayed his welcome in my mind.
Who, me?
X did.
Oh, I think he's got another year or two left, especially.
Yeah, I think X will be here for another financially too. With I'm looking at X. I think X is.
And that's where we burned ourselves.
No.
The Dolphins keep making mistakes.
Financially, it makes
putting
sense
people in bad contracts.
Bad contracts.
No. Listen. Hang on, man. Hang on. Every time I try
I said
to talk,
X has a bad contract.
Hang on. In 2025 is when it makes most financial sense if you actually look at X's contract. That is when it makes most financial sense for us to move off of him. And I think he's got at least.
I heard the same arguments about Parker.
Deference because he was playing injured with two groin injuries on a cornerback that uses their legs and thighs.
Right? He'll never be 100%. He'll never get the same.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, but I still think that X can. I'm not going to say he's going to go out and play like he did when he was averaging an interception per game. But I think that
he's going to continue to be our weakest link.
I still think he can be a top corner. I do like the crypto. To your point, though, I think that's why we're gearing up with guys like young guys like Terrell Williams, Cater Kohu. I think we should even add. I still think we should grab another young cornerback in the draft, and just add youth, because guess what? That'll be the next. We will already have our next wave of cornerbacks in the secondary molded and shaped and ready to go.
As long as they can stop grabbing people and stop getting pass interference calls on them in crucial situations.
That's my only gripe with Cater Kohu is the damn flags, man, because he's very handsy.
You know what? I'll take the physical play if you're going to get a penalty.
I like the physicality.
No, but
just
it's
don't
going to
get
cost
caught.
you a crucial back-breaking freaking penalty in a key game, a la like the Buffalo Bills game, a la like it should have been in the Chicago Bears game, but we got away with it.
That was crossing. That wasn't cool.
Both of them do the same thing, grabbing people.
But I'll say this: in this defense, where they don't have to, where X doesn't have to go across the field, he has his section, and he can. They're going to man up on their portion of the field, and then turn them over to the next zone, and then they're going to man up. So you're not following a guy all across the field with the pass rush that we're hoping is going to come to fruition. You're not going to.
It's like it's a man zone hybrid where they pass them off, just like Ron said. They go man, and then they once it leaves their zone, they pass it off.
Right, and X, I think, still has enough in the tank to play man in his half of the field.
No way, he's getting beat by number 3s and 4s at this level now.
He had nobody on the other
He's getting
side.
beat like a drum.
He was hurt. He had nobody on the other side. Come on, man. Give the guy the benefit of the doubt. The guy's at all.
I ain't giving a benefit of doubt. The same lame as arguments I was hearing about how we should keep Devontae Parker on the freaking team-friendly deals. No. I've learned in my life, my lesson in life, when it's time to cut bait with somebody, it's time to do it. When you got a dying stock that's not worth the value, you get rid of it and turn your portfolio so you can make a real profit.
Okay, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, look at the context. He was injured.
That is the context.
He was injured last year.
It's a fallen knife. I don't catch fallen knives. I'm gonna be just as animate about getting rid of X like I was against Parker. You watch me this whole fucking season. I'm gonna be on his ass.
Himself most of the season,
He'll never return to form, just like I saw in Parker after 2017 when we turned over this regime, and we should have got rid of him in 2018 when we cleaned house like everybody else.
At 80%, he's better than 100% of the rest of the quarterbacks in the league.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
it was a name only. The reason why he made a dumbass Pro Bowl that ain't worth a damn.
I'm not talking about Pro Bowl. I'm saying if he's at 80%, he's still better than all the other cornerbacks.
How about this, Crypto? How about this? Is this fair? You tell me just yes or no if this is fair.
It's a bullshit argument to say he's better than 80% when number 4s is burning him.
Listen, Crypto. Just tell me, is this fair? Because you and I have had this conversation ad nauseum as well. I still think, and I still like, X is a good player. Now, on top of babysitting, he also was playing injured the whole season. Now, has he lost his step? I'm not going to argue that with you because he probably has, I'm sure. However, can we at least just give him this next season to see how he performs fully healed and see where we're at with him?
I saw too much damage done against him this year by team's second and third best fourth and fifth best wide receivers. There's no recovery for me in my mind with him.
Yeah, you forgot the caveat. In a defense that's more suited to his talents at this level, at this age.
He played all defenses at this level already at this stage of his career.
No, dude,
he played every defensive coverage with Flores and Boyer and everybody that coached him.
With 2 groin injuries, he was following the number 1 receiver against every team all across.
And groin injuries are never properly healed when you running laterally and vertically, and you're running backwards.
Right, and now he's had time to heal, and he's not going to have to cover all.
I don't miss me with that. The healing is never going to be 100%. Once again, I'll be alone on the island like I was with Devontae Parker hearing the same dumb arguments about, he'll get healthy this season. He'll play healthy this time around.
You weren't alone with Devontae Parker.
When his skill set was the reason why he was losing.
Devontae Parker was ass.
Yeah.
Now it's
Straight
convenient
ass.
to say he's ass when I was the only one trying to get rid of him no matter what. I wasn't even buying the economic arguments why I wanted to get rid of him. I just said do it at all costs. And people still try to finagle the economic argument as a reason to keep him.
Well,
I wasn't even buying that.
I wasn't one of those people. I never was enamored by Parker.
No, but they was using the same economic arguments and then try to use other arguments to soothe me about not getting rid of him. And I wasn't buying it because he overstayed his welcome.
I'm not arguing with you. He never lived up.
He's constantly getting beat, and he was done getting separation and wasn't beating people's cornerbacks.
All he was doing was out jumping.
I'm just sorry, man. I just got bad premonitions about people we keep too long for way too long. They overstay their welcome. It's time to revamp the room and move on.
What about the ones that we cut too soon and become successful?
We've never cut too. So I don't buy that neither.
Really?
Because other teams are what you call it.
Well, check it out. I'll get your and you can stay up here, Ron. We'll just close it out with everybody up here. But give us your final thoughts, Crypto. I'm sure it's going to be fuck Xavier Howard, but on that note too, I just want to say, man, again, we already showed love and a big shout out to Shake Money, but for those that don't know, again, shout out to the great proprietor of this channel, which is El Capitan. But Kohler, a lot of people, and I said this hours and hours ago, but a lot of people may have this misconception that Kohler's like some second fiddle. We've both actually heard it from both people. That seems to be the thing to say to us when it comes in terms, usually me and Kohler that are getting the shots taken at us. But for those that don't know, Kohler actually built this channel alongside Cap. Cap gave him the opportunity, and those two built it together. So big shout out to both of them, man. And I don't know, again, I have no idea what's going on between EM and Kohler. It's not my place to intervene or try to insert myself. I just saw in the group chat that something was going down, so I came up and wanted to try to, put the fire out. But much love to Kohler. Appreciate him rocking, with Shake almost freaking 10 hours and giving this content to you guys, man. Make sure to show him love. I'm sure Kohler will be back. Got a lot of love and appreciation for him. That's my dude. Obviously, he's part of the team, and I'm part of the team. But outside of that, he's also my friend. And, again, I don't know what happened. I'm not trying to insert myself in that. I have no idea what went down. I tried asking. I only got one side of the story, so it is what it is. I don't know if they will talk, but I don't know. I want to make sure that Kohler gets the appreciation he deserves because he sat up here all night too, allowing you guys a platform and bringing you guys content. So big thank you to him, man.
Absolutely, and much love to all you guys who give us the opportunity to come up here and talk Dolphin football and share our opinions, and we appreciate everything you guys do.
Absolutely, man. Anything else from you, Crypto?
No, that's it. That's pretty much the gist of everything. And then,
all right. Well,
everything there. That just it's time. You could be cautiously optimistic about the team's approach, but that's the way you have to be, because if we don't win a Super Bowl, I'm sure we'll be having the same discussions in 2043. Damn near 2024. I'm sure the same discussions and the same arguments will be rehashed in 2043.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Because I'm sure in 2043 we'll say this is the best team we've ever had in the last 20 years.
Well,
I think there's always going to be a time. You know what I mean? That's something. It's weird, but like in this paradigm, that's something that's going to continue to repeat itself because there's going to be new fans that haven't been put through what we've been through. There's always going to be a fresh set of a new generation coming up that hasn't been put through what we've been put through, and those before us. So at some point, they're going to see a roster that they think is the best.
Right, that's what I'm saying. A 1 year today will be 20 to 21 in 2043,
There'll be a brand new generation of fans, and they'll think they have the best teams in sliced bread in history, and then they'll be repeating the same cycle. That's all I was making when I make that argument.
I'm just gonna say my glass is half full, not half empty.
Yep.
Absolutely, guys.
Yep.
Well, hey, Jason, we see you, man. He says fins up from Compton, California.
Compton,
shout out to you, bro.
it's still early out there.
Yeah, he's on my time, I think. Yeah, I think we're on the same time.
Yeah,
I'm
so it's only
I'm
like
in Washington
11
State,
o'clock, almost 12 o'clock.
I'm way late. I got to work in the morning, so have a good
Well,
night.
We'll close it up now, man. Much love to all you guys. I see you, Joe, Jason, John, Jimmy, everybody that stuck around, Mudbone, V21, Timothy Easton. Shout out to all you guys. Saxman, J. Will, Lil
One more
HB,
episode of
Dumbass
Squid
Jets fan,
Game.
Josh. All you guys, man. Anyways, much love. As always, I am your host, DTA. You guys can catch me tomorrow. I think I'm going to be going live with the afternoon show, as well as me and Shake will be giving you guys your late night Saturday show as well. Catch me tomorrow. Much love to everybody. And remember, as always, the famous words of DTA, guys.
Fins up, brother.
Always. You going to finish the sentence for me? Fins up, baby.